You, who have awakened the 6 paths of pain panel in the world of pirates. Yet, due to an unawareness of the awakening panel, I have offended the nobility. Thus imprisoned in the dark and desolate advanced city, fortunately, your declaration to eradicate the celestial dragons could overturn the world. A speech that allows the Navy and the entire world to collectively experience the depths of suffering. Successfully matched with the 6 paths pay and panel. The degree of fusion has directly reached 5, and has attained the ability to absorb all forms of energy in the realm of hungry ghosts. At this moment, within the confines of the impenetrable prison, you gaze upon the amalgamation of the 6 paths of pain, illuminated by the interface of the system. Host fusion degree. The degree of host embodiment at 5. The higher the degree, the greater the fusion. Ability. The hungry ghost path has been refined to align with the world's power system, capable of absorbing all forms of energy. The host can only harness half of this potential. Full capability requires a sense of guilt. Shock value. Gaining shock from others due to your actions will yield rewards. You can utilize this for a lottery. What an extraordinary ability this hungry ghost path possesses to absorb all energy. How remarkably overpowered. According to Einstein's theory, matter is but a manifestation of energy, and energy is intrinsically intertwined with matter. In the world of One Piece, such a concept also exists. It is akin to the awakening of a superhuman, capable of transforming the surrounding environment. Its essence lies in the assimilation of the energy from the fruits, harmonizing it with the energy of the surrounding atmosphere, thereby transforming them into a similar substance. However, at present, one can distinctly sense that the condition of the body is rather dismal. With a clench of the teeth, a hint of madness glimmers in the eyes. You paid no heed to the pain in your wrists, straining with all your might. Your once slender forearms swelled with effort, the veins standing out prominently, resembling serpentine dragons coiling around your limbs. The once tattered and frayed rope has finally succumbed to gravity, cascading down to the ground. You flicked your arms, casting off the bloodstains that clung to them. Crimson droplets of blood fell to the ground, appearing especially glaring in the dimly lit surroundings. Upon gaining freedom, you begin to scrutinize your own body. This vessel has been ravaged, bearing countless wounds. Were it not for the hatred of the original self sustaining him, he might have long succumbed to death, not lingering until this moment. Suddenly, you lift your gaze towards the corner and discover several snail shells nestled there. This is a deliberate decree issued by the celestial dragons, enabling them to witness the torment inflicted upon their original selves. Just at the right moment, you provide yourself with a surge of energy to rejuvenate your body. Contemplating this, you approach the corner where the phone bug resides, placing your hand upon it. You activate the powers of the hungry ghost realm, allowing tendrils of energy to flow into your being. Gradually, your injuries begin to mend, accompanied by a tingling sensation coursing through your body as the wounds slowly seal. At last, several snails have transformed into empty shells, cascading down from the table that once cradled them. Not enough. More energy is required. This emanates from your body. A signal of intention. You temporarily suppress your physical self. It is essential to contemplate carefully the path that lies ahead. Since he has vowed to eradicate the followers of Feichong, to overturn the world, and to make it feel suffering, he must resolutely fulfill this promise. From the remnants of his memories, he vaguely recalled hearing something about Clockter's defeat at the time he was captured by the Navy. Thus, the current time frame is approximately when Luffy has just defeated Crocodile, yet has not yet reached the Summit War, while the original body is captured in Impel Down, not in Mariewa, due to a statement from Sengoku. He is a prisoner of the Navy, not a slave of the Celestial Dragons. He must never be captured by Marie, for this concerns the dignity of the Navy. Contemplating this, a surge of wrath ignites within your heart. Since your Navy possesses such majesty, why then do you choose to be the lapdog of the Celestial Dragon? Your Navy does not proclaim daily the necessity of upholding paternal principles. Why should one disregard the lives of the innocent on an island, merely because of the absurd whims of the Celestial Dragons, who would reduce the entire land to mere ashes? Feeling the fury nearly engulf your reason, you take a deep breath and resolutely suppress them. At the same time, a glimmer of chill has passed through your eyes. If that is the case, let us commence by allowing the Navy to experience suffering. The war atop the summit presents a splendid opportunity, as it plunges the entire Marineford into the depths of the sea. Let me witness how the Navy will maintain its dignity in such a predicament. Allow me to unveil the undeniable truth of your servitude to the Celestial Dragons. However, the first challenge in the endeavor to escape from Impel Down is to deal with Magellan. Yet, the mere thought of Magellan brings a subtle smile to your lips. The powers of the devil fruits are derived from the energy produced by the body. Therefore, Magellan's poison should also be susceptible to absorption by the hungry ghost path. The sound of the lock being opened echoed, immediately followed by a maniacal laughter. My dear, I have arrived. You are aware that the time has come once again to torment the original self. In the office of the director, a tall man adorned with twisted, black and white ram's horns and a visage reminiscent of a baboon sits beside a toilet. Clad in military attire, he bears a pair of bat-like wings on his back, and his face is contorted in an expression of profound anguish as he exerts himself with great effort. A towering man, upon hearing a sound, opened the nearby window, revealing a figure adorned with a mask. Magellan. Are you ready? Shall Mark Saint. Yet I can hardly contain my eagerness. You have tormented that individual. Upon hearing the voice on the telephone, Magellan smiled slightly. Certainly, as long as Charles Mark is prepared, we are ready to commence at any time on our side. I eagerly anticipate your performance. A burst of laughter echoed through the phone. Magellan ended the call. Glancing at the surveillance screen before him, noticing that the entire propulsion city remained still. It was a tranquil calm. Thus, he continued his visit to the restroom. The city advances further. As the lock clatters to the ground, resonating with a startling sound, the prison door creaks open. A woman entered, adorned with two large, violet-pink horns atop her head. Her flowing, orange-yellow hair cascaded in waves, obscuring her eyes. She wore a form-fitting leather outfit, and in her hand, she wielded a barbed whip. Upon encountering a woman, one can distinctly feel the body quivering. This has become a conditioned reflex developed over the past few days. Who do you believe I am? I am the true master of this vessel. Your gaze sharpens, and an aura emanates from you. The body, once trembling, now stills, akin to a flock of sheep encountering a wolf. Information about the woman before you also emerges in your mind. Little Suddy, the chief jailer of the advancing city, takes great pleasure in tormenting inmates, finding delight in the sounds of their anguished groans. In recent days, the original self has been subjected to her relentless torment. Thus, upon encountering her just now, my body involuntarily trembled. However, things have changed now. He is no longer the powerless original self. Moreover, the phone bug in this cell has been drained by him, and he coincidentally requires energy to restore this body. This little Suddy merely delivers takeout to the door. Let me first reclaim a modest profit. You lift your gaze and scrutinize attentively. Little Sadie originally received the news that her most cherished toy was to be executed. The moans of this toy are, without a doubt, the greatest joy she has experienced over the years. Regrettably, he is a celestial dragon who demands execution. Reluctantly, he must part with his cherished possessions, seizing the final moments to indulge in one last experience. She hurriedly arrived at the cell where you were confined, only to be taken aback by the sight of you having freed yourself from your bonds upon entering. Little Suddy glanced at the severed rope on the ground, extending his tongue to swirl it around his mouth. Little darling, I never expected you to break free from the bonds. It seems you have indeed regained a considerable amount of vitality. Delight me to your heart's content. May this final moment be eternally etched in my memory. Little Suddy tugged at the whip in his hands with both of his hands, struggling in a manner both fierce and morbid, and then lifted his gaze towards you. Upon the moment your gaze met his, Little Suddy was rendered utterly speechless. His hand, which had been pulling the whip, came to a sudden halt. She beheld a pair of eyes, tranquil as a deep pool, gazing silently at her, as if observing an inanimate object utterly devoid of any connection to him. Indeed, it is akin to gazing upon inanimate objects, much like her demeanor after taking a life, as she stares at the lifeless bodies. She instinctively averted her gaze from yours, then took a step back. In an instant, young Suddy regained her composure, and a surge of indignation and humiliation flooded her heart. How dare he? I am the master of this cell. Upon this realization, Little Suddy immediately raised his head, gazing directly into your eyes, eager to convey that he is, in fact, the true master of this place. You remain utterly unchanged, simply observing her in silence. Just as Little Suddy was about to make a move, you gathered strength in your legs. The wounds that had already formed on your limbs began to rupture, oozing blood. Yet, you appeared utterly unfazed, your expression betraying not the slightest hint of change. Before little Sutty could utter a word, she felt a hand firmly clasping her neck. Feeling herself gradually succumbing, little Sadie yearned to resist. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, her strength always fell just short. She lowered her gaze towards you, discovering that your eyes were so tranquil that they instilled a sense of fear within her. In this bewildering moment, little Sadie felt the oxygen within her body dwindling. She longed to grasp your hands, to pull away, only to realize that her strength was almost depleted. One can only flail their limbs aimlessly, attempting through such means to extricate oneself from your grasp, yet to no avail. Gradually, little Sutty sensed that the figure before him began to blur, and his own consciousness slowly faded. How could it be? This young lad is not as helpless as one might presume. Why has it transformed into something so peculiar, seemingly possessing a unique ability to drain my vitality? Damn it, Director Magellan will seek vengeance against me. The eyes of little Sadie seem to be making one final effort. Yet it proves utterly futile, leaving one to gradually close their eyes. Her face had transformed into a terrifying visage due to her recent struggles, with viscous fluid oozing from her mouth, nose, and eyes, smearing her once exquisite features into a grotesque amalgamation. Only when you sensed that little Sadie exhibited no signs of struggle did you release her, commencing the absorption of her very essence. After a considerable time, you perceive that your injuries have completely healed, and your strength has notably increased. Regrettably, the little Sadie on the ground has already succumbed to the absence of life's essence. Otherwise, you believe that your power could have continued to grow slightly. Nonetheless, this is already sufficient. It is time for Advanced City to endure suffering. You gazed upon the small Sadie on the ground, and the emotions within your eyes ebbed and flowed. After a while, a brand new little Sadie stands before you. You will directly create the little oil, and then bestow upon her the abilities of the hungry ghost realm. Injecting consciousness into little Sutty. Incorporating. You feel as though you are transforming into little Sutty. With a mere flicker of thought, young Sutty raised his hand and deftly cracked the whip before him. It feels as though you are in command of your own body, with only a singular thought occupying your mind. This is entirely one's own body. Moreover, you have inquired earlier that his puppets can be replaced. The greater the strength of the puppet, the more formidable the abilities it can unleash. Little Sutty's strength has not fully manifested the entirety of the hungry ghost realm, yet it is already sufficient. Just now, little Sutty stated that this is the utmost, indicating that the celestial dragons have grown weary of torturing him and are prepared to execute him. The time left for him has already run out. He can only temporarily opt for this method that swiftly enhances his capabilities, as there is no time to meticulously select a more suitable approach. Ultimately, it can still be exchanged. What matters most is that young Sutty is an individual who propels the city forward. She possesses the ability to silently approach anyone within its confines and can also lead others to absorb energy, thereby enhancing their strength. As you ponder, you have already begun to exert your influence over little Sutty, guiding him out of the confines of his cell. With a subtle thought, you direct little Sutty as he strides forth into the city. Your consciousness has infiltrated the system. Just moments ago, when he seized little Sutty, he heard a suggestion from the system, but he had no time to pay it heed. Host Fusion Degree. 7 Hosts Role Proficiency. The higher the degree, the greater the fusion. Shock Value. 1,501,000 shock. Points can be exchanged for a chance to spin the lottery wheel. Number of lottery attempts. The degree of integration has increased by 2. Reflect carefully on what he did previously that aligns with Payne's behavior. He could think of only one thing, to transform little Sutty. Ultimately, Payne is merely a puppet of the 6 paths. Nagato possesses 6 puppets, and having created one himself, the degree of fusion has consequently increased by 2. In essence, one is merely assuming the role of Nagato. Should one seek a wheelchair? Yet, upon closer reflection, it does not seem quite so. Otherwise, this system would evolve into the Nagato integration system. One ought to possess a dual reincarnation as well. Tooth against tooth. Is it not the case that one is decisive in their actions, directly and unequivocally eliminating little Sutty, thereby aligning with Payne's character, compelling the world to experience suffering? After a moment of contemplation, you fail to arrive at a conclusion. Yet, he tends to lean towards the belief that allowing the world to experience suffering can lead to a sense of unity. The essence of pain lies within Huajing. Regarding the increase in shock value below, it should stem from little Suddy. She was astonished by her ability to break free from the ropes that ensnared her and ultimately led to her demise. Thus, it appears that in order to attain shock in the future, one must endeavor to captivate the brilliance of others, thereby eliciting their astonishment. It is simply uncertain whether the shock value experienced by different individuals varies. There will indeed be an opportunity shortly to conduct a test. After all, to face one's own execution, the celestial dragons will undoubtedly seize this opportunity for amusement. They will certainly demand to broadcast the spectacle of one's demise, just as they previously insisted on live streaming the torment of the individual. This is how he comprehended the disparities in shock values from various sources, which also presented him with a remarkable opportunity to acquire a substantial amount of shock value. As for the lottery, it requires a staggering 1,000 shock points to participate in a single draw. While this is not exorbitant, there are no displayed prizes nor any indication of probability. At present, he cannot conceive of what he might win. However, this does serve as a means to enhance his strength, a pathway that could facilitate the realization of his ambitions with greater ease. Just as you were pondering the workings of the system, little Suddy encountered the first creature. You shall extract consciousness from the system and project it onto little Suddy. Before my eyes appeared a sight most curious, a nose adorned with a glistening string of mucus, a right hand grasping a wolf's fang, and at the waist, a championship belt secured. The legs were clad in beach shorts of red and white, resembling a standing dairy cow. You recall the memories of this cow from a past life. This cow is named Minotaur. It is a failed wielder of the animal-type devil fruit, having lost much of its consciousness and become irritable and aggressive. It also serves as a crucial guardian of Impel Down. Such progress still exists within the city. The awakened bearer of the devil fruit must possess an exceptionally high life force, I presume. As long as one can completely absorb its life energy, one should be able to significantly enhance their own strength. Minotaur gazed vacantly at the petite Sadie before him. The Minotaur stared blankly, for this was his superior untouchable. Yet its intuition has consistently suggested that there is something amiss with the superior before it. He is not clever, nor is he. One should think more thoroughly. It suffices to simply follow orders. Upon this thought, a silly grin appeared on La Nota's face. Minotaurus. Follow me. Little Suddy's voice was soft yet resolute, leaving no room for Minotaurus to harbor any further doubts. Little Suddy turned and walked towards your cell. Minotaurus, without further contemplation, scratched his bovine head and sniffed away the mucus beneath his nostrils, trailing closely behind young Sadie. It took approximately 8 minutes to walk. Little Suddy brought Minotaur nose to the front of your cell. Seeing you break free from the grip of the chains. Standing upon the ground. Minotaur raises himself. His club poised to strike. After all, its duty is to prevent the 4 offenders from having the opportunity to escape from the advancing city. Stop. Little Suddy spoke. The wolf's mace of Minotauros. Set upon your head. Minotaurus approached Little Saw. As the Minotaur turned, you placed your hand upon him, invoking the realm of the hungry ghosts. A sense of powerlessness enveloped him. Cygnus Tonos scratched his head in confusion, yet he still proceeded towards little Sadie. For a long time, the Minotaur lay upon the ground, his face adorned with an expression of bewilderment. Feeling the surging vitality within yourself, you believe that you can surpass your former self. Congratulations, dear host, on acquiring a mere 50 shock points. While this figure may seem modest, one must consider the intelligence of the Minotaur, which is rather limited. It is indeed quite remarkable for such a creature to even possess the capacity for shock, let alone to aspire for a greater abundance of it. It appears that the degree of shock is also a determining factor in the magnitude of astonishment. Gazing upon the immense Minotaur, you initially intended to create it and subsequently transferred the abilities of the hungry ghost path from Little Suddy. But upon reflection, Little Suddy holds a more elevated position, capable of deceiving a greater number of individuals and reaching a wider array of places. In any case, there will be time to transfer before the battle commences. You once again direct your thoughts towards young Suddy as you step out of the garage. After several instances of deception, you will advance to eliminate all creatures resembling the Minotaur, including the jailers and a portion of the guards within the city. You sense that you can no longer augment your strength, and a twinge of regret washes over you. However, given his current physique and strength, his prowess may not surpass that of McGregor, yet he is certainly capable of engaging in a competitive struggle with him. Combining one's own abilities from the realm of the hungry ghosts, it is indeed possible to vanquish him. According to my conjecture, the Superman-type fruit harnesses the energy of the devil fruit to execute a myriad of diverse attacks. Much of Magellan's strength derives from his devil fruit abilities. In the original work, Magellan's techniques predominantly manifest through the powers of the venom fruit, with little display of physical combat or hockey techniques. This indirectly substantiates the matter. Moreover, the Minotaur, upon transforming into a hungry ghost, retains formidable combat prowess. One should now have the opportunity to breach the Impel Down, and at this juncture, Rain's Shiro has long been imprisoned in the 6th level. Throughout the entire City of Advancement, there exists not a single practitioner of individual combat skills or a master of swordsmanship. In that case, allow Little Suddy to uncover Magellan's whereabouts. Transfer the abilities of the Hungry Ghost realm to Minotaur, bringing him along to vanquish Magellan, breach the gates of justice, escape from the confines of Impel Down, and simultaneously reap a wave of astonishment. Director's Office. Before the desk, a man adorned in a yellow-green patterned attire sits gracefully on a chair. His brow protrudes outward, resembling horns, while his visage bears a striking resemblance to a fierce deity. With his upper body bare, his round belly protrudes prominently. Behind him, a pair of bat-like wings extend majestically. He gently caresses the office desk, even rubbing his face against its surface. When did Magellan retire? When will I be able to assume the position? When will I take a seat in this office? The man, with an expression of rapture on one side of his face, murmurs to himself. A sudden rush of water echoed through the office, followed by the emergence of Magellan from a small door. When Magellan shut the small door, a faint glimpse of the outside world could still be seen, with the interior enveloped in a hue of deep violet gas. "Hannibal, what are you engaged in?" Seeing Hannibal rubbing his desk, Magellan wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Hannibal aspires to supplant his own psyche, fully aware of the endeavor's gravitas. Yet, he comprehends that his strength is insufficient to safeguard the entirety of the advancing city. Otherwise, he would have long entrusted the advancement of the city to someone else, allowing him to rest adequately and cleanse his body of toxins. The poison fruit possesses its merits, yet its side effects are undeniably exasperating. Upon reflection, Magellan gently massaged his own. Upon hearing the voice of Magellan, Hannibal abruptly rose from his seat and rendered a military salute. "Director Magellan," he stated, "I have no intention of usurping your position or harboring aspirations to occupy your esteemed seat." As soon as Hannibal's words escaped his lips, he realized the mistake. He attempted to cover his mouth, yet it was already too late. Magellan was momentarily rendered speechless. The preparations for the live execution are underway. How are we progressing? This is a demand from the Celestial Dragon. Report to the director. Everything is prepared, we are merely awaiting the transfer of the inmate. Magellan nodded slightly, retrieving a phone bug from his pocket. As if a memory had surfaced, he lifted his gaze once more towards Hannibal. "Indeed, you advise Little Suddy not to indulge in play, lest he should cause harm before the execution is carried out." Hannibal was taken aback. He recalled that earlier, Little Suddy had expressed a desire to go out and have some fun. Without hesitation, he swiftly opened the door and dashed outside. My Zonluan adjusted his attire, then proceeded to make a call to the CP organization. "Promote the city, 5 stories high, nestled in the corner." Ivankov. "Shall we save that insolent child who dared to offend the celestial dragons?" A hairstyle resembling a clover. With orange on the left and white on the right. Adorned with a lightning bolt upon the forehead. Wearing spectacles in hues of orange on the left and blue on the right. Draped in a coat of orange on the left and white on the right. Holding a glass of red wine. Gazing eagerly at Ivanko, who is lounging on the sofa. Ivankov possesses a voluminous mane of deep purple hair, resembling an explosive spectacle. His face is adorned with heavy makeup, while he dons a form-fitting, ultra-low-cut outfit that accentuates his figure. On his legs, he wears fishnet stockings, completing his ensemble with a pair of high-heeled shoes. Lightning. It is not that we are unwilling to rescue him. The primary concern lies in the fact that he has already drawn the attention of the celestial dragons. In the past, we have managed to save some ordinary prisoners without consequence. But to rescue him would undoubtedly provoke the world government, thereby exposing us to significant risk. Moreover, the entire city of Jiang Zhe is now inundated with telemarketers, leaving us utterly devoid of any opportunity. Upon mentioning this, a look of regret surfaced on Ivankov's face. He yearned to rescue that young boy, for he understood that the lad was entirely ensnared by the oppressive grasp of the world government, bearing no sins of his own. This aligned perfectly with the humanitarian principles upheld by their revolutionary army. However, from the moment the boy had entered, he had been subjected to relentless torment, with vigilant surveillance surrounding him at all times. They are also unable to find an opportunity to rescue the young man. The moment they take action, they will be captured by the surveillance device. Unless they manage to ascertain the timing of the activation and deactivation of these newly installed surveillance bugs. It remains unclear at present this young man is to face execution. What a pity! Seeing the expression of regret on Ivankov's face, Lightning helplessly shook his head and brought the wineglass closer to his lips. He is also well aware that this young man is not easily salvaged. He merely wishes to experiment, yet Ivanko insists there is no hope. In that case, there truly is no solution. However, he can preserve the experiences of this young man, utilizing them as propaganda for the revolutionary army. Ivankov. He has obtained the signal for his live broadcast. It's all set. But are you certain you wish to witness it? Their methods are indeed quite ruthless. This is how we can make the populace feel. Marshal's office of Melanovando. On the head, there is a hat adorned with seagulls.
A man adorned with round spectacles, his chin adorned with a braided beard, clad in military attire, held a den mushi with a grave expression. Sengoku. This execution must be witnessed by the entire Navy to impress upon them the inviolable majesty of the celestial dragons. Do you understand? Previously, when the Navy enacted the Demon Hunt order to apprehend this young man, it sparked considerable discontent among many soldiers. After all, these soldiers were summoned from various seas, each hailing from ordinary families, sharing a sense of empathy with this youth. Most importantly, such methods starkly contradict the justice that the Navy has long espoused. Even now, he can sense the confusion among the soldiers tasked with this mission. Moreover, the officer in charge, Admiral Akiji, seems to be lost in thought, appearing even more lethargic than after the O'Hara incident, perpetually evading responsibility. Now, the Gorosei have gone too far by demanding that all Navy personnel witness this event. Is this not tantamount to trampling on the very justice of the Navy while flaunting their authority? It is likely to provoke even greater discontent among the soldiers, leading to further confusion and causing the Navy to lose its conviction, something he categorically cannot allow. Your proposal, Lord Satan, I fear I must decline. All Navy personnel have their duties. How can they spare time to watch a live broadcast? If they abandon their tasks, the seas will descend into chaos. Sengoku, cast aside your absurd notions. The Navy is the military arm of the world government, not your personal army. Cease your ridiculous proclamations of justice. The world government requires an obedient Navy. Do you comprehend? Satan's words caused a tempest of emotions to swirl across Sengoku's face. Enough, Lord Satan. Sengoku has his burdens too. Another voice emerged from the den mushi. Since Lord Nasuger has stated thus, Sengoku, you must at least ensure that all the admirals can witness it. With that, Lord Satan abruptly ended the call. Gazing at the den mushi in his hand, Sengoku sighed, reminiscing about the moment Admiral Steelbone entrusted the Navy to him. Admiral, this position is indeed a formidable challenge. Chapter 5. Jiang Zhe appears transformed in a lavish palace named Mary Joya. The esteemed Charlemagne awaited. For Magellan had prepared everything for the broadcast, ready to commence at any moment. A man, adorned with a white full-face mask and clad in a pristine white suit and trousers, knelt on the ground, addressing a nearby man immersed in revelry. Magellan and his entourage are somewhat delayed, yet their arrival is perfectly timed now, responded a corpulent figure, resembling a gourd with hair, styled high and swept forward. Garb in a spacesuit. Fetch the live broadcast screen I had just acquired and bring forth the slave I just purchased. Let them witness the fate that befalls those who dare to offend the celestial dragons. Charlemagne recalled Jiang Zhe's father, a twinge of pain coursing through his hand. How dare those wretched ants defy me? I deemed your daughter a blessing, yet you still resist. Truly despicable. Charlemagne drew forth his golden pistol, aiming it at the quivering slave beneath him. Please, Lord Charlemagne, spare my life. I can serve you exceedingly well. The terror evident on the slave's face, coupled with his desperate pleas for mercy, filled Charlemagne with a sense of profound satisfaction. Indeed, ants ought to tremble in the presence of the divine, subject to the whims of their god. A ghastly expression crossed Charlemagne's face as he slowly squeezed the trigger. Bang! The slave who had just knelt in supplication collapsed, a pool of blood seeping beneath him, gradually spreading across the floor. The other slaves, witnesses to this gruesome scene, trembled in fear. Meanwhile, the guards surrounding Charlemagne exhibited a demeanor of indifference, methodically attending to the aftermath, some dragging away the corpse, others cleaning the bloodstains, and a few spraying air freshener, as though they had rehearsed this macabre routine countless times. After a considerable time, the recently departed CP0 returned with a group and a massive screen entering the palace. In Impel Down, Jiang Zhe finally discerned Magellan's location through the assistance of Little Suddy and obtained the key to the prison. He commanded Minotaurus to rise once more, transferring the abilities of the Hungry Ghost Path from Little Suddy to Minotaurus. Once everything was in order, Jiang Zhe emerged from the cell with Minotaurus in tow. As Jiang Zhe stepped out of the cell, he spotted Hannibal charging from a distance, brandishing a knife. Upon noticing Jiang Zhe and the imposing figure of Minotaurus behind him, Hannibal halted, momentarily perplexed, before recollecting the identity of the man before him. "Bold prisoner, how dare you attempt an escape?" Hannibal shouted, brandishing his blade at Jiang Zhe. Upon hearing Hannibal's words, Jiang Zhe remained silent, merely observing him with a calm gaze. "No, if I allow him to escape, Magellan will be dismissed, and I shall ascend to the position of warden." As Hannibal noted Jiang Zhe's disinterest, confusion flickered across his face, followed by murmurs of contemplation. "Minotaurus, he is entrusted to you," Jiang Zhe spoke. Minotaurus directly positioned himself before Hannibal. "Minotaurus, what do you intend to do? Do you also aspire to release this prisoner and assume the role of director?" Minotaurus offered no reply. Instead, he raised the spike club in his hand and swung it down towards Hannibal. Bam! Hannibal was sent flying. Jiang Zhe walked past Hannibal with indifference, showing no concern for his plight. He could no longer enhance his strength by absorbing the life energy of others unless that energy surpassed his own. As for Hannibal, he was merely an insect, unworthy of halting his progress. He aimed to defeat Magellan and make Impel Down feel the agony. Moreover, he needed to act swiftly. He believed the Navy would soon receive word, and at that point, escape might prove impossible. As Jiang Zhe strode past him, Hannibal was momentarily stunned. He distinctly sensed an overwhelming disdain for the world emanating from Jiang Zhe, a desire to obliterate everything. He recalled the timid and submissive Jiang Zhe who had been captured just moments before, a stark contrast to the figure before him now. What had transpired? And why did Minotaurus heed his words? Unable to unravel these questions, he could only leave the worrying to Magellan. Hannibal retrieved a din mushy from his pocket. Moses! Hello, Director Magellan, trouble is brewing. That prisoner has escaped." On the other end, Magellan wore a puzzled expression. He was familiar with this prisoner, merely an ordinary civilian, incarcerated for offending the celestial dragons. Though he felt sympathy, they were bound by the orders of the world government. Now, with Hannibal claiming he had escaped, what grounds did he have for such an assertion? There were so many guards around, along with surveillance. Could Hannibal truly be unable to subdue an ordinary person? "Hannibal, are you incapable of handling a mere civilian?" "No, Director Magellan, I do not know why Minotaurus is assisting him. It seems he has changed. Then you must intercept him. I will come at once." "There's no need, Director Magellan. He is heading in your direction." Magellan was taken aback by Hannibal's words. Minotaurus was listening to Jiang Zhe? Such a scenario seemed impossible. Minotaurus was a failed Zoan-type devil fruit user, driven solely by a primal instinct for battle and the implanted notion of obedience to their commands by Dr. Vegapunk. Apart from a select few, Minotaurus would heed no one's orders. How could he assist Jiang Zhe, even follow his directives? As for Hannibal's claim that Jiang Zhe seemed transformed, Magellan found that incomprehensible. In just a matter of days, how could a person change so drastically? Was it possible he had been concealing his true self all along? Capable of commanding Minotaurus due to possessing a devil fruit power? Now that he faced execution, had he finally cast off his disguise? Yet, he seemed somewhat overconfident. Since he has already escaped, why not flee decisively instead of advancing towards me? Does he truly believe he can best me? Magellan appeared to have stumbled upon an utterly absurd jest. While his own strength was not particularly formidable, his devil fruit abilities were indeed powerful, especially within the confines of Impel Down. Once he unleashed his fruit's capabilities, no one could hope to escape. Moreover, his poison was exceedingly lethal. Once infected, there was virtually no hope for salvation. Even the likes of Sengoku and Garp, upon exposure, would have no choice but to plead for his mercy. The only antidote to his venom was a specially crafted serum. Within the walls of Impel Down, his prowess surpassed that of a marine admiral, which was precisely why he excelled in his role as the warden. Now, as Jiang Zhe approached him directly, he pondered whether to deem him ignorant or audacious. For now, he needed only to wait for him to draw near, seize him, and then execute the sentence. Chapter 6. The entrance of Jiang Zhe on the other side of the city. Magellan sat upon a chair, gazing into the profound depths of the corridor as though awaiting someone. Beside him stood a makeshift execution platform, flanked by 2 executioners, one on each side, each wielding a sharp, long knife that glimmered coldly under the light, exuding an air of lethal precision. Surrounding the platform were approximately 10 telephone bugs, their eyes fixed upon the scene, emitting a faint glow. Beside each telephone bug stood a prison guard. Director Magellan, why has he not yet arrived? Does he not fear escape? Patience, Domino. That fellow will undoubtedly come. He is but a pitiful creature oblivious to his own limitations. Upon hearing Magellan's words, a woman adorned in a wide-brimmed hat, with cascading golden curls, red-brown sunglasses, and dressed in a prison guard's uniform complemented by deep red gloves and high boots, exhaled in relief. After all, Jiang Zhe's cell fell within her jurisdiction, and when Hannibal had called to inform her of his escape, she had felt an acute sense of anxiety. Regardless of the circumstances, if a prisoner were to escape under her watch, she would face severe repercussions, leaving her in dire straits. To her surprise, Jiang Zhe had not fled. Instead, he was approaching Director Magellan. This revelation brought her a sense of relief. As for Hannibal's claims that Minotaurus followed Jiang Zhe's orders, she perceived it merely as Hannibal's excuse for his own incompetence. Having spent considerable time with Minotaurus, she had developed a keen understanding of its temperament. While it was indeed temperamental, one must not forget its biological instincts, namely, its love for food. She had often enticed Minotaurus with delicacies to assist her with arduous tasks. Moreover, the notion that Jiang Zhe had undergone a transformation was laughable. Having observed him endure torment at the hands of little Sadie for so long, she could not be oblivious to his true nature. He was not simply docile. He was, in fact, cowardly. The likelihood of him approaching this way was due to his disorientation, having taken a wrong turn. With Director Magellan present, she held no doubt that Jiang Zhe could not possibly escape. Outsiders remained unaware of Director Magellan's formidable prowess, believing that the fortress of the city was impregnable, its walls sufficiently robust due to its unique geography. In truth, those who worked within the confines of this city understood that its strength lay in Director Magellan herself. For years, no one had successfully escaped, not because they lacked the desire, but rather because of the relentless suppression of countless uprisings and escapes that had been effortlessly quelled by her. In the realm of this city, Director Magellan was akin to the heavens, a deity whose authority rendered all efforts futile. She now awaited Jiang Zhe's arrival with eager anticipation, imagining the spectacle of their poised expressions as they awaited him. It promised to be quite the performance. Here he comes. A voice interrupted Domino's reverie. Domino lifted his gaze towards the Magellan corridor, where a youth clad in tattered prison garb emerged. His physique was slender, yet glimpses of his latent musculature could be discerned through the frayed fabric. His countenance bore no expression, exuding an air of solemnity that suggested a profound distance from others. Most striking were his eyes, calm and profound. They possessed an enigmatic depth that seemed to draw one in with an irresistible allure. as he fully stepped out of the corridor. His companion, Minotaurus, followed quietly, standing by his side like a knight beside a sovereign. What a transformation! Domino recalled Jiang Zhe's former self, emaciated and riddled with trepidation, his eyes brimming with suppressed rage, yet fearful of revelation, instinctively flinching whenever she glanced his way. Such behavior, harboring hatred yet failing to express it, was something Domino scorned. Now, Jiang Zhe had reached a pivotal point where he dared not resist. Surrounded by death, he might as well unleash his inner fury for all to see, if only to splatter his adversaries with the fervor of his defiance. Yet, the Jiang Zhe before her was no longer frail. He had grown robust, and his demeanor had shifted entirely. He no longer cowered, but regarded the world with an equal measure of disdain. His anger remained, but it manifested subtly, as if he possessed the strength and confidence to exact revenge, even to amplify it. His eyes had transformed into profound abysses, evoking a desire to delve deeper, yet leaving one entirely confounded. Beside him, Minotaurus mirrored this change, his demeanor, expressions, and gaze reflecting the same newfound essence. However, regardless of their metamorphosis, the outcome remained unchanged. Director Magellan was undeniably the deity of Impel Down. Magellan himself was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Zhe. The aura of distance and self-assurance he exuded was reminiscent of notorious pirates he had encountered. Magellan was startled by his own thoughts. A pirate? Surely he had lost his mind. This lad was merely somewhat capable. How could he be a pirate? Otherwise, he would not have been captured by the Navy. Even if he were a pirate, what of it? Impel Down housed many such figures, yet they all remained compliant. In this realm, whether a tiger or a dragon, they all bowed to his authority. Magellan was the true sovereign of Impel Down. He had no doubt that no one could withstand the potency of his venomous fruit powers. Young man, you have narrowly escaped your cell, yet instead of fleeing, you approach me with such confidence? Jiang Zhe paid no heed to Magellan's words. He turned his attention to the surrounding snail phones, noting the glimmering light within their eyes, a clear sign they were activated. This fortuitously aligned with his quest for shock value. He then redirected his gaze to Magellan and observed the individuals encircling him. It appears that your ranks here at Impel Down are quite orderly, sparing me the trouble of scouring about. Today, let me impart a taste of my anguish upon you, Jiang Zhe declared, his expression remaining grave and his eyes tranquil, untouched by any semblance of change. As soon as Jiang Zhe's words fell, Magellan felt a palpable aura of death wash over him, nearly instilling a sense of dread. Domino, lacking Magellan's formidable prowess, was suddenly confronted with a vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, relentlessly assaulting her resolve. Alas, Domino collapsed to the ground. Those around her, the guards, were similarly affected, all unexpectedly succumbing to the floor. Even the telebug broadcasting the event trembled in response. Chapter 7. The Battle with Magellan, What Have You Done? Upon witnessing his subordinates and Domino sprawled on the ground, Magellan felt a surge of urgency. Though he was not particularly fond of his men, the live broadcast meant that both the Navy and the Celestial Dragons were observing the scene unfold. If he failed to decisively subdue an insignificant adversary, resulting in casualties among his subordinates, it would reflect poorly on his capabilities, a notion he could not abide. At this moment, he was unequivocally convinced that this young man was a devil fruit user. His powers were likely of the paramecia type, capable of influencing and controlling the minds of others. This explained his control over Minotaurus and the fear he instilled in his men. Nevertheless, in his presence, no devil fruit ability could prevail within Impel Down. Magellan was the absolute authority. Even without the use of haki, he could effortlessly handle any devil fruit user, for his poison was invincible. Jiang Zhe remained indifferent to Magellan's intentions, redirecting his gaze to the trembling soldiers on the ground and the incessantly screaming Domino. To his astonishment, merely extracting a fragment of murderous intent from the pain template, coupled with his words, had produced such a formidable effect. His confidence in the potential of the pain template soared. Noticing Jiang Zhe's disregard for him and his focus on his quaking subordinates, Magellan felt as though Jiang Zhe was taunting him. You have thoroughly provoked my wrath. As he spoke, Magellan unleashed his full aura. In an instant, tendrils of purple-black gas began to rise from his form, while drops of purple-black liquid dripped from him. He appeared akin to a melting ice cream cone, except that while the ice cream exuded a white mist and dripped sweet syrup, Magellan emanated toxic gas and oozed venom, each drop corroding the ground into dark, smoking pits. As the venom continued to drip, 3 colossal dragons formed from the poison materialized behind Magellan, resembling creatures that had emerged from a toxic mire, continuously shedding venom. The 3 dragons opened their mouths towards Jiang Zhe, as if roaring, and in that moment, one could almost hear the echoes of dragon cries. The once trembling jailers regained their senses, fleeing from Magellan in a panic, only to turn and gloat at Jiang Zhe. Look at Director Magellan's poison dragons. How terrifying and grotesque. Indeed, they're still dripping venom, and the ground has been corroded into deep pits, exuding smoke. I remember the last individual who angered Director Magellan. He wailed in the venom for 3 hours before perishing, leaving no trace behind. How long do you suppose this young man will scream? Meanwhile, Domino watched Jiang Zhe with a sympathetic expression, fully aware of the destructive power of Magellan's poison dragons. Sometimes, death is but a form of release. As the prison guard articulated, the fate of those ensnared by Director Magellan's venomous dragon is one of relentless suffering, where survival becomes an unattainable dream and death an elusive escape, culminating in a mournful demise. She could vividly envision the visage of despair on the face of the wretched soul. After summoning the venomous dragon, Magellan cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Zhe. The venomous dragon was the second most formidable of his myriad skills. Generally, the mere invocation of its presence would incapacitate all but the most resilient individuals. Only those with exceptional fortitude could withstand its might. How much could Jiang Zhe truly conceal his prowess? Let him wail beneath my venomous dragon. Disappointed by the lack of the desired reaction from Jiang Zhe, Magellan unleashed his venomous dragon without hesitation. In an instant, 3 venomous dragons surged toward Jiang Zhe from various directions, hissing ominously. As they hurtled through the air, they shed venom that sizzled upon contact with the ground, generating a cloud of white vapor and enveloping the path with a noxious purple-black mist. In the blink of an eye, the dragons, propelled by a fierce gale, charged directly at Jiang Zhe. Minotaurus, Jiang Zhe exclaimed just as the Minotaurus lunged forward, raising its spiked club to strike at the 3 venomous dragons. The figures of Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus appeared diminutive in the face of the dragons. When the club collided with the dragon, a plume of white mist erupted, and the club disintegrated, leaving only a small handle in Minotaurus's grasp, before both Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus were engulfed by the venomous onslaught. In an instant, the area where Jiang Zhe stood was inundated with venom, a frenzy of white smoke billowing forth, while the dragon's tail leisurely dipped into the toxic pool. Magellan, witnessing Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus completely consumed by the venom, smirked disdainfully. It was a pity he had exerted himself so thoroughly, fearing any hidden abilities Jiang Zhe might possess that could bring him disgrace before the onlookers. And yet this? It was utterly feeble. Behold, this is Director Magellan's venomous dragon, a colossal beast. That brat must be reduced to naught but bones. Indeed, look at the deep pit corroded into the ground, and that hissing white mist. Just the sight of it induces pain. Domino, observing Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus being entirely consumed, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the ordeal was over. However, the absence of the anticipated wails from that brat left him somewhat disheartened, for that young man had caused him considerable embarrassment. The memory of his own panicked cries echoed in his mind, igniting a sense of irritation. Wait, why is the venom and smoke dissipating? Surely, it must be Director Magellan retracting them, as they were an exertion of his stamina. No, wait, look. Hearing the guard's exclamations, Magellan turned his gaze to the spot where the venomous dragon had struck. To his astonishment, the area previously engulfed in toxic mist was steadily diminishing, the pool of venom on the ground receding as well. It was as though a chasm had opened in the ground, providing an outlet for the noxious venom and foul smoke to escape, causing them to surge towards that very opening. When the toxic mist finally dissipated, the figures of Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus re-emerged, appearing as unscathed as when they first materialized, save for Minotaurus' corroded wolf-toothed mace, which bore the marks of decay. How could this be? The guards gazed in astonishment at the unharmed Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus, their voices filled with disbelief. Domino stared blankly at Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus on the field, her mind swirling with questions. How could this be? At Marine Ford, in the Admiral's office, all the naval commanders were fixated on the screen. Suddenly, Sengoku rose from his seat. Akainu, immediately take a squad to Impel Down and ensure this individual is eradicated from existence. Upon hearing Sengoku's command, Akainu stood up without uttering a word and exited the Admiral's office. Only after Akainu had departed did Sengoku resume his seat. Chapter 8. The colossal harbinger of Venom Magellan gazed in astonishment at Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus, both unscathed in the arena. He had anticipated a certain victory, believing wholeheartedly that his strike would annihilate Jiang Zhe, yet it seemed to inflict no damage whatsoever. No, there was some impact. At the very least, it had dislodged Minotaurus' spike club. However, neither Jiang Zhe nor Minotaurus bore any signs of injury. What manner of devil fruit is this? One that can manipulate and influence the consciousness of others while also absorbing venom. He could distinctly sense that his poison appeared to vanish from existence, leaving no trace behind. Coupled with the earlier commotion caused by his toxin, it was evident that this young man possessed the ability to absorb venom. What sort of paramecia devil fruit grants such comprehensive powers? Could it be a mythical zoan? Yet, how could Minotaurus withstand his venomous dragon? Magellan, as the warden of Impel Down, was acutely aware of Minotaurus' capabilities. He was a brute with formidable regenerative abilities, but lacking in intellect. Such a creature would have succumbed swiftly to his toxins. Yet, the current scenario was utterly different. Minotaurus had managed to resist the onslaught of his poison. Magellan had observed clearly that his venom had enveloped Minotaurus entirely. There was no barrier to deflect the toxin. This indicated that Minotaurus shared this peculiar ability with the young man, capable of absorbing his venom as well. But what of it? This revelation could not alter the inevitable conclusion. Even if one could absorb his poison, it was merely potent in toxicity, devoid of any additional capabilities. He still possessed another trump card, one that not only boasted greater toxicity, but also enhanced corrosive properties, alongside the capacity for physical assault. With this thought, Magellan chuckled, lifting his gaze toward Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe stood nonchalantly behind Minotaurus, his eyes as tranquil as still water, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Magellan's lips twitched in irritation as he surveyed the surrounding snail transponders and his retreating subordinates. A surge of wrath filled his heart. That little brat was acting the part, causing him to lose face before his subordinates, the Navy, and the Celestial Dragons. But soon, he would learn the true meaning of despair. With this in mind, Magellan's expression darkened completely. Colossal harbinger of venom, judgment from hell. Magellan seemed to dissolve before their eyes, as torrents of venom oozed from his form. Unlike the previous dark purple hue, this time the venom shone a vivid crimson, even redder than blood. Gradually, a head began to materialize behind him, sculpted from the bright red venom. As the head ascended, the body beneath it slowly took shape. Neck, chest, arms. Before long, a titan composed of venom loomed behind Magellan, dripping vibrant red venom onto the ground, leaving deep craters in its wake. The entire figure appeared dreadfully terrifying, as though it had emerged from the depths of hell, its mouth agape in a roar, releasing a plume of red smoke. Upon witnessing the emergence of the giant, the prison guards retreated with increasing urgency, yet the terror etched upon their faces was swiftly supplanted by a thrill of excitement. This was Magellan's formidable technique, the toxic giant, a sight so fearsome. I had only witnessed Director Magellan employ this power twice in Impel Down, and each occasion was a spectacle that instilled dread. His adversaries invariably met a grim fate. With Magellan unleashing his trump card, I find it hard to believe that this young man will escape unscathed. Indeed, he may well be obliterated. Domino, upon seeing the toxic giant, hastily covered her mouth and nose, retreating with haste. She firmly believed that this time, Jiang Zhe was undoubtedly doomed. Magellan's ultimate move was one that even the most formidable generals dared not confront directly. In this confined space, there was no room for evasion, and the toxic giant moved with alarming speed. Jiang Zhe had no choice but to withstand the onslaught of the toxic giant's assault. Moreover, as she understood, this toxic giant differed significantly from the previous toxic dragon. Its impact was far more potent. This meant that Jiang Zhe would not only contend with the onslaught of venom, but also the formidable force of the toxic giant itself. Even if he could absorb the toxins, defending against the sheer volume of poisonous impact would be an insurmountable challenge. Domino paused, her excitement palpable as she observed Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus in the arena. The toxic giant launched its attack. From behind Magellan, the toxic giant raised its arm high into the air. The massive hand, suspended above, dripped with crimson venom. Whoosh! A sound akin to the tearing of the air reverberated as the giant hand descended swiftly upon Jiang Zhe. Instantly, the area where Jiang Zhe stood was shrouded in darkness, rendering him and Minotaurus minuscule beneath the shadow of the giant hand. From a distance, Magellan observed Jiang Zhe's unflinching demeanor with a subtle smile, raising his right hand to execute a downward motion. The colossal hand, previously hovering above Jiang Zhe, came crashing down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cacophony of slicing winds filled the air, causing Jiang Zhe's hair to flutter wildly and Minotaurus's red and white attire to ripple dramatically. Jiang Zhe lifted his gaze, calmly regarding the descending giant hand. Until now, he had been preoccupied with the sound of the shock value echoing within his system, paying little heed to the external circumstances. However, upon hearing the shock value from the warring states, he realized that the Navy would soon arrive. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly, for being trapped in Impel Down would spell disaster. A smile crept upon Jiang Zhe's lips. Minotaurus, let us not prolong this any longer. Let's conclude. The muscles in Minotaurus's legs swelled with power, causing the ground beneath to crack incessantly. With a thunderous boom, Minotaurus vanished from his original position, reappearing in midair, leaving behind a deep pit marred with fissures. In the air, Minotaurus extended his arms toward the giant hand as the air around him parted with force, forming a protective shield before him. In no time, Minotaurus made contact with the giant hand. However, Minotaurus did not succumb to the assault as Magellan and his companions had anticipated. Instead, it steadfastly resisted. Not only did it withstand the onslaught, but also absorb the massive hand. In no time, the entire colossal appendage began to morph, as if Minotaurus were an unfathomable abyss, continuously drawing in the giant hand. In the distance, Magellan's face reflected astonishment and uncertainty. Subsequently, he raised his other hand, and the toxic giant soldier behind him mirrored the action, both directing their assault towards the airborne Minotaurus. Yet, once again, Minotaurus resembled a vast chasm, unperturbed by the deluge of venom that flowed towards it. It consumed it all without hesitation. Ultimately, having absorbed both colossal hands, Minotaurus landed firmly on the ground, turning its bovine eyes to gaze calmly at Magellan. At the Marinvondo port, Akainu stood upon his warship, lighting a cigar and inhaling deeply, his expression dark as he stared into the distance. To him, the orders of the warring states were tantamount to military commands. Regardless of their righteousness, he felt compelled to execute them, for that was his definition of justice. Report to Admiral Akainu. All preparations are complete. Shall we set sail? Set sail. Chapter 9. The defeat of Magellan and the warning to the Navy and celestial dragons. How could it be that Magellan's venom was instantly absorbed? What sorcery is this? My heavens! Is this truly the Minotaur we once knew? The guards began to panic. After all, the impenetrable fortress of Impel Down relied entirely on Magellan's venomous powers. Now that his abilities seemed utterly ineffective, they were at a loss. Furthermore, the Minotaur felt alien to them. He possessed none of the bizarre powers or strength they had come to expect. Everything had changed due to the presence of the man on the field. All the guards cast fearful glances at Jiang Zhe. Domino stared intently at Jiang Zhe and the Minotaur, momentarily taken aback. She realized that this man had not moved from his spot since the beginning, his expression unwavering, exuding an air of confidence. Initially, she thought he was merely pretending, but now her doubts had vanished. Jiang Zhe truly exuded assurance and possessed formidable strength. It seemed his prowess had far surpassed that of Magellan. Magellan stood frozen, gazing at his now ineffective poisonous giant. He had believed that even if the venom could not kill them, the sheer force of the gigantic creature would easily knock them to the ground, allowing for a swift resolution. To his astonishment, the Minotaur had grown significantly stronger, capable not only of absorbing his venom, but also effortlessly halting the impact of the giant. Most importantly, he could no longer sense the presence of his venom. Losing such a substantial amount left him somewhat fatigued. The previous Minotaur would never have been capable of this. And all of the changes stemmed from the man standing calmly in the arena, Jiang Zhe. Yet, as the warden of Impel Down, Magellan knew he could not retreat at this moment. After all, this was still being broadcast live. He hoped the Navy and the world government were watching and would send reinforcements to Impel Down. Magellan seized a phone snail wearing a gas mask from a nearby table. Brew! Brew! All soldiers, seal off every passage in Impel Down. No criminal must escape. Our reinforcements are on the way. After issuing the command, Magellan cast the phone snail aside and charged towards Jiang Zhe. All the guards, influenced by Magellan's imposing presence, grasped their weapons and surged forward behind him, advancing towards Jiang Zhe. Observing the oncoming charge of Magellan and the guards, Jiang Zhe softly uttered, "Feel the pain." Then, he and the Minotaur vanished from sight. Moments later, Magellan, Domino, and the guards lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Jiang Zhe turned towards the still glowing phone snail. Hypocritical Navy and world government, prepare to experience true suffering. And as for the celestial dragons, I will ensure your annihilation. Jiang Zhe spoke softly and, having finished his words, made his way toward the exit of Impel Down, leaving behind a ground strewn with the lifeless and a scene of devastation. Within the office of Admiral Marineford, Sengoku observed Magellan and the guards as they charged towards Jiang Zhe, remaining silent for an extended period. He had witnessed the entire live broadcast from the moment Jiang Zhe emerged, sensing something was amiss. Was he not a prisoner? How could he roam freely? Accompanied by Minotaurus, no less? After some contemplation, Sengoku surmised that this was a new method of execution devised by Magellan to please the celestial dragons. For the punishments in Impel Down were indeed a bizarre assortment, each more creatively heinous than the last. Jiang Zhe's transformation, however, stirred further reflection within him. If memory served him right, when Jiang Zhe was brought before him, he had been pleading for mercy, hoping the Marines would spare him. Though there was hatred in his eyes, he was timid, afraid to reveal his true feelings. Sengoku could see that Jiang Zhe was merely a minor character, akin to many ordinary civilians who had suffered at the hands of the celestial dragons, burying their resentment deep within due to their helplessness. His momentary compassion had led him to request Jiang Zhe's confinement in Impel Down rather than sending him to myriad, where he would have perished within 2 days. Thus, he could extend Jiang Zhe's life for a few more days. It was one of his rare acts of mercy. However, the Jiang Zhe he had just witnessed was entirely different. His face devoid of expression, his eyes calm as still water, yet exuding an unsettling aura. Sengoku could distinctly sense the hatred and unrest lurking beneath the surface, and if unleashed, it would bring about catastrophic consequences. The transformation in such a short span of days was astonishing. Sengoku speculated that Jiang Zhe was likely feigning weakness, orchestrating a scheme against the celestial dragons. His moment of leniency had inadvertently disrupted Jiang Zhe's plans, compelling him to bide his time until today when he could no longer conceal his true self. Jiang Zhe's entrance had struck fear into the hearts of all the guards, further affirming Sengoku's suspicions. He reached for his den mushi, intending to call Magellan and urge him to expedite Jiang Zhe's execution. Yet, before he could dial, Magellan had already summoned the poison dragon. Sengoku thought it prudent. After all, Magellan's poison-based abilities were formidable, especially within the confined spaces of Impel Down, rendering him nearly invincible. Even Sengoku himself would find it difficult to contend with Magellan in that environment, given the sheer ferocity of his poison. This was why they could entrust Impel Down to Magellan. With him in charge, the prison was a fortress, unassailable. Sengoku felt reassured as he set down the den mushi, until Minotaurus absorbed Magellan's poison, awakening a sense of urgency within him. Jiang Zhe appeared to be a devil fruit user, hiding his powers well. Moreover, his abilities seemed peculiar, allowing him to control others and even absorb Magellan's venomous attacks, posing a significant threat to Magellan himself. Once Magellan is defeated, Jiang Zhe will be able to escape from Impel Down. It is not that he underestimates the strength of others within the prison. Rather, after Shiryu was imprisoned, the only formidable presence left in Impel Down is Magellan along with a few guards. Now that Minotauros can be controlled by Jiang Zhe, what are the other guards? He immediately ordered Akainu to lead troops to Impel Down, as he could not afford to let a cunning and resilient enemy survive. The obstacles this could pose to their navy in executing justice and the turmoil it could unleash upon the world are incalculable. Ultimately, Minotauros managed to overthrow Magellan, and Sengoku felt no surprise at this outcome. He now merely hopes that Akainu can reach Impel Down in time to intercept Jiang Zhe. May you meet a fitting demise within the depths of Impel Down, Jiang Zhe. Chapter 10. The Escape from Impel Down and Ivankov's Plan in the 5 level of Impel Down. Ivankov observed as Jiang Zhe topple Magellan and all the guards to the ground, and only then did he come to a realization. Lightning, go assist him and provide directions. We are preparing for a jailbreak. Upon receiving Ivankov's command, Lightning promptly sprang to his feet, elated, and departed from the 5 level, leaving Ivankov alone before the screen, lost in contemplation. When Jiang Zhe was initially captured, the Revolutionary Army had conducted an investigation into him. They had even covertly hacked into the surveillance system of his cell to witness the gruesome execution scene. According to the intelligence gathered by the Revolutionary Army, Jiang Zhe was merely an ordinary individual, lacking any background or remarkable abilities. This was precisely why he resonated with their cause, as they sought to use Jiang Zhe's experiences to expose the darkness of the world government, the hypocrisy of the Navy, and the repulsiveness of the Celestial Dragons. However, the demeanor Jiang Zhe exhibited was starkly different from what they had anticipated. Intelligence suggested he was timid and cowardly, yet upon his entrance, he displayed none of those traits. Instead, he appeared to be a man of unwavering confidence and poise. To claim he was merely an ordinary person was absurd. He could command the Minotaur, rendering it immensely powerful, and withstand Magellan's poison, even absorbing it. It is worth noting that even Ivankov himself would hesitate to confront the poisonous abilities of Magellan directly. All of this had remained concealed until now. Had it not been for the Revolutionary Army's faith in their intelligence, Ivankov might have believed the information was fabricated. The only plausible explanation for this discrepancy was that Jiang Zhe had been meticulously disguising his true self, harboring grand ambitions, and had only been forced to reveal himself due to circumstances orchestrated by the Celestial Dragons. It was now evident that Jiang Zhe possessed formidable strength, enigmatic abilities, and harbored a profound vendetta against the world government. Was he not an ideal candidate for the Revolutionary Army? Ivankov mused that they should make an effort to recruit Jiang Zhe into their ranks. However, sending them to extend the invitation might convey a lack of seriousness. It would be best for Dragon to extend the invitation personally. Earlier, he had dispatched Lightning to guide Jiang Zhe in order to foster a positive relationship, ensuring that Jiang Zhe would harbor a favorable impression of the Revolutionary Army, thus facilitating Dragon's subsequent invitation. As for their plans to retreat from Impel Down, Jiang Zhe's tumultuous actions would undoubtedly incite a thorough investigation by the Navy and the world government, placing the Revolutionary Army at risk of exposure. As the highest-ranking officer of the Revolutionary Army within Impel Down, it was Ivankov's duty to safeguard the lives of his comrades. Meanwhile, in myriad, within the palace, all the guards and slaves knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Charlemagne Saint stared at the screen with wide eyes, his face contorted with rage, his right hand gripping his golden pistol. Several bloodied corpses lay scattered on the ground. From the moment Jiang Zhe emerged from the passage, Charlemagne sensed something was amiss. This Jiang Zhe was entirely different from what he had expected. Previously, when he watched the live broadcast of the torment inflicted upon Jiang Zhe in Advanced City, Jiang Zhe was far from the figure he is now. At that time, he resembled other wretched commoners, timid and fearful, continually wailing and begging for mercy under the whip of the jailers, providing ample emotional value. Ultimately, his patience waned, and he simply wished to dispose of Jiang Zhe. Coincidentally, the five elders had instructed him to promote the sanctity of the celestial dragons, leading him to adopt a method reminiscent of public executions, akin to how he dealt with the Pirate King in the past. Now, Jiang Zhe wore a serene expression, his eyes profound and inscrutable, evoking a sense of dread akin to that of the five elders. This newfound demeanor piqued his interest, leaving him momentarily regretful about having dealt with Jiang Zhe. He mused that if Jiang Zhe were to plead for mercy now, it would be a delightful spectacle. He could even envision the five elders begging before him. The live broadcast had commenced, and halting it was no longer an option, as the five elders were likely monitoring the proceedings. Cursed Jiang Zhe, if only you had exhibited such an aura from the very beginning, I would not have lost a fascinating plaything, truly akin to your father's wretchedness. Infuriated, he shot dead a slave on the spot. As he witnessed Jiang Zhe intimidate the jailers with his presence, Charles Mark Saint became even more intrigued by him. By the time Jiang Zhe had defeated Magellan, he was left in utter astonishment. Magellan was woefully inadequate, unable to handle a mere commoner. At that moment, his interest in Jiang Zhe intensified, and he contemplated dispatching CP0 to retrieve Jiang Zhe from Advanced City and make him his slave. However, the five elders called directly, demanding he maintain a lower profile, prompting him to kill several more slaves in frustration. Cursed Jiang Zhe, cursed Magellan, cursed five elders. In the 6th level of Advanced City, as Jiang Zhe beheld the person before him, he scoured his memory for information about pirates from his past life. Eventually, he discerned the identity of the individual standing before him. Lightning, what brings you, Revolutionary Army, to seek me? Upon hearing Jiang Zhe unveil his identity, Lightning was taken aback. Their prior intelligence had portrayed Jiang Zhe as an ordinary man, yet how could an ordinary person possess such knowledge of their identities? Coupled with Jiang Zhe's earlier triumph over Magellan, Lightning concluded that Jiang Zhe was certainly no ordinary individual. Now that Jiang Zhe had declared his identity, Lightning felt even more compelled to recognize his significance. He was aware of Ivankov's intention in sending him to guide Jiang Zhe. After all, a person of strength harboring a profound grudge against the world government held immense implications for their revolution, something both Ivankov and he understood. Gazing at Lightning, Jiang Zhe surmised the purpose of his visit, aligning with his own desire to collaborate with the Revolutionary Army. If he wished to inflict pain upon the Navy, the upcoming Marineford War would present the most opportune moment. At that time, with the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates assembled, they would draw the Navy's attention. Allowing him the space to act, he descended to the 6th level, intending to check whether Ace was present to ascertain the timeline, and to explore the possibility of acquiring contact information for the Whitebeard pirates from Ace. If his memory served him correctly, Ace had been captured by Blackbeard after Luffy had defeated Crocodile. Mr. Jiang Zhe, if you wish to exit Impel Down, you have taken a wrong turn. This is the 6th level, the very bottom of Impel Down, for which escape is impossible. Upon noticing Jiang Zhe lost in thought, Lightning offered a gentlemanly bow. I am aware. I have a matter to attend to here. Jiang Zhe's words were delivered with a calm precision, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Hearing Jiang Zhe's declaration, Lightning was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression transformed into one of exhilaration, as if he had stumbled upon a momentous secret. Indeed, Jiang Zhe's capture was not without purpose. This singular thought resonated within Lightning's mind. Chapter 11. Communication with Ace, the thoughts of the five elders, Advancing City, 6th level. Jiang Zhe, accompanied by Minotaurs and Lightning, meandered through the 6th level. As he surveyed the rows of cells, he finally discovered Ace in one of them. There stood a young man with his head bowed, hair disheveled, adorned with a necklace of red beads, bare-chested, his hands shackled to the wall behind him, wearing only a pair of shorts, visibly dejected. Poor Gasti Ace, Jiang Zhe murmured. Upon hearing the voice, Ace, who had been forlorn, immediately lifted his head. His expression turned to one of inquiry upon seeing Jiang Zhe and his companions. "Who are you?" Jiang Zhe did not respond to Ace's question, but rather glanced around. Minotaurs. With a prompt motion, Minotaurs sprang into action, swiftly neutralizing all the surveillance devices, which fell to the ground as empty shells. Once assured that the area was secure, Jiang Zhe turned back to Ace. "You may address me as Jiang Zhe, or you may call me Pain. Either is merely a code name." Jiang Zhe's words momentarily stunned Ace. Though spoken in a calm tone, there was an undeniable weight behind them that suggested resistance was futile. Yet, Ace quickly masked his expression with confusion as he gazed at Jiang Zhe. "I have come to rescue you and Whitebeard." Jiang Zhe's declaration ignited a spark of agitation in Ace. Yes, he had been captured and indeed needed saving. But why would Whitebeard require rescue? "What are you talking about? How could Dad need your help?" Ace leaned desperately toward Jiang Zhe, the chains binding his wrists rattling in protest. "Because of you," Jiang Zhe continued, undeterred by Ace's fervor. "It is for you that the entire Whitebeard pirates would come to your aid. However, Whitebeard is aging. Not only will you perish, but he too will meet his end at Marine Ford, along with countless members of the Whitebeard pirates." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ace's agitation intensified, and he strained even harder toward Jiang Zhe. Yet, Jiang Zhe remained composed, his gaze steady upon Ace. For reasons unknown, Ace felt a chill of fear wash over him as he met Jiang Zhe's eyes. "Is it truly because of me? I am indeed an unfilial son. Had I heeded Dad's counsel and refrained from pursuing Teach, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Now that I am captured, Whitebeard will surely devise a means to rescue me. If what this person before me asserts is true, not only will he perish, but Whitebeard will also fall, along with many of my brothers and sisters in the crew." With that thought, Ace sank to his knees, tears streaming down his face. After a long while, as his emotions settled, he looked up at Jiang Zhe. "You must have a way, right? I did not need to survive, but Whitebeard and the brothers and sisters of the Whitebeard pirates must live on." Upon witnessing Ace's demeanor, Jiang Zhe realized that his objective had been achieved. He needed Ace to lose control of his emotions for the subsequent events to unfold favorably. "Indeed, I possess a solution." "What solution?" "I cannot disclose it at present, but I require a means to contact Whitebeard." Hearing Jiang Zhe mention a solution, Ace clung to it as if it were a lifeline. Standing beside Jiang Zhe, Lightning felt a surge of excitement within. Just as he had surmised, Jiang Zhe must be orchestrating something significant. He must ensure that Jiang Zhe collaborates with the Revolutionary Army. In myriad, within Pangda City, in the Hall of Power, a crystal round table occupied the center of the room, surrounded by 3 sofas, with elongated Western-style windows behind them. 5 elderly gentlemen, each displaying different expressions, were seated on the sofas. Before them knelt a figure clad in CP0 attire. "Pray, elaborate on the situation," commanded the elder. Adorned with a noble flat cap, a mane of fluffy white hair, a matching beard, dressed in a white shirt and black suit trousers, and leaning on a brown cane. "Yes, Your Excellency Satan." The CP0 agent commenced recounting the day's occurrences in Impel Down. As a scientific defense deity, Satan was also a scientist. He possessed knowledge of Minotaurus, aware that it was one of the failures in their research on the awakening of zoan-type devil fruits, having lost most of its consciousness, retaining only a fragment of its combat will and biological instincts, making it still quite useful as a weapon. However, its abilities were rather mediocre, which was why it had been relegated to assist in guarding Impel Down. As for the notion that Minotaurus could absorb Magellan's venom or withstand his formidable attacks, he found it utterly implausible. He feared that Minotaurus would succumb to death upon mere contact with Magellan's poison. The current state of Minotaurus could only suggest one possibility. Jiang Zhe possessed a peculiar devil fruit. Yet, this was not what concerned him most. What truly captivated his attention was Jiang Zhe's gaze. He had initially watched the live broadcast, but due to certain events, he had only seen Jiang Zhe emerging with Minotaurus. Subsequently, he was called away to attend to other matters. Before departing, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Zhe's eyes, which momentarily stunned him. However, dismissing it, he thought that they were all doomed anyway and did not dwell on it further. Now, upon hearing that Jiang Zhe had defeated Magellan and others, He recalled Jiang Zhe's gaze from that moment. This gaze he had only encountered before in rocks. With Jiang Zhe now wielding the powers of a devil fruit and possessing such a gaze, it seemed he might be another rocks. "Allow me to speak first," Satan interjected. "I am quite familiar with Minotaurus' abilities. It is evident that Jiang Zhe's powers should enhance Minotaurus, perhaps even transferring his abilities onto it. Are you suggesting that this Jiang Zhe is a devil fruit user?" Beside him stood a bald man with slender eyebrows, adorned with round spectacles, a hawk-like nose. Clad in a white robe, wielding a knife, and wearing beige wooden sandals. He inquired. Indeed, it was Saint Nasashir. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. The primary issue lay within his gaze. Gaze? The words of Saint Satan prompted deep contemplation in Saint Nasashir. For 8 centuries, they had amassed the majority of the abilities derived from the devil fruits, completing a significant portion of the devil fruit compendium. However, this world is replete with an abundance of devil fruits, to the extent that they still occasionally encounter an unknown devil fruit ability. Those possessing abilities shrouded in mystery are the most formidable adversaries. Yet, given their strength, it seemed there was little cause for trepidation regarding this matter. Initially, he was curious as to why Saint Satan was so concerned. It turned out that he was fixated on his gaze. But what was there to fear in a mere gaze? Saint Nasashir turned his attention to Saint Satan. That gaze, I have only witnessed it in rocks. As Saint Satan's words resonated, the other 4 members of the Gorosei were left in stunned silence. Rocks? Chapter 12. Ivankov's Thoughts. The missed strike of Akainu as they advanced to the 5 level of Impel Down, a pair of scissors suddenly protruded from the ceiling, severing it with a precision akin to cutting paper, creating a gaping hole. A figure descended through the opening. What has become of Lightning? Ivankov inquired eagerly upon witnessing his appearance. I have successfully sent Mr. Jiang Zhe out of Impel Down and provided him with a means of contact. He mentioned he would reach out to us shortly. Lightning responded while reattaching the severed ceiling. Upon hearing Lightning's words, Ivankov exhaled in relief. It appeared that Lightning had grasped his intentions by providing Jiang Zhe with the contact information. As long as they could ascertain Jiang Zhe's identity and have Dolag communicate with him, Ivankov was confident that Dolag would find a way to enlist Jiang Zhe's assistance. Once the ceiling was restored, Lightning turned to Ivankov, his brow furrowing. By the way, Ivankov, I have discovered that Jiang Zhe is rather extraordinary. Lightning's statement prompted Ivankov, who had been pondering Jiang Zhe's significance, to lift his gaze. He too recognized Jiang Zhe's exceptional nature, as evidenced by his performance during the recent broadcast. However, Lightning would not make frivolous remarks without cause. Something must have transpired during his encounter with Jiang Zhe. It seems that Jiang Zhe possesses considerable knowledge about our situation. The moment I appear before him, he immediately discerned my identity. Ivankov stood frozen. The fact that he and Lightning had been covertly operating within Impel Down was a closely guarded secret, one that an ordinary person would not be privy to. Moreover, given their prolonged absence from the outside world, it was inconceivable that a young man could recognize them. This implied that Jiang Zhe had likely been aware of their existence all along. Thus, it became clear that Jiang Zhe was indeed remarkable. Ivankov had underestimated him. Furthermore, it appeared he harbored ulterior motives, as he had ventured to the 6th level specifically to seek out the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, Port Gastiace. Lightning continued. The Whitebeard Pirates? The news of the capture of the 2nd Division captain had indeed reached the Revolutionary Army. Ivankov was well aware that Whitebeard held great reverence for his crew, even referring to them as his sons and daughters. According to Dolag's analysis, Whitebeard would never allow his captain to be imprisoned or killed by the Navy. A fierce battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy was inevitable, and the Revolutionary Army was prepared to seize the opportunity to conquer several nations while the Navy was embroiled with Whitebeard. To Ivankov's astonishment, Jiang Zhe had connections to the Whitebeard pirates. This raised further suspicions about his identity. Could he be an insider within the crew? After much contemplation, Ivankov found himself at a loss, scratching his head in resignation. Such matters were better left for Dolag and Sabo to ponder. Ivankov, were you serious about the retreat you mentioned earlier? No, Lightning, I have changed my mind. Since Jiang Zhe and Whitebeard have devised a scheme, it is evident that the Navy is currently lacking the capacity to manage Impel Down. Consequently, the threat they pose has significantly diminished. Now, lurking in the shadows of the Navy, the Revolutionary Army may seize the opportunity to strike when the Navy engages in battle with the Whitebeard pirates. The potential reward justifies the risk they are willing to take. The ocean is eerily tranquil, and there is ample room for maneuvering in this matter. Ivankov produced his transponder snail. Moses, is this Morgan? In the fourth level of Impel Down, within the cell that once held Jiang Zhe, stood a formidable figure. Clad in a dark red suit, draped in a white naval justice cloak, a man with a fierce countenance, a navy cap, a cigar firmly clenched between his teeth, and black leather gloves commanded the scene. Behind him stood hundreds of trembling guards. Is this where Jiang Zhe is imprisoned? Yes, Admiral Akainu. Hannibal approached Akainu cautiously. He had heard tales of this admiral's resolute character and ruthless methods, known for showing no mercy and valuing the Navy's dignity above all, having executed numerous deserters. With such a significant incident unfolding in Impel Down, he wondered how Akainu would perceive them. What if he deemed them incompetent and decided to eliminate them? Previously, Hannibal had hoped for a misstep from Magellan, yet unexpectedly, Magellan had faltered, incapacitated, and unable to function for an indefinite period. While Hannibal's path to ascendancy seemed clear without Magellan, he found himself without an intermediary to shield him from Akainu. Thus, he was left to face the admiral alone, which terrified him. Observing Hannibal's trepidation, Akainu let out a dissatisfied grunt before entering the cell. As Akainu stepped inside, Hannibal exhaled in relief. Within the cell, the corpses of guards lay piled together, creating a veritable mountain of bodies. Akainu approached to investigate the cause of death. Life force drained, leading to death? After examining several corpses, he reached a conclusion. Originally, Sengoku had sent him to intercept Jiang Zhe. However, upon his arrival at Impel Down, he discovered that Jiang Zhe had already escaped. With Magellan incapacitated, he was left to manage the affairs of Impel Down temporarily. He knew he must investigate Jiang Zhe. To his surprise, upon entering the cell, he encountered such a multitude of corpses, indicating that Jiang Zhe had been plotting his escape for quite some time. Suddenly, one particular corpse caught Akainu's attention. Unlike the others, this body was plump and robust, clearly altered by some means, setting it apart from the other lifeless forms. Akainu recalled the Minotaur who had stood beside Jiang Zhe during the previous live stream, distinctly different from the Minotaur he had encountered before. Could it be that Jiang Zhe's prowess lay in the absorption of vitality and the control of corpses, necessitating the refinement of the cadaver before he could exert influence over it, and that he was limited to commanding only one? Hannibal, whose body is this? Akainu inquired, gesturing towards the corpse against the wall. Little Sadie? Hannibal exclaimed upon sighting the body. The strength of little Sadie surpassed his own. It appeared he had not perished indeed. That individual had shown a mercy. Hannibal's thoughts drifted back to Jiang Zhe's imposing figure, recalling the aura of disdain he emanated. A notion flickered in his mind. Perhaps it was not mercy that Jiang Zhe had bestowed, but rather a reflection of his own inadequacy, leading Jiang Zhe to forego any intent to strike. In that moment, Hannibal found himself at an impasse, uncertain whether to feel elation or sorrow. Akainu, this is our chief jailer, and also the commander of the Minotaur. Upon hearing Hannibal's words, Akainu felt a glimmer of insight regarding Jiang Zhe's abilities beginning to take shape in his mind. Chapter 13. The Contemplation of Dorag, the Tremor of the World Baldigo. Headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. A man with disheveled hair cascading behind him, devoid of eyebrows, and marked by conspicuous square tattoos on his face, was solemnly attending to documents on his desk. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The office door swung open, revealing a young man adorned with a cowboy hat, equipped with goggles. His wavy golden hair framing a face marred by a prominent scar over his left eye. A confident smile graced his lips as he entered the office. The man, initially engrossed in his paperwork, lifted his gaze to acknowledge the newcomer. Sabo, what brings you here? Lord Dorag, you must take a look at this intelligence relayed by Ivankov. Dorag accepted a paper filled with information from Sabo, perusing its contents. After a considerable time, he began to rhythmically tap his fingers on the desk, raising his eyes to meet Sabo's. What are your thoughts? Sabo recalled the earlier intelligence regarding Jiang Zhe. This information about Jiang Zhe was previously transmitted by Ivankov, inquiring about the possibility of rescuing him. The details from before are utterly disparate from the current ones. Previously, he was merely an oppressed commoner, devoid of any distinctive traits or value for rescue. Yet, within a mere few days, he has undergone a complete transformation. Hence, I regard him as an exceedingly perilous individual. Upon hearing this, Dorag's expression shifted. He comprehended Sabo's implication. Jiang Zhe's drastic change could indicate either a fortuitous encounter or a long-standing pretense. However, during the days of his capture, he had no opportunity for serendipity. Thus, the notion of his disguise remained. If he is indeed masquerading, then he must possess a purpose. He has the ability to manipulate others for his own ends and significantly enhance the capabilities of those he controls. Furthermore, he can rapidly augment his physical prowess, even withstanding Magellan's venom. Additionally, he has established some connection with the Whitebeard pirates and possesses insights into the affairs of the Revolutionary Army. Each of these attributes alone signifies a formidable character. The fact that Jiang Zhe embodies all of them necessitates cautious consideration. By the way, what do you think of Ivankov's suggestion to incorporate him into our Revolutionary Army? Incorporating Jiang Zhe into the Revolutionary Army? His capacity to defeat Magellan undoubtedly marks him as a formidable force, and coupled with his enigmatic abilities, his addition would unequivocally bolster our strength. Sabo had always sensed that Jiang Zhe was scheming something, which is why he chose to masquerade as an inconsequential commoner, even to the extent of being captured by the Navy, reminiscent of Ivankov's deliberate entrapment to cultivate influence within Impel Down. But what is Jiang Zhe's true intent? The Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly, Sabo recalled Ivankov's intelligence concerning Jiang Zhe's interactions with Ace. He had heard of the captain of the Whitebeard pirates' 2nd Division, and when he learned of his capture, a sense of turmoil briefly stirred within him for reasons unknown, leaving a lasting impression. Given Whitebeard's character, he would undoubtedly not abandon Ace. He would make every effort to rescue him. In such a scenario, a clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy was inevitable. He had long prepared his strategies to seize as many nations as possible during that conflict. Thus, if Jiang Zhe were indeed associated with the Whitebeard pirates, everything would align perfectly. The true Jiang Zhe might already be deceased. This Jiang Zhe could very well be someone from the Whitebeard crew. As this realization struck him, cold sweat trickled down Sabo's back. I believe we must deliberate cautiously, as this Jiang Zhe might indeed be linked to the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing Sabo's impassioned words, Dragon was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by how Jiang Zhe had suddenly transformed into a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Observing Dragon's bewildered expression, Sabo began to elucidate the matter. In the palace of Dressrosa, a man with golden hair, adorned in burgundy sunglasses, draped in a pink down coat, clad in red and white pattern-cropped pants, and donning pointed leather shoes, sat grandly upon the throne. Doflamingo, come and see today's newspaper, exclaimed a disheveled uncle, wearing small sunglasses, a runny nose, a blanket cloak, and shackled feet as he burst into the palace. Toripole, is there something significant that warrants such excitement? Doflamingo inquired as he took the newspaper from Torpol's hands. After a moment, Doflamingo erupted into laughter. Having read the headline announcing the fall of Impel Down after many years and the downfall of Magellan, eventually, Doflamingo quieted, a smile gracing his lips, filled with exhilaration. As a former celestial dragon, he harbored boundless resentment towards the world government. They had refused to allow him to return to myriad and reclaim his status as a celestial dragon. Now that the world government faced turmoil, he took great pleasure in their misfortune. However, he also found himself intrigued by this Jiang Zhe, with his immense transformation, peculiar abilities, and that desire to annihilate everything. He felt a reflection of his former self when he had descended the steps of myriad, clutching his father's severed head. With each step, the anger and anguish within him intensified, yet his eyes remained eerily calm despite the fiery rage burning in his heart. What remarkable eyes! Aboard the Moby Dick, a robust man, adorned with a black hat and a crescent-shaped white mustache, with an oxygen tube beneath his nose and 4 drips attached to him, grasped a wine bowl and poured the contents into his mouth. Father has warned you countless times. You must not drink. A man, adorned with a golden punk hairstyle and a face reminiscent of a pineapple, approached a robust individual, his eyes slightly drooping. He bore a tattoo of the Whitebeard pirates on his chest and a dagger at his waist, dressed in a purple garment and black capri pants, while clutching a newspaper. "Marco," he exclaimed, "it's a rare occasion that I feel merry today, so I shall indulge a little." Gwaha! Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco could only shake his head in resignation, gesturing for the nurses nearby to withdraw. "Father, take a look at this newspaper." Whitebeard accepted the newspaper from Marco's hands and scrutinized it for a considerable time, eventually revealing an expression of astonishment. "Gwaha! How remarkable! I never anticipated that Magellan would fall to the hands of a youth." Whitebeard was somewhat familiar with Magellan, knowing that it was his presence that rendered Impel Down nearly impregnable. To think he had now been vanquished by an obscure young man. Moreover, Whitebeard was intrigued by this young man's abilities, capable of absorbing Magellan's venom. He wondered if he could absorb the powers of his own tremor fruit. If given the chance, he would indeed like to meet this young man, to see if he could claim him as a son. Chapter 14: Reactions from all sides aboard the Red Force. A middle-aged man with fiery red hair, 3 scars adorning his left eye, and a light stubble on his chin, stood gazing into the distance. Clad in a white shirt and a black cloak, he bore the absence of his left arm, while his right hand clutched a poster. His brown 3/4 pants and flip-flops completed his unconventional appearance. It seemed that the sea was about to stir once more. "Shanks, what occupies your thoughts?" Approaching him was a man with gray, slicked-back hair, a cross-shaped scar marking his left temple, and a cigarette dangling from his lips. Draped in a deep blue cloak adorned with spiral patterns, he stood beside Shanks, observing him with a puzzled expression, and gently patted his shoulder. Shanks remained silent, merely handing the poster to Beckman. It appears that yet another figure has emerged upon the vast ocean. Beckman pondered for a long moment before turning to Shanks, eager to understand why this seemingly unrelated young man troubled him so. In Beckman's recollection, he had not previously heard of Jiang Zhe, nor had he witnessed any interaction between Shanks and him. "I am merely concerned that the sea may soon become turbulent." Turbulent? Beckman scrutinized the newspaper in his hands. The Jiang Zhe depicted within was noteworthy primarily for his peculiar abilities. He had never heard of any power capable of controlling others. There was Moonlight Moria, but his control was limited to corpses, even weakening them. Jiang Zhe's abilities appeared to involve direct control, even enhancing the strength of those under his influence, potentially bestowing upon them powers they did not originally possess. This enigmatic devil fruit could hardly fail to incite unrest upon the seas. "Shanks, matters like these should not trouble us. It is the Navy and the world government that ought to be concerned. Yet the world is poised for upheaval." Shanks recalled the earlier contact from the 5 elders, along with their ominous words. "All right, my captain, these are not your concerns." Upon hearing Beckman's words, Shanks broke into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I understand now. Let's hold a banquet." With Shanks's declaration, the entire Red Force erupted in excitement. "Splendid. A banquet is in order once again. At Cake Island." Big Mom, adorned with a pink pirate hat and a cascade of pink hair, her rotund face and figure clad in a pink dress speckled with red, reclined upon a pink throne, listening to her soldiers report the situation below. Once the soldier concluded his briefing, she burst into hearty laughter. Mama, a power to control others. And yet he managed to escape from Impel Down? Big Mom's mind wandered to the Golden Lion. Though once her comrade, their relationship had been far from amicable. Yet his strength was undeniable. She was astonished that an obscure young man could achieve what the Golden Lion had. Having escaped from Impel Down, he seemed to be a young man of considerable potential. "Which of my daughters remains unmarried? Go and summon Bryn." Upon hearing the elder's words, the soldiers swiftly departed from the palace. In the land of Wano, on Onigashima, a towering and robust man, adorned with a pair of long horns atop his head, long black hair cascading over his shoulders, and a lengthy beard framing his face, stood with his upper body bare. A prominent X-shaped scar marred his right abdomen, while a purple garment hung from his waist, and he donned voluminous, dark green trousers, complemented by a purple fur cloak. He was pouring liquor from a gourd into his mouth with such fervor that some spilled down his chin, drenching his torso. Ha ha ha, what a delightful surprise. The man chuckled heartily after quenching his thirst, only to cover his eyes as tears streamed down his cheeks. To think that Magellan's poison could be rendered ineffective. Kaido recalled his tumultuous history with Magellan. He had long sought death, enduring countless captures, while the Navy devised myriad methods to execute him, all in vain. Ultimately, they resorted to employing Magellan to poison him, a perilous encounter indeed. Fortunately, his constitution proved resilient, allowing him to survive. Now, he was astonished to learn that someone could not only disregard Magellan's venom, but could even absorb it. He felt an overwhelming desire to meet this young individual, hoping for an opportunity to spar with him. With that thought, Kaido transformed into a dragon and ascended into the sky, soaring beyond the clouds. A newspaper fell from his form. A man, clad in black attire with a mask and goggles, donned black gloves, and sported a pair of dark wings, bent down to retrieve the newspaper that had dropped from Kaido. Jiang Zhe? This was a name he had never encountered before. To escape from Impel Down was indeed intriguing. At Marineford, within the marshal's office, Sengoku slammed the newspaper onto the table in anger. How did Morgans acquire such information so swiftly? Understanding the details of Jiang Zhe's escape from Impel Down as if he had witnessed it firsthand, they could not suppress this matter, shattering the legend of Impel Down's invulnerability. The Navy had never been this flustered, even during the escape of Captain John. To think that a mere nameless individual could cause such upheaval for the Navy was infuriating. However, the situation had already transpired. There was no point in dwelling on anger. The paramount concern now was how to address this issue. A woman with graying hair tied in a ponytail, adorned with green earrings and a face lined with wrinkles, dressed in a light blue shirt and draped in a Navy justice coat, patted Sengoku's shoulder. He immediately calmed down. Thank you, Tsuru, but this situation is rather challenging to navigate. With Magellan incapacitated, it would take at least a year for him to recover. Impel Down is left without leadership, and Akainu can only temporarily oversee the prison. As one of the three admirals, Akainu could not remain stationed at Impel Down for an extended period. It was imperative to swiftly find a suitable replacement to guard the prison. However, identifying a person with sufficient strength within a short time frame proved to be quite a formidable challenge. Impel Down still held the notorious second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, Port Gasti, Ace. They had to remain vigilant against any attempts by the Whitebeard pirates to rescue Ace, for he was pivotal to the success of their forthcoming plan. The thought of Ace's other identity caused Sengoku considerable distress. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until the unexpected emergence of Jiang Zhe shattered all his meticulously laid plans. Could he not simply be executed without further ado? For the sake of global stability, what harm was there in making a sacrifice? Sengoku rubbed his forehead in exasperation, while Tsuru could only offer a comforting pat on his shoulder. Chapter 15. The Gains of Jiang Zhe on an Unnamed Isle. Jiang Zhe opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The environment remained unchanged since he had fallen asleep, and Minotaurus stood faithfully by his side, his eyes devoid of luster. It appeared that he had indeed evaded the Navy's surveillance, and they had not tracked his movements. The survival of the Revolutionary Army amidst the pursuit of the Navy and the world government was thus understandable. His whereabouts and any potential traces he might have left were expertly concealed and eradicated by the Lightning Gang. It seemed prudent to reach out to the Revolutionary Army, as his current objectives to overthrow the world government and eradicate the Celestial Dragons, temporarily aligned with theirs, providing an opportunity for mutual assistance. Jiang Zhe recalled the guidance given to him by Lightning before his departure, along with their parting words. System, he called inwardly, and a panel materialized before him. 6 paths Pain Fusion System Host. Jiang Zhe fusion degree. 12. The higher the host's role-playing, the greater the fusion degree. Abilities: Hungry Ghost Path, able to absorb all forms of energy. Hell Path, capable of repairing all injuries. Currently able to exert half of its power, requiring a puppet to unleash its full potential. Shock value: 600, 1,000 shock value grants 1 lottery opportunity. Lottery chances: 10. Shock value converts automatically. During his time in Impel Down, the system had prompted him multiple times, but he had lacked the opportunity to review it. Now, with time to spare, he could investigate. The fusion degree had risen to 12. It seemed that his victory over Magellan in Impel Down had indeed garnered the system's approval, increasing his fusion degree by 5. Furthermore, this increase appeared to have unlocked a new ability. However, he pondered how much fusion degree was necessary to unlock an ability. System: what is the relationship between fusion degree and ability unlocking? Ding. 5 unlocks the first ability, 10 unlocks the second ability, 30 unlocks the third ability, 50 unlocks the fourth ability, 70 unlocks the fifth ability, 100 unlocks the sixth ability. Now at a fusion degree of 12, he had unlocked the second ability, the Hell Path. If memory served him correctly, in the Naruto series, the Hell Path could summon the King of Hell. This king had 3 primary functions: to use the Renegade's shared ability for reconnaissance, to pass judgment on captured individuals to ascertain their honesty, and to resurrect fallen pain bodies. Now, in this altered world, would he still be able to summon the King of Hell? With a thought, Jiang Zhe activated the ability of the Hell Path. However, the anticipated King of Hell did not materialize. Instead, he felt his muscles convulsing violently, a wave of excruciating pain surging from every part of his body. The torment was especially intense in the areas where he had forcibly repaired his injuries by absorbing the life energy of others. Jiang Zhe savored these agonizing sensations, which paled in comparison to the resentment harbored within the original owner's heart. Ding! The system detected the host experiencing pain and granted a fusion degree of 0. 5. Just as Jiang Zhe was drenched in cold sweat, having finally endured the intense suffering, the system emitted a notification. Upon overcoming the pain, Jiang Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of relief, not the kind that follows the cessation of unbearable torment, but rather a profound ease that enveloped him from within. It was as if he had been restored to factory settings. Even the scars left by previous injuries had vanished, and his skin appeared fair and supple. Was this the restorative ability of the hungry ghost realm after adapting to this world-S system? He felt as if he had been reborn. Yet, what was this mention of half a capability? Was the complete ability even more formidable? What was going on with the system? Ding! The puppet master wields a painless version, whereas the host possesses the painful variant. Should an individual be unable to endure this suffering, they would be consumed by hell, sinking into despair. With this revelation, Jiang Zhe understood that utilizing the words of the Hell Realm came with certain side effects and limitations. Nonetheless, this partial ability was more than sufficient. And what did the additional 0. 5 infusion degree signify? Did his suffering truly contribute to this fusion? Surely, ordinary pain would not suffice. Jiang Zhe recalled the intense agony he had just endured. In this incident, he gained not only fusion, but also shock value. He glanced at the system panel once more. This shock value automatically converted into lottery chances, suggesting that it could only be used for drawing prizes. However, he remained uncertain about the nature of these prizes. The system initiated a 10-fold lottery draw. With a mere thought, a spinning wheel of fortune materialized before him, rapidly rotating. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 1 explosive talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained 1 chakra cultivation technique, automatically corrected to armament hockey cultivation technique. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired 1 transformation technique, automatically corrected. Thank you for your patronage. 7. Jiang Zhe felt quite satisfied with the rewards from the consecutive 10 draws, boasting a 30 chance of winning. Moreover, based on the items obtained, it seemed that the lottery prizes originated from the Naruto world and would self-correct to fit within the pirate realm. System: activate the armament hockey cultivation technique and transformation technique. With a mere thought, a torrent of knowledge surged into Jiang Zhe's mind, causing a slight throbbing pain in his head. However, compared to the previous agony, it was a mere trifle. So this is what armament hockey feels like. Jiang Zhe gazed at his now darkened hands. The armament hockey cultivation technique indicated that achieving a certain level of physical strength was essential for its practice. Jiang Zhe had previously harbored concerns about his physical prowess, especially when compared to Magellan, where he felt somewhat lacking. As the warden of Impel Down, Magellan undoubtedly possesses a method for cultivating the hockey of armament. Yet he lacks this formidable ability. Is it due to a disinterest on his part? It is more likely that his physique does not meet the prerequisites for mastering such a technique. Surprisingly, Jiang Zhe has managed to attain it. Upon reflection, it seems that Magellan may indeed disdain the practice of physical skills and armament hockey. After all, his poison fruit is exceptionally powerful. Were it not for his own abilities derived from the hungry ghost path, he might have succumbed to his own toxins long ago. Generally, even the most formidable adversaries must bow before Magellan. In the original narrative, the Blackbeard pirates were also laid low by a single venomous strike from him, leaving them in abject agony. Thus, it is understandable that Magellan chose to focus on developing his devil fruit powers rather than honing his physical prowess. Not anticipating the emergence of someone like Jiang Zhe examined his now obsidian-hued hands, realizing that it was not his entire flesh that had darkened, but rather a thin layer of sturdy black shell enveloping them. The hardness was impressive. A mere tap produced a resonant sound akin to steel clashing. He lifted his right hand and struck a nearby stone, shattering it into several fragments without experiencing any pain in his knuckles. He recalled that previously, he could crush such stones, but his hands would emerge bloodied from the effort. Clearly, his hands had grown significantly tougher. Armament hockey serves another purpose. It can resist the abilities of devil fruit users. However, in this instance, devoid of any such users nearby, he found it impractical to test its efficacy. Nevertheless, armed with the powers of the hungry ghost path and the hell path, he pondered whether this hockey could impede the utilization of these abilities. Contemplating this, Jiang Zhe placed his right hand over his left and initiated the ability of the hungry ghost path. To his astonishment, the armament hockey on his left hand dissipated instantly. It appears that hockey cannot withstand his own powers. Upon further consideration, it is understandable, as hockey is, in essence, a form of energy. The original text states that armament hockey requires physical strength for its manifestation, which can be interpreted as a necessity for biological energy to wield it effectively. Chapter 16. Experimenting with transformation techniques and future plans with the armament color trial complete, it is now time to experiment with transformation techniques. Observing his reflection in the sea, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the Minotaurus beside him, Jiang Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Rising to his feet, he sensed the transformation within his body. The alterations in both height and width were palpable, not mere figments of imagination. Touching his hands and face, he felt a tangible reality, far from the ephemeral illusions he had anticipated. Initially, he believed that the transformation technique merely cloaked him in a layer of chakra, akin to a form of illusion. Yet, the system had bestowed upon him a delightful surprise. The transformation technique had genuinely transformed him into the Minotaurus. While his strength remained unchanged, his appearance was strikingly identical, even down to the tactile sensations. However, he noted a subtle disparity in his demeanor, which did not quite align with that of the Minotaurus. Gazing at his reflection in the water and then at the Minotaurus standing still beside him, he recognized that while one's essence may be immutable, the results were already satisfactory. Those with only a casual acquaintance would hardly recognize him. Only those intimately familiar would discern the nuances of his presence. Jiang Zhe was quite pleased with the outcome of this lottery. He had initially thought that the rewards would be trivial, mere embellishments in his quest for strength, which primarily hinged on enhancing Pain's compatibility. However, it seemed that increasing Pain's compatibility would be a formidable challenge in the near term. After all, even after breaching Impel Down, he had only achieved a mere 5 compatibility, and it was likely that future compatibility gains would become increasingly arduous. Now, the shock value lottery had unveiled an alternative avenue for rapidly enhancing his strength. By amassing a significant amount of shock value, he could exchange it for more lottery attempts, thereby acquiring items that would bolster his power. It was imperative for him to meticulously chart his future path. His primary objective remained unchanged: to upend the world, eradicate the celestial dragons, and make the world acutely aware of suffering. The mere thought of employing the Earth explosion star to obliterate myriad stirred an unusual excitement within his typically calm heart. To realize this ambition, he must possess formidable strength. There were two primary methods to attain such power. The first was fundamental, enhancing Pain's compatibility, which was indeed his foundation. To elevate Pain's compatibility, he must inflict suffering upon the world and those around him. The second method involved acquiring shock value, which required him to engage in actions that were as astonishing as possible, attracting the awareness of a greater audience. His previous experiences in Impel Down had already tested this approach. Moreover, the difficulty of obtaining shock value was considerably less than that of achieving compatibility. Nevertheless, he must not forget that compatibility remained his cornerstone. The pressing question now was how to maximize both compatibility and shock value in a short span. Reflecting on the current timeline, it appeared to be the moment just after Luffy's crew had exited the Alabasta Kingdom, coinciding with Ace's capture. Two significant events have transpired that hold the potential to captivate or astonish the world, drawing global attention. The first involves Monkey D. Luffy's confrontation with the Celestial Dragons at Sabeti Archipelago, followed by the arrival of Admiral Kazu, who swiftly intervenes to cleanse the archipelago. One cannot help but ponder the immense shock value and fusion potential that would accompany the demise of a Celestial Dragon at such a pivotal moment. The second momentous occasion is the Marineford War, broadcasted live across the globe, wherein the Navy clashes with the Whitebeard pirates, fundamentally altering the landscape of the One Piece world. Should one contemplate the notion of sinking Marineford to the ocean's depths during the war, it raises the question of how much shock value and fusion potential could be garnered. However, given one's current capabilities, these remain mere musings. At Sabeti Archipelago, the immediate appearance of Kizaru, following the assault on the Celestial Dragons, prompt contemplation about the consequences of such an act. Since the events at God Valley, no other Celestial Dragon has met their demise. Such an act would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Navy, the world government, and the Gorosei, potentially leading to another massacre order. Yet, pondering such actions reveals that they may indeed be feasible. Not only could it inflict suffering upon the world, thereby enhancing one's fusion potential and accumulating shock value, but it would also expose the hypocrisy of the world government and the Navy, shattering the divine facade of the Celestial Dragons. Nonetheless, should one's identity be revealed, the relentless pursuit by the world government and the Navy would ensue. However, this concern pales in comparison to the primary issue at hand, the ability to escape Sabeti Archipelago. It becomes evident that one must seek an ally capable of providing intelligence and, at critical junctures, offer salvation. There are only 5 forces in these waters capable of withstanding the pressure from the Navy and the world government: the 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army. The intentions of Shanks remain ambiguous. Seeking collaboration with him could result in betrayal, leading to his allegiance with the world government. As for Kaido and Big Mom, lacking leverage over them and recognizing their dubious credibility, any partnership would be fraught with risks of treachery. This leaves only Whitebeard and the Revolutionary Army. The whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army remain elusive. However, the information acquired from Enel could facilitate contact with them. Yet, they operate from the shadows, and their limited involvement in the forthcoming Marineford War contradicts the notion of acquiring shock value, relegating them to a backup option. Ultimately, the focus turns to the Whitebeard pirates. Currently, Whitebeard is in the twilight of his years, with the injuries sustained in past battles resurfacing. Naturally, he yearns to recapture the vigor of his youth, and one's Hellpath abilities may serve as a compelling bargaining chip. Moreover, the most pressing factor is Portgas Ace. With Ace now captured, the tacit understanding between the Navy and the 4 emperors that once ensured the protection of their key forces has been shattered. This was due to Blackbeard's treachery in revealing Ace's lineage to the world government, ensuring that Ace would not escape their wrath. Consequently, the inevitable clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy during the Marineford War looms on the horizon. Whitebeard was in urgent need of enhancing his combat prowess, and the significance of the Hell Path as a bargaining chip had further escalated. Moreover, collaborating with Whitebeard aligned with his own interests. He eagerly anticipated the strengthening of the Whitebeard pirates, for the more formidable they became, the lesser his own burdens would be during the forthcoming war at Marineford. As long as Whitebeard could restrain the three admirals, the pressure to sink Marineford would diminish considerably. At that juncture, there would be complications in Carp's position. Sengoku would be occupied with safeguarding the battlefield, and the other vice admirals would hardly pose a challenge, especially with the presence of other members of the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, he believed that Blackbeard, driven by his own ambitions, would certainly stir trouble at this critical moment. Magellan had already rendered him incapacitated, making any potential disturbances considerably easier to orchestrate. After much contemplation, Jiang Zhe resolved to seek out Whitebeard for negotiations. He retrieved the life paper he had previously obtained from Ace. Chapter 17. Whitebeard's Concerns. The brutally beaten oarsman Modibic Marco. Have you managed to contact Ace yet? Whitebeard, his body adorned with intravenous tubes and an oxygen mask resting on his nose, set down his bowl and turned to Marco, who was leisurely sipping his drink. Not at the moment, father. However, you need not worry too much. Regardless of Ace's strength, who in these waters would dare challenge the Whitebeard pirates? Upon hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard's anxious expression slightly eased. As Marco had pointed out, Ace's own prowess was formidable, not to mention the fearsome reputation of their crew. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He sensed that Teach was no ordinary foe. As a father, he had trusted him without hesitation, only to discover that Teach had slain his own kin. With the passage of time, he felt the weight of his age. If only he were younger, he would have taken it upon himself to eliminate this heartless traitor. With a sigh, Whitebeard lifted his drink once more. Meanwhile, in the shadows, three figures stood before a grand ship. Clad in dark robes embroidered with crimson clouds, they were Jiang Zhe and his two puppets, the Minotaur conjured from Impel Down, and a swordsman captured from a slave ship en route to the Whitebeard pirates. Jiang Zhe was in search of a puppet capable of unleashing the full extent of the Hell Path's abilities, and thus he had transformed the swordsman into one. Observing the Whitebeard pirates' flag fluttering atop the vessel, Jiang Zhe murmured, "The affiliated pirate crew of the Whitebeard pirates. It appears I have not gone astray." Originally, Jiang Zhe intended to approach Whitebeard directly. However, he realized that simply boarding the ship and claiming he possessed the ability to heal Whitebeard's ailments would lack credibility. He needed a test subject, preferably someone familiar with the Whitebeard pirates, to prevent any accusations of deception. After a prolonged search, he finally found the vessel adorned with the Whitebeard pirates' insignia. Whoosh! In an instant, the three figures vanished from sight. On the pirate ship, a grand feast was underway. One pirate, compelled by nature's call, made his way to the ship's stern. Upon encountering the three figures clad in dark robes with blood-red embroidery, he shouted, "Who are you?" His exclamation startled all the revelers at the banquet. As affiliates of the Whitebeard pirates, they were not accustomed to being challenged. Typical pirate crews dared not provoke them, and any unjust robbery was strictly prohibited. Thus, they often resorted to feasting to alleviate their boredom. The sudden commotion drew their attention, prompting them to abandon their drinks and rush to the stern, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Believing that none would dare disrupt the festivities aboard the affiliated crew of the Whitebeard pirates. "Who are you? Are you aware that we belong to the Whitebeard pirates?" exclaimed the pirate minions as they rushed to the stern of the ship, eager to witness the reactions of Jiang Zhe and his companions upon learning their affiliation. They anticipated it would be quite amusing. "We've sought out the Whitebeard pirates." Jiang Zhe's words caused an abrupt halt in the previously animated atmosphere of the crew members. "Make way, you ruffians!" A voice rang out, and from the crowd emerged a man with long pink hair, a spider tattoo on his forehead, sharp fangs, and two swords strapped to his back. "Captain." Upon the man's appearance, all the pirates respectfully parted to create a space, greeting him with deference. This man was none other than the captain of their crew, the formidable Squard, known as the Great Wasp Spider. Squard flicked his tongue around his mouth, scrutinizing Jiang Zhe. "Might I inquire what brings the three of you to our pirate crew?" We are but an affiliate of the Whitebeard pirates. Upon seeing Squard, Jiang Zhe realized he had not erred in his search, for it was indeed this Squard who had been swayed by a Kainu during the War of the Best, striking Whitebeard, who ultimately forgave him. Yet Squard remained burdened by guilt and sought redemption. Noticing Jiang Zhe's apparent disregard for him, Squard's expression soured, and he drew his sword from behind. The moment he laid eyes on Jiang Zhe and his companions, he recognized him as the Jiang Zhe who had escaped from Impel Down. But so what? Jiang Zhe had merely relied on luck and the power of his devil fruit to escape that prison. Squard, who wielded the power of observation hockey, felt no fear of such abilities. He was determined to demonstrate that there were greater forces at play. If you come to our crew as a friend, I would extend a warm welcome. However, should you come to provoke us, I shall show you that we do not merely bask in the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing Squard's words, the previously subdued pirate minions buzzed with excitement. Here it comes, the captain's show of strength, they mused. Typically, when the captain displayed such demeanor, the opposition would yield, rendering it rather dull. Indeed, ever since we joined the Whitebeard pirates, we have lost much of our thrill. If only this fellow would unwittingly provoke us. How delightful it would be to witness him begging for mercy at the captain's feet. Listening to the chatter around him, Jiang Zhe remained unfazed as he spoke softly. Minotaurus. As his words fell, Minotaurus materialized from behind him, wielding a massive hammer and draped in a blood cloud robe. He then vanished from Jiang Zhe's side, leaving only a fleeting shadow. Bam! A resounding impact echoed as the once jovial Squard was sent flying by a single blow, crashing through countless wooden planks before finally coming to a halt, sprawled on the ground, unconscious and possibly lifeless. All the pirate minions stood frozen in shock, having expected their captain to effortlessly dispatch Jiang Zhe, yet they were met with the shocking defeat of their leader. Captain, damn it! The pirate minions did not retreat. Instead, they shouted fervently, brandishing their weapons and charging towards Jiang Zhe. Help Hath! As Jiang Zhe's voice echoed, flashes of blades swept through the surroundings, leaving all the minions sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, and the great whirlpool spider struggled to raise his upper body. Gazing at Jiang Zhe in terror, he had not anticipated the formidable strength of the figure beside Jiang Zhe, capable of sending him flying with a single strike, rendering him powerless to retaliate. He had clearly underestimated Jiang Zhe's fruit abilities. Yet, he felt reassured by the presence of the Whitebeard pirates behind him, believing that Jiang Zhe would not dare to go too far. The Whitebeard pirates will not spare you. I advise you to back off while you still can. Observing that the great whirlpool spider could still rise and speak with such vigor, Jiang Zhe felt that such injuries did not sufficiently showcase his prowess. Minotaurus, with another strike. The great whirlpool spider lost consciousness, his face becoming a gruesome mess. Seeing the spider in such a state, Jiang Zhe nodded, recognizing that this was the display of power he sought to convey. Chapter 18. Marco's strike on the deck of the Motibic. Marco inquired, "How is father? Can he still drink?" Suddenly, a robust man with chiseled features, devoid of eyebrows, clad in armor, and possessing a muscular physique, bounded over and draped his arm around Marco's shoulder. "Jaws, you rascal! How many times must I tell you not to encourage father to drink? If anything happens to him, I swear I'll make you regret it." Upon hearing Marco's ire, Jaws sheepishly scratched his head. "But doesn't father enjoy a drink? Yush! Sometimes you really need to engage your brain." A man adorned with a deep blue top hat, curly hair, and a curled mustache, dressed in an open shirt revealing his chest hair, and draped in a cloak with 2 daggers at his waist, patted Jaws on the shoulder and said, all right. I understand." Seeing Jaws' demeanor and the arrival of Bittas, Marco's anger began to dissipate. Jaws was a good fellow, albeit one who often acted without thought. Despite Father-S condition, Jaws incessantly brought up the subject of drinking, which made father yearn for feasts. Thankfully, there was someone as sensible as Bittas around. Great whirlpool spider. What's going on? Just as Marco was reflecting, a commotion erupted from the other side of the deck. These rascals can never be quiet for a day, Marco sighed, making his way toward the source of the noise. Upon arriving at the other side of the deck, Marco beheld a crowd gathered around 3 figures. Lying supine beside them was a man, identifiable by his attire as the great whirlpool spider, who was now in an unknown state, his face a gruesome sight. Looking closer at one of the individuals, Marco recognized him as Jiang Zhe, the newcomer who had escaped from the advancing city, someone he had previously discussed with father. Now, he had come knocking at their door. Damn it, Marco thought. He had encountered many newcomers like Jiang Zhe, who upon gaining a modicum of fame, fancied themselves formidable enough to challenge the four emperors, seeking to elevate their own notoriety and bounty. Marco had nearly forgotten how long it had been since the Whitebeard pirates faced such audacious challengers. Jiang Zhe could dare to confront father, but he had no right to harm his family. It seemed that people had forgotten the fearsome reputation of the Whitebeard pirates, mistakenly believing that with father aging, the crew had lost its strength. They were mistaken. Marco resolved to show Jiang Zhe, this frog in a well, the vastness of the world and ensure he faced the consequences of harming his family. It was high time he ceased his arrogant antics and stopped bringing trouble to those who had paved the way before him. Marco advanced steadily toward the crowd, each step igniting more flames within him. Look, it's Marco. Feeling a wave of heat, the members of the Whitebeard pirates, who had been surrounding Jiang Zhe, all turned to face him. Alas, it appears that Marco has truly been provoked. The newcomer is in dire straits. As you know, Marco holds great regard for our family. Indeed, had it not been for Bidiz's intervention, Jaws would have charged forward just now. I eagerly anticipate the sight of the newcomer weeping inconsolably. Jiang Zhe paid no heed to the murmurs of those around him, his gaze steady upon Marco, who approached him step by step, flames enveloping his form. Is this the phoenix? I wonder if the hungry ghost can absorb his flames? It seems I must demonstrate my strength. Minotaur. No sooner had Jiang Zhe spoken than Minotaur stood before him, raising his hammer, which transformed into a deep obsidian hue. Do you think mere armament can shield you from my strikes? Whoosh! With a powerful flap of his wings, Marco ascended into the sky. Simultaneously, his feet morphed into talons, wreathed in blue flames that distorted the very air around him. Phoenix Seal. Marco plummeted from the heavens, his talons tearing through the atmosphere with a piercing friction. A surrounding air coalesced into a circular barrier before him. Observers shielded their ears as Marco descended, stepping aside from Jiang Zhe's vicinity. Witnessing Marco's approach, Bidiz expressed surprise. Why would Marco employ such a move right off the bat? Was he intent on sinking the Modibik along with it? Bidiz glanced back at Jiang Zhe, who remained motionless, shaking his head. It seemed the newcomer's resolve would soon shatter. To encounter Marco in such a foul mood upon his arrival, and to be met with such a formidable technique right away. Jaz chuckled nearby, having initially intended to teach Jiang Zhe a lesson. Over the years, he had encountered many challengers to their Whitebeard pirates, but none so audacious as Jiang Zhe, who had brazenly tossed the nearly defeated Great Whirlpool Spider onto the deck. This was a direct provocation to their crew, a blatant disregard for their reputation. If they didn't teach him a harsh lesson, how would they preserve their dignity in the future? To Jaws, Marco's actions were commendable. He wasted no words and launched a powerful attack immediately. Just as Marco's talons were about to reach Jiang Zhe, Minotaur swung his hammer. The heavy weapon shattered the surrounding air with a resounding boom. Boom! Boom! A colossal noise erupted between Marco and Minotaur. The collision's force swept through the crowd, tousling their hair and prompting them to shield their eyes. Crack! Crack! The sound of splintering wood echoed as countless fissures appeared beneath Minotaur's feet. Hovering back in the sky, Marco gazed incredulously at Minotaur standing before Jiang Zhe. How could this be possible? The power of my kick is something I am acutely aware of. It possesses the capability to shatter a vessel with ease. Even Jaws, the one who wields the powers of the diamond fruit, would not dare to withstand such force directly, even if I were to temper my strength somewhat. It is evident that the Minotaur before me is incapable of enduring my strike. I was astonished to discover that Jiang Zhe could elevate it to such a level. Yush, upon opening his eyes, found himself momentarily paralyzed. He understood the magnitude of Marco's kick, even with the reduction in power. He would not have the audacity to confront it directly, opting instead for a tactical evasion. To his surprise, this creature resembling a bull managed to absorb the blow. igniting within him a curiosity to engage in a spar with the beast. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates gazed in disbelief at Jiang Zhe and his companions. They had witnessed Marco's kick overturning a medium-sized warship, and among them, only Jaws possessed the fortitude to withstand such an onslaught. Chapter 19, Whitebeard. I have a proposition for you. Gulalala, come aboard my ship. I cannot neglect my guests. A hearty voice resonated from the cabin, followed by an imposing figure emerging from within. Father. All members of the Whitebeard pirates turned towards the cabin at the sound, respectfully exclaiming. Marco, who had been soaring through the air, descended beside Whitebeard. Father, why have you come out? We can handle the situation here. Marco, anxious upon seeing Whitebeard's appearance, was acutely aware of his father's condition. He needed to rest and limit his movements. He anticipated that today, as commotion would draw him out. Observing the fresh puncture marks on Whitebeard's body, Marco's resentment towards Jiang Zhe intensified, regretting that he hadn't exerted his full strength earlier. Gulalala, with guests arriving at our Whitebeard pirates, how could I not make an appearance? But father, your health. Calm down, Marco. Whitebeard reassured, patting Marco on the shoulder before turning his gaze towards Jiang Zhe. This was not the first time Whitebeard had encountered Jiang Zhe. Marco had previously shown him a newspaper featuring Jiang Zhe. Initially, Whitebeard was merely curious about Jiang Zhe's devil fruit powers. When he heard the commotion outside, he had utilized his observation haki to sense the unfolding events. He had witnessed Marco's kick as well. To his surprise, the Minotaurus, a warden beast of Impel Down, wielded such formidable power under Jiang Zhe's command, indicating that he had somewhat underestimated the potency of Jiang Zhe's abilities. However, possessing a powerful devil fruit did not grant Jiang Zhe the liberty to act recklessly aboard Whitebeard's ship. Other forces existed in this world. Since Jiang Zhe dared to harm his family, Whitebeard resolved to teach him a lesson today. He then glanced at the great whirlpool spider beneath Jiang Zhe. A formidable aura erupted from Whitebeard, surging directly towards Jiang Zhe. The air between Whitebeard and Jiang Zhe felt as if struck by an unseen force, momentarily stilling before violently dispersing to either side. The surrounding members of the Whitebeard pirates felt a gust of wind sweep over them. Could it be? Father actually unleashed his conqueror's haki. The crew members began to murmur among themselves. They were quite familiar with conqueror's haki. The massive figure earlier might have been able to withstand Marco's kick due to his physical might, but conqueror's haki was different. Sheer strength alone could not withstand it. They eagerly anticipated the sight of Jiang Zhe and his companions being rendered unconscious by Father's overwhelming presence. Marco, equally astonished, turned to his father. Only when formidable foes like Kaido and others boarded their ship did Father resort to using his conqueror's haki. After all, only those with immense fortitude could remain conscious amid the onslaught of such overwhelming will. Father was indeed one of the world's foremost masters of conqueror's haki. Even though these individuals are frequently subjected to the overwhelming presence of the old man's conqueror's haki, only a handful of captains can maintain their composure in the face of such might. Those of lesser strength typically succumb to unconsciousness. To him, it seemed somewhat wasteful for the old man to deploy his conqueror's haki against Jiang Zhe, as the trio would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. As he perceived the rising aura emanating from Whitebeard and the onslaught of air pressure directed at him, Jiang Zhe realized that Whitebeard was employing his conqueror's haki. Yet, what of it? In terms of spirit, pain would not yield to anyone. Jiang Zhe began to draw his thoughts inward, consistently channeling the essence of pain's formidable presence. In an instant, his hair and robes began to stir as if moved by an unseen breeze, a potent aura continuously radiating from him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved a fusion degree of 0.5. A voice echoed within Jiang Zhe's mind, but he paid it no heed. He was eager to discover the extent of pain's spirit within this pirate world. Boom! A silent explosion erupted between Whitebeard and Jiang Zhe. The winds that had been swirling suddenly intensified, causing the members of the Whitebeard pirates, who had been mere spectators, to sway and stagger. Some of the more feeble-willed among them even began to faint. In that moment, over half of the Whitebeard pirates collapsed, and among the remaining crew, Only a few captains managed to hold their ground while the others struggled valiantly. All those still conscious widened their eyes, fixated on Jiang Zhe, as if to engrave his image into their memories. At that moment, Marco was so astonished that he could hardly close his mouth. He had initially believed that Jiang Zhe would falter under the impact of Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, perhaps even lose consciousness. To his surprise, Jiang Zhe possessed conqueror's haki of his own, one that could stand in equal measure to that of the old man. Such a spectacle he had only witnessed during battles involving Kaido and other emperors. He never expected to see it today. Marco rubbed his eyes to dispel any notion that he was hallucinating. Gurara, what impressive aura! Whitebeard retracted his presence, erupting into laughter. Witnessing the old man's amusement, Marco regained his composure, realizing that the old man was likely guiding the younger generation, which enabled Jiang Zhe to endure. It appeared he had overthought the situation. Assuming Jiang Zhe possessed the strength of an emperor, Marco exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, if Jiang Zhe truly wielded the might of an emperor, then aside from the ailing old man, no one in the Whitebeard pirates could hope to restrain him, especially considering he had two companions by his side. One Minotaur could already contend with him, while the other, despite not yet engaging, wielded a sword that marked him as a formidable swordsman. Should a confrontation arise, the Whitebeard pirates might once again find themselves relying on the old man's desperate protection. After the laughter subsided, Whitebeard turned his gaze to Jiang Zhe, his expression now grave. Your formidable strength does not grant you the liberty to wreak havoc among the Whitebeard pirates. Should you fail to elucidate the reasons behind your brutal assault on Square today, I shall, even at the cost of my own life, ensure that you remain here. Jiang Zhe scrutinized the pinpricks on Whitebeard's body, absorbing his words, and his heart began to grasp the gravity of Whitebeard's current predicament. The state of Whitebeard's body could be described as precarious, teetering on the brink of collapse. Otherwise, he would have unleashed his tremor fruit power upon arrival, rather than resorting to his conqueror's haki in self-reproach. I have a proposition I wish to discuss with you. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's remark, Whitebeard fell into silence. You have a proposition for me. Can't we engage in civil discussion? Must you first inflict such harm upon my son before seeking to negotiate? Whitebeard turned, his expression softened as he gazed upon the large whirlpool spider at Jiang Zhe's feet. Chapter 20. Healing the Great Spider. As Jiang Zhe observed the Great Spider, he understood what Whitebeard was contemplating. I need you to clear the area. Jiang Zhe had devised a plan upon his arrival, intending to utilize the Whitebeard pirates for two purposes. First, if he were to eliminate a celestial dragon in the Sabaody archipelago, he would require the support of the Whitebeard pirates to facilitate his escape when confronted by 2 or 3 admirals. Secondly, during the Marineford War, he sought to have Whitebeard impede the 3 admirals, thereby granting him the time necessary to execute his plan to sink Marineford. To achieve these conditions, it was imperative that the Navy remained unaware of Whitebeard's restored strength. Should they discover that Whitebeard had regained his peak form, they would undoubtedly deploy additional forces, potentially borrowing admiral-level combatants from the world government, leaving him in a precarious position. Thus, it was crucial that no one, particularly the Navy and the world government, be informed of Whitebeard's recovery. Given the large and diverse crew of the Whitebeard pirates, the risk of spies from the Navy and the world government was ever present. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's command, Whitebeard shot a piercing glance at him before turning to Marco. He recognized Jiang Zhe's distrust towards the rest of the Whitebeard pirates, which irked him, yet he found himself appreciating Jiang Zhe's cautious approach. After a while, under Marco's guidance, only Whitebeard, Marco, Jiang Zhe, and the Great Spider remained aboard the Moby Dick. Sensing the absence of any onlookers, Jiang Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Helpath. Upon uttering these words, the figure known as Helpath, who had been standing beside Jiang Zhe, approached the Great Spider and placed his hands upon him. Before long, the Great Spider's body began to mend, and the wounds on his face swiftly healed. Just as the Great Spider was on the verge of awakening, Jiang Zhe instructed Helpath to step away. A moment later, the Great Spider regained consciousness. Where am I? As he gradually came to, he surveyed his surroundings, which felt vaguely familiar. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced around once more and finally noticed Whitebeard and Jiang Zhe, quickly scrambling to Whitebeard's side. Once there, the great spider turned to Jiang Zhe and questioned, "What do you want?" "I'm a member of the Whitebeard pirates." With that, he cast a pitiful look at Whitebeard. Marco stared in disbelief at the lively great spider, who seemed a stark contrast to the lifeless figure he had just witnessed moments before. Marco had clearly sensed the great spider's waning vitality, and even with the use of his phoenix flames, it would have taken at least 6 months for a complete recovery, which had fueled his earlier frustration. To his astonishment, Jiang Zhe's companion, Helpath, had instantaneously healed the great spider. Was this a manifestation of a new devil fruit? Such remarkable healing effects, could it be that? With this thought, Marco turned to look at Whitebeard, his eyes brimming with excitement. Whitebeard observed the demeanor of Jiang Zhe and the great swirling spider, feeling somewhat perplexed. The great swirling spider's evident fear of Jiang Zhe suggested that its previous injuries were inflicted by him. However, Jiang Zhe had healed those wounds. What could this mean? Was he intending to nearly kill his own son, only to demand a fee for the treatment afterward? Was he toying with him? Contemplating this, Whitebeard cast a wary glance at Jiang Zhe. Upon noticing Marco's expression, Jiang Zhe realized that Marco had discerned the nature of his proposed transaction. After all, Marco was also a doctor and could easily understand the situation. Just as Marco was about to speak, Whitebeard abruptly silenced him and instructed the great swirling spider to depart. Although the great swirling spider was bewildered, it complied with Whitebeard's command and left the Moby Dick. Whitebeard recognized that Jiang Zhe had only healed the great swirling spider partially and had not fully awakened it, along with his request to clear the area, indicating that Jiang Zhe wished to keep their transaction discreet. He feared that if the great swirling spider were to learn of this arrangement, Jiang Zhe might eliminate it outright. Such a scenario would place him in a precarious position, hence his intervention to prevent Marco from continuing. Witnessing Whitebeard's actions, Jiang Zhe understood that Whitebeard's ascendancy to the status of one of the 4 emperors was not solely due to his formidable strength, but also his keen intellect. He had contemplated that had Marco not restrained his tongue, he might have been compelled to eliminate the great swirling spider, as his own life was at stake. And any complications were unacceptable. Once the great swirling spider had departed, Marco realized he had nearly jeopardized its life. Feeling a pang of guilt, while simultaneously heightening his vigilance towards Jiang Zhe. Observing his father's expression, Marco understood that Whitebeard had misconstrued the situation, fearing that he might anger Jiang Zhe, who would then withhold treatment from him. Thus, he hastily sought to clarify Jiang Zhe's intentions. With a tremor in his voice, Marco articulated what he had intended to say earlier. "Father, it seems that Jiang Zhe might wish to use his abilities to heal you." Upon hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback. "What? Heal my injuries?" Over the years, Marco had tirelessly endeavored to remedy his father's ailments, yet to no avail. He had resigned himself to the notion that this was his father's fate, acknowledging the inevitability of aging and mortality. Unexpectedly, the prospect of healing was now within reach. Whitebeard lifted his gaze to Jiang Zhe, his eyes filled with curiosity. Meeting Whitebeard's gaze, Jiang Zhe harbored no intention of withholding information. "Indeed, our transaction today is precisely this. I can heal your ailments, but you must agree to 2 conditions." As Jiang Zhe's words resonated, both Whitebeard and Marco were momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, they finally regained their composure. "Is what you say truly so?" Marco could no longer contain himself and inquired directly. "Wasn't the recent great vortex spider a splendid example?" Jiang Zhe spoke lightly. Not only could he heal Whitebeard, but he could also restore him to the zenith of his power. He had previously conducted experiments to ascertain whether life energy siphoned from one individual could be transferred to another. The results were entirely positive. However, there remained certain aspects he could not fully disclose to Whitebeard, preferring to wait until he had safely departed from Sabeti Archipelago before revealing everything. This way, he could keep Whitebeard and his crew in suspense. "Helpath," Jiang Zhe declared without hesitation. The Helpath immediately appeared beside Whitebeard, placing a hand upon him. In due course, the pinpricks upon Whitebeard's body gradually vanished, and the Helpath returned to Jiang Zhe's side. "Gulalala, I have never felt so unburdened." Whitebeard bellowed with laughter. After a considerable time, he He turned his gaze towards Jiang Zhe. However, Jiang Zhe, why do I still sense that my ailments are not wholly cured? Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Jiang Zhe regarded him calmly. I cannot ascertain whether your crew will honor our agreement. Thus, I could only heal you partially. Jiang Zhe had contemplated fully healing Whitebeard. For in the original narrative, Whitebeard was portrayed as a man of his word. Even in death, he would uphold his promises. Yet, one must remain vigilant. This was the real world, not an anime, and human nature is intricate. Moreover, the assistance he would require from Whitebeard could implicate the entire Whitebeard pirates. When faced with the choice between his own credibility and the safety of his family, Jiang Zhe doubted Whitebeard would unhesitatingly choose to honor their pact. Thus, he opted to retain an element of caution. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Marco became animated. What are you saying? Do you not trust the integrity of the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard restrained Marco while nodding, his esteem for Jiang Zhe rising further. Gulalala, cunning lad, speak your desires, and I shall fulfill them. My first request is to journey to Sabati Archipelago to eliminate a few celestial dragons. I hope the Whitebeard pirates can assist me in tracking their whereabouts and relay information. Should I be unable to escape from Sabati Archipelago, I would appreciate your aid in retrieving me. Jiang Zhe's words left both Whitebeard and Marco utterly astonished. Chapter 21. The Paper of Life. Oh, what a bold young man. Observing Jiang Zhe, Whitebeard could not help but recall his former captain, Rox, a man who nearly encompassed the entire ocean, a formidable force that suffocated the navy, and one who considered the celestial dragons mere prey. Jiang Zhe now bore an uncanny resemblance to him, exuding the same powerful spirit and regarding the celestial dragons as insignificant insects. When Marco heard Jiang Zhe utter those words, killing the celestial dragons, he was nearly struck with terror. To speak of slaying celestial dragons as if one were merely hunting pigs was rather audacious. Should Jiang Zhe truly embark on such a path, he would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from both the world government and the navy. If the world government were to discover that the Whitebeard pirates had covertly relayed information to Jiang Zhe, they would surely implicate the entire crew. Yet, if the world government remained unaware of their involvement, perhaps it was not entirely impossible to navigate the situation. With this thought in mind, Marco's gaze fixated intently on Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard paid no heed to Marco, and instead turned his attention to Jiang Zhe. Speak your second condition, young man. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco realized he had been overly anxious. Indeed, father remained the epitome of composure. If Jiang Zhe's second condition proved outrageous or unattainable for the Whitebeard pirates, it would be devastating, an opportunity to save father lost due to their inability to meet the terms. Marco felt he would live with that regret for eternity. With a clearer mind, Marco turned to Jiang Zhe with hopeful anticipation. My second condition is quite simple. You must not disclose that Whitebeard has already been healed, and, simultaneously, I require the Whitebeard pirates to hold off 3 admirals in an upcoming battle. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Marco could no longer remain seated. For father to contend with 3 admirals simultaneously was utterly implausible. Even if father's injuries had healed, his age was a significant factor. Such a feat was impossible. Was Jiang Zhe not attempting to burden the Whitebeard pirates? Just as Marco was about to voice his concerns, Jiang Zhe interjected. What if I could restore Whitebeard to his peak condition? At that moment, Marco fell silent. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, who had been deep in thought, found his eyes gleaming with newfound hope. When Jiang Zhe had first proposed that he hold off 3 admirals, it had seemed an impossible task, prompting him to consider alternative means of negotiation. However, upon hearing Jiang Zhe's assurance of restoring him to his prime, Whitebeard felt a surge of confidence. While defeating the admirals might be a daunting challenge, holding them off was not beyond reason. If he regained his peak state, he could easily contend with 2 admirals. And with the assistance of Marco and the others, they could manage the 3rd. But how can we trust that you can restore father to his peak condition? Marco inquired after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard fixed his intense gaze upon Jiang Zhe. The allure of reclaiming his former glory was a temptation he could hardly resist. I can only reveal that after you fulfill the first condition, Jiang Zhe's response left Whitebeard with a hint of disappointment, though he swiftly masked it. However, the matter of the battle Jiang Zhe spoke of was perplexing. They had not heard of any significant conflict on the horizon. "What battle are you referring to, Jiang Zhe?" As Whitebeard inquired. Jiang Zhe retrieved the life paper Ace had entrusted to him. Upon sensing the familiar aura emanating from the paper, Whitebeard took it from Jiang Zhe with astonishment. "How do you possess my life paper?" Marco, standing beside Whitebeard, was momentarily taken aback, recovering only after a considerable pause. "Ace." Marco rummaged through his own belongings until he discovered a life paper inscribed with Ace's name, relieved to find it intact. As the steward of the Whitebeard pirates, he had issued the life papers to each member, thus he was familiar with their details. Upon seeing the paper Jiang Zhe presented, Marco immediately recognized it as the one he had given to Ace. His first instinct was to fear for Ace's well-being, prompting him to search for Ace's life paper. Only after confirming its undamaged state did Marco feel at ease. Observing Marco's flustered demeanor piqued Whitebeard's curiosity, as he had never witnessed Marco in such a state of anxiety. Noticing Whitebeard's concerned expression, Marco hastily clarified, "Father, the life paper in your hand is the one I gave to Ace." Whitebeard's urgency heightened as he locked his gaze on Marco. "Father, Ace is unharmed. This is indeed his life paper." After stating this, Marco handed the life paper back to Whitebeard. Upon seeing Ace's life paper unscathed, Whitebeard sighed with relief and turned towards Jiang Zhe. A look of confusion etched upon his face. "This was given to me by Ace while in Impel Down. The battle I mentioned refers to the impending conflict between your Whitebeard pirates and the Navy." Understanding the meaning behind Whitebeard's expression, Jiang Zhe spoke directly. Without waiting for further discussion, he tossed a transponder snail into Whitebeard's embrace and turned to leave. He intended to head to Sabeti Archipelago to ensure he could grasp the developments of the situation promptly. The transponder snail he provided to Whitebeard was a secure one, purchased along with two others. This particular one was meant for communication with the Whitebeard pirates in his quest to plot against the celestial dragons. The intelligence he required would likely stem from the Whitebeard pirates, necessitating timely correspondence. As for the other transponder snail, he sought to gain greater notoriety, believing that collaborating with Morgans, the proprietor of the newspaper, would yield the most sensational news. He was confident that Morgans would be eager for such a momentous story. Whitebeard and Marco took a considerable time to regain their composure after Jiang Zhe's departure. "Father, is what he said truly the case?" Marco inquired. "With his formidable spirit and strength, there is no need for him to deceive us. After all, the strong are inherently proud. Those who indulge in falsehoods lack such overwhelming conqueror's haki." As Marco's words trailed off, he hesitated to continue. "Gulalala, did the Navy believe that my old age would render me incapable of intervening while my son is captured?" Upon hearing his father's words, a nostalgic expression graced Marco's face. The father he had always followed had returned. Ever since his father aged and injuries took their toll, he had not exhibited such commanding presence as today. Now that his father had returned, what was there to fear from a mere Impel Down? The Whitebeard pirates had nothing to dread. Chapter 22. The dangers of the Shambadi archipelago in a lavish palace located in myriad, a dragon noble, with his curly hair styled upwards and a physique reminiscent of a plump squash, lay sprawled on the intricately carpeted floor. Thick lips quivered as he wailed, his nose dripping with mucus, yet no tears fell from his eyes. Surrounding him, attendants and slaves averted their gazes, desperately bowing their heads to avoid witnessing the scene. Another dragon noble, bearing a striking resemblance to the one on the floor but older, with graying hair and beard, adorned with small sunglasses and two curled mustaches, looked on in distress, his hand pressed against his forehead as he observed the antics of the one rolling about. "Charo Saint, this is an order from the five elders. Do you wish to defy them?" Upon hearing his father's words, Charo ceased his rolling and lifted his gaze toward his father. "The five elders are merely trying to frighten us. There is nothing to fear. I simply wish to replenish my slaves." With that declaration, Charos resumed his rolling, casting furtive glances at his father, Rodswald Saint, and his sister beside him. He and his sister had conspired the previous night. Today, He would throw a tantrum while she would play the role of the comforter, one taking the lead, the other supporting. Yet, he wondered why she had not yet begun her performance. As for the five elders' command, he had never taken it to heart. After all, they were merely representatives chosen by their respective families, and without the support of their clans, how could they maintain their positions? The notion that someone intended to harm the dragon nobles was laughable. They had dominated the world for so long that the common people had become docile sheep. Who would dare to resist? Moreover, even if someone did, the Navy, their obedient hound, would not stand idly by. Previously, when Charlemagne Saint had been struck by a commoner, the Navy had obliterated that island without hesitation. Regrettably, he had not witnessed it. How splendid it would have been to see the execution of the demon order. Though he certainly did not wish to be harmed himself, he didn't even want the commoner's touch on his hand. Noticing his brother's gaze, a woman standing beside Rodswald, with orange hair styled upwards, orange sunglasses, and a silk scarf covering the lower half of her face, adorned with earrings shaped like 3 hearts, approached him and gently tapped his shoulder. "Father, coincidentally, my slaves have also been exhausted, and I wish to replenish them as well. I have heard that this auction will feature merfolk. Furthermore, the Shambadi archipelago is so close to myriad that the Navy could swiftly arrive. Our safety is assured. We could even bring along a few more CP0 agents tomorrow." Upon hearing the mention of merfolk, Rodswald's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he began to ponder. Hearing his sister's voice, Charos raised his head, his eyes pleading as he looked at their father. Uncertain whether it was the longing for his son and daughter or his own desire for the merfolk, Lord Rosward struck his hand down decisively. "Very well. Tomorrow, we shall stealthily journey to the Sabati archipelago." Upon hearing Lord Rosward's declaration, Charles, who was lying on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously casting an admiring glance towards his sister. Sensing her brother's gaze, Lilia raised her head high and puffed out her chest with pride. After a considerable time, the trio exited the palace. Just as the servants and slaves on either side exhaled in relief, Lord Rosward turned back and commanded, "CP0, clear the premises." All the attendants and slaves crumpled to the ground as if their bones had been removed. Meanwhile, the Rosward family continued their harmonious stride forward. At Myriad, in the Panga city within the Hall of Power, Saint Nazashiru turned to Saint Satan. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Saint Satan glanced at Saint Nazashiru, who was beside him holding a teacup. Upon hearing Saint Satan's voice, Saint Nazashiru elegantly downed his tea, set the cup down, and leisurely turned to face him. "Saint Satan, I believe you are overly anxious. What upheaval could a mere commoner possibly instigate? You liken his gaze to that of rocks, but who is rocks? What is his significance? Can they be compared at all? Moreover, the CP0 accompanying Lord Rosward is not to be trifled with. The Navy headquarters is so near the Sabati archipelago that should anything arise, Kazura would arrive in less than half an hour." Saint Nazashiru's words led Saint Satan into contemplation, and as he pondered, an unpleasant expression crossed his face. "Do you think this is merely a matter of safety? This concerns the dignity of the Gorasii. If they dare to disregard our orders, how shall we manage such a vast world government in the future?" Observing Saint Satan's anger, Saint Nazashiru understood the underlying implications. However, he had risen to his position thanks to a crucial vote from the Rosward family. Not to mention, just moments ago, Lord Rosward had donated 2 billion berries to the world government simply to visit the Sabati archipelago. One cannot comprehend the value of daily necessities without experiencing their cost. As the treasurer of the world government, he was tasked with maintaining the operations of both the world government and the Navy, while also upholding the opulent lifestyle of the celestial dragons. Without perceptive individuals like Lord Rosward, he might have had to use his own funds to support the world government. Saint Satan, this trivial matter cannot undermine the authority of the Gorasii. As long as Lordum is present, our positions are secure. Our authority has never depended on their compliance with our commands, but rather on Lordum. Upon hearing Saint Nazashiru mention Lordum, Saint Satan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, the individual Jiang Zhe had boldly proclaimed intentions to annihilate all celestial dragons. How could one disregard the importance of safety? Hearing Saint Satan's concern, Saint Nazashiru gazed at him with pity. It was absurd that a mere bit of nonsense could frighten Saint Satan so. It was almost comical. Did he not understand the true capabilities of this Jiang Zhe? By a stroke of luck, he managed to defeat Magellan, relying solely on his devil fruit abilities. Any formidable martial artist could easily vanquish him. It is important to note that CP0 members are all selected from rigorous training camps. Mastery of the Marine 6 styles is merely the initial threshold for entry into CP0. All CP0 operatives must possess strength equivalent to that of a Marine major, making them undeniably adept in martial arts. Should Jiang Zhe dare to attempt an assassination, there would be no need for the Navy to intervene, as CP0 could handle the matter directly. One wonders what concerns Saint Satan harbors. Observing the expression of Saint Zhe, Saint Satan realized that further discussion was futile. The Roseward family would undoubtedly venture to Sabaody Archipelago. They are among the 5 elders, but cannot impose restrictions on the freedom of every celestial dragon. However, at this moment, it is impossible, at least for the next 10 days, and they must proceed discreetly, as this pertains to the dignity of the 5 elders. With that, Saint Satan stormed out of the Hall of Authority. Saint Zhe, witnessing Saint Satan's demeanor, could only shake his head in resignation, understanding that this was the last line drawn by Saint Satan. Nonetheless, he had fulfilled the commission from the Roseward family, as Saint Satan had granted permission, albeit after a delay of 10 days. Chapter 23. Payne's 13th consecutive victory in the Colosseum of Sabaody Archipelago. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation. Go, Payne. Finish him off. The crowd roared in fervor, men gripping their chips tightly, while the affluent ladies gazed hungrily at the figures in the arena. On the battlefield stood 2 combatants, one with short orange hair, adorned with the headband of a rogue ninja, his eyes marked by circular designs, and earrings glinting on his ears. His expression was one of icy determination, his bare torso sculpted like marble, each muscle defined, clad only in simple shorts. The other, a burly figure, was stout and robust, his body a mass of flesh. Wielding an enormous spike club, the coldly resolute man was Jiang Zhe, now transformed into Payne, competing in the Colosseum of Sabaody Archipelago. His opponent was the corpulent warrior before him. Jiang Zhe had initially arrived at Sabaody with the intent of executing his plan to eliminate the celestial dragons. However, days had passed, and not a single celestial dragon had appeared. It was only through news from Whitebeard that he learned the celestial dragons had been placed under house arrest by the elders. His previous strategy, which involved utilizing Luffy to gain access to the celestial dragons, had crumbled as he witnessed the 11 supernovas from his past life set sail, including the protagonist of this world, the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. The architect of this predicament was none other than Jiang Zhe himself. His earlier declarations in Impel Down had raised the elder suspicions, fearing he might indeed attempt to slay the celestial dragons, thus shattering the notion of their invulnerability and inciting negative sentiments towards them. The elders had no choice but to impose a travel ban on the celestial dragons until Jiang Zhe could be apprehended. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Zhe felt a sense of incredulity. He had not anticipated that his earlier actions would disrupt his current plans. Nevertheless, the elders were not mistaken. He was indeed intent on killing the celestial dragons. From that moment forth, Jiang Zhe resolved to remain hidden in Sabaody, altering his strategy. After all, Sabaody was the most likely place, aside from myriad, for the celestial dragons to appear. He lacked the strength to venture into myriad, where escape would be nearly impossible. He could only attract the attention of the celestial dragons in Sabaody, based on his understanding of them. These individuals would not obediently adhere to the elders' commands to remain within their palaces. It would not be long before they, out of boredom or the need to replenish their slaves, would come to Sabaody. The allure of Sabaody for the celestial dragons lay in its abundance of exceptional slaves. To draw their gaze and approach them, the most effective method would be to masquerade as a slave capable of capturing their interest. During his time in Sabaody, Jiang Zhe had taken decisive action, eliminating the owner of a medium-sized slave auction house and replacing him with a figure of his own design. In this chaotic realm, as long as one possessed sufficient strength, a place could be secured. Who truly cares about the identity of the owner of a slave auction house? As long as Jiang Zhe provides sufficient benefits to the influential figures behind the scenes. Thus, Jiang Zhe established his foothold in the Sabeti archipelago. Here, he devised a novel form of entertainment, the slave gladiatorial arena. Within this arena, one could either bring their own slaves to challenge or place bets on the combatants below. Within mere days, the arena was filled to capacity daily, with some nobles visiting multiple times a day. Jiang Zhe assumed the role of a slave, becoming the arena's star contender. This not only honed his physical prowess, but also drew the attention of the celestial dragons through his consecutive victories. His strategy was simple: maintain an unbroken winning streak until a celestial dragon, unable to withstand the solitude, stealthily slipped out from myriad, noticed him, and purchased him, granting him the opportunity to strike decisively. Afterward, he would escape from the Sabeti archipelago, awaiting the accumulation of shock points and fusion potential. Jiang Zhe's thoughts returned to the present as he coldly regarded the corpulent man before him, swinging a spiked club. Let the pain consume you. In an instant, the man, who had been sneering moments ago, began to scream desperately, clutching his head as if trying to crush it, much like he had done to the countless innocents before. Jiang Zhe retrieved a shuriken from his waist, leisurely approached the stout man, and swiftly slit his throat. In that moment, the man awoke from his previous terror, frantically attempting to cover his severed throat as if trying to mend the gaping wound. Yet his efforts proved futile. Torrents of blood erupted from his mouth and throat. Ultimately, the burly man collapsed upon the arena floor, his face a shade of blue and purple, his eyes reflecting a sense of liberation. It was as if he had seen the spirits of those he had tormented come to exact revenge, and now, he too had met his demise. This must be what Pain's held judgment entails. Incredible. He has achieved 13 consecutive victories. Remarkable. Pain has allowed me to profit immensely. This was the reaction of those who had placed their bets on Pain, having wagered on him for 10 consecutive days. Initially, they were skeptical about Pain's ability to maintain his winning streak, considering his opponents appeared formidable. To their astonishment, Pain was relentless, eliminating 13 opponents in succession. Damn it. Refund my money. What a pathetic brute, utterly weak. I had expected a formidable contender and placed a hefty wager, only to find he was nothing but a facade, leaving me bankrupt. These reactions bore no relevance to Jiang Zhe. After defeating the stout man, he exited the arena and retreated backstage, leaving behind a cacophony of noise and the avaricious gazes of numerous noblewomen. The techniques and shuriken he employed against the corpulent brute were newly acquired abilities and items from the lottery system. The ability was an illusion, named Hell Judgment. Once a person was fixed in Jiang Zhe's gaze, they would relive the misdeeds they had committed, becoming the very victim of their own actions. This ability adeptly conveys the essence of suffering, aligning perfectly with Jiang Zhe's intention to make others experience pain. Jiang Zhe is eager to witness the effects of this power when applied to the celestial dragons. It promises to be quite a spectacle. As for the shock value of the lottery, one aspect stems from Jiang Zhe's prior actions aboard Whitebeard's ship, while the other arises from his recent consecutive victories in the Colosseum. Bring. The transponder snail at Jiang Zhe's waist rang. Hello, Jiang Zhe. A celestial dragon has emerged from myriad. You must prepare yourself. Chapter 24. The successful escape of St. Charlos as he watched myriad recede into the distance. St. Charlos exhaled a sigh of relief. To his astonishment, despite his father's bribes to the elders, they still refused to allow the family to journey to the Sabeti archipelago, leaving him with no choice but to sneak away from myriad. With his slaves having been thoroughly depleted, he required a fresh supply. There was no way he would obediently adhere to the elders' commands. Even his father was powerless to restrain him, and the laxity of myriad guards rendered any attempt to stop the illustrious St. Charlos utterly futile. Turning to glance back at myriad, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. As for the mention of Jiang Zhe by the elders, the esteemed St. Charlos harbored no fear of a mere commoner. Rumor had it that Jiang Zhe was a survivor of the demon-slaying edict previously instigated by St. Charlmuck, merely a lost dog devoid of any terror. After all, he had brought along a CP0 agent of Vice Admiral caliber, leaving no room for fear of Jiang Zhe. St. Charlos cast a sidelong glance at the upright white figure beside him, revealing a confident smile. This CP0 had been specially recruited by his father for his protection, skilled in martial prowess and capable of intercepting attacks at a moment's notice. With the presence of this CP0, his safety had undoubtedly ascended to a new level, which was the primary reason for his audacity to venture forth alone. He had also heard whispers of a novel form of entertainment emerging in the Sabeti archipelago, the gladiatorial arena. To the celestial dragons, it was merely a familiar spectacle, yet these lowly peasants naively believed it to be a groundbreaking amusement. Thus, the great St. Charlos would show them what true entertainment entailed. His mind brimmed with ideas: man versus beast, father and son duels, and countless other scenarios they had relished in myriad. He imagined the astonishment on the faces of these unsophisticated commoners upon witnessing such spectacles. Moreover, he had learned of a slave who had achieved 12 consecutive victories. He was determined to acquire this prized possession before any other celestial dragons could lay claim to it. Once he secured this slave and returned to myriad, he would wreak havoc, elevating his own status to unprecedented heights. However, he needed to enlist a vice admiral from the Navy to accompany him, for the Navy was but a hound to the celestial dragons. Their presence demanded a naval escort to maintain the requisite prestige. He was confident the Navy would not refuse him, as he was their master. St. Charlos cast his gaze toward the Marine headquarters at Marine Ford, envisioning the Sabeti archipelago and the arena. There, Payne was set to engage in his 14th battle, while the audience, men, women, and children alike, cheered uproariously. In an opulent private chamber, Charles Saint observed Jiang Zhe, who was engaged in combat below, nodding in satisfaction. This slave exhibited a remarkable intelligence, surpassing that of his previous ones. He had adeptly maneuvered his agile form to grapple with a foe several times his size, a truly astute strategy. No wonder he had secured 13 consecutive victories. However, his countenance was somewhat too handsome for Charles's liking. He harbored a deep disdain for slaves who outshone him in beauty. Once he acquired him, he would mar that exquisite face. A twisted smile crept across Charles's visage as he envisioned the pain to come. On the arena stage, Jiang Zhe issued a soft command, momentarily freezing his adversary. In the next instant, he swiftly severed the opponent's throat, sending him collapsing to the ground, prompting another uproar of cheers from the audience. Jiang Zhe then glanced towards the sole VIP box within the Colosseum, having noticed a celestial dragon accompanied by several figures entering. While it was indeed his actions that had drawn the celestial dragoness' attention, he was taken aback to discover two vice admirals in attendance. One was a familiar face, the Weasel Vice Admiral, sporting a dark purple mohawk and a matching handlebar mustache, clad in a purple and white striped shirt, draped in the Navy's justice cloak, with a katana sheathed at his side. This was none other than the Weasel Vice Admiral, who had captured Akiji and brought him to Impel Down. The other figure, masked and dressed in white attire, unmistakably belonged to CP0. Throughout the course of the battles over the past few days, Jiang Zhe had gauged his strength to be roughly on par with that of a Navy Vice Admiral. He sensed that both the Weasel and the CP0 agent possessed comparable capabilities. Under the protection of one individual, he could remain concealed, swiftly subduing the celestial dragon. However, facing two opponents might necessitate the revelation of his Minotaurus and Hellpath abilities. Such exposure would jeopardize his escape and expose him to pursuit and potential framing. He needed to devise a plan to either eliminate one of them or incapacitate them to ensure his survival. If memory served him correctly, this celestial dragon was one of the three who had been knocked unconscious by Luffy in the original narrative, characterized by a propensity for violence. His presence here undoubtedly indicated an intent to reclaim his winning slave. When Jiang Zhe approached him, he might seize the opportunity to challenge the CP0 agent beside him, aiming to eliminate him or render him defenseless. As for why he did not challenge the Weasel, it was twofold. First, the Weasel might not heed the celestial dragon's command to accept his challenge. Second, being a swordsman, the Weasel was likely adept at protecting his charge. In contrast, the CP0 agents were bound to obey the celestial dragon's orders. Moreover, Jiang Zhe was entirely unaware of the CP0 agent's abilities. It It was well known that celestial dragons had trained many CP0 operatives as assassins, specifically to absorb damage on their behalf. Should Jiang Zhe initiate an attack, and the CP0 agent employed some peculiar ability to shield the celestial dragon, it could thwart his plan to eliminate the dragon, let alone contemplate an escape from pursuit. In the VIP lounge, Charlos Saint felt the penetrating gaze of Jiang Zhe, which sent a sudden chill through him. He also noticed that Jiang Zhe was observing him. The calmness in Jiang Zhe's eyes evoked an unsettling sensation within him. What impressive gaze! Charlos Saint realized that Jiang Zhe's eyes were unlike those of any slaves he had encountered before, imbued with tranquility and resilience. He resolved to train Jiang Zhe until his eyes mirrored those of CP0, after which he would gouge them out and mar his face as retribution for daring to look at him in such a manner. However, before that, he needed Jiang Zhe to acquire sufficient heavenly gold for him. CP0, bring the owner of this arena and that slave below to me. Understood, replied CP0, who had been silent beside Charlos Saint before vanishing without a trace. As Jiang Zhe entered the lounge, he received a message from his subordinate regarding the celestial dragon's desire to meet him in Minotaurus. Chapter 25. I'm going to challenge this CP0 in the VIP room of the Colosseum. St. Charlos observed Jiang Zhe standing before him with satisfaction. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. Neither Minotaurus nor Jiang Zhe had knelt before him. The expression on St. Charlos' face darkened ominously as he drew his golden pistol from within his robes and fired 2 shots at Minotaurus and Jiang Zhe. Bang! Bang! After the gunshots rang out, Minotaurus collapsed to the ground, while Jiang Zhe remained steadfastly upright. Damn you! What do you think you're doing? Failing to kneel before the illustrious celestial dragon? Roared the CP0 agent standing beside St. Charlos. There is not yet a soul born in this world who can compel me to kneel, Jiang Zhe replied, his tone calm, yet resolute. St. Charlos, initially poised to erupt in anger, suddenly felt invigorated. He shoved the CP0 agent aside and moved to stand directly in front of Jiang Zhe. Keep your distance from this man. The CP0 agent had sensed an elusive yet palpable threat emanating from Jiang Zhe upon his entrance. It was faint, but undeniably present, indicating that this slave possessed the potential to pose a threat, at least at the level of a colonel. If St. Charlos drew too close, a sudden attack could leave him vulnerable. Ignoring the CP0's warning, St. Charlos surveyed Jiang Zhe with keen interest. He had originally intended to execute Jiang Zhe on the spot for his disrespect towards the celestial dragons. But memories of the empty slave cells and the ridicule faced by slaves who failed in combat at the hands of other celestial dragons flooded his mind. If he recalled correctly, Princess Lilia had advised him to select slaves not for their submissiveness, but for their pride and spirit. Such slaves would not only be entertaining to train, but would also yield a sense of accomplishment upon success. Most importantly, they would be fierce enough to earn heavenly gold in the arena. St. Charlos resolved to let this slave win a few matches first, then train him into submission, ultimately blinding him and marring his visage. He could almost envision the scene, triumphantly winning battles with the slave and seeing Jiang Zhe groveling at his feet. Ha 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 ha! What must I do for you to kneel? St. Charlos laughed heartily, his gaze piercing into Jiang Zhe. I wish to challenge him to a duel, Jiang Zhe declared, pointing a finger at the CP0 agent who had retreated behind St. Charlos. Excellent. St. Charlos' satisfaction deepened. A slave who sought to prove his prowess was indeed a valuable fighter. CP0, St. Charlos called out. The CP0 agent bowed and exited the box, with Jiang Zhe following closely behind. General Weasel, how many moves do you believe our CP0 could take to defeat this arrogant young man? St. Charlos inquired. I cannot discern. General Weasel replied nonchalantly, then fell silent, closing his eyes in meditation. Boring. St. Charlos observed the nonchalant demeanor of Vice Admiral Squirrel, and a flicker of irritation crossed his mind. He had anticipated a compliment akin to those he had received from others, yet was met with indifference, even disdain. How dare this naval officer, a mere lapdog of the celestial dragons, treat him with such disrespect? Though anger brewed within him, he found himself powerless against Vice Admiral Squirrel. After all, He had clandestinely escaped, and merely borrowing a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters was already a stroke of luck. It was impossible to acquire a favored vice admiral. Yet, this vice admiral dared to show him such insolence. He resolved to make him pay for it. Upon his return, he would certainly report to Sengoku, and also inform the elders. With this thought, a measure of comfort settled in his heart. Turning his gaze towards Jiang Zhe and CP0, who had now taken the stage, Jiang Zhe perceived the casual stance of the CP0 operative, knowing full well that he was not regarded as a threat. After all, he was merely a slave, a lowly gladiatorial servant, devoid of any real power. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. The less attention paid to him, the more effectively he could surprise and dispatch his opponent. However, he pondered the operative's willpower. For although his illusions were formidable, they required the mental fortitude of his adversary to be weakened beforehand. This necessity was why he engaged in physical confrontations before employing his held judgment. It served to hone his own combat skills and ensure that when others were at their peak focus, his held judgment would not easily ensnare them. Moreover, the true nature of this CP0 operative's abilities remained unknown. The celestial dragons were known to lavish their slaves with devil fruits, let alone the elite CP0 guards. He resolved to first test his physical prowess. What audacity this young man possessed to challenge him. CP0 cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Zhe before speaking. Jiang Zhe, without uttering a word, propelled himself off the ground. Crack! A resounding fracture echoed from beneath his feet as the platform began to fissure, his presence exuding a formidable aura that set his short hair on end. Witnessing Jiang Zhe's imposing demeanor and the splitting battleground, CP0's expression grew slightly serious, though it quickly reverted to one of disdain. You possess some strength, but it is insufficient to defeat me. Today, you shall witness true power. With that declaration, CP0 advanced, and another thunderous crack resonated beneath him, revealing a small crater where he had stood, from which cracks radiated outward. Whoosh! The sound of two figures slicing through the air resonated simultaneously, rendering them invisible to the audience, who could only discern two fleeting shadows drawing near. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted between Jiang Zhe and CP0, stirring a fierce wind that swept towards the audience in the stands, causing their garments and hair to flutter wildly. The spectators hastily shielded their eyes. When the wind finally subsided, they opened their eyes, eager to discern the victor of this clash. However, a thick cloud of dust enveloped Jiang Zhe and CP0, obscuring their view. After a considerable time, the dust settled, revealing two figures within. A tie? The audience gasped in astonishment. The two figures immediately separated once more. Young one, it appears I have underestimated you, CP0 remarked, casting a glance towards the VIP area above. Although his primary duty was to protect the celestial dragons from harm, earning favor with them could yield significant rewards. His own devil fruit powers were a testament to such advantages. Today, he was determined to swiftly defeat the slave before him and demonstrate his prowess to St. Charlos. Perhaps he might even receive a reward for his efforts. Had it not been for St. Charlos's presence here, I could have effortlessly vanquished you, which would otherwise reflect my inadequacy. I must engage in a proper contest of martial skills with you. Yet, I must say, young one, your knowledge is quite limited. Allow me to show you the true power of this world. Upon hearing CP0's words, a faint smile curled at the corners of Jiang Zhe's lips. He understood that CP0 was prepared to unleash his full strength. It seemed that his objective had been achieved. Chapter 26. Defeating CP0 in the center of the arena. CP0 exuded an overwhelming aura, the wind it generated rustling the fabric of its white suit. Sharp teeth began to emerge from its mouth, its eyes grew larger, and a crocodile tail slowly sprouted from behind, while its hands transformed into claws. Once the metamorphosis was complete, CP0 turned a glance at the VIP stand before fixing its gaze upon Jiang Zhe, who stood opposite. Kid, this is true power. Brace yourself for my might. Within the VIP room, St. Charlos gazed down at the half-crocodile CP0 with satisfaction, though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in his heart. Jiang Zhe was his designated combat slave, meant to earn him profits from the heavens. If CP0 were to severely injure him, it would be a loss for St. Charlos. However, he reasoned that after CP0 thoroughly defeated Jiang Zhe, the latter would be easier to train. After all, in dog training, one must establish dominance. General Mongoose, do you see how formidable my CP0 is? St. Charlos boasted, his expression gleaming with pride. Indeed, General Mongoose replied without even opening his eyes, his tone unenthusiastic. Damn it! St. Charlos raised his firearm and aimed it at General Mongoose, pulling the trigger. Clang! The bullet was deflected by a blade, flattening and falling away. You insolent fool! How dare you block my shot? I will file a complaint with Sengoku. General Mongoose slowly sheathed his sword and calmly replied, Be my guest, before closing his eyes once more. Witnessing General Mongoose's indifference drove St. Charlos to the brink of fury, yet he found himself powerless against the general. He resorted to venting his anger by smashing objects within the VIP room. On the battle platform, Jiang Zhe beamed with satisfaction as he observed CP0's transformation into a half-crocodile. Understanding CP0's abilities only bolstered Jiang Zhe's confidence. He had initially feared that CP0 might possess an unusual paramecia-type power, which could have hindered his efforts to defeat it without revealing his own abilities and identity. Now, knowing it was merely a Zoan-type devil fruit user, Jiang Zhe felt assured. After all, he had faced numerous opponents with tough skin and resilient flesh over the past few days and had gained considerable experience. By subtly employing the power of the Hungry Ghost Path to siphon the life energy from his adversary, he would grow stronger while his opponent weakened. All he needed was to seize an opportunity to unleash the judgment of hell to conclude the battle. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from the spot where CP0 stood. On the battle stage, a deep pit had formed where CP0 had been, its bottom marked by a multitude of cracks. Clouds of dust and debris were propelled into the air by the force of the impact, suspended momentarily as if time itself had halted. Upon closer inspection, the air surrounding the pit appeared compressed, creating a distortion in the atmosphere. The once motionless white figure transformed into a swift white phantom, enveloped by a torrent of wind. Hurtling towards Jiang Zhe, the air, rapidly agitated, emitted a sharp whooshing sound. The audience was left in stunned silence, their mouths agape. They had never witnessed such a spectacle in this arena. They had never seen anything so extravagant, to the extent that even the stone combat platform was being shattered. This white figure seemed vaguely familiar to them, reminiscent of the individual who had previously trailed behind the celestial dragon. It appeared that Pain's 14 consecutive victories were about to be brought to an end. Yet it was understandable, for this person was a subordinate of the celestial dragon and possessed a devil fruit. Pain was merely a minor slave of the arena. Despite his impressive streak, he would likely be unable to withstand the onslaught of this formidable opponent. As the white figure approached, Jiang Zhe remained unperturbed, his gaze as tranquil as ever. As if nothing were amiss, he gradually raised his right hand, forming a fist at his waist, and positioned his feet apart in a stance reminiscent of an archer's. The muscles in his right hand bulged with exertion, revealing countless veins, akin to serpentine dragons coiling around his forearm, causing it to swell in size. His legs also expanded, and the stone platform beneath him began to crack. When the white phantom was nearly upon him, Jiang Zhe slowly unleashed his right fist. Although the motion appeared languid, it was executed with remarkable speed, compressing the air in front of his fist to create a dense barrier of air, while the surrounding atmosphere, as if struck by immense force, swiftly dispersed to either side, leaving rippling waves of white in its wake. Boom! The white phantom finally collided with Jiang Zhe's fist. The audience in the stands could only hear a deafening sound that resonated painfully in their ears, prompting them to cover their ears instinctively while attempting to open their eyes to glimpse the scene on the combat platform. Yet they were thwarted by the gust of wind that made it difficult to see. On the platform, feeling the force behind Jiang Zhe's punch, CP0 scoffed internally, thinking it absurd for him to challenge with such feeble strength. With that thought, CP0 added more force to his claws, casting a smug glance at Jiang Zhe. Sensing an increase in power from his own fist, Jiang Zhe intensified the output of his Hungry Ghost Path ability, firmly opposing CP0's strike. Do not strain yourself, kid. CP0 had initially believed that by augmenting his strength, Jiang Zhe would inevitably falter. To his surprise, despite applying considerable force, his claws remained locked in place. St. Charlos intended to capture Jiang Zhe as a slave, not to kill him. Therefore, he could not employ his full strength. Moreover, having underestimated Jiang Zhe, he had not exerted much effort in his earlier attack, which, although substantial for a mere slave, proved insufficient. Now realizing that Jiang Zhe had withstood his assault, it became clear that he would need to unleash his full power. Just as CP0 prepared to intensify his strength, he was suddenly struck by a wave of weakness. How could this be? As a user of the Zoan-type devil fruit, he was typically brimming with energy, never having experienced such a sense of weakness. Unless confronted with Sea Prism Stone, could it be that this slave possessed Sea Prism Stone? Contemplating this, CP0 attempted to swiftly retract his claws. However, Jiang Zhe would not grant him such a favor. The moment he began to withdraw his strength, Jiang Zhe discerned his intent. Transforming his fist into an open palm and seizing CP0's claws firmly. Upon realizing his claws had been captured, CP0 gazed at Jiang Zhe in a flurry of panic. A splendid opportunity. Hell's judgment. In an instant, CP0 found himself ensnared within an illusion. Chapter 27. Capturing the Celestial Dragon. As the winds and sounds generated by the collision subsided, the audience beheld the scene upon the stage. Jiang Zhe firmly grasped the hands of CP0, who had reverted to his human form, unable to maintain his previous half-crocodile appearance. CP0 knelt on the ground, mumbling to himself, his words indecipherable. The arena bore the scars of a tempest, marked by fissures, deep craters, and scattered stones. Behold, the judgment of hell. To think that pain could achieve victory in such a manner. Remarkable. Henceforth, in any battle involving pain, I shall unhesitatingly wager on his triumph. Observing CP0 ensnared in the judgment of hell, Jiang Zhe maximized his hungry ghost path abilities. He still had to contend with the weasel, and under his protection, seized the Celestial Dragon. Thus, garnering additional energy would undoubtedly enhance his chances. He could not afford to overlook the prostrate CP0. He must absorb more life energy. As for killing him, that was not a task for the present moment. Should he eliminate CP0, it could provoke the vigilance of the Marines and the Celestial Dragons, significantly impeding his impending operation to capture the Celestial Dragon. Now, he was but a step away from tormenting and slaying the Celestial Dragon. Feeling invigorated, Jiang Zhe lifted his gaze towards the VIP box within the arena. Inside, St. Charlos incredulously rubbed his eyes, unable to believe that the CP0 he had brought could be vanquished by an obscure slave. Indeed, this CP0 was woefully weak. Upon returning, he would insist that his father replace this CP0. Yet, he had stumbled upon a treasure. Even a mere slave from the arena possessed the strength of a vice admiral. He could almost envision himself basking in the envious gazes of others in myriad. Even the weasel, who had been meditating, opened his eyes at this moment. However, upon seeing that Jiang Zhe had not killed CP0, the weasel closed his eyes once more. Splendid. Truly splendid. Upon witnessing Jiang Zhe return to the VIP box, St. Charlos began to inch closer, surveying him from left to right. As Jiang Zhe felt the gaze of St. Charlos scrutinizing him, a wave of revulsion surged within his heart. He glanced at the weasel, who was still in a meditative state. With CP0 dealt with, only the weasel remained, incapable of resisting him. Moreover, the Celestial Dragons were so close. If not now, then when would he strike? A glint of coldness flashed in Jiang Zhe's calm eyes. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Jiang Zhe swiftly crushed St. Charlos's mask with one hand, seizing his neck and lifting him off the ground. The weasel, who had been in a state of tranquility, suddenly opened his eyes, drawing his sword with lightning speed. A beam of light shot forth from his blade, aimed directly at Jiang Zhe's hand that grasped St. Charlos. Jiang Zhe's other hand, enveloped in haki, intercepted the blade of light. Yet the blade left a gruesome scar upon his hand. Jiang Zhe swiftly drew Charles Saint close, positioning him as a shield between himself and the weasel. What are you doing? The previously calm demeanor of the weasel evaporated, replaced by a grave seriousness. He gripped his knife tightly, while his other hand searched his body for the communication device linked to the warring states. He initially believed a single strike would sever Jiang Zhe's arm, thereby rescuing Charles Saint directly. This way, he could impart a lesson to Charles Saint without dirtying his own hands, fulfilling his own mission. He had sensed something amiss with Jiang Zhe, who exhibited neither the despair of a slave nor a lack of spirit. After Jiang Zhe defeated CP0, the dissonance had reached its peak. Nevertheless, he still presumed he could handle Jiang Zhe, which is why he sought to use Jiang Zhe to teach Charles Saint a lesson, avenging the earlier slight. To his astonishment, Jiang Zhe wielded armed color hockey, and judging by its intensity, his mastery was considerable. He withstood the blow, merely shedding a trickle of blood. Fortunately, there were no witnesses aside from himself. Otherwise, his negligence would have been exposed. Now that Jiang Zhe had adopted Charles Saint as a shield, striking was considerably more challenging. If Charles Saint were to sustain severe injury, those participating in the mission would face dire consequences. Although his strength was formidable enough to avoid death, he would undoubtedly find himself summoned before a military tribunal. Jiang Zhe observed the now bruised Charles Saint in his grasp, realizing that his plan had succeeded halfway. Now, he merely needed to rid himself of the weasel and eliminate Charles Saint to escape unscathed. However, killing a celestial dragon in the presence of the weasel would likely ignite a vendetta. Moreover, there was another reason. To slay Charles Saint outright would be too easy. Minotaurus rose from the ground and positioned himself directly before Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe passed the gasping Charles Saint to Minotaurus, fearing he might succumb to asphyxiation. Once released from his grip, Charles Saint immediately regained his breath and shouted, "What are you doing? You wretched commoner! I am a noble celestial dragon." Noting Jiang Zhe's disregard, he turned to the weasel. "Why are you just standing there? Come and save me, or I will report you to the elders." Upon hearing Charles Saint's words, the weasel's gaze towards Jiang Zhe grew even more serious. Charles Saint attempted to say more, but was silenced by Minotaurus's hand over his mouth, reduced to muffled cries. "What on earth do you intend to do?" The weasel glared at both Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus, his expression menacing. "I merely wish to allow the celestial dragon to experience my suffering." Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, the weasel froze in place. It appeared Jiang Zhe was a victim of the celestial dragon's oppression. However, countless others in this sea had suffered at the hands of the celestial dragons, and losing one more was insignificant. At this moment, Charles Saint is merely fulfilling his designated objective, and under no circumstances should Jiang Zhe be allowed to take him away. As the saying goes, grievances have their origins and debts have their creditors. You ought to confront the celestial dragon who has wronged you. What purpose does capturing Charles Saint serve? Upon hearing the words of the flying squirrel, Charles Saint, whose mouth was covered by Minotaurus, frantically searched his mind, only to find no recollection of Jiang Zhe, leading him to nod fervently. Jiang Zhe turned to command Minotaurus to step aside, directing his gaze towards the flying squirrel. He had not anticipated the squirrel's exceptional ability to argue. What was this nonsense about grievances having their origins? In his eyes, all celestial dragons deserved to perish. Even their complete annihilation would pose no issue. Were there truly any righteous celestial dragons? Hearing Jiang Zhe's remark, the flying squirrel desperately rummaged through his thoughts, striving to imagine a virtuous celestial dragon. Yet he could conjure none, ultimately resigning himself to the futility of reasoning with Jiang Zhe. Do not act impulsively. We can engage in a constructive dialogue. Whatever you desire, I assure you the world government will provide. His sole objective now was to buy time, as he had already activated the listening snail on his person, confident that Admiral Sengoku would soon respond. Chapter 28. Jiang Zhe's escape from Sabeti Archipelago in the arena. Amidst the cacophony of combat, Hell Road, who had been seated in the stands, leaped onto the fighting platform, unsheathed his sword, and swiftly dispatched CP0. Within the VIP room, Jiang Zhe sensed the lifelessness of CP0 on the arena and exhaled in relief. Earlier, to gain the trust of the weasel, he had refrained from killing CP0, instead ensnaring him in a nightmarish illusion of hell while siphoning a portion of his life energy. However, CP0 was acutely aware of his own abilities in the realm of hungry ghosts. Should he survive and confront Magellan, it would likely expose Jiang Zhe's identity. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, CP0 had to perish. Yet now, Jiang Zhe pondered how to find a secluded place to ensure that this celestial dragon descended into hell amidst his torment. As for evading the weasel's pursuit, that was a trivial matter, merely a matter of intimidation. Jiang Zhe raised his gaze to the weasel before him. "Do not follow me, otherwise I shall sever this celestial dragon's hand, and it will be your doing," he warned. With that, he turned to face the St. Charlos held captive by Minotaurus. Without hesitation, Minotaurus released his grip on Charlos's mouth. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's calm words, Charlos trembled as if he had encountered the most terrifying of fates. Once he regained his composure, he turned to the weasel. "Weasel Admiral, you must heed his words. I do not wish to become crippled. If you do not comply, I will report you to the Elder Stars, and you will undoubtedly face a military tribunal." The desperation in Charlos's voice, coupled with the sight of his tear-streaked face, left the weasel momentarily flummoxed. Given his understanding of the celestial dragons, he knew that once Charlos believed he was to blame for his misfortune, his future would be bleak. Jiang Zhe's demeanor clearly indicated he had no intention of killing Charlos. If that were his intent, he would have acted already instead of engaging in this futile dialogue. The weasel glanced up at Jiang Zhe. His calm demeanor suggested a resolute determination. Should he press too hard, Jiang Zhe might indeed sever Charlos's arm. Although Jiang Zhe might be motivated by treasure and would likely refrain from inflicting excessive harm on Charlos, the risk was too great to wager. He could not afford to invite Charlos's vengeance. The weasel recalled the tragic fate of Zifa's family and silently sheathed his blade. Witnessing the weasel's capitulation, Charlos's face broke into a sycophantic grin as he turned to Jiang Zhe. Minotaurus once again covered Charlos's mouth and then followed Jiang Zhe out of the arena. Racing into the distance, Marine Ford, Admiral's office. Upon hearing the sound of the weasel's listening snail, Sengoku immediately sensed trouble brewing. His perspective on the celestial dragons had always been that they were a nuisance. Any matter tied to them invariably turned into a convoluted predicament. Thus, when Charlos approached him for guards, Sengoku felt an overwhelming resistance within. Our navy exists to uphold justice upon the vast seas, not merely to serve as the guardians of the celestial dragons. However, with no other options available, they apprehended a certain slothful individual lacking any assignments, compelling him to undertake a mission. In addition, they discreetly equipped him with a listening device, wary of any unforeseen mischief from the celestial dragons, thus preserving potential evidence. Little did they expect that matters would escalate to such a degree, with the celestial dragons being directly abducted. This marked an unprecedented event since the Valley of Gods incident. The Navy's failure to provide adequate protection in this instance could prove disastrous for them. With this thought in mind, Sengoku hastily rummaged through his desk. After retrieving a telephone snail from the drawer, he promptly dialed a number. "Hello, Kizaru. Cease all your current tasks immediately and proceed to the Sabeti archipelago without delay. The celestial dragons have been taken hostage." A considerable pause ensued before a response crackled through the device. "Ah, the world has indeed become a terrifying place." Following this, a whooshing sound was heard. Upon hearing the sound, Sengoku felt a sense of relief and set down the telephone snail. This was the swiftest remedy he could devise. He could only hope that St. Charlos would remain unharmed. Otherwise, even his position as Fleet Admiral might be at stake. The immediate priority was to report this situation to the Gorosei. Sengoku withdrew a well-cared-for telephone snail from his coat. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe sped along for 10 minutes, halting in a secluded area once he confirmed that the Navy would not be able to locate him swiftly. He was intent on making St. Charlos experience a modicum of suffering in order to reclaim some interest. Minotaurus released his grip on St. Charlos's mouth. The latter turned to face Jiang Zhe, his previously bewildered expression swiftly morphing into one of rage. "You wretched commoner, what do you intend by abducting a great celestial dragon to this place?" He had deduced that Jiang Zhe lacked the courage to kill him. Had he possessed such audacity, he would have struck during their encounter in the Colosseum. The very act of bringing him here must have been driven by ulterior motives. And since Jiang Zhe had a purpose, he felt emboldened. Jiang Zhe was taken aback by the audacity of the celestial dragon, realizing that their elevated status had rendered them oblivious to fear. With a resounding slap, Minotaurus raised his hand and delivered a forceful blow to St. Charlos's face. As he collapsed to the ground, St. Charlos clutched his face in disbelief, staring at Minotaurus in shock. "How dare you, you lowly peasants!" Before he could finish his retort, Minotaurus raised his hand again, prompting him to hastily shut his mouth, all the while cursing inwardly. After a prolonged silence, St. Charlos adopted a sycophantic demeanor, a look he had never before embodied, but recalling the slave's expressions before him, he recognized it as the essence of flattery for the first time. "Lord Payne, is it? As you can see, the sloth has not pursued me. Might you consider releasing me? I am willing to fulfill any of your desires." Upon encountering Jiang Zhe's indifferent demeanor, Charles felt a surge of irritation. However, considering his isolation in this desolate place, devoid of any guards, he realized the peril he faced if he were to meet an untimely demise. It would be prudent to placate this commoner for now. Once he was rescued, he could then devise an appropriate retribution. With this thought in mind, Charles adopted an even more obsequious expression and hastened his tone. "You must believe in the capabilities of us celestial dragons. I can offer you a position as my guard. Even the world's nobility would be yours to command. You could even ascend to the status of a celestial dragon." Jiang Zhe, however, paid no heed to Charles's increasingly frantic appeals, merely gazing at him with a calm intensity. The familiarity of Jiang Zhe's gaze only heightened Charles's anxiety. He recognized it all too well as the same look he had often cast upon the slaves he had grown weary of, mocking their pleas for mercy. A tumult of anger and fear swirled within him, for there remained so many pleasures yet to be savored, his 10 wives, and the vast fortune of billions in berries he had amassed. Chapter 29. The Judgment of Hell, myriad. Panga City, Hall of Authority. "What? Could you repeat that?" Satan exclaimed incredulously, clutching the transponder snail in his hand. Beside him, Nezashu leisurely lifted his teacup from the table, bringing it to his lips for a gentle sip, casting a sidelong glance at the vociferous Satan, his eyes betraying a flicker of disdain. "Satan, is there truly a need for such volume? As members of the 5 elders, we must maintain our composure." Nezashu stood up and approached the somewhat dazed Satan, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Realizing Nezashu had come beside him, Satan snapped back to attention, a glimmer of schadenfreude flashing in his eyes. "It's nothing. Just that St. Charlos has been taken hostage by a pirate." Upon hearing Satan's words, Nezashu raised his teacup to his lips once more. "I thought it was something significant." "What? St. Charlos has been taken hostage." Nezashu instantly lost his composure, the cup slipping from his grasp and spilling a dark stain onto the carpet. "The Moby Dick. Old man, breaking news. A celestial dragon has been taken hostage in the Sabati archipelago." Marco burst into Whitebeard's cabin, a transponder snail in hand, brimming with excitement. "Gurura, this Jiang Zhe fellow truly acts swiftly. Should we rush to his aid? Reports indicate that Kizuru is rapidly approaching the Sabati archipelago. That isn't necessary. After all, he hasn't called for our help yet. However, we can certainly inform him about Kizuru's impending arrival." With that, Whitebeard turned his gaze to the transponder snail in front of him. Sabati archipelago. Jiang Zhe set down the transponder snail, having anticipated the Navy's swift response. He hadn't expected it to be so soon. According to Whitebeard's intel, Kizuru would likely arrive at the Sabati archipelago in about half an hour. Originally, he had intended to capture the disgraceful antics of the celestial dragon, but time was now of the essence. Turning to St. Charlos, who was being mercilessly beaten by Minotaurus in Hell's Road, Jiang Zhe felt a pang of disappointment. However, that was sufficient. Jiang Zhe approached St. Charlos and retrieved the recording transponder snail that had been placed nearby. Sensing Jiang Zhe's approach, St. Charlos immediately clung to Jiang Zhe's leg. "Please, Lord Payne, spare me." St. Charlos had come to realize who the true leader among this group was, not the owner of the slave gladiatorial arena, nor the swordsman who had rushed over, but this very slave of the arena, pain. As he looked down at the snot and tears streaming down St. Charlos's face as he clutched his leg, a momentary feeling of disgust crossed Jiang Zhe's face. But he quickly regained his composure, his gaze fixed intently on St. Charlos. Under the intense gaze of Jiang, Charles Saint suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The acrid scent of something burning wafted into his nostrils, followed by a searing pain emanating from beneath his feet. In agony, he leapt up from the ground, only to be engulfed by roaring flames that surrounded him, prompting him to roll frantically on the ground in terror. Observing Charles Saint's desperate writhing, Jiang Zhe nodded in satisfaction. This was the second application of the hellish judgment, drawing a person into the depths of hell to experience the torments of the 18 layers of punishment, culminating in a fate of being torn apart by those he had once persecuted. In reality, such an individual would succumb to despair and ultimately perish. This was knowledge Jiang Zhe had possessed since acquiring the hellish judgment, yet he had never had the opportunity to test it, as this technique required time and sufficient victims to achieve optimal results. Capturing Charles Saint today presented a perfect experimental opportunity. Approximately half an hour later, the once struggling Charles Saint lay motionless on the ground, his eyes vacant as they gazed skyward, reminiscent of the slaves he had previously tormented to death. After tidying up the scene, Jiang Zhe prepared to depart when a sound of footsteps caught his attention. An elderly man with long, grizzled hair, wearing glasses and sporting a scar over his right eye, clad in a white coat with a knife at his waist, appeared before Jiang Zhe, pouring liquor from a flask into his mouth. Upon noticing Jiang Zhe, the old man halted his advance, glancing at Minotaurus and the pathway to hell beside Jiang Zhe, then shifting his gaze to the celestial dragon at Jiang Zhe's feet. Recognizing the elderly figure before him, Jiang Zhe identified him as Rayleigh, the former first mate of the Roger pirates. If this man intended to apprehend him, escape would be a formidable challenge. Even in his advanced age, Rayleigh had demonstrated the ability to hold his own against admirals like Kizaru, albeit with the latter holding back. His prowess was further evidenced by his ability to intimidate Blackbeard during their encounter on Amazon Lily. Yet, what could Rayleigh possibly want here? Given his demeanor, it seemed he was not specifically seeking Jiang Zhe. He had no ties to the celestial dragons and likely posed no threat to him. Moreover, Jiang Zhe was currently assuming the guise of pain from the Akatsuki. Even if Rayleigh were to report him to the Navy, any information would be misleading. Thus, a confrontation with Rayleigh seemed improbable. Rayleigh, the first mate of the Roger pirates, Jiang Zhe softly uttered, acknowledging the old man's identity. Upon hearing his name spoken, Rayleigh looked up towards Jiang Zhe. Having successfully sold his wares and acquired some funds, he had been in high spirits. Purchasing a flask of liquor for himself and intending to save the remainder for Shaki to avoid her incessant complaints about his indulgences. Typically, he would take a shortcut home, but he had not expected to stumble upon a murder scene, especially one involving a celestial dragon, for such attire was exclusive to them. Just as he contemplated pretending not to have seen and walked past, he was unexpectedly recognized. The young man before him appeared somewhat unfamiliar. He had never encountered him before, nor had he seen him on the bounty list. After all, Xiachi operated an intelligence center, and he was quite knowledgeable about the happenings on the seas. He could ascertain that there was no newcomer like this on the ocean. Could he possibly be an ordinary person? This was incredibly intriguing. An ordinary person taking on a celestial dragon. The audacity of today's youth was indeed remarkable. The young man's gaze was particularly captivating, imbued with a calm, yet immense power that compelled one to delve deeper. Furthermore, even upon recognizing him, there was no sign of disturbance. Such a gaze and presence were rare, only witnessed in his captain and rocks. It was utterly fascinating. It seemed that the seas were once again destined for turmoil. However, he and Xiachi would likely need to relocate, for the world government would not easily overlook the assassination of a celestial dragon. Ha ha! I am merely an ordinary old man, having seen nothing. With that, Rayleigh walked past Jiang Zhe without looking back. Once Rayleigh had distanced himself, Jiang Zhe exhaled in relief, having feared that Rayleigh might meddle in his affairs, thus wasting precious time for his escape. Now, with Rayleigh feigning ignorance, it was precisely to his advantage. Jiang Zhe departed the scene, accompanied by Minotaur in Hell. Chapter 30. Kizaru arrives at the Sabati Archipelago, Colosseum, VIP room. The mongoose had just received news from Sengoku that Kizaru was en route, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. His task now was to maintain control of everything within the Colosseum and await Kizaru's arrival. He was relatively familiar with Kizaru, recognizing that it was most reasonable for him to handle this situation. He had anticipated Kizaru's involvement. As a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, Kizaru could arrive swiftly, and his remarkable speed would enable him to rescue the celestial dragon. Furthermore, Kizaru's cunning nature and his belief in ambiguous justice made him the ideal negotiator with the pirates, maximizing the chances of ensuring the celestial dragon's safety. As long as the celestial dragon remained unharmed, the issue of the criminals could be addressed later. Additionally, the less harm that befell the celestial dragons, the lesser the penalties would be for the derelict navy. After a moment of contemplation, the mongoose began coordinating his navy soldiers to secure the entire Colosseum. He needed to ascertain the identity of the young man from earlier. As he was certainly not an ordinary individual, the mongoose hoped that uncovering the young man's accomplishments might alleviate some of his impending punishment. While he was rummaging through information regarding Jiang Zhe, a brilliant flash began to coalesce above the Colosseum. Gradually, a short-haired, middle-aged man with an orange-tinted pair of sunglasses, a scruffy beard, and a rather disheveled appearance emerged from the light, adorned in a yellow and orange striped outfit, draped with the Navy's justice cloak. Alas, the mongoose found himself in a rather precarious situation. While pondering his troubles, he heard Kizaru's voice, initially feeling a flicker of joy. After all, Kizaru was there to assist him, significantly increasing the likelihood of rescuing the celestial dragon. However, Kizaru's atypical demeanor upon arrival was somewhat disconcerting, and despite having worked alongside him for many years and understanding his temperament, the mongoose still found it hard to accept. He could only muster a greeting before leading Kizaru in pursuit of Jiang Zhe's escape route. At the bar, the bamboo stick. "Shucky, hurry and prepare my drink. I've gathered a substantial amount of berries today," Rayleigh declared as he took a seat at the bar. "Rayleigh, you haven't gone and sold yourself again, have you?" A sultry voice called out from behind the curtain at the bar. The curtain was drawn back, revealing a young woman with short black hair, an exquisite visage, clad in a spider-patterned top and holding a cigarette. She approached Rayleigh directly, placing the cigarette in her mouth, leaning over the table with one hand, and lifting Rayleigh's chin with the other, exhaling smoke into his face. "Don't say that. I merely exploit my assets judiciously." Rayleigh pushed Shucky's hand away, retrieving a flask from his waist and taking a swig. "Come on, hand over the cash." Shucky extended her hand, shaking it in front of Rayleigh. He produced a pouch of coins from his clothing and placed it in her palm. "Ah, your drinks are still the finest." Rayleigh raised the bottle of wine handed to him by Shucky and took a sip, emitting a contented sound. "What a pity, we must leave this place." Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Shucky, who had been leaning on her elbow gazing at him affectionately, was momentarily taken aback. "What is happening? When I returned earlier, I witnessed the three of them slay a celestial dragon." As soon as Rayleigh finished speaking, Shucky's mouth fell agape, and she did not even notice her cigarette dropping from her lips. It felt as though she had misheard him. Since the downfall of the Rocks pirates, she had not heard of any celestial dragons being killed. The world government had erased all information regarding the Rocks pirates, and the world had long forgotten them. Hence, most people now regarded the celestial dragons as divine and untouchable beings. However, during the era of Rocks, the Rocks pirates had not held the celestial dragons in any regard. Had it not been for the combined efforts of Garp and Roger to defeat Rocks, the Rocks pirates would have long since unified the seas, rendering the navy irrelevant. Now, upon hearing of a celestial dragon's death, Shucky felt as if she had been transported back to the age of Rocks. "Are you serious? Of course, would I deceive you?" Seeing Rayleigh's conviction, Shucky understood that this matter could not be false. "Do you know those three individuals?" Completely unfamiliar, but one of them had an unusual presence. Upon seeing him, I felt as though I beheld Roger and even Rocks. Rayleigh's words once again left Shucky in shock. Roger and Rocks? Those were truly remarkable men. She hoped to meet them one day. However, The most pressing concern now was to hasten their departure from Sabaody Archipelago, for the killing of a celestial dragon would undoubtedly drive the world government into a frenzy. At that point, it was likely that the entire Sabaody Archipelago would be subjected to an extermination order, leaving no survivors. It seemed they would be returning to Amazon Lily once more. Under the guidance of the weasel, Kizaru arrived at the place where Jiang Zhe had previously lingered. Upon arrival, Kizaru discovered the lifeless body of Saint Charlos lying on the ground. His expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly resumed his usual lewd demeanor. "Oh dear, it appears that things have become troublesome. How terrifying." Kizaru's tone had shifted, losing some of its lewdness and gaining a touch of seriousness. The weasel stood frozen, unable to comprehend that Jiang Zhe had truly killed a celestial dragon. He had initially thought that if Jiang Zhe had not killed the celestial dragon on the spot, it must have been for some ulterior motive, either seeking wealth or compelling the world government to act, and that he would not truly slay a celestial dragon. He had dealt with such cases of holding world nobles hostage far too often. Each time, those who had their demands met returned the nobles, but never met with a favorable outcome. This time, Jiang Zhe's hostage-taking of a celestial dragon would surely lead to dire consequences, and he was prepared to witness the tragic aftermath. Little did he expect that Jiang Zhe had indeed killed the celestial dragon. Now, not only would Jiang Zhe face dire repercussions, but also the Navy personnel involved in the mission, along with their families, might suffer as well. The weasel recalled the tragic fate of Zifa's family. Had I seized Jiang Zhe at that moment, perhaps these troubles would not have arisen. The squirrel harbors a twinge of regret for his previous impetuousness. Observing the squirrel's dazed expression, Huang Yuan comprehends his thoughts. He is reminded of the elder who incessantly admonished him against relying solely on the powers of the devil fruit and urged him to diligently hone his martial skills. The elder's fate was truly tragic. He lost all his family. What significance does becoming an admiral hold in the face of such loss? Perhaps it is better to simply float along. The squirrel's kin reside in Marineford, and the transgressions he has committed far exceed those of Zifa. Zifa merely offended a celestial dragon, and his high standing certainly contributed to his downfall. Yet, this has already cost him his family, and it seems that this time, the squirrel may have to pay with his own life. Alas, how terrifying. Chapter 31. The Demon-Slaying Order, the Modibic. "Father, the celestial dragon who was taken hostage has been killed," Marco exclaimed, his face etched with shock as he rushed into Whitebeard's quarters, clutching a den mushy. Upon hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard took a hearty swig from a bowl of alcohol, downing the contents before setting the bowl aside and erupting into laughter. "Huh, what a man of his word. Did he even ask for your assistance?" Whitebeard's uninhibited drinking was a testament to his gratitude towards Jiang Zhe. It was only by assisting Jiang Zhe that he found some comfort. Marco, however, was momentarily taken aback by Whitebeard's inquiry. Initially, he too had believed that Jiang Zhe was responsible for the celestial dragon's demise. Yet, the intelligence he had received indicated that a man named Pain was the one responsible for the killing. "Father, it seems the celestial dragon may not have been slain by Jiang Zhe." Whitebeard froze at Marco's revelation. Had he misheard? How could it not be Jiang Zhe who had committed the act? After all, Jiang Zhe had declared his intent to kill the celestial dragons. And the events unfolded just as predicted, hostage-taking followed by murder. It appeared undeniable that Jiang Zhe was behind it, yet Marco asserted otherwise. Seeing the expression on Whitebeard's face, Marco understood that his father was skeptical about the claim that Jiang Zhe was innocent. He himself had reacted similarly upon first receiving the news. However, it was indeed true. They had utilized Kinbunchika Haki to ascertain that Pain bore no connection to Jiang Zhe. Furthermore, they had witnessed Pain escaping from the waters near the Sabaody Archipelago, indicating he was not a devil fruit user. In contrast, Jiang Zhe's performance during the Impel Down incident clearly marked him as a devil fruit user. It now seemed evident that Jiang Zhe was affiliated with a larger organization. Previously, when Jiang Zhe and his two companions visited their ship, this time the trio had ventured to the Sabaody Archipelago to assassinate a celestial dragon. Each individual was distinctly different, suggesting their organization operated in groups of 3, and was undoubtedly vast, capable of deploying such skilled fighters. Marco felt he had stumbled upon a significant secret. Father, Jiang Zhe may be a member of a secret organization. This assassination of the celestial dragon was orchestrated by a man named Pain, who is not a devil fruit user. At Marco's words, Whitebeard suddenly grasped the situation. To him, Jiang Zhe was unquestionably a devil fruit user. Otherwise, where would his myriad abilities originate? Once a devil fruit is consumed, one cannot partake of another, nor can the powers be relinquished unless the individual perishes. It appeared that Jiang Zhe was indeed not the one to have slain the celestial dragon, affirming Marco's assertion that he belonged to a clandestine organization. From his understanding, there was only one organization in the world that sought to challenge the celestial dragons so fervently, the Revolutionary Army. However, the Revolutionary Army had its own channels of information. Why would they require the Whitebeard pirates to relay intelligence in exchange for healing? There must be a far greater reason compelling them to act in such a manner. Could it be related to Ace? Due to Ace's actions, the Whitebeard pirates are undoubtedly bound to clash with the Navy. Consequently, the Revolutionary Army must have ulterior motives for this impending battle. Whitebeard seems to have grasped the situation. It appears that Jiang Zhe is indeed affiliated with the Revolutionary Army. Gurara, at Marine Ford in the Marshal's office. Upon receiving a call from Kizaru, Sengoku stood frozen in disbelief. It has been over 30 years since the last reported death of a celestial dragon following the God Valley incident. Now, suddenly, one has been murdered, and Sengoku feels as though the sky is collapsing around him. He can already envision the furious reaction of the 5 elders and the multitude of individuals who will be held accountable. Squirrel, Squirrel, how could you fail to protect even a single celestial dragon? In that wretched Pain, how dare he not simply fulfill his role as a slave? What possessed him to attempt the assassination of a celestial dragon, and to succeed at that? The trouble this will bring upon him is unimaginable. Sengoku's expression darkens, a tempest brewing within him. Standing nearby, Tsuru swiftly approaches and places a reassuring hand on Sengoku's shoulder. Feeling a surge of strength coursing through him, Sengoku's countenance returns to normal, and he regains his composure. "Thank you, Tsuru. It's all right," he replies. The priority now is to report this incident to the 5 elders and ensure the safety of Squirrel S family. You know how it is. With that, Tsuru points upward. Sengoku immediately understands. He recalls the family of Zifa, who perished tragically. It is likely that the world government will not only target Squirrel and his associates, but also their relatives. If the world government is allowed to act with such impunity, the morale of the Navy will surely wane. Who would sacrifice their lives for a cause they no longer believe in? It is imperative to safeguard not only Squirrel's family, but also the families of the soldiers involved in this mission. Mary Gios, Panga City, Hall of Authority. Saint Satan received Sengoku's call, and his immediate reaction was disbelief. The notion that celestial dragons are lofty and untouchable has been deeply ingrained in society. He cannot fathom that someone would dare to kill a celestial dragon. Now, Sengoku informs him that Saint Charlos was slain by a slave. How could he accept such a claim? If this news were to spread globally, it would undermine the very foundation of their propaganda, suggesting that celestial dragons are indeed vulnerable to assassination. This matter must be suppressed, and that audacious slave who dared to kill a celestial dragon must meet a gruesome fate to instill fear in all who are aware of this incident. Sengoku, activate the Demon Extermination Order. Upon uttering these words, Saint Satan draws the attention of the other 4 elders present in the Hall of Authority. However, since he is currently in conversation with Sengoku, they refrain from interrupting. Saint Satan, what on earth is going on? Why would you compel Sengoku to activate the Demon Extermination Order? Inquires Saint Nazashiro as he observes Satan placing the Den Mushi down. Saint Charlos is dead. The words of Saint Satan cast a pall over the entire Hall of Power, though the atmosphere soon returned to normalcy. Who was the perpetrator? It is said to have been a slave. Let us eliminate this slave along with anyone in the know. That slave remains elusive. What is the Navy doing? Please, let us not rush. We should first consult Lord M. Saint Nazashiro glanced at his companions as they engaged in their back and forth, slowly setting down his teacup. He held a long-standing disdain for those foolish celestial dragons. Were it not for their ability to provide him with votes, he would have long since eradicated them. Such imbeciles only serve to diminish the overall quality of their kind. However, while it is permissible for the celestial dragons to exact vengeance upon one another, it is utterly unacceptable for others to do so, as it pertains to their dignity, a matter they cannot afford to compromise. Furthermore, it is precisely due to his own circumstances that St. Charlos was able to emerge from the heavily guarded myriad. He must ensure that this matter is handled with utmost perfection. Chapter 32. The ecstatic Morgans in the office of the World Economic News Agency. The president's chamber was occupied by an albatross adorned in a top hat, with a prominent beak and small eyes, a cigar clasped between its beak. Cloaked in a lavish display of white feathers, it sported a light blue shirt complemented by a yellow bow tie, while its lower half was clad in red and white checkered trousers, draped with a black cape. This peculiar creature had propped its feet upon the desk, scrutinizing a report replete with figures. "What in the world?" it exclaimed in exasperation. "How could the performance have plummeted so drastically these past few days?" Since the publication of the report on the advancement of the city, the World Economic News had become a target of the global government. Although it could not undermine his foundation, the pain was palpable. Even more distressing was the covert retaliation against his employees, rendering them incapable of delivering significant news, leading to a staggering drop in newspaper sales, plummeting to half of what they had been during the coverage of the city advancement incident. He was in dire need of a story that would astonish the world. Suddenly, the window beside Morgan's was flung open, as he beheld the three intruders entering his office. He longed to cry out for help, yet before he could utter a sound, a pair of strong hands seized his beak. Morgan's small eyes darted frantically, pondering whom he might have offended recently. After much contemplation, he could only surmise that his ire had been directed at the global government. However, he had informants within their ranks. If the global government intended to target him, he would surely receive a warning from his informants, and he would not find himself in such a passive predicament. Moreover, most officials of the global government had been compromised by him, and their actions against him were merely for show. There was no likelihood that they would genuinely seek to harm him. Thus he remained confidently ensconced in his office rather than fleeing in fear. "Do not move. I bring you monumental news," declared one of the intruders. "This phone bug is your link to me. Should any other significant news arise, I shall reach out to you." With that, Jiang Zhe tossed two phone bugs into Morgan's embrace. Jiang Zhe's purpose for seeking out Morgan's was to amass more shock value. His intent in eliminating the celestial dragons was to garner greater astonishment, thereby enhancing his own power. However, with the deed done, only a handful were aware of it. Given the global government's typical modus operandi, it was likely they would swiftly suppress this event, even erasing all civilians privy to the knowledge. If this were to occur, it would render Jiang Zhe's actions against the celestial dragons inconsequential. Their invulnerable stature would remain intact. This did not align with Jiang Zhe's aspirations for integration and the requisite shock value. Thus, he needed to ensure this matter became widely known, for even the formidable global government could not annihilate the entirety of the world's populace. Hence, he chose Morgan's, the president of the largest newspaper agency in the pirate world, which essentially dominated the press across the vast seas. As for the possibility of Morgan's withholding this story, that was an impossibility, as evidenced by his fervent obsession with world-shattering news. Certainly, Jiang Zhe would not place all his hopes solely on Morgan's tenacity. He had also positioned Hell's Path to linger around Morgan's until the World Economic News reported the assassination of the Celestial Dragon. Jiang Zhe cast a profound glance at Morgan's before departing from the World Economic News office with Minotaurus and Hell's Path, leaving Morgan's in a state of bewilderment. It was only after the sound of footsteps completely faded that Morgan's regained his senses. It turned out that it was not an act of vengeance. He had been startled. Morgan's placed a hand over his chest. What news could warrant such a dramatic delivery? He scrutinized the two insect-like devices nestled in his hands, recognizing them instantly as the recording and communication insects. Upon releasing the recording, Morgan swiftly pressed the device, struggling to believe his own eyes. His expression shifted from shock to elation. He understood the gravity of this news. Should it be broadcasted, his life could be in jeopardy. Yet, this news was a monumental revelation, one he had yearned for throughout the years. Should he release it? Yes. He would take the risk. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. If caught, he could always claim he was coerced. However, it seemed prudent to avoid returning to the office for the time being. With this thought, Morgans erupted into laughter. Jiang Zhe, having distanced himself, noticed Morgan's laughter and realized that the dissemination of the celestial dragon's assassination was secure. Now, Jiang Zhe simply needed to await the influx of astonishment. Nevertheless, he had another task at hand, to ensure that Whitebeard was completely healed. Mordibic Jiang Zhe, I never anticipated you would truly achieve this. It is remarkable. Whitebeard gazed at Jiang Zhe with enthusiasm. He was aware of the purpose behind Jiang Zhe's visit today. Previously, Jiang Zhe had assured him that upon his exit from Sabeti Archipelago, he would come to their crew to remedy all his ailments. Over the past 10 days, having received half of his treatment, he had been living comfortably, free from daily injections and medications, no longer pursued by Marco to refrain from drinking. He indulged in copious amounts of alcohol and feasted heartily. Yet, he sensed that this state could only be maintained for about 6 months. After that, he would revert to the routine of injections and restrictions. Thus, he eagerly anticipated Jiang Zhe's return for his treatment. Fortunately, Jiang Zhe was a man of his word. He had come promptly after leaving the Sabeti Archipelago. Observing Whitebeard's excitement, Jiang Zhe understood his desires. However, Hell's Path had already been left at the World Economic News, and the decision not to bring Minotaurus along was due to the fact that both Hell's Path and Minotaurus were relying on their own energy to sustain themselves. If they strayed too far, he would be unable to continue supplying them with the necessary vitality. If Minotaurus were to remain at the World Economic News Agency, I would need to expend additional energy to maintain his transformation, thereby rendering my true identity vulnerable to exposure. Furthermore, my abilities from the Hell Path could indeed be utilized, albeit with a degree of discomfort. With Whitebeard's tenacity, he would undoubtedly endure it. The forthcoming treatment shall be administered by me. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, both Whitebeard and Marco were taken aback. After all, it had previously been one of Whitebeard's subordinates who provided his treatment. Why was it Jiang Zhe this time? Moreover, wasn't Jiang Zhe's power centered around controlling others and absorbing energy? How could he possibly be a healer? Noticing the puzzled expressions on Whitebeard and Marco's faces, Jiang Zhe had no desire to elaborate. However, my treatment may inflict some pain, so you must endure. Failure to do so could prove fatal, Jiang Zhe stated calmly, his tranquil visage lending an unsettling air to his words. Gururara, throughout the years, I have endured countless agonies. Bring it on. Yet, father, Marco attempted to interject, only to be silenced by a wave of Whitebeard's hand. His principle had always been to trust those he employed and to be wary of those he did not. Besides, he doubted the extent of the pain Jiang Zhe had mentioned. Chapter 33. Treating Whitebeard. A recap of gains after receiving Whitebeard's affirmative response. Jiang Zhe approached him directly, placing his hands over Whitebeard's. Observing the confident smile on Whitebeard's face, Jiang Zhe felt compelled to issue a gentle warning. He had personally experienced the excruciating pain associated with the Hell Path. While it might not pose a significant challenge for Whitebeard, he pondered, what if Whitebeard had a low tolerance for pain? All his previous efforts would be in vain. Whitebeard, the treatment below will indeed be quite painful. You must endure. Jiang Zhe's tone was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Old man, when I ventured into the seas to battle, you were not even born yet. Do you think I would fear such trivial pain? Whitebeard replied, his bravado unshakable. Jiang Zhe, proceed with the treatment. I can withstand any suffering. With that, Whitebeard waved his hand, signaling Jiang Zhe to commence. He yearned to swiftly heal all his ailments. He could not bear the thought of returning to a state where he could neither drink nor fight. As for the pain Jiang Zhe mentioned, how bad could it be? It paled in comparison to the agony of his numerous battle scars, or the internal injuries sustained from using his devil fruit powers. Surely, it was merely the youthful inexperience of Jiang Zhe that led him to speak thus. Seeing Whitebeard's unwavering confidence, Jiang Zhe understood that words would be futile. Only through experience would Whitebeard grasp the reality of the situation. Jiang Zhe activated the powers of the Hell Path. Whitebeard felt a warm current flowing from Jiang Zhe's hands into his body, causing a tingling sensation that was far from painful. Could it be that Jiang Zhe mistook this tingling for pain? It felt utterly painless to him. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Suddenly, his laughter ceased, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. The prior tingling sensation began to wane, replaced by an entirely different feeling: pain. Now, Whitebeard felt as if a dull knife was gradually slicing through his skin, exposing the muscles beneath, as if a blunt saw was methodically sawing away. He could even detect a metallic scent wafting from his body, and the sound of sawing echoed in his ears, accompanied by a coppery taste in his mouth. Yet, he could withstand this pain. It was merely reminiscent of the agony he had endured during severe injuries. A trivial matter. With this thought, Whitebeard turned his pale face towards Jiang Zhe, as if to convey, "Is that all?" Suddenly, an even more intense wave of pain surged through his mind, as if something were stirring violently within. Soon after, a pain emanating from his very soul enveloped him, blurring his vision, and he found himself on the verge of a scream. However, considering that both Whitebeard and Marco were present in the room, along with his earlier remarks, he could only endure the pain, his teeth clenched tightly, the muscles at his jaw contorting, even his white beard trembling. The hand gripping the naginata had swollen from exertion, his knuckles turning pale and trembling with effort. Marco, witnessing Whitebeard's state, grew increasingly anxious. He recalled Jiang Zhe's warning that succumbing to such agony could be fatal. Yet, he understood this was a pivotal moment in the treatment and could not disturb Jiang Zhe. He could only clench his fists, his face a mask of concern as he watched both Whitebeard and Jiang Zhe. "All right," Jiang Zhe gently stated, withdrawing his hands from Whitebeard. Just as he had anticipated, Whitebeard had managed to endure. His previous efforts had not been in vain. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's voice, Whitebeard felt as though he had heard the most melodious sound in the world. He turned his pallid face towards Jiang Zhe, declaring, "I told you. How formidable can mere pain be?" Gulalala. Marco, too, seemed to hear the sweetest sound upon noticing Whitebeard's demeanor, his heart finally at ease. From the trembling of Whitebeard's beard and the pallor of his fingers, Marco could discern the intensity of Jiang Zhe's treatment. Whitebeard had stubbornly endured for the sake of his pride. Amused yet reluctant to expose him, Marco felt content as long as Whitebeard was unharmed. Rising from his seat, Whitebeard trembled slightly, but had never felt so liberated, as if he had returned to his 40s or 50s. Jiang Zhe chose not to engage with the elated duo any further and exited Whitebeard's chamber, heading to the room prepared for him by Marco. Earlier, upon departing from the World Economic News, he had received a system notification indicating that his fusion degree had reached 30, unlocking new abilities. Previously, he had lacked the time to investigate. Now, aboard Whitebeard's ship, in a secure and discreet setting, it was the perfect opportunity to explore his newly acquired capabilities. Upon entering the room, he instructed Minotaurus to stand guard outside and began to examine the system. 6 paths of Pain Fusion System Host. Jiang Zhe Fusion Degree. 30. The higher the host's immersion in their role, the greater the fusion degree. Abilities. Hungry Ghost Path can absorb all energy. Hell Path can repair all injuries. Azura Path can merge with all mechanical weapons. The host can only wield half the ability, requiring a puppet to unleash its full potential. Shock Value. 300. 1,000 shock value grants 1 lottery chance. Lottery attempts. 12. Shock value converts automatically. Jiang Zhe had not anticipated his fusion degree would rise to 30 so swiftly. After all, when he had slain the celestial dragons, his fusion degree had only increased to 23, still quite a distance from 30. He was astonished that, in such a brief span, his fusion degree had surged to 30. Based on the principle of experiencing pain and the character style of pain from the original narrative, there seemed to be but one reason for this rapid escalation. Thus, the world government has directly initiated a decree of extermination, bombarding the entirety of the Sabeti archipelago. Given the vastness of the Sabeti archipelago, which serves as a recreational haven for the celestial dragons, it is improbable that it would be entirely obliterated. Rather, it is likely that only a portion was targeted, specifically the island where Jiang Zhe previously operated his slave gladiatorial arena, along with several smaller surrounding islands. Otherwise, the degree of integration would surely be greater. Furthermore, as of now, Jiang Zhe has yet to receive any news regarding the demise of the celestial dragons, suggesting that the world government has opted for concealment. Hence, the bombardment of the Sabeti archipelago appears to be merely an effort to eliminate those who are aware of the event. Nevertheless, the world government cannot maintain such secrecy for long. As evidenced by the scenes witnessed in Hell, Morgans is hastily printing newspapers regarding this matter, and it is expected that by tomorrow, this news will be known worldwide, rendering any attempts at concealment futile. Having resided on the Sabeti archipelago for an extended period, Jiang Zhe has developed a profound understanding of its nature. The island is rife with gangs, slave traders, retired pirates, and slaves, leaving no room for the innocent, who cannot survive in such an environment. Therefore, even if the entire Sabeti archipelago were to be eradicated, Jiang Zhe would harbor no remorse. His objective is to make this grotesque world experience suffering. Chapter 34. The Path of Azura and the Lottery. Jiang Zhe gazed at the ability section, discovering the addition of the Path of Azura. However, his other skills, such as transformation, held judgment, and armed color hockey, remained unlisted. Previously, Jiang Zhe had inquired about this anomaly, and the system's response indicated that the powers of the 6 paths of pain were unparalleled, rendering other abilities unworthy of sharing the same category. Consequently, Jiang Zhe chose to refrain from dwelling on this issue. Nevertheless, the newly introduced Path of Azura appeared to possess intriguing qualities. Previously, the Path of Hungry Ghosts resonated with the insatiable desire of the hungry ghosts to consume everything, thereby granting the ability to absorb all forms of energy. The Path of Hell corresponded with the cycle of reincarnation, enabling the healing of all wounds. If Jiang Zhe recalled correctly, the Path of Azura was associated with the Azura race, a lineage born into eternal combat within the depths of hell. Thus, the Path of Azura should inherently relate to warfare. Yet, how could it also encompass the fusion of all mechanical weapons? Ding! The manifestation of the 6 paths abilities is determined by the host's subconscious. In the host's subconscious, mechanical power is perceived as the pinnacle of combat strength, which is why the Path of Azura reveals mechanical fusion. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Zhe felt a moment of enlightenment. Perhaps his modern background led his subconscious to regard mechanical weapons as formidable. However, he realized that he needed to experiment further with the powers of the Path of Azura. Jiang Zhe instructed Minotaur to procure a few firearms from the Whitebeard pirates. Yet, he noted that the weaponry development in this world was rather peculiar, featuring both high-tech robots like the pacifista and antiquated flintlock guns that required reloading after each shot. Before long, Minotaur returned with the requested firearms. Fusion, Jiang Zhe softly murmured. Instantly, the firearms on the ground vanished, and his hands transformed into a gun and a cannon barrel. Jiang Zhe felt that with a mere thought, he could activate the weaponry he now possessed. However, the power seemed rather feeble. He recalled that the Don Quixote family had a weapon fruit user named Baby 5, who could transform into various weapons, far surpassing his own ability that required the fusion of existing arms. What, then, was the strength of his own ability? Ding! After fusion, the host gains comprehensive knowledge of the weapon. The weapon fruit requires an understanding of the weapon's mechanisms to transform. So that was it. Upon receiving the system's prompt, Jiang Zhe finally grasped the essence of the Path of Azura. Its convenience lay in the fact that he need not comprehend the construction or principles of the weapon. He only needed the weapon present, and upon fusion, he could wield it, gaining access to all pertinent information. Thus, once he had fused with a weapon, he could replicate it thereafter. Although he found the flintlock guns and cannons somewhat unimpressive, he pondered the potential of fusing with advanced battle technologies like the pacifista or the Germa battlesuits. With this capability, he could easily become an arms dealer. It seemed prudent to seek out Don Quixote da Flamingo, who would undoubtedly be intrigued by such an opportunity. However, at present, I find little use for da Flamingo. Perhaps I shall await a future opportunity. As for the shock value, the number of lottery draws has proven significantly less than I anticipated, seemingly due to the world government's efforts to obscure the assassination of the celestial dragon. However, once Morgans disseminates this news, I am certain my shock value will experience an explosive increase. System, initiate a 10 draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the art of cloning. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the explosive tag exchange technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an explosive tag. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. 7. A 30 lottery rate. Just like last time. Could it be that the winning rate for a 10 draw is indeed 30? Overall, Jiang Zhe was quite pleased with the results of this drawing. The art of cloning. Jiang Zhe silently chanted, and a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to him materialized before his eyes, gazing at him with curiosity. As Jiang Zhe reached out, intending to discern the differences between himself and his clone, the clone deftly evaded his hand, adopting a peculiar expression. What are you doing? Our clones are performers, not commodities. Taken aback by the clone's behavior, Jiang Zhe began to grasp the nature of his cloning technique. It was not the simple illusion taught at the Ninja Academy before Naruto, but rather a more advanced form of cloning that possessed its own consciousness. If memory served, once the clone dissipated, its memories would revert to the original. Jiang Zhe cast a glance at the clone. What are you doing? We clones have rights too. You cannot compel me. The clone exclaimed, dramatically clutching its chest, resembling a helpless maiden in distress. Observing the clone's demeanor, Jiang Zhe was momentarily speechless, furrowing his brow. How could a fragment of his own consciousness behave in such a manner? He, a usually serious individual, now had such a whimsical clone. Even if the clone's words were abruptly interrupted as Jiang Zhe raised his hand, dispersing it. In that instant, a surge of new memories flooded into Jiang Zhe's mind, along with the energy that had been partially depleted due to the cloning technique returning to him. It seemed his conjecture was correct. This clone was akin to the later forms of cloning in Naruto, possessing its own consciousness, and even after its dissolution, the memories would revert to the original. However, how might one experiment with the explosive tag exchange technique? Jiang Zhe retrieved several explosive tags obtained from the system's lottery. Alas, even this quantity was insufficient for experimentation. He examined the memories regarding the explosive tag exchange technique within his mind and felt a tinge of regret. Based on his prior knowledge of Naruto, this technique was devised by Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage of Konohagakure. This forbidden technique, a product of genius, wielded immense power, particularly lethal against ninjas, who typically possess high attack but low defense. However, in the world of pirates, individuals' physiques often resemble that of monsters. Thus, the efficacy of the explosive tag exchange technique may prove minimal. But what if it were employed against formidable foes, merely employed to obliterate those insignificant adversaries and structures? The potency of such an endeavor would indeed be remarkable. Furthermore, what if the detonation talisman were to be substituted with other explosive materials? The recollections of Jiang Zhe regarding the technique of talisman multiplication illuminated a profound truth. This technique is not solely applicable to detonation talismans. Essentially, the art of talisman multiplication pertains to the mastery of chakra control, facilitating a continuous and controlled detonation of explosives. Replacing the detonation talisman with alternative explosives is, without a doubt, a feasible notion. Suddenly, Jiang Zhe was reminded of the most formidable explosive in the world of pirates, the explosive rock. It had made but a solitary appearance in the theatrical rendition, when Zifa endeavored to utilize it to annihilate the vast ocean. A mere fragment of this explosive has the potential to obliterate an entire island. Imagining the application of the talisman multiplication technique to ignite the explosive rock conjured visions of an extraordinary spectacle. It seemed that his ambition to sink Marineford might just become a reality. Chapter 35. The scheme to steal explosive rocks, however, in order to obliterate Marineford with explosive rocks, one must first acquire them. In this vast ocean, I find myself devoid of reliable sources of information. The last time I attempted to assassinate a celestial dragon, it was only through the intelligence provided by the Whitebeard pirates that I succeeded. Now, the challenge of obtaining explosive rocks seems rather daunting. The first step is to ascertain their whereabouts. According to scenes depicted in the pirate film, it appears that Zephyr procured the explosive rocks from Dr. Vegapunk. It stands to reason, given the immense power of these explosive rocks, that the world government would not overlook the prospect of utilizing them for weaponry. As the chief scientist of the world government, Vegapunk is undoubtedly the foremost authority on this matter. Thus, my primary objective now is to determine Vegapunk's location. In the original narrative, Vegapunk's whereabouts are shrouded in uncertainty. Even though he ultimately appears on Egghead Island, his prior location remains a mystery to all. However, during this period, I can ascertain that Kizaru is still tasked with protecting Vegapunk, as he oversees matters pertaining to the Navy's Scientific Defense Division. Kuma is also under Vegapunk's scrutiny. While Kizaru may have ties to the Revolutionary Army, Kuma is undoubtedly a member. Therefore, in this time frame, the most effective means of tracking Vegapunk's movements is to seek out the Revolutionary Army. Fortuitously, I possess their contact information. I hold the transponder snail that Lightning previously provided to me. Nevertheless, the pressing question remains, why would the Revolutionary Army divulge information about Vegapunk to me? While this information may not be deemed critically important, it is perplexing why they would offer it without cause. I must devise a means to trade something of value with the Revolutionary Army, similar to my dealings with the Whitebeard pirates. Ace. It seems that all the information I currently possess pertains to Ace and the Marineford War, with little else to draw upon. It appears I must establish an organization within this pirate world to assist me in gathering intelligence while also aiding me in achieving my objectives. Yet, the most pressing matter remains acquiring information regarding Vegapunk from the Revolutionary Army. Reflecting on Ace, I have begun to formulate a plan. The brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, though merely sworn brothers, share a bond deeper than that of blood. Sabo currently finds himself in a state of amnesia, devoid of memories of Ace and Luffy. It is only at the moment of Ace's demise during the Marineford War that he regains all his recollections. This has become a lifelong regret. Moreover, isn't Sabo the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army? If I were to offer assistance in restoring Sabo's memories in exchange for information about Vegapunk, I believe he would be quite amenable to such a trade. However, I remain uncertain whether the Hell Path can indeed restore Sabo's memories. Nonetheless, it should pose no problem, for the description of the Hell Path states that it can mend all forms of damage. The loss of memory typically arises from harm to certain regions of the brain, rendering those memories inaccessible. As long as the Hell Path successfully repairs the damaged portions of the brain, I firmly believe that memory will be restored in tandem. Furthermore, aiding Sabo in regaining his memories will undoubtedly benefit Jiang Zhe's future endeavors. Ace is on the brink of execution, and as Ace's brother, Sabo must intervene to save him. This will undoubtedly incite a great commotion during the Marineford War. Not only will the Whitebeard pirates participate, but the Revolutionary Army will also join the fray. This aligns perfectly with my intentions to stir up trouble at Marineford. At present, my priority is to bid farewell to the Whitebeard pirates and subsequently contact the Revolutionary Army. Jiang Zhe expelled the weaponry he had recently integrated into his being, instructing Minotauros to return it. He then accompanied Minotauros to Whitebeard's quarters. Upon entering the room, they found Whitebeard seated, heartily drinking. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe, Whitebeard burst into laughter. Waha! Jiang Zhe, my boy, I have never felt such exhilaration before, and I cannot thank you enough. However, after his mirth, Whitebeard's expression turned grave. We have thoroughly investigated the matter concerning Ace, and it was indeed that traitor, Teach, who is responsible. The Whitebeard pirates are now prepared to engage the Navy in direct combat, and I'm certain that the Navy is equally prepared to confront us. He inquired about Jiang Zhe's plans. Jiang Zhe, upon hearing Whitebeard's words, displayed no signs of surprise. Given the scale of the Whitebeard pirates, it was only logical that they had spies embedded within the Navy, or at the very least, had bribed a few officials from the world government to procure information with ease. Thus, when Jiang Zhe entrusted Ace's Vivre card to Whitebeard, he anticipated that the crew would uncover the truth. Moreover, the events unfolded in accordance with the narrative and Jiang Zhe's expectations. A monumental clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy was inevitable. However, due to Jiang Zhe's forewarning, the Whitebeard pirates were alerted early, allowing them to prepare more thoroughly. Furthermore, Jiang Zhe's presence has significantly bolstered Whitebeard's confidence compared to his previous life. Jiang Zhe approached Whitebeard, his gaze steady and composed. I have no plans, but I possess a singular objective: to sink Marineford. His calm declaration resonated within the room like a thunderclap, rendering both Whitebeard and Marco momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, Whitebeard finally regained his composure. Wahaha! What an audacious young man you are! He seized a bowl of liquor and poured it into his mouth with fervor. Marco's eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Zhe, as though he were observing an enigma. Jiang Zhe, that is an impossible feat. After a moment, Marco seemed to ponder something anew, glancing back at Jiang Zhe. Even if you were to restore Father to his prime and have the Whitebeard pirates shield you from the three admirals, sinking Marineford remains an unattainable goal. For the other Navy forces are no pushovers. Marco's inquiry serves a dual purpose. Firstly, it expresses his profound skepticism regarding Jiang Zhe's ability to achieve his ambitions. The Navy is not solely comprised of the three admirals. Figures like Garp and Sengoku possess formidable strength as well. Having shadowed Whitebeard since childhood, Marco has witnessed countless battles fought by his father. Furthermore, aside from Sengoku and Garp, the Navy boasts numerous vice admirals, some of whom are comparable to him in prowess. In Marco's estimation, Jiang Zhe's strength merely matches his own. Thus, it seems implausible that he could surmount the obstacles posed by so many formidable adversaries to obliterate Marineford entirely. Even if Jiang Zhe commands a vast organization, it would still be insufficient, for the most colossal organization in this world is the Navy itself. If Jiang Zhe's organization were as large as the Navy or the Yonko, direct confrontation would suffice, rendering all other machinations unnecessary. Marineford represents the Navy's honor, and they would fight to the bitter end to prevent its destruction. The second purpose of Marco's statement is to remind Jiang Zhe of his prior commitment to assist their father in reclaiming his former glory. This matter has weighed heavily on Marco's mind for quite some time. He is uniquely qualified to assess the strength of their father at his peak, having accompanied him in battle throughout his youth. Should their father return to his prime, Marco can scarcely fathom the magnitude to which the Whitebeard pirates would ascend. Chapter 36. The world trembles. Jiang Zhe cast a nonchalant glance at Marco, fully aware of the implications behind his words. After all, the strength he had revealed thus far was merely at the level of a vice admiral. If anyone else had uttered such a claim, he would have found it incredulous. Yet, should his plan succeed, the impossible would transform into the possible. However, he held no desire to elucidate these matters to Marco. He understood Marco's underlying intent. Yet he was firm in his belief that Whitebeard's strength would not be restored to its zenith until the final hour. The crux of the matter remained. One cannot gamble their own trust on the integrity of others. The restoration of Whitebeard's peak power could only occur before the onset of war, for as he had reiterated, his faith in the Whitebeard pirates was far from unwavering. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Marco appeared ready to voice a response, but was promptly interrupted by Whitebeard. Marco, Jiang Zhe is a man of his word. After halting Marco, Whitebeard turned to Jiang Zhe. Gururara, Jiang Zhe, feel free to proceed with your plan. Should you require the assistance of the Whitebeard pirates, merely say the word. We shall fulfill our promise, even at the cost of our lives. In Whitebeard's heart, Jiang Zhe represented the Revolutionary Army, and if they proclaimed their intent to sink Marineford, he believed they would earnestly strive toward that goal. Their aim to sink Marineford did not conflict with their desire to rescue Ace. Rather, the Revolutionary Army stood as their most formidable ally. Once Ace was liberated, the Whitebeard pirates would only need to contend with the three admirals, leaving the rest to the Revolutionary Army. Witnessing Whitebeard's unwavering trust in him, Jiang Zhe felt a sense of bewilderment. Nonetheless, all he desired was for Whitebeard to fulfill his requests diligently. At Baltaigo, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Chief Dragon, a significant event has transpired. Sabo burst into Dragon's office, clutching a newspaper and hastily placing it upon Dragon's desk. Dragon, who had been engrossed in paperwork, lifted his gaze, curiosity piqued by Sabo's unusual excitement. In his recollection, Sabo was typically composed. Such fervor was unexpected. Not wishing to elaborate further, Sabo implored Dragon to examine the newspaper swiftly. He picked it up again from the desk, waving it in front of Dragon. Noticing Sabo's actions, Dragon's attention was finally drawn to the newspaper. He took it from Sabo's grasp and scrutinized the contents. The headline declared, "Celestial Dragons Assassinated, the Fall of a God." Dragon was momentarily struck dumb. How long had it been since such an event had unfolded? He set the newspaper down, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Sabo. Is this true? Our sources have confirmed it. The entire Sabati archipelago is under lockdown, and the island where the celestial dragons perished has been bombarded. Who's responsible for this? It appears to be a slave named Pain. That is the only name mentioned, as much of the information has been suppressed by the world government. Ha ha ha. It appears that recent events are indeed ripe for upheaval. The air was filled with laughter as Dragon, recalling the escape of Jiang Zhe from Impel Down and the imprisonment of Ace, pondered the implications. Sabo, have the two nations we prepared to incite rebellion against acted yet? Upon hearing Dragon's words, Sabo was jolted from his astonishment over the assassination of the celestial dragons, suddenly realizing the potential advantages this could yield for their revolutionary army. With the celestial dragons now slain, both the world government and the navy would surely be overwhelmed with chaos. The fall of these so-called gods symbolizes their mortality. Should the world government and the navy fail to manage this crisis effectively, countless individuals at sea would undoubtedly begin to contemplate the elimination of the celestial dragons, presenting an opportune moment for their revolution. Understood, Commander Dragon. On the vessel Fourth Red, Shanks stared incredulously at the newspaper in his hands. Long before, after his rise to fame, CP0 had approached him, revealing his connection to the celestial dragons. Consequently, he had kept a vigilant eye on their affairs. However, the more he learned, the more disheartened he became, for in his eyes, the celestial dragons were nothing but detritus and parasites of the world. He aspired to reform them, but soon realized their corruption ran too deep, rendering any change futile. Moreover, their strength exceeded his wildest expectations. He had declined their invitation to reintegrate into their ranks, choosing instead to remain the sovereign of the seas. He harbored another ambition, to fulfill the dying wish of Captain Roger, to await Joy Boy, the one destined to bring an end to this sordid world. As for the identity of Joy Boy, he had already made his choice. It was Luffy. Now, he merely needed to nurture Luffy's growth until he was ready to transform the world. His greatest desire was for the seas to remain tranquil, allowing Luffy the time to mature. Yet he found himself increasingly alienated from these waters. First by the escape from Impel Down, and now by the murder of the celestial dragons. Shanks, what are you lost in thought about? Beckman approached Shanks and snatched the newspaper from his grasp. Soon, Beckman, too, found himself in a stupor. Had he stumbled upon some fabricated news? The celestial dragons had indeed been slain? He cast a puzzled glance at Shanks, who, sensing Beckman as scrutiny, nodded affirmatively. Shanks, should we take action? Beckman was acutely aware of what the fall of the celestial dragons signified. It heralded the commencement of a charge against their faction, ensuring that these waters would not remain calm. If one were to vie for dominance over these seas, now was the quintessential moment to incite turmoil. As Beckman's words resonated, Shanks's expression grew grave, and he shook his head. Realizing his captain's unique disposition, Beckman remembered that Shanks was unlike others. He cherished freedom above all. His ascension as one of the four emperors was merely a reflection of his pursuit of even greater liberty. Moreover, his willingness to follow Shanks stems from the allure of his unrestrained freedom, does it not? With this thought, Beckman chuckled. Since they had nothing to lose, why not host a banquet? With that, Beckman seized Shanks and dragged him onto the deck. Big Mom, we have a grave situation. A celestial dragon has been slain. A fur-clad figure, donning sunglasses, a lion's mane, and a pink suit, brandishing a sword, raced from the palace toward Big Mom, waving a newspaper frantically. Perispero, what is the matter? Why the urgency? Big Mom asked, casually stuffing a piece of cake in her mouth, her curiosity piqued by the kneeling Perispero below. Her spirits were high lately. Her daughter BRL had consented to an arranged marriage, and now all that remained was to persuade Jiang Zhe to agree, thereby strengthening her pirate crew even further. Big Mom, "You must see this newspaper," Perisparrow exclaimed, his words tumbling out in haste as he thrust the paper into Big Mom's hands. After a lengthy pause, Big Mom burst into laughter upon reading the paper. "Mama, Mama, summon Katakuri to me." The news in the paper had only startled her momentarily. After all, who had not slain a celestial dragon during the Battle of God Valley? Yet now, with someone having killed a celestial dragon, it signified impending chaos upon the seas. She resolved to seize this opportunity to expand her territory significantly. Chapter 37. Collaborating with the Revolutionary Army Wano country, Onigashima. One of the three calamities of the Beast pirates, Kin Eamon, stood momentarily stunned, clutching a freshly printed newspaper. He was astounded that someone had dared to slay a celestial dragon. As an orphan of the Lunarian race, he had been imprisoned by the world government since childhood, subjected to their experiments. His animosity towards the world government and the celestial dragons ran deep. Yet, as a member of the Yonko crew, he was acutely aware of the terrifying power wielded by these entities. The Navy merely represented the superficial might of the world government, akin to the tip of an iceberg. He had long resigned himself to the belief that his vendetta would remain unfulfilled. However, the audacity of others to challenge the celestial dragons presented a unique opportunity, a chance to dethrone them from their lofty perch. "Captain Kaido, take a look at this newspaper," Kin Eamon exclaimed, extending the paper towards the inebriated Kaido. "Ha ha ha! Who would have thought such a hero still roams the seas?" Kaido bellowed, guzzling liquor while attempting to shield his eyes, the beverage spilling over and soaking his garments, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Kin Eamon, how is our army faring?" "They are all prepared." "Then, let us create chaos." "Mary Geos, Pangea Castle, Hall of Authority." "Damn it, Morgans! How dare he?" Saint Saturn seethed, hurling the day's newspaper onto the table. He had never anticipated that the slayer of Celestial Dragon would have the audacity to flaunt the deed through the World Economic News. They had toiled for so long, expending vast resources to suppress this incident. The revelation, thanks to Morgans, had rendered their efforts futile, a notion he could scarcely endure. "Calm down, Saint Saturn. There is no point in your fury. The deed is done." Saint Nazashiro, leisurely lifting his teacup, sipped slowly. The sight of Nazashiro's nonchalance only intensified Saint Saturn's ire. This turmoil stemmed from Nazashiro's actions, as he had explicitly commanded that the celestial dragons refrain from stirring trouble, albeit with the intention of showcasing the authority of the Gorosei. Yet, Nazashiro had the audacity to grant St. Charlos passage. Was he willing to sell everything for earberries? Most vexing was the fact that, as the god of scientific defense, he would bear the brunt of Lord M's ire, rather than Nazashiro. This was unacceptable. He must elucidate the situation to Lord M without fail. Baldigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Inside the office, Drago was diligently attending to his tasks. Just yesterday, they had received word that Jiang Zhe wished to pay them a visit. Currently, Sabo was dispatched to greet Jiang Zhe. Given that the Revolutionary Army engaged in high-stakes endeavors, it was imperative to keep the location of their headquarters confidential. Otherwise, they risked being discovered by the world government, leading to their complete annihilation. Anyone seeking to find them had to be blindfolded and escorted in. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, has arrived. He scrutinized Jiang Zhe, who was brought in by Sabo, along with his two attendants. As Drago assessed Jiang Zhe, the latter was also observing him. Contrary to his depiction in the anime, Drago did not exude an air of ferocity. Rather, he appeared quite approachable. Indeed, a person capable of leading the Revolutionary Army must possess an amiable demeanor, as such qualities foster unity and dissolve barriers of mistrust. "What brings you to our Revolutionary Army, Mr. Jiang Zhe?" Drago inquired directly after appraising the trio. He had initially assumed that Jiang Zhe would refrain from contacting them at this juncture, especially since he had been placed on the Navy and world government's blacklist. This was particularly true in light of the recent assassination of a celestial dragon, during which all matters were under strict surveillance. "I am merely here to negotiate a transaction," Jiang Zhe replied, glancing at Sabo. He believed in the virtue of straightforwardness. He sought information, not material goods. Clarity in communication was essential, especially as he had plans to procure the explosive rock. Drago was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Zhe's words. The Revolutionary Army was impoverished, as their resources were primarily devoted to aiding the destitute, resulting in a chronic shortage of provisions. They had little to barter, and any possessions they might acquire would be swiftly exchanged for food. Thus, they struggled to comprehend what they could offer that would pique Jiang Zhe's interest. "What is it that you seek, Mr. Jiang Zhe?" Drago asked, still perplexed. "I am here to exchange information regarding Sabo," Jiang Zhe stated. "I possess knowledge about Sabo's origins." Upon hearing this, Sabo was overwhelmed with excitement and stepped forward to grasp Jiang Zhe's hand. "Do you truly know about my past?" he exclaimed. Since awakening within the Revolutionary Army, he had forgotten everything about his previous life, yearning to uncover his lost identity. A persistent thought plagued him. He felt he had forgotten something crucial, an important promise he needed to remember. Yet, every time he attempted to recall it, a sharp pain would assail his head, hindering his thoughts. Drago, momentarily stunned, had previously investigated Sabo's background. At the time, the Revolutionary Army was still nascent and lacked reliable sources of information, leading to a dead end. By the time they had gained strength and sought to uncover the truth, all leads had evaporated. After all, he had discovered Sabo adrift at sea, with no means to verify his identity, only his attire suggesting he was of humble origins. This continued to weigh heavily on Drago's conscience. Had the Revolutionary Army been stronger earlier, Sabo's lineage might have been revealed, sparing him from prolonged suffering. Drago looked at Jiang Zhe with palpable excitement. Observing the reactions of both Drago and Sabo, Jiang Zhe recognized the significance they placed on Sabo's memories, which boded well for his quest for information. "I seek information regarding the explosive rock." Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Dorag was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of the information regarding the explosive rock, especially since Bartholomew Kuma was in close proximity to Vegapunk. The Revolutionary Army possessed comprehensive knowledge about the surroundings of Vegapunk. In fact, they even contemplated developing Vegapunk into a part of their ranks, only to realize that Vegapunk was solely loyal to Belly, indifferent to the affiliations of those who supported his research. Thus, they had no choice but to allow Kuma to remain in stealth beside Vegapunk, fully aware of the location of the explosive rock. However, this substance was exceedingly perilous, and Dorag pondered Jiang Zhe's intentions. If his purpose were malevolent, it would spell great trouble for the Revolutionary Army. With this thought, Dorag turned to Sabo. Upon meeting Dorag's gaze, understood his unspoken concern. "Mr. Jiang Zhe, we must ascertain the purpose behind your desire to acquire information about the explosive rock, or rather, what you intend to do with it." Upon hearing Sabo's inquiry, Jiang Zhe discerned their apprehensions. After all, he intended to use it to sink Marineford, which posed no conflict with the Revolutionary Army. "Nothing much. I merely wish to sink Marineford," Jiang Zhe stated nonchalantly. "What?" Dorag and Sabo exclaimed in unison, both astonished as they gazed at Jiang Zhe. Chapter 38. The elusive explosive rock. Dorag was the first to break free from his astonishment. Having previously served in the Navy, he was quite familiar with Marineford. The notion proposed by Jiang Zhe of sinking Marineford struck him as nothing more than a fanciful delusion. He sensed that Jiang Zhe's capabilities were merely at the level of a vice admiral. As the headquarters of the Navy, Marineford was consistently guarded by an admiral, and even in times of dire crisis, a formidable force would remain stationed there. The Navy's fleet admiral was perpetually present at the headquarters. To sink Marineford right under their watchful eyes was an impossibility. The slightest disturbance could lead to their immediate capture. Moreover, the vicinity of Marineford was patrolled continuously by Navy soldiers. Individuals like them, who were wanted, would surely be detected the moment they entered Marineford's territory. The idea of executing any covert operations within Marineford was far-fetched. Setting aside the impracticality of sinking Marineford, even procuring the explosive rock seemed an unattainable feat in Dorag's eyes. Although Vegapunk had ceased to explore the potential of explosive rocks as weapons, these dangerous materials were still under stringent control. Not only were soldiers perpetually patrolling the area, but it was also laden with surveillance devices and monitored by pacifists at irregular intervals. This was merely the storage facility for the explosive rocks. The outer defenses of the entire research institute were even more stringent, with surveillance devices and pacifists stationed throughout. Furthermore, Vice Admiral Peachbeard regularly patrolled the area with a squad of pacifists, and occasionally, Admiral Kazuru would make an appearance. It could be said that even a fly attempting to enter the island would be scrutinized thoroughly, leaving no opportunity to approach the room housing the explosive rocks, let alone stealing them from the research institute. Thus, in Dorag's perspective, Jiang Zhe's ambition to use explosive rocks to sink Marineford was nothing short of a joke. Mr. Jiang Zhe, it seems that your aspiration to use explosive rocks to sink Marineford may prove exceedingly challenging, Dorag remarked, his expression tinged with a heartfelt concern. He hoped to foster a cordial relationship with Jiang Zhe, or, more accurately, with the organization behind him. After all, his current endeavors necessitated a greater number of allies. He certainly did not wish for them to provide information to Jiang Zhe only for him to fail in extracting the explosive rocks from the Research Institute, subsequently laying the blame on the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, it was prudent to clarify certain matters. Observing the expression on Dorag's face, Jiang Zhe understood his thoughts. However, he was confident in the viability of his plan. He possessed the ability of transformation, rendering him undetectable by observation haki and similar senses. Moreover, his Shura path abilities enabled him to merge with various mechanical weapons. Merging with a pacifist did not seem excessive. As long as he could fuse with a pacifist and infiltrate the location where the explosive rocks were stored, he would be able to secure them. You need not worry about these matters. I am merely here to negotiate. You simply need to confirm whether the exchange is agreeable. Jiang Zhe's words, though softly spoken, carried an undeniable sense of conviction. Upon hearing him, Dorag understood that Jiang Zhe's resolve would remain unaltered by mere exchanges of pleasantries. Regardless, he had articulated all that needed to be conveyed. Even if Jiang Zhe ultimately failed to acquire the explosive rock, the Revolutionary Army bore no blame. Very well, Mr. Jiang Zhe may commence treatment for Sabo. As for the information regarding the explosive rock, we require some time to organize it before presenting it to you. With that, Dorag exited the office. Hell's Path. No sooner had Jiang Zhe's voice faded than Hell's Path approached Sabo, placing a hand upon his shoulder. Before long, Sabo found himself kneeling on the ground, cradling his head. Dorag, who had hurriedly returned with the documents, rushed to Sabo's side. Leader Dorag, I am unharmed. I remember everything. Upon rising, Sabo turned to Jiang Zhe, now harboring an unwavering trust in the Whitebeard pirates. Ace had been his sworn brother, and now that Ace was captured by the Navy, Sabo was determined to rescue him. It was precisely this information that had prompted the Whitebeard pirates to restore his memories. This way, he could join forces with the Revolutionary Army to save Ace. Even if the entire Revolutionary Army did not participate, he would certainly go. Sabo reminisced about the moments shared with Ace and Luffy, a faint smile gracing his lips, though it quickly faded. Deep within, he felt grateful to Jiang Zhe for restoring his memories, yet he resented the sensation of being manipulated, even if Jiang Zhe's intentions were to save Ace. Mr. Jiang Zhe, you are quite the schemer. Upon hearing Sabo's words, Jiang Zhe recognized that Sabo's memories had indeed returned. Calling it a scheme was not inaccurate. His original intent was to unite the Revolutionary Army and the Whitebeard pirates to restrain the Navy, thus granting him the opportunity to orchestrate his plan to sink Marineford. Indeed, it seems your memories have been restored, and our transaction is complete. With that, Jiang Zhe took the documents concerning the explosive rock from Dorag and began to peruse them. Observing Sabo's remarks, Dorag was perplexed, unsure of what Sabo meant by scheming, and regarded him with a puzzled expression. Sabo, noticing Dorag's confusion, understood that he could not explain while Jiang Zhe was present, so he turned back to Dorag. Leader Dorag, I will elucidate this to you later. Then, he faced Jiang Zhe again, an air of wariness enveloping him. Indeed, your Revolutionary Army possesses remarkably comprehensive information. I am quite satisfied with this transaction. After saying this, Jiang Zhe turned to Sabo. Should you require my assistance in future endeavors, do not hesitate to contact me via the transponder snail. Jiang Zhe was aware that now Sabo, having regained his memories, would not abandon the pursuit of rescuing Ace. Thus, during the upcoming Marine-Ford War, Sabo would undoubtedly participate. Whether or not the Revolutionary Army would join depended on Dorag's decision. However, once Sabo shared the bond of brotherhood among the three of them, Dorag would likely not stand idly by. "Mr. Dolag, I am about to leave. Could you kindly escort me?" Jiang Zhe had already memorized the route to Baldigo, along with the necessary methods, yet he feigned ignorance to ease Dolag's concerns. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Dolag shifted his attention from Sabo, adopting an expression of regret as he turned to Jiang Zhe. "My apologies, Mr. Jiang Zhe. I shall accompany you at once." Subsequently, Jiang Zhe was blindfolded and escorted out of Baldigo. Upon returning to the office, Dolag gazed at Sabo with a look of confusion. "Sabo, what was that all about?" "Captain Dolag, I fear I may have to trouble you moving forward." Initially, Sabo had no intention of disclosing the relationship between himself and Ace, for he understood that once he revealed this to Dolag, the latter would undoubtedly rally forces to assist in Ace's rescue. Such an action would jeopardize the Revolutionary Army's previous plans. However, after some contemplation, Sabo concluded that even with his involvement, they would be insufficient to contend with the Navy. Thus, he resolved to share this information with Dolag, hoping to devise a strategy to rescue Ace without altering their overarching plans. Chapter 39. Infiltrating the Research Institute of Vegapunk. The fog over the sea thickened, compressing visibility to a mere 100 meters. Jiang Zhe stood upon a small vessel. As the faint outline of land gradually emerged before him, lowering his gaze to the compass in his hand, he noted that the needle pointed steadfastly ahead. It appeared there was no mistake. The diminutive island before him was indeed the location of the Vegapunk Research Institute. Were it not for the Revolutionary Army's navigational route and recorded pointer, Jiang Zhe would have found it challenging to locate this isle. However, prior to setting foot on the island, he needed to devise a meticulous plan. Otherwise, he risked drawing attention and possibly being apprehended. The Revolutionary Army's intelligence had clearly delineated the position of the explosive rocks. The challenge lay in evading all patrolling forces while discreetly extracting the explosive rocks without detection. According to the Revolutionary Army's reports, the island's defenses were formidable, teeming with surveillance phone bugs, patrolling soldiers, and peacekeepers, along with the station pacifista, the bear being studied, and the occasional arrival of Admiral Kizaru. Jiang Zhe's immediate objective was to navigate past the first line of defense, namely the surveillance phone bugs, patrolling soldiers, and peacekeepers. Myriad, Panga City, Hall of Authority. Saint Satan was presently vexed. He had anticipated a chance to confront Saint Nasajiro before Lord M. After all, it was under Nasajiro's allowance that Saint Charlos had escaped Myriad, leading to his subsequent demise and a cascade of ensuing troubles. To his dismay, Lord M had merely instructed him to identify the individual responsible for the death of the Celestial Dragon, offering no further elaboration. This left the dignity of the Celestial Dragons in a precarious position. Moreover, today, Lord M had surprisingly inquired about Vegapunk's current state, urging him to ensure that Vegapunk perfected the peacekeepers and deployed them in a battle promptly. This prompted recollections of previous discussions concerning the explosive rocks. Vegapunk had previously deemed their power too immense for study, opting to seal them away. Yet, as a scientist, he was not oblivious to Vegapunk's excuses. As a leading researcher, he had no intention of becoming adversarial with Vegapunk, especially since many of his studies received Lord M's backing. Furthermore, the world government currently possessed ample military might, rendering the creation of additional weaponry from explosive rocks unnecessary. He feared that Vegapunk might concoct further pretexts to defer their research on the peacekeepers. While it had seemed inconsequential before, with Lord M now taking an interest in the matter, he understood that he must ensure its proper handling. However, before addressing this, he needed to settle accounts with Saint Nasajiro. With this thought, Saint Satan turned his attention to Saint Nasajiro, who was leisurely sipping tea nearby. New World, an unnamed island. Jiang Zhe gazed at the peacekeeper he had transformed into a puppet, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that the Revolutionary Army's information would be somewhat outdated. The peacekeepers had now evolved to the point of distinguishing between organic and mechanical entities. Moments ago, he employed a transformation technique to masquerade as a pacifist, successfully deceiving the surveillance devices and patrolling soldiers. However, to his surprise, prior to his infiltration, he encountered an actual pacifist who mistakenly believed him to be a great bear. Upon realizing he was not the bear, the pacifist intended to alert the authorities. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, draining the pacifist's energy, rendering him unable to call for help. It was only through the fusion of the pacifist with the Azura path that he discovered the pacifist had undergone an upgrade. The Revolutionary Army's information had become outdated. They now possessed the ability to differentiate between organic and mechanical entities. Thus, his previous plan to continuously transform into a pacifist and infiltrate the research facility was rendered futile. He was compelled to devise an alternative strategy, to convert the pacifist into a puppet and endow him with the powers of the Azura path, allowing him to enter the research facility in his stead and procure the explosive ore. The Revolutionary Army's data indicated that the explosive ore was stored within a sealed container filled with a special liquid. Any severe impact during transportation or leakage of the liquid could trigger an explosion, destroying both the container and its contents. Previously, Jiang Zhe had been troubled by how to transport the explosive ore. Ultimately, he concluded that minimizing the likelihood of detection and escaping slowly would reduce the chances of collisions, thereby diminishing the risk of self-detonation of the explosive ore. After merging with the pacifist, he stumbled upon an unexpected advantage. The Azura path's fusion allowed for the creation of a space within his body, which could be manipulated to accommodate the size of the container. This would enable him to place the container holding the explosive or within the confines of the Azura path, significantly minimizing the risk of collision and concealing the presence of the explosive ore. However, the quantity of explosive ore he required was considerable. A single pacifist could only contain 3 pieces at most. Consequently, Jiang Zhe decided to target additional pacifists. An hour later, he surveyed the neatly arranged pacifists before him, nodding in satisfaction. According to the data, a mere piece of explosive ore was sufficient to sink a small island. Should his plan succeed, he anticipated securing over 40 pieces of explosive ore from the research facility, certainly enough to submerge the Marinvondo. With this thought in mind, Jiang Zhe began directing the pacifists one by one into the research facility, guiding them towards the location of the explosive ore based on his mental recollection. On the other side of the research facility, a tall, robust man with short hair resembling a girl's visage, a scar by his left eye, clad in a belly wrap and wooden clogs, and shouldering a massive axe, gazed curiously at Kizaru. "Old man, is the news true? Has someone really slain a celestial dragon?" Observing the eager countenance of Sabaody, Kizaru felt a sense of satisfaction. As a junior to him, Sabaody usually displayed a carefree demeanor, lacking any semblance of respect. While Kizaru was indifferent to Sabaody's attitude, it was quite gratifying to occasionally have Sabaody seek his approval. "Oh dear Zhan Taowan, why do you concern yourself with such matters?" Huang Yuan furrowed his brow, his lips curling in disdain, rendering his entire visage a tapestry of wrinkles. Upon hearing Huang Yuan's words, Zhan Taowan cast him a sidelong glance. "Isn't it simply because this wretched research facility is dreadfully dull? Unlike the old man, who moves with remarkable swiftness and embarks on missions daily, I yearn to explore the world." "Oh dear, Zhan Taowan, your assertion is quite misguided. I have no desire to undertake missions. I would much prefer to remain within the confines of this research institution." With that, Huang Yuan produced his nail clippers and began to tend to his nails. "Come now, old man, do speak. I'm the most tight-lipped man in the world. I assure you, your secrets will remain safe with me." At Zhan Taowan's entreaty, Huang Yuan's lips twitched ever so slightly. "Tight-lipped, you say? I fear that once I confide in you, the entire research facility will be aware within mere moments. Yet, it matters not. The monotony of this place is unbearable. Sharing some intriguing tales with Zhan Taowan and the others could prove to be quite entertaining." Chapter 40. The most tight-lipped man in the world, so it is all true. Upon hearing the tale of Kizaru, Bartolomeo's eyes sparkled with delight, radiating the pleasure one experiences upon uncovering delightful gossip. "Oh dear, Bartolomeo, you mustn't reveal that it was I who told you. Rest assured, I am indeed the most tight-lipped man in the world." Bartolomeo patted his chest, yet his gaze did not meet Kizaru's, as if he were lost in contemplation. Observing Bartolomeo's demeanor, Kizaru understood that he was pondering how to relay the intriguing information he had just received to the soldiers at the research facility. He had anticipated this from the outset. "Oh dear, I must be off the patrol." With that, Kizaru vanished without a trace. Once Kizaru had disappeared, Bartolomeo came to his senses. That old man could have shared a bit more. Given the research facility's remoteness and stringent security, what trouble could possibly arise? Nevertheless, I shall seek out the doctor first. I am certain he would relish this story. Bartolomeo murmured to himself as he ventured deeper into the research facility. On the outskirts of an uncharted island, a luxurious warship anchored in the harbor. Saint Satan disembarked, gazing at the heavily guarded island before him, feeling a twinge of frustration. He had merely intended to make a phone call to inquire about Vegapunk's progress regarding the pacifists, yet Lord M had summoned him directly to urge him on. This opportunity presented itself as a chance to procure some explosive rock to take back. If Vegapunk was unwilling to study it, could the world government truly be at a loss regarding explosive rock? He, too, was a scientist not significantly inferior to Vegapunk. Vegapunk's superiority stemmed solely from the powers of the brain-brain fruit. Were he to obtain the brain-brain fruit, he would undoubtedly ascend to become the world's foremost scientist. However, he had other obligations that prevented him from dedicating excessive energy to scientific endeavors. His goal was to surpass Vegapunk in the study of explosive rock. Yet for now, he needed to find Kizaru to gain entry. What could Vegapunk possibly be researching? His previous access had been entirely restricted, preventing him from entering the facility. As for barging in, he feared that Nasudru would incessantly pester him about wasting the world government's funds. With these thoughts, Saint Satan retrieved his transponder snail from his pocket. "Moshi Moshi, Saint Satan, what brings you to me?" Kizaru's lewd voice echoed through the transponder snail. "Kizaru, I am at the harbor. Could you come fetch me?" "Certainly." Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe, controlling the Shura path, followed the mental route to the location of the explosive rock. Suddenly, a burly man wielding an axe appeared beside the Shura path. "How peculiar! More PX. 1 to PX, 15 on patrol outside. How'd they come to be here?" Upon receiving news from the Shura path, Jiang Zhe concentrated his main consciousness on it. As he lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings, the figure that had made the sound vanished around the corner. Upon glimpsing a familiar silhouette, Jiang Zhe quickly deduced the identity of the figure, none other than the most tight-lipped man in the world, Zhan Taowang. As the Vice Admiral to Admiral Kizaru and the Captain of the Scientific Defense Corps, his presence here was indeed plausible. However, the direction in which he departed seemed to lead towards Dr. Vegapunk's laboratory. Jiang Zhe contemplated whether to follow, but after a moment's reflection, he resolved to abandon the idea. Redirecting his focus back to the explosive rock, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Nonetheless, as the most formidable scientist in the world, Dr. Vegapunk was someone Jiang Zhe felt compelled to engage with at a later time. Continuing to maneuver the Shura towards the chamber concealing the explosive rock, Jiang Zhe commenced inputting the password on the coded door, adhering to the information available from the Revolutionary Army. "Apologies, your access is insufficient." A female voice resonated from the door. "Huh, I knew there was an issue." Zhan Taowang emerged from the corner where he had previously vanished, his face alight with excitement as he regarded the Shura. Upon witnessing Zhan Taowang's appearance, Jiang Zhe realized that the Shura might have already been compromised. The moment the password failed, he understood that the Revolutionary Army's intel was outdated. He had already considered this predicament when he was spotted by the pacifistas. Originally, he had intended to utilize the laser weapon embedded in the storeroom wall to gain entry. However, Zhan Taowang's abrupt arrival had disrupted his plan. Abandoning the Shura now would only heighten Zhan Taowang's vigilance, complicating any future attempts to stealthily infiltrate the laboratory. Conversely, should he allow the Shura to flee, it could divert Zhan Taowang's attention and potentially draw away all defensive forces, allowing him to slip in unnoticed. Zhan Taowang regarded the pacifista before him with a hint of confusion. As the captain of a scientific defense corps, he interacted with pacifistas daily. He was aware that they were mere automatons, programmed to obey commands. Yet this pacifista, designated PX-3, had somehow arrived at the storeroom's entrance and seemed intent on opening the door. He was certain that neither he, Admiral Kizaru, nor Dr. Vegapunk had issued such an order. Thus, this pacifista was either impersonated by someone or under external control. Fortunately, Dr. Vegapunk had displayed foresight by altering the laboratory's access codes beforehand. Now, without his, Admiral Kizaru's, or Dr. Vegapunk's authorization, any password within the laboratory would be rendered ineffective. As the most discreet man in the world, I shall never disclose that the authorization for this laboratory has been modified. Zhan Taowong quickly covered his mouth, grateful that he had not divulged too much information. He attributed the predicament to the pacifista before him, resolving to eliminate it. With this thought, Zhan Taowong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he unsheathed an axe from his shoulder, gripping it with one hand. I do not know who you are, but you shall perish at my hands today. With that declaration, Zhan Taowong swung the axe towards the Shura. Whoosh! As the figure of Shura, Dao, opened its mouth, a beam of laser erupted forth. Upon merging with a weapon, Shura Dao acquired the full range of offensive capabilities of that weapon, allowing for any conceivable modification. The method of attack with the laser was derived from the essence of the pacifist it had fused with. It appeared that you had fallen under control. Seeing the laser hurtling towards him, Zhan Taowong swiftly raised his axe to shield himself, successfully deflecting the oncoming beam. With a sense of satisfaction, he remarked, if someone were impersonating the pacifist, they would certainly not wield a laser. The fact that this pacifist can utilize such power indicates that it is not an impersonation, but rather that the pacifist has been subjugated. Once steady, Zhan Taowong charged towards Shura Dao with his axe in hand. In response, Shura Dao unleashed flames from its feet and rapidly fled the scene. Damn it, don't run away, Zhan Taowong exclaimed, pursuing the retreating Shura Dao. Simultaneously, he retrieved a button from his pocket and pressed it. In an instant, the entire research facility was engulfed in the blaring sound of alarms. Chapter 41. Acquiring explosive rock on an unnamed isle at the harbor. Upon hearing the blaring sirens from the research facility, the initially irate Satan Saint's expression shifted dramatically. He transformed from fury to delight, and then to impatience. Just moments ago, he had been thwarted by Vegapunk's authority at the harbor, feeling an overwhelming frustration. Now, with turmoil arising within the Institute, he yearned to witness Vegapunk's disarray and vent his pent-up emotions. He lifted his gaze towards the distance, searching for the figure of Kizaru. Damn that Kizaru! Aren't you the user of the Pika Pika no Mi? Why are you arriving so tardily? Suddenly, a beam of light materialized before Satan's Saint, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. Oh dear, how terrifying! Upon taking shape, Kizaru did not immediately direct his gaze towards Satan's Saint at the harbor. Instead, he turned to observe the alarming research facility, furrowing his brow and pouting, emitting a peculiar and affected tone. Hearing Kizaru's words, Satan's Saint initially contemplated reprimanding him. But recalling Kizaru's usual demeanor and the distant wails of the alarm, he decided it would be more prudent to witness Vegapunk's misfortune instead. Hurry and take me inside, Kizaru. Oh dear, my lord Satan's Saint, I lack the authority for that. I must notify the doctor first. With that, Kizaru extracted a transponder snail from his pocket and dialed Vegapunk. How outrageous! Vegapunk, Satan's Saint exclaimed vehemently. Yet he understood this was typical of Vegapunk's modus operandi. Even though he held the position of Vegapunk's superior, he had never received a warm reception, and this time was even more egregious, as the alteration of authority occurred without their notification. However, Vegapunk was highly esteemed by Lord Emu, leaving him no choice but to endure, finding solace in occasional glimpses of Vegapunk's folly. Meanwhile, observing Sabo being led away by the Azura path, Jiang Zhe began to merge with another pacifist nearby. Although his Azura path abilities, akin to those of the Hungry Ghost and Hell paths, were only partially developed, the Hungry Ghost path restricted the intensity of his absorption, while the Hell path imposed a side effect on his healing. The Azura path limited the duration of his usage. He could not maintain the fusion state indefinitely. With a maximum duration of 1 day, lest the fused entity detach from his body. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Jiang Zhe transformed his form to resemble the pacifist and commenced infiltrating the research facility. Without a doubt, along the way, all the pacifists perceived Jiang Zhe as a mere automaton. On the other side, within the laboratory, an elderly man with a half-apple-shaped cap atop his head, disheveled white hair, a pink round nose, a long tongue, and clad in a white lab coat, was fervently scribbling on a piece of paper at the table, muttering incessantly, "This is incorrect. No, that is also wrong." Beside him lay a tall figure, adorned with a white bare-eared spotted hat, rimless glasses, long black woolen curls, and a black coat, whose hands bore fleshy pads. The two individuals present are Dr. Vegapunk, the elderly figure, and the tall man lying down, known as Bear. Bear's chest has been opened. His heart beats steadily on the left side, while the right side is filled with an array of mechanical components, having replaced his muscle. His eyes have lost all semblance of consciousness. Beer-er-ar, beer-er-ar. The sound of a phone bug resonates from the side, but Dr. Vegapunk pays it no mind, remaining engrossed in his calculations. After an indeterminate period, he finally lifts his head from the desk. Ah, it's a call from Kizaru. In the storage room, Jiang Zhe quickly locates the explosive rocks within the open cabinet. A series of cylindrical canisters, each the size of a 2-liter bottle, contain a pale blue-green transparent liquid, with irregular rock fragments neatly arranged within. Jiang Zhe recalls the information obtained from the Revolutionary Army. These are indeed the explosive rocks, the very target of his endeavor. Originally, if he were to have the Azura path covertly transport them, only 3 could be moved at a time. However, having been discovered, he decides to move them all at once to avoid raising any alarms about hiding the explosive rocks. Boom! With a resounding crash, Jiang Zhe kicks open the storage room's door and hastily pushes the explosive rocks down an endless corridor. An alarm blares outside the storage room. Meanwhile, Jean Tamaru, accompanied by a group of pacifists, confronts the Azura path. "Ha! You won't escape this time. Who are you, really?" The Azura path offers no reply, instead unleashing a laser from its mouth. Upon witnessing the laser, Jean Tamaru raises his axe to deflect the attack. The Azura path seems limited to this laser technique, and Jean Tamaru grows weary of it. His prolonged pursuit of the controlled pacifists stemmed from the drudgery of the research facility. He sought a diversion. Unexpectedly, his chase of the controlled pacifist had not led him to the individual manipulating them. Thus he faced relentless laser assaults. Tired of the monotony, he yearned for the one controlling the pacifists to employ a more varied form of attack to alleviate his boredom. Self-destruct mode activated. The Azura path's eyes flicker with a red glow, accompanied by ominous sounds emanating from within. Boom, boom, boom. Upon hearing these sounds, Jean Tamaru realizes he may have underestimated the situation. If the enemy can control the pacifists and utilize their attacks, they can undoubtedly activate the pacifist self-destruct mode as well. In his quest for amusement, he had overlooked this critical detail. Though he swiftly attempts to evade, the pacifists are caught off guard, resulting in 2 being obliterated. A wave of fear washes over Jean Tamaru as he envisions the relentless admonitions of Kizaru echoing in his mind. Alas, there exists the possibility that one's own leave may be revoked. A cacophony of blaring alarms pierced the air. Jean Tamaru lifted his downcast gaze towards the source of the commotion. This is dire. The alarms emanated from the research facility. He had initially believed that the intruder had merely seized control of the pacifists, and that the intruder himself could not infiltrate the sanctum of the Institute. After all, the security forces of the research facility had been enhanced by Dr. Vegapunk. Moreover, the esteemed old man Kizaru was presently within the Institute, leaving him with no cause for trepidation, as he merely sought to amuse himself by pursuing the subdued pacifist. Little did he anticipate that his enjoyment would be so short-lived. The pacifist had already destroyed 3 machines, and now the facility faced peril. Should anything befall the doctor, he would find himself inescapably culpable. In a state of urgency, Jean Tamaru hastened with the remaining pacifists towards the research facility. Chapter 42. Jiang Zhe discovered at the end of a lengthy corridor leading to the Vegapunk laboratory. Huang Yuan urged, "Hurry up. Initially, Satan's Saint believed that once Vegapunk granted him authorization, he would be able to navigate the Institute with ease. To his surprise, upon reaching the corridor's entrance, Huang Yuan informed him that the authorization at this point was different and required the input of his iris and fingerprint. Just as he was about to commence the entry process, an alarm echoed through the Institute, necessitating a higher level of authorization to access the input system. Consequently, Huang Yuan toiled at the entry system for an extended period without success. "Oh dear, I completely forgot," Huang Yuan lamented, pressing his forehead as if in deep thought. Observing Huang Yuan's pensive demeanor, Satan's Saint felt a surge of anxiety, yet was powerless to act. As a formidable force of considerable rank, Huang Yuan was beyond reproach unless he committed a grave error. The five elders could only resort to subtle sabotage to thwart his promotion to admiral. However, judging by Huang Yuan's demeanor, it seemed he had no aspirations of such a title, perhaps preferring to indulge in idleness and take leisurely breaks at work. Thus, he consistently displayed an unconcerned attitude before the five elders, leaving them at a loss. At that moment, Satan's Saint turned to the side, where a pacifist was pushing a cabinet out. His anger peaked. "Damn it, my authorization is even lower than that of a pacifist." Resolved, he thought, "I shall force my way through. Given my physical strength, these weapons pose no threat to me. As for the incessant ramblings of Nezashiru's Saint, I have been insulted. Why should I be concerned with that?" With this thought, a dark aura enveloped Satan's Saint as he exerted force beneath his feet. The ground beneath him began to fracture into myriad cracks. Whoosh! He vanished from Huang Yuan's side. "Oh dear, it just came to me," Huang Yuan exclaimed, slapping his forehead and turning to where Satan's Saint had been, but he had already disappeared. Beep, beep, beep. Intruder detected. Activating defensive mode. In an instant, the corridor's laser guns began to fire. Realizing that Satan's Saint was gone, Huang Yuan's expression momentarily froze before he turned to the pacifist still pushing the cabinet. How peculiar. Has the doctor developed a new type of pacifist capable of moving cabinets? With that, Huang Yuan walked curiously into the corridor. Once Huang Yuan vanished from sight, Jiang Zhe, who had been feigning the act of pushing the cabinet, straightened his back, relieved. Fortunately, it was Huang Yuan who came. His carefree nature meant he wouldn't scrutinize details closely. Had it been either of the other two admirals, it would have been far more challenging to deceive them. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhe decided it was best to leave this place quickly. He hoisted the cabinet onto his shoulder and hastily exited the corridor. Inside the laboratory, when Huang Yuan entered, Satan's Saint was furiously addressing Vegapunk. Vegapunk wore a cheerful expression as he clutched a piece of paper, muttering to himself incessantly. Standing beside him was Bear. "Oh dear, Doctor, have you once again created a new pacifist? I just spotted one pushing a cabinet." Upon hearing the words of Kizaru, Dr. Vegapunk set down the paper and turned to him, his face awash with confusion. He distinctly recalled that the pacifists he had engineered possessed only offensive capabilities, and due to material constraints, they were designed to be immobile at the waist. How could there be a pacifist capable of pushing a cabinet? Impossible. I distinctly remember my pacifists are unable to bend. "Oh dear, how curious," Kizaru remarked, adopting a contemplative demeanor, his expression becoming increasingly grotesque, his face almost wrinkling into a mass. "Vegapunk, forget about whether the pacifists can bend or not. Hurry up and finish their production for combat. That is Lord M's command." With that, Satan's Saint observed Vegapunk with satisfaction. "By the way, hand over all the explosive rocks in the laboratory to me. I shall undoubtedly surpass you and become an expert in explosive rock research." Recalling the purpose of his visit, Satan's Saint continued. "Oh dear, just dawned on me. No wonder this cabinet seemed so familiar. It is indeed the one containing the explosive rocks. How terrifying." A loud bang resonated from outside the laboratory. "Dr. Vegapunk, are you unharmed?" Zoro burst into the laboratory in a flurry. "Kizaru, Satan's Saint, what are you all doing here?" Upon discovering that Dr. Vegapunk was unscathed, Zoro breathed a sigh of relief and began surveying the individuals present. "Oh dear, it's Zoro. You startled me. Do you know why the alarm is sounding here?" Hearing Kizaru's words, Zoro slapped his forehead. "Ah, I completely forgot to mention. I just encountered an intruder capable of controlling the pacifists. During the pursuit, I lost 2 pacifists, resulting in a total loss of 3 in our laboratory. After speaking, Zoro glanced nervously at Kizaru and the others. Noticing their contemplative expressions and their lack of inquiry regarding the loss of 3 pacifists, Zoro felt a wave of relief wash over him. After a prolonged silence, Kizaru was the first to react. Controlling pacifists. Pacifists that can bend. Oh dear, how frightening. Satan also came to the realization. All these coincidences meant someone must have stolen explosive rocks. My explosive rocks. I haven't even begun my research. Kizaru, you must hurry and pursue. Saint urged Kizaru anxiously, wishing he could go himself. But Beej Punk's laser weapon was inexplicably painful to endure. Had he not covered himself with a thick layer of haki, he would have been injured long ago. This has led to a significant drain on his physical strength. He must take a moment to recuperate. Oh dear, there is no need to rush. I refuse to believe he can escape this island. Suddenly, the yellow ape recalled a message previously conveyed by Dragon, indicating that someone had sought information regarding the explosive rocks, urging him to release them when the opportunity arose. He is not a member of the Revolutionary Army and does not heed Dragon's commands. He merely pursues his own sense of justice. If the invaders happen to escape, it is of no concern to him. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe has finally managed to load a cabinet full of explosive rocks onto a small boat. Although the process was perilous, the outcome is favorable. Now, his only task is to flee from this obscure island. However, he must accelerate his pace, otherwise he risks being caught by the yellow ape. You little thief, do not attempt to escape. Just as Jiang Zhe was retracting the anchor, a voice echoed from the distance, followed by a resounding boom, creating a large crater in the ground. Chapter 43. The arrival of Peach Maru. As the swirling dust around the deep pit settled, the figure within gradually came into view. Jiang Zhe instantly recognized it as Peach Maru, his face illuminating with joy. How did you catch up so quickly? Jiang Zhe recalled how Peach Maru had been thoroughly engaged in their previous game of Shura, and yet here he was, already by his side. I'm the most tight-lipped man in the world. I won't reveal that old yellow ape tossed me over here. He's gone to the other port, but I believe he will arrive shortly. With that, Peach Maru hastily covered his mouth. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Zhe realized that his time was running short. If old yellow ape were to arrive, there would be no chance of him escaping with the explosive rock, as old yellow ape's speed and strength were far superior to his own. Jiang Zhe had previously pondered the possibility of being pursued by old yellow ape. After considerable thought and drawing from the original story he had seen in the real world, he devised an escape route, fleeing through the sea. In the original narrative, both Luffy and Law had evaded old yellow ape by escaping into the water. Since old yellow ape, being a devil fruit user, could not enter the sea and could only attack from the shore with lasers, these lasers posed no threat to him, who possessed the Hungry Ghost Path ability. However, before he could make his escape, he needed to deal with Peach Maru. After all, without the powers of a devil fruit, Peach Maru could certainly ensnare him underwater, allowing the Navy to set up a trap and gradually encircle him until he ran out of oxygen, as he lacked the ability to breathe underwater. Therefore, his immediate priority was to neutralize Peach Maru, at the very least ensuring that he could not entangle him beneath the waves. With this in mind, Jiang Zhe hurled the cabinet containing the explosive rock directly into the sea. With a powerful push from his legs, the small boat tilted in one direction. With a loud crash, the boat returned to its original position, leaving only ripples on the surface of the water to narrate the events that had just transpired. The 4 of them landed on the shore simultaneously. As Jiang Zhe departed, he considered that since he had already transformed those pacifists into puppets, there was no need to waste them. He promptly created another Shura. He also integrated the various laser weapons he had previously fused into the new Shura. Now, his team was finally taking shape. The Hungry Ghost Path for defense, the Shura Path for offense, and the Hell Path for healing. If the 3 puppets coordinated effectively, even a general would not be beyond their reach. Watching Jiang Zhe toss the cabinet containing the explosive rock into the sea, Peach Maru initially intended to intervene, but thought better of it, reasoning that he could retrieve it after defeating Jiang Zhe. After all, the cabinet was water-resistant, and the explosive rock would be just fine after a brief soak. For now, his primary concern was to enjoy himself, as he had been cooped up on this island for far too long. The recently pursued pacifist appeared rather monotonous. It was evident that he was merely being controlled, consistently employing the tactics of pacifism, which he found all too familiar and devoid of any sensation. Now, with the true mastermind standing before him, it would be remiss not to engage in some playful antics. Should the elder yellow ape arrive shortly, the opportunity for amusement would slip away. Nevertheless, it seemed the elder had rather unfortunate luck, choosing a port devoid of adversaries. With this thought, Jean Tamaru cast a cheerful glance at Jiang Zhe and his companions, but his expression swiftly turned serious. After all, he was currently on a mission, and maintaining a constant grin would not suit the gravity of the situation. How audacious of you, little thief, to commit misdeeds in a place guarded by the esteemed Jean Tamaru. Surrender at once. With that declaration, Jean Tamaru inhaled deeply, unshouldering the massive axe he bore, gripping it firmly and lifting it skyward. His legs strained, revealing a network of bulging veins, and the ground beneath him cracked under the pressure. His forearms swelled from exertion. With a thunderous whoosh, Jean Tamaru swung the elevated axe. A formidable arc of dark, menacing energy erupted from the blade, hurtling directly toward Jiang Zhe. The air around him shimmered with rippling white waves as the axe's arc sliced through the atmosphere, producing a sharp, whistling sound. Bang! A resounding noise erupted before Jiang Zhe, accompanied by a cloud of smoke that enveloped him and his companions. In that moment, Jean Tamaru could not discern Jiang Zhe's condition, but he distinctly felt his axe's arc connect with something. He recalled the elder yellow ape once praising his axe's prowess, claiming that even he would be unable to stand after enduring a strike from it. Contemplating this, Jean Tamaru's expression soured. He had anticipated some excitement, but this was a letdown. As the smoke cleared, he beheld the hungry ghost standing unscathed before Jiang Zhe, while the other two figures remained motionless, quietly flanking Jiang Zhe. Jean Tamaru was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile of delight spread across his face. It appeared his axe had struck the imposing figure in front, and, judging by its demeanor, it showed no signs of injury. Just as it should be, if he had dispatched his foe in a single blow. Where would the thrill lie? Casting aside his axe, which he wielded more for theatricality than necessity, Jean Tamaru prepared to showcase his true strength in hand-to-hand combat. After discarding the weapon, he assumed a stance reminiscent of sumo wrestlers, legs apart in a forward and backward stance, with his right hand poised in a palm, drawn back to his waist, inhaling deeply. Countless breaths filled his mouth, causing his cheeks to swell. His right arm, straining with effort, revealed a network of prominent veins. Unrivaled in solitary prowess, Jean Tawan let out a soft exhale, then thrust his right palm forward. In an instant, the air in front of his palm seemed to be struck by an immense force. It first halted momentarily before rapidly compressing, causing the surrounding atmosphere to warp. Subsequently, an invisible wave of energy surged directly towards the hungry ghost path. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted. Upon sensing the approach of this intangible force, the hungry ghost path raised both hands, forming an invisible barrier before him, a testament to the pinnacle of his abilities. By harnessing his powers to their fullest extent, the hungry ghost path absorbed the energy from the surrounding air, creating a vacuum around his hands. Any attack that entered this realm would have its energy siphoned away, rendering it powerless. The formless energy collided fiercely with the barrier. The turbulent air generated by their clash caused the robes of the hungry ghost path to billow dramatically. Although he was pushed back, his feet remained firmly planted on the ground, preventing him from being sent flying. Instead, he left two deep grooves in the earth. Observing this, Jean Tawan felt a twinge of astonishment, for this was a strike delivered with all his might. Chapter 44. Defeat of Jean Tamaru. To his astonishment, he was still blocked. Jean Tamaru looked up at the face of the hungry ghost path and found it somewhat familiar. He then glanced at the marks on the ground beneath the hungry ghost path, and a thought struck him. He suddenly recalled a tale from the venerable yellow ape regarding the intriguing events surrounding Impel Down. It was about a commoner who had escaped from that ominous prison. This individual possessed the ability to manipulate others and to absorb energy attacks. The Minotaur, which had thwarted his assault, unmistakably resembled the failed Zoan-type devil fruit user they had previously sent to Impel Down. Indeed, I am a genius for uncovering this secret. However, the ability to absorb energy attacks is rather unscrupulous. But wait, Jean Maru remembered the yellow ape's conjecture. One could defeat Jiang Zhe, who had escaped from Impel Down, using physical prowess alone. He cast another glance at the two marks beneath the hungry ghost path, and a plan began to form in his mind. Since you can absorb energy attacks, then I shall forego energy assaults and employ my physical techniques instead. Ha ha! You must be Jiang Zhe, the one who fled from Impel Down. I am already aware of your weakness. I am the tightest-lipped man in the world. I shall not reveal my intention to defeat you with sheer physical skill. Upon uttering these words, Jean Maru sensed that things had taken a turn for the worse. Yet he remained unfazed. After all, his physical techniques were among the most formidable. Hearing Jean Maru's declaration, Jiang Zhe recognized that his identity had been disclosed. However, this was of little concern to him, as he had never intended to conceal his identity. This is precisely why he had come to this island without any disguise. As for the weakness that Jean Maru mentioned, it had been true when he first escaped from Impel Down, but after rigorous training in the Sabati archipelago, his physical skills had significantly improved. Combined with his physique and abilities, he was now fully capable of contending with a vice-admiral. Whoosh! A sound of air splitting echoed as Jean Maru vanished from his original spot, leaving only a deep pit in his wake, with cracks radiating outward from its center. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as the hungry ghost path was sent flying. The blade in his hand shattered under the immense force, falling to the ground in silence. Just as Jean Maru disappeared, Jiang Zhe became alert. He was preparing to command the hungry ghost path to intercept Jean Maru when suddenly, Jean Maru changed speed mid-air, as if he had vanished entirely. When Jiang Zhe caught sight of him again, he was already beside the hungry ghost path, striking down with a palm. Even though Jiang Zhe had reacted swiftly, commanding the hungry ghost path to block the blade before him, the force of Jean Maru's strike shattered the blade, sending the hungry ghost path hurtling away. It seemed that simultaneously controlling three puppets while ensuring his own safety was quite a complex endeavor. Ha ha ha! I have devised a plan. As long as I eliminate each of your controlled entities one by one, I shall ultimately deal with you. With a triumphant expression, Jean Maru retreated to a distance. Just as he reveled in his success, the figure of Azura Path took action. As the Azura unleashed his mouth, a colossal beam of laser surged forth, infused with an immense energy that distorted the surrounding air, hurtling directly towards Jean Maru. Upon witnessing the approaching laser, Jean Maru's face contorted into a sneer. He had endured countless lasers from pacifists, finding nothing novel in this one. He promptly enveloped his arm in haki, positioning it defensively before him. Initially, Jean Maru presumed the laser's intensity to be akin to that of the pacifists. However, the moment the laser made contact, he realized the folly of his assumptions. The haki enveloping his arm rapidly destabilized under the overwhelming energy of the laser, compelling him to channel more of his strength to maximize the output of his haki. After all, should his defense falter, his arm would be rendered useless. Simultaneously, he felt a tremendous force emanating from his arm, propelling him backwards. His feet remained firmly planted on the ground, etching deep gouges into the earth akin to those made by the hungry ghosts. After retreating a considerable distance, Jean Maru finally stabilized himself, staring in astonishment at the Azura. He could scarcely believe that the pacifist's laser could possess such formidable power. Even the laser of the old man, Kizuru, paled in comparison. While Jean Maru was still reeling from shock, a flash of a blade shot forth from behind the Azura. It was the Hell Path, who had been sent flying moments earlier, now standing unscathed with a broken sword in hand, launching a strike directly at Jean Maru. How could this be? Jean Maru's eyes widened in disbelief. He was acutely aware of the potency of his previous attack, certain it would incapacitate this seemingly weak opponent. Yet, The very individual he had felled now stood before him, ready to retaliate. As Jean Tamaru contemplated evading the blade's trajectory, another towering figure emerged from the shadows, the hungry ghost. He now faced a precarious dilemma: either withstand the blade's assault or risk being ensnared by the hungry ghost's mysterious abilities. In a split second, Jean Tamaru resolved to endure the blade's onslaught, cognizant that the hungry ghost's powers were too enigmatic, and he could not afford to become a target. With this determination, Jean Tamaru fortified his hands with haki, crossing them over his chest as he charged towards the blade's light. A thunderous explosion resonated around him. Nothing more than a triviality. Jean Tamaru felt no harm to his arms, and a smile of relief spread across his face. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared beside him. The Azura, who had previously cleared the path for the Hell Path, now opened his arms wide and lunged at Jean Tamaru, toppling him to the ground. As the valiant Jean Tamaru was pinned to the ground, he endeavored to resist, yet the hungry ghost path had already arrived at their side. With hands placed upon Jean Tamaru, it began to siphon his life energy. "Oh dear, you mustn't do such a thing to my beloved subordinate." Just as the words escaped, a laser shot forth directly towards Jiang Zhe. Attempting to evade, Jiang Zhe was astounded to find the laser curving unexpectedly in his direction. In a swift motion, he approached the hungry ghost path and positioned it before him as a shield. With a resounding boom, an explosion erupted upon the hungry ghost path, sending both it and Jiang Zhe hurtling through the air. "Oh dear, how terrifying!" In that voice, the usual sardonic tone was replaced by a palpable gravity. Chapter 45. A successful escape. After marveling at the spectacle, Kizaru descended from the heavens to the ground. He turned to observe Bartolomeo, who had previously collapsed but was now slowly rising. Relieved that Bartolomeo was relatively unharmed, Kizaru felt a sense of ease wash over him. Simultaneously, he glanced at Jiang Zhe, who was encircled by 3 Six Paths puppets. "Oh dear, Jiang Zhe, you are truly formidable." His tone reverted to its characteristic sardonic nature. Following an investigation into Jiang Zhe's capabilities, a Kainu had convened a meeting within the Navy to discuss the matter. Consequently, records pertaining to Jiang Zhe were now documented within the Navy's archives. Not only could he absorb energy attacks, but he could also siphon life energy. Numerous prison guards in Impel Down had been drained by Jiang Zhe, and Magellan had even been rendered incapacitated, likely requiring a couple of years for recovery. Kizaru did not wish for Bartolomeo to suffer a similar fate. Otherwise, he would be left as the sole protector of the entire research facility, which would undoubtedly lead to his exhaustion. Thus, there was an element of suppressed anger in his decision to engage. However, this also aligned with the Navy's strategy to defeat Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe's ability to absorb energy was indeed remarkable. However, what if the intensity of the energy surpassed his absorption capacity? They had devised 2 strategies to defeat him. One involved swiftly overpowering him with physical combat, while the other required unleashing an overwhelming amount of energy that exceeded Jiang Zhe's capabilities. Thus, in his previous attack, Kizaru had unleashed his maximum output, a force that even Garp would hesitate to confront directly. His intention was to teach Jiang Zhe a lesson, but he was taken aback when Jiang Zhe and his puppets managed to withstand the blow. It seemed the Navy had significantly underestimated Jiang Zhe's prowess, as he could endure even Kizaru's most potent strike. As for the other strategy, Kizaru had arrived at the port well in advance, primarily to provide Bartolomeo with an opportunity for growth, with no intention of shirking his responsibilities. Bartolomeo's martial arts skills were among the finest in the Navy, and Kizaru believed that he could undoubtedly subdue Jiang Zhe. However, he was astonished to find that Jiang Zhe had now acquired 2 additional puppets, which seamlessly coordinated to overpower Bartolomeo, leaving Kizaru with no choice but to intervene. To his surprise, Jiang Zhe reacted swiftly, using his puppets to intercept Kizaru's laser. From Jiang Zhe's agile maneuvers, it became apparent that his martial arts proficiency was commendable. Furthermore, the abilities of his puppets were formidable. In their cooperative efforts, they could likely match Kizaru's own prowess. Thus, the second strategy of defeating Jiang Zhe through physical combat now appeared futile. Truly alarming. surrounded by the three Six Paths puppets. Jiang Zhe quickly assessed his own condition and found himself relatively unscathed, save for some minor abrasions. Initially, he had believed he could withstand Kizaru's laser attack. But after witnessing Kizaru's strike today, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Upon the firing of Kizaru's laser, he sensed an overwhelming energy, and he understood that he would not be able to endure it. Thus, he instinctively sought to evade the attack. To his astonishment, the laser emitted by Kizaru could curve, compelling him to summon the Hungry Ghost Path to absorb the blow. Even if the Hungry Ghost Path managed to deflect the attack, its interior sustained severe damage and required the Hell Path for proper recovery. However, he could not afford to reveal his vulnerability here and had to maintain the fade of being unscathed. His mind was racing with plans for escape. All he needed was to approach the sea, and he gauged the distance to the shore. "Grandfather, you've finally arrived," exclaimed the recovering Jiang Zhe as he slowly made his way beside Kizaru. "Oh dear, Jiang Zhe, you do seem rather disheveled." Kizaru's teasing remarks stung Jiang Zhe's pride, but he was well aware of Kizaru's nature, so he brushed it off. What he earnestly desired was for Kizaru to teach Jiang Zhe a lesson. Initially, he had believed he could certainly defeat Jiang Zhe, only to find his abilities exceedingly peculiar. Not only did he control the pacifist, but he also augmented the laser attacks of the pacifist. Jiang Zhe felt a lingering pain in his arm, and the swordsman beside him seemed to possess a remarkable ability to recover from injuries. Despite being thrown aside, he managed to rise and attack him again shortly thereafter. Most perplexing of all was Minotaurus, who had emerged from their research facility. Jiang Zhe was familiar with Minotaurus's capabilities, knowing he possessed considerable strength and impressive regenerative abilities. Yet, against him, Jiang Zhe couldn't land even a single blow. Now, under Jiang Zhe's control, Minotaurus had acquired an additional strange ability. Reflecting on his earlier encounter when he was ensnared by the Azura Path, Jiang Zhe remembered his intent to break free, only to find himself utterly powerless upon contact with Minotaurus, despite employing all his armed hockey. Was it possible that the power of the Devil Fruit also rendered armed hockey ineffective? Nonetheless, with Kizaru now present, he felt reassured. After all, Kizaru was an admiral. Surely, he would not allow Jiang Zhe to escape. The earlier strike from Kizaru had already left Jiang Zhe in a state of disarray, and that laser was merely a casual flick of Kizaru's hand. Jiang Zhe hoped fervently that after subduing Jiang Zhe, he would have a chance to vent his frustrations. With that thought, he shot a glare at Jiang Zhe. After teasing Jiang Zhe, Kizaru turned his gaze to Jiang Zhe. "Young man, have you ever been kicked by light?" Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Jiang Zhe sensed impending doom. This was Kizaru's prelude to action. Sure enough, before Jiang Zhe could fully comprehend the situation, Kizaru had already materialized beside him. Bang! A resounding thud echoed around Jiang Zhe's waist. He was sent hurtling through the air, his arms dangling limply. He had barely managed to shield himself with his hands against Kizaru's kick, yet the overwhelming force propelled him away. After tumbling across the ground several times, Jiang Zhe finally dissipated the terrifying power. Alas, how terrifying it is to think it could be thwarted, Huang Yuan murmured, initially intending to deliver a kick that would send Jiang Zhe plummeting into the sea. This would not only fulfill Dorag's demands, but also accomplish his own task. After all, Jiang Zhe was a wielder of a devil fruit power. Once submerged in the ocean, his survival would depend solely on fate. Even the world government would be powerless against him. To his astonishment, the kick he deemed certain was unexpectedly blocked by Jiang Zhe. In the event of failure, he resolved to employ a second kick. Huang Yuan raised his right foot once more. Hungry Ghost Path. As Huang Yuan's figure vanished, Jiang Zhe gently exhaled, summoning the Hungry Ghost Path to intercept Huang Yuan's kick. Simultaneously, Jiang Zhe harnessed the force emanating from beneath Huang Yuan's foot to propel himself rapidly toward the sea. As Jiang Zhe and the Hungry Ghost Path soared toward the ocean, the Hell Path, standing nearby, also dashed madly toward the waters. Meanwhile, the Shura Path's eyes gleamed with a crimson light. Self-destruction protocol initiated. A voice resonated from within the Shura Path. Boom! A colossal explosion reverberated across the island. Chapter 46. Jiang Zhe may not be as simple as we thought on an unnamed island, following the self-detonation of the Azura Path. A profound black pit was left on the shore, surrounded by curling black smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Due to having a portion of his life energy absorbed by Jiang Zhe moments ago, Zhan Taowan found himself somewhat weakened and unable to evade the ensuing explosion from the pacifist. Fortunately, his physique was formidable. He merely spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His entire face darkened as a result. Oh dear, the youth of today is truly formidable. One misstep, and one can be outmaneuvered. Huang Yuan furrowed his brow, his lips curling in discontent, causing his entire face to scrunch up. He had initially intended to deliver a kick that would send Jiang Zhe into the sea, leaving the matter of whether Jiang Zhe possessed abilities or could survive to chance. To his astonishment, Jiang Zhe had directly harnessed his own power to escape. Furthermore, as he departed, he managed to outsmart him. Had it not been for his quick reflexes to elementalize, he too would have been left in a disheveled state like Zhan Taowan. Huang Yuan turned to assess Zhan Taowan's now darkened visage. What an impressive young man. Yet, one wonders what his connection to Drac is, as it seems I have inadvertently given him a chance to escape. At this rate, he would undoubtedly find a way out without my assistance. Truly alarming. Old Master Huang, shall we pursue? Zhan Taowan inquired, breaking Huang Yuan from his contemplation. Just moments ago, he had used his observation haki to sense that during the explosion, Jiang Zhe had submerged himself beneath the waves, retrieving the cabinet containing the explosive rock, and had swum beyond the range of his perception. Even if they were to chase now, it would yield no fruitful results. No need. The youth of today is indeed frightening. With that, Huang Yuan turned and strode towards the research facility, leaving Zhan Taowan alone gazing out at the ocean, lost in thought. Upon seeing Huang Yuan depart, Zhan Taowan hurriedly followed. Inside the research laboratory, Satan Saint sat with a grave expression, awaiting Huang Yuan's return with the audacious individual who dared to cause a ruckus in the institute. This individual had pilfered his explosive rock, a secret weapon that surpassed Vegapunk's inventions. Once he successfully deduced the weapon's effects, Lord M would surely take notice of him. At that time, he could curtail some of Vegapunk's research funding. Vegapunk would then find himself begging for his favor, allowing Satan Saint to vent the frustrations he had endured over the years. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Satan Saint stole a glance at Vegapunk, who remained engrossed in his research, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Welcome back. The door to the laboratory swung open, and Satan Saint sprang to his feet. Huang Yuan entered from outside. How did it go? Where is that little thief? Well, my explosive rock. Satan Saint inquired with urgency, leaning toward Huang Yuan. Oh dear, my apologies, Lord Satan Saint, but he managed to escape. Huang Yuan feigned an expression of having done his utmost. Upon observing the countenance of the yellow ape, Satan Saint felt an immediate surge of ire. What did you say? You're a vice admiral. How could you allow a mere thief to escape? He exclaimed. Alas, it is not entirely within my control. I have exerted my utmost effort, and I even sustained an injury in the process. A little bonus would be most appreciated. With that, the yellow ape revealed the back of his hand, showcasing a purplish bruise, a remnant from the recent explosion, inflicted by debris. He could have effortlessly employed some technique to mend the wound, yet reflecting upon his own actions, he chose to leave it as is. This mark of valor could serve as a testament to his endeavors, potentially leading to a reward. Satan Saint was at a loss for words upon witnessing the injury on the yellow ape's hand. On one hand, one could argue that the yellow ape had made an effort. He had let the criminal slip away. On the other hand, one could contend that he had not exerted himself sufficiently, given that he had sustained an injury. This was an unprecedented scenario for the yellow ape, who had always completed his missions unscathed. It could only be said that he had indeed put forth some effort this time. However, that did not justify allowing the thief, who had pilfered his explosive rock, to escape. This explosive rock represented his hopes of surpassing Vegapunk. But who was this thief? Had he truly grasped the situation? Satan Saint was still intent on reclaiming the explosive rock. He now yearned for every piece of information regarding the little rogue, hoping to utilize his resources to retrieve the stolen explosive rock. He also contemplated exacting a measure of retribution upon the thief. I am aware. Jean Tamaru, following closely behind the yellow ape, entered the laboratory. Having just suffered defeat, he appeared somewhat dazed. During the conversation between the yellow ape and Satan's saint, he had not dared to utter a word. However, it was evident that the yellow ape was merely placating Satan's saint, and without intervention, matters were bound to escalate. It was time for the most discreet man in the world to take action. After Jean Tamaru recounted the entire sequence of events, Satan's saint was left in a state of shock. When had Jiang Zhe, who had escaped from Impel Down, become so formidable? According to Jean Tamaru's account, Jiang Zhe had acquired 3 puppets. One puppet was capable of absorbing energy, a fact already known from their time in Impel Down. Another puppet possessed healing abilities, presumably a new skill. The third puppet's capabilities remained uncertain, as it employed the techniques of a pacifist. Yet could amplify the pacifist's laser attacks to a degree that even Jean Tamaru found overwhelming. Aside from mythical beasts, no devil fruit should inherently enhance abilities with growth. If Jiang Zhe were indeed a mythical beast type, he would be bound by the fundamental principle of vulnerability to seawater and sea prism stone. Curiously, however, after being struck into the sea by the yellow ape, Jiang Zhe had managed to escape its depths. Was it possible that, as a devil fruit user, he was impervious to seawater? Or could it be that Jean Tamaru was deceiving himself? Yet, it was unlikely that Jean Tamaru would mislead himself, considering the multitude of surveillance on the island that could be reviewed later. Upon reflecting on Jiang Zhe's previous words in Push City, accompanied by the intensity of his gaze, a chill suddenly enveloped Satan's saint. Could it be that Jiang Zhe truly harbors the ambition to eradicate all celestial dragons? He had previously harbored concerns that Jiang Zhe might indeed pursue this course, leading to a hunt against the celestial dragons. At that time, he had seized upon this pretext to impose restrictions on their activities. However, his limitations on the celestial dragons were largely intended to showcase the authority of the 5 elders. After all, Jiang Zhe's capabilities had been rather meager. Yet, he has since experienced significant growth in strength, even managing to defeat the formidable Tanjiro and evade the grasp of Kizaru. Furthermore, the recent assassination of St. Charlos may bolster Jiang Zhe's resolve to eliminate the celestial dragons. Upon returning, it is imperative that he warns the other 4 concerning Jiang Zhe. Otherwise, should Jiang Zhe indeed commence his hunt, the dignity of the celestial dragons would be utterly trampled. Contemplating this, Satan's saint uttered not a word as he exited the research facility, directing his path towards myriad. In a discreet corner, the previously vacant gaze of Bartholomew Kuma flickered with a hint of crimson light. Chapter 47. The Shock of Drago and the Distress of the Warring States. Baldigo, headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Leader Drago, this is news from Kizaru and Bartholomew Kuma. Sabo's expression bore a hint of astonishment. Observing Sabo's unusual demeanor, Drago felt a twinge of curiosity. Sabo was typically serious and unflappable. It was rare to see such a look upon his face. Drago recalled Sabo's earlier words regarding the messages from Kizaru and Kuma. Generally, these two would not casually relay information to the Revolutionary Army, especially since Kuma had essentially surrendered himself to the doctor as a subject for experimentation. He would only risk such communication if it were of paramount importance. As for Kizaru, despite Drago's numerous invitations, he had never explicitly expressed a desire to join the Revolutionary Army, yet he occasionally offered information and assistance, reflecting his ambiguous sense of justice. It was indeed uncommon for both of them to simultaneously convey messages to the Revolutionary Army. The only recent news concerning them involved Jiang Zhe. It seemed that the information pertained to him. Yet why was Sabo so astonished? Was it possible that Jiang Zhe had been captured? Did Kizaru not assist him in his escape? However, considering Jiang Zhe's audacity, it was no surprise. The security of the research facility was formidable. Sabo, what has caused you such surprise? Is it possible that Jiang Zhe has been captured? Upon hearing Drago's words, Sabo's expression grew peculiar. Before reviewing the intelligence, he had harbored similar thoughts, but upon reading it, he was taken aback. Leader Drago, you should see the intelligence for yourself. With that, Sabo passed the document to Drago. Upon receiving the intelligence, Drago began to read intently. After a considerable time, he finally emerged from his state of shock. The intelligence from Kuma revealed that Jiang Zhe possessed three abilities: energy absorption, healing, and mechanical fusion, along with the capacity to attack using mechanical constructs. Thus, he alone could rival an entire squad. Most notably, Jiang Zhe was not susceptible to seawater, yet he was evidently a devil fruit user. How could he not fear the ocean? Drago could only conceive one possibility: a coating on Jiang Zhe's body, though the conditions for that seemed implausible. If not that, there were no other explanations. Furthermore, Kuma's intelligence indicated that Jiang Zhe was formidable enough to defeat Bartholomew and escape from Kizaru's grasp. Initially, Drago had thought that Kizaru had allowed Jiang Zhe to flee at his behest. To his surprise, Kizaru's report stated that he had exerted all his strength and still failed to detain Jiang Zhe, even questioning his own relationship with him. It seemed Drago had somewhat underestimated Jiang Zhe's prowess. Yet, what were the Whitebeard pirates concealing about Jiang Zhe's identity? He recalled the conversation with Sabo that transpired after his memories had returned. The relationship among Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, in light of Jiang Zhe's recent actions, suggests that the Whitebeard pirates are certainly planning a significant maneuver that could alter the balance of power in the world. Contemplating this, Dragon cast a puzzled glance at Sabo. Sabo, recognizing Dragon's expression, shared his sentiments. He too sensed that the Whitebeard pirates were gearing up for something monumental. At Marineford, within the office of the Fleet Admiral, Tsuru was instructed to review Kizaru's report and the surveillance from the Scientific Research Institute. Sengoku handed her a hefty stack of documents along with a transponder snail as he settled into his chair, rubbing his temples and closing his eyes. Observing Sengoku's demeanor, Tsuru, initially feeling a hint of melancholy, became intrigued. She knew that Sengoku's urgency indicated he was burdened with concerns. Yet, upon her entrance, he had thrust a pile of materials into her hands without uttering a word. Surely, even a beast of burden like Sengoku ought to provide some context regarding his intentions. Nonetheless, Sengoku's behavior piqued her curiosity. She had never witnessed him so fatigued, not even during the assassination of the celestial dragons. After Tsuru perused the documents, she paused, taken aback. Was this it? It merely detailed the acquisition of some explosive rocks from the Research Institute, an event not unprecedented. She recalled Zifa's recent covert activities. Yet, what could possibly render Sengoku so weary? With these thoughts in mind, Tsuru moved closer to Sengoku, placing her hand on his shoulder to activate her abilities. Thank you, Tsuru. What is the matter? This situation shouldn't be exhausting you so, she inquired. Sengoku sighed deeply, responding with a somber tone. Jiang Zhe is not the primary concern. It is what he represents that truly troubles me. His voice was heavy with a sense of despondency. What does he represent? Tsuru questioned. It signifies that chaos is brewing in the seas. Whether it be Jiang Zhe's escape, the assassination of the celestial dragons, or Jiang Zhe's theft from the Research Institute. All these incidents indicate a decline in our Navy's control over the seas. Tsuru was momentarily taken aback by Sengoku's words, but upon reflection, she recognized the validity of his concerns. The Navy's grip on the ocean was indeed waning. In the past, it was inconceivable for anyone to escape from Impel Down, let alone a notorious pirate like Shiki, with only him having succeeded in that endeavor over the years. The emergence of a nameless individual like Jiang Zhe escaping from Impel Down now suggested a weakening in its defenses. Once Magellan was dealt with, the entire facility could collapse. Furthermore, the assassination of the celestial dragons signified a decline in their authority. Once untouchable, they were now easily slain. It was inevitable that ambitious individuals would be tempted. One could fear that soon, everyone might aspire to kill a celestial dragon for notoriety. And now, with Jiang Zhe infiltrating the Research Institute to steal explosive rocks, the Navy had received not a whisper of warning. This indicates that a clandestine force is surreptitiously gaining power, one that even their Navy is unable to detect. It is essential to recognize that even the four emperors and the Revolutionary Army have their spies within the Navy and the world government. Any significant movements on their part would invariably reach the Navy beforehand. Now, with Jiang Zhe having absconded with crucial items, It is only now that the Navy has received word, which is rather too late. It appears that the seas are on the brink of chaos. What shall you do? Tsuru gazed at Sengoku with a hint of sympathy after pondering the situation. I intend to execute ace ahead of schedule, compelling the Whitebeard pirates to engage in a decisive battle with our Navy. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Tsuru's expression transformed into one of astonishment. She was acutely aware of the extensive preparation Sengoku had undertaken to maximize the benefit from this situation since the world government decided to execute ace. And she never anticipated that he would now seek to initiate it prematurely. It is crucial to understand that a major battle cannot simply be ignited at whim. Observing the expression on Tsuru's face, Sengoku comprehended her thoughts. Do not worry, Tsuru. I am confident in my resolve. Chapter 48. Restoration in a Realm Unknown. Upon a secluded island, Jiang Zhe emerged from the sea, followed by the swaying figure of the Hungry Ghost Path and the Hell Path, the latter wielding a broken blade and dragging a large cabinet behind him. Once Jiang Zhe found a discreet location, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It would not be easy for the Navy to locate him here. He needed to take a moment to recuperate and repair the Hungry Ghost Path, while also seizing the opportunity to draw a prize. The shock value for Morgan's report regarding the assassination of the Celestial Dragons had long since been credited to him, but Jiang Zhe had previously believed his strength was sufficient. After all, he could withstand Marco's abilities, remained unfazed by Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki, and even eliminated a CP0 agent. He felt confident that he could revel in this vast ocean. Thus, he intended to save his lottery draws for a later occasion. However, today's encounter with Kizaru revealed the terrifying prowess of the world's elite combatants. Before Kizaru, Jiang Zhe could barely defend himself, and Kizaru appeared to handle the situation with remarkable ease. During the battle, he also discerned the drawbacks of the 6 paths of pain. If his physical form were present, it would be challenging to manage both fronts simultaneously, rendering him somewhat constrained in combat. Therefore, today he resolved to fortify himself, ensuring that he could act with impunity upon these waters. At the very least, he sought to secure a means of escape that would not leave him in the disarray he experienced today, narrowly evading capture by resorting to a self-destructive maneuver with the Azura Path. With a flicker of thought, the system panel materialized before him. 6 paths, Pain Fusion System Host, Jiang Zhe Fusion Degree, 41, the higher the embodiment, the greater the fusion degree. Abilities: Hungry Ghost Path, capable of absorbing all forms of energy. Hell Path, capable of repairing all damage. Azura Path, capable of merging all mechanical weaponry. Shock value: 621. 000 shock value grants 1 lottery draw. Lottery draws: 23. Shock value automatically converted. The system panel revealed minimal changes. The fusion degree surged from 30 to 41, an increase of 11. The only recent action that could inflict such pain upon others was undoubtedly the assassination of a celestial dragon. After all, with the death of a celestial dragon, all associated parties would inevitably be implicated. The 5 elders had initially managed to suppress the incident. Yet with the World Economic News reporting on it, their efforts to keep this under wraps would prove increasingly futile. Consequently, a series of measures would be required to mitigate the fallout, during which some discontent would undoubtedly arise. Reflecting on how the demise of a single celestial dragon had elevated his fusion degree so significantly, he pondered how many more draws could be amassed by eliminating additional targets. However, with the entire myriad under lockdown, he feared that opportunities to confront the celestial dragons would be scarce. Only by growing stronger could he hope to seize such chances. Nevertheless, he anticipated that the upcoming Marineford War would provide ample opportunities to accrue fusion degrees, leaving him eager for what lay ahead. His lottery draws had now reached a total of 23. After his previous attempts, only 2 remained. Thus, this latest revelation from Morgan regarding the assassination of the Celestial Dragon had bestowed upon him an astounding 21 lottery opportunities. Certainly, the shock value will continue to rise, though perhaps not to such an extent as before. Nevertheless, it is sufficient, considering it is merely one celestial dragon, who has granted himself over 30 opportunities for a lottery draw. System: 20 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Earth Explosion Star. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Rinnegan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received Kanai. 2 ding. Congratulations, host. You have secured explosive tags. 2 ding. Thank you for your patronage. 14. Upon witnessing the lottery results announced by the system, Jiang Zhe found himself momentarily stunned. Had his luck truly surged to such an explosive degree? Or was there a malfunction within the system? How could he have been granted the Earth Explosion Star Ninjutsu directly? It is worth noting that this ability is one of the 2 paramount powers wielded by Pain of the Akatsuki. By infusing chakra into the target, it generates an attractive force, drawing in everything in proximity. As objects are continuously attracted to the target, it transforms into a colossal sphere, ultimately leading to its ceiling. Pain's other major ability is the Almighty Push, which operates on the principle of repulsion, negating all things in its vicinity. The Super Almighty Push can devastate an area spanning dozens of kilometers in an instant. Originally, he had intended to elevate his fusion level to 100% to awaken the powers of the Deva Path, combining the Almighty Push with the Earth Explosion Star to orchestrate a grand display over Myriad. Unexpectedly, the Earth Explosion Star manifested first. He was left to ponder the extent of its capabilities. Jiang Zhe silently willed the extraction of his rewards. In an instant, 3 concentric circles appeared around his pupils, and the world within his gaze transformed dramatically, becoming remarkably clearer. He could distinctly observe a shark viciously biting into a fish amidst the crimson waters, attracting countless other fish vying for the meal. He could even see feathers fluttering from a flock of seabirds soaring above the lofty clouds. Is this the Rinnegan? He felt as though his eyes had transformed into ultra-high-definition cameras. Simultaneously, a memory detailing the use of the Earth Explosion Star surged into his mind. After assimilating the knowledge, Jiang Zhe conjured a small black sphere in the distance. Instantly, trees, soil, and rocks nearby began gravitating towards the sphere. Gradually, the small sphere coalesced into a larger one, approximately 5 meters in diameter. The ground resembled the surface of an ice cream tub, with a perfectly circular indentation where an ice cream scoop had been removed. Suspended above the indentation was the large sphere, akin to the extracted ice cream. Surrounding the hollow was a cloud of dust, remnants of the gravitational force dissipating after the Earth Explosion Star's effect ceased, reminiscent of the chill emanating from the ice cream scoop. Is this what the Earth Explosion Star is? Jiang Zhe gazed at the sphere before him with delight. He had merely intended to conduct a trial, employing only a fraction of the Earth Explosion Star's full power. From the current perspective of power, should he unleash the full might of the Earth Exploding Star, the entire island would surely ascend to the heavens. Following systematic adjustments to its energy framework, the Earth Exploding Star has transformed into a mechanism driven by physical strength. The magnitude of the Earth Exploding Star is entirely contingent upon the extent of his physical capacity. Moreover, the Earth Exploding Star is not limited to a singular creation. Should he so desire, he can conjure countless smaller iterations of the Earth Exploding Star. Contemplating this, Jiang Zhe waved his hand again, summoning several small black orbs on the surrounding ground, which incessantly absorbed everything in their vicinity. In a short while, several miniature earthen spheres emerged, each merely 20 centimeters in diameter. While they pale in comparison to the earlier Earth Exploding Star, the energy expended in their creation is evidently greater. This suggests that a more intricate manipulation is required, thereby necessitating an even greater expenditure of physical strength. Chapter 49. The utilization of the Earth Exploding Star and the concept of controlling puppets after experimenting with the capabilities of the Earth Exploding Star. Jiang Zhe began to ponder how to effectively deploy its powers in the impending war. After all, for the formidable beings of the pirate world, the Earth Exploding Star merely served as a seal. As long as they could shatter the rocks affixed to them, they could easily escape from the seal, unless he could continuously sustain the energy supply of the Earth Exploding Star. This would devolve into a contest of endurance. And could he truly compete in stamina against the abnormal entities of the pirate realm? Ideally, if the powers of the heavenly path were to awaken directly, he would not only possess the Earth Exploding Star, but also the ability of the Shinra Tensei. The Earth-exploding star gathers all things together, while the Shinra Tensei expels everything outward. This interplay of contraction and expansion perfectly aligns with the principles of explosion. In a confined space, a sudden release of vast energy will inevitably result in an explosion. The explosive force generated by the combination of the Earth-exploding star and the Shinra Tensei would undoubtedly surpass that of conventional explosives. Due to the more restricted space of the Earth-exploding star and the rapid, immense release of energy from the Shinra Tensei. Imagine sealing Kaido with the Earth-exploding star, then unleashing the Shinra Tensei. It would be akin to encasing Kaido in dozens of tons of explosives and detonating them. No matter how resilient Kaido's physique or his armament haki, he would be utterly obliterated. However, lacking the Shinra Tensei, such an idea remained merely a thought, unfeasible in practice. Upon acquiring the Rinnegan, Jiang Zhe had hoped to learn the Shinra Tensei through his understanding of it. To his surprise, the system-provided Rinnegan was merely a medium for releasing the Earth-exploding star, with all other functions sealed. Unless he could extract other skills from the Rinnegan or awaken the abilities of pain, he could only enjoy clearer vision. With shared sight between himself and the Six Paths puppets, no other capabilities were afforded. Yet, upon observing the cabinet dragged by the Hell Path, a sudden idea struck him. Since the Shinra Tensei was unavailable, could he not provide the Earth-exploding star with an object capable of releasing energy for a brief period? Explosive rock would be an excellent choice. He could use the Earth-exploding star to attract everything around, including the explosive rock. Then deactivate the Earth-exploding star while simultaneously detonating the explosive rock. The resultant force would surely exceed that of any conventional bomb. Initially, he had contemplated digging beneath Marineford to bury the explosive rock to sink it. However, he now realized that he could simply employ several Earth-exploding stars along with the explosive rock to submerge Marineford entirely. Moreover, concerning the possibility of the explosive rock detonating prematurely due to the Earth-exploding star's attraction, the technique of mutual detonation spells contained knowledge regarding stabilizing explosions. At that juncture, he would create numerous large spheres above Marineford using the Earth-exploding star and directly detonate the explosive rock concealed within. With a thunderous roar, the entire Marine Vondo could be sunk, causing immense suffering to the entire Navy. Having resolved the issue of the earth-shattering star, Jiang Zhe now pondered the predicament he faced when utilizing puppets, which rendered him somewhat incapacitated. After all, he possessed only a singular consciousness. If all of it were devoted to controlling puppets, he would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Reminiscent of the time he had previously employed the technique of duplication, conjuring forth a rather whimsical avatar. The individuals created through this technique were essentially extensions of himself, yet they possessed independent consciousness, thoughts, and actions. However, they would vanish into smoke upon taking damage, and their existence relied on his physical stamina. Once the stamina he allocated to them was depleted, they would cease to exist. Upon their disappearance, their memories would return to him. Thus, this duplication technique was only suitable for intelligence gathering and eliminating threats. But what if he were to combine the duplication technique with the puppetry? He could create several avatars to stealthily manipulate the puppets, coordinating them in battle. This would alleviate the burden of dividing his focus between controlling the puppets, while also eliminating the drawback of the avatars vanishing upon injury, unless, of course, someone found and defeated them. Yet, he could position the avatars at a considerable distance, for with the reincarnation eye, his vision was shared regardless of how far apart they were. Contemplating this, Jiang Zhe deemed the plan feasible. Boom! Boom! He promptly summoned 2 avatars. Oh no, not you again, you pervert. As soon as one avatar emerged, it immediately dodged Jiang Zhe, as if it had encountered something terrifying. Jiang Zhe was momentarily at a loss for words upon witnessing the avatar's reaction. Why was it this particular avatar again? He had initially assumed that his avatars were disposable. Once used, their consciousness would dissipate. After all, they were merely fragments of his subconscious, insignificant in the grand scheme. To his surprise, the previous consciousness had been retained and could be summoned again. Noting Jiang Zhe's disregard, the first avatar promptly expressed its displeasure. What s with that expression? Do you find me distasteful? I am but a part of you. The first avatar immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor. Observing the avatar contort its face in such a manner, Jiang Zhe felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He swiftly waved his hand, dispelling the duplication technique. Seeing Jiang Zhe's action, the first avatar panicked. Hey buddy, I promise I'll behave normally from now on. Just don't. Before the first avatar could finish its sentence, it transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. At that moment, Jiang Zhe turned his attention to the second avatar. Ever since it had appeared alongside the first, it had been meticulously surveying the surroundings. Undeterred by the first avatar's chatter, "Are you the main entity?" Upon noticing Jiang Zhe scrutinizing him, the second avatar directly inquired, its eyes darting about. Seemingly lost in thought. "Yes," Jiang Zhe replied succinctly. The doppelganger, known as Avatar 2, ceased its scrutiny of Jiang Zhe and gazed intently into his eyes. "I understand the purpose behind your summoning us, yet I hope you will allow me to remain outside for a while longer." With that, Avatar 2 began to manipulate the realms of the hungry ghost and hell. Witnessing the activation of these realms, Jiang Zhe felt a flicker of astonishment. It seemed that his aspirations were indeed coming to fruition. However, the fact that Avatar 2 could control the puppets without his explicit command posed a potential threat. Should the avatars decide to turn the puppets against him, he would find himself utterly defenseless. Contemplating this, Jiang Zhe immediately delved his consciousness into the realm of hell, where he discerned an awareness that must belong to his doppelganger. The moment he entered the corporeal form of hell, this consciousness was swiftly ejected from within. "I comprehend your concerns. We are merely fragments of you. There is no need for apprehension regarding our intentions. Your well-being remains our foremost priority." After speaking, Avatar 2 commanded the hungry ghost to rise and ventured into the woods, commencing the absorption of life energy from the trees. Reassured by the words of his doppelganger, Jiang Zhe relinquished command of the realm of hell to Avatar 2. Thus, the issue of the puppets obstructing his combat was elegantly resolved, allowing him to contemplate his forthcoming plans. Chapter 50. The next steps. Observing the second clone skillfully controlling the realms of hungry ghosts and hell, Jiang Zhe nodded in satisfaction. With the creation of the Earth explosion star, the explosive rock, and the method of manipulating puppets through his clone, Jiang Zhe was acutely aware that his combat power had significantly increased, even without anyone to test his strength. He had taken a considerable step closer to his goal of sinking Marineford. It was time to contemplate his subsequent plans. The Whitebeard pirates, along with the Revolutionary Army, seemed to indicate that the strategies from the Marineford War were somewhat precarious. However, Ace's situation might not compel Dracul Myhawk to act decisively. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he had to make prudent choices amidst various dilemmas. During the Marineford War, the Navy's strength was substantially diverted, with all the more powerful Navy forces being summoned back to headquarters for defense. This presented an unparalleled opportunity for the Revolutionary Army. Surely, Dracul Myhawk, as its leader, would recognize this chance and would not relinquish it easily. Thus, it was likely that Dracul Myhawk would dispatch a portion of his forces alongside Sabo to rescue Ace. Meanwhile, he would seize the opportunity to incite a wave of national revolutions across the seas. Yet, this outcome was clearly not what Jiang Zhe desired. After all, what could Sabo, leading a small team, truly accomplish during the Marineford War? Sabo, at best, possessed the strength of a vice admiral. His position as chief of staff was not a combat role. In the original narrative, he had rarely been seen in battle. Even when contending for the Mara Mara no Mi, it took considerable effort to defeat Burgess. The reason Fujidora did not apprehend Sabo on the spot was largely due to Sabo's identity and Fujidora's own stance. Therefore, Jiang Zhe needed to find another bargaining chip to compel Dracul Myhawk to join the fray. The most effective leverage was none other than Luffy. If Dracul Myhawk were to learn that Luffy would participate in the Marineford War, he would undoubtedly rush into battle without hesitation. After all, Luffy was his son. Had he truly been indifferent, he would not have intervened to rescue Luffy when he was captured by Smoker at Logtown. Moreover, involving Luffy had additional advantages. Firstly, His protagonist aura would simplify matters immensely, as if the entire world conspired to assist him, ensuring that help would manifest in times of difficulty. Secondly, there was Garp. In the original tale, he single-handedly guarded the execution platform, preventing anyone but Luffy from approaching Ace. Ultimately, Luffy sent Garp flying with a single punch, starkly contrasting with Marco, who was severely injured by Garp's blow. With Luffy present, a significant portion of Garp's attention would inevitably be diverted. Convincing Luffy to rescue Ace would be straightforward. Merely informing him that Ace faced execution at the hands of the Navy would prompt him to abandon everything and rush to Marineford. However, where was Luffy now? As recalled from the original narrative, the Straw Hat Pirates were scattered at Sabeti Archipelago and only reunited 3 years later before setting sail for Fishman Island. Due to personal reasons, Luffy refrained from confronting the Celestial Dragons on Sabeti Archipelago, thus missing the dramatic scene where Kizaru effortlessly dispatches the supernovas. There was no poignant moment where Luffy weeps as he watches his comrades being sent flying, nor was there the event of Luffy and his crew training for 3 years before setting off again. Luffy's purpose for arriving at Sabeti Archipelago was simply to coat his ship before descending to Fishman Island, as he perceived piracy as a series of adventurous escapades. Based on my understanding of Luffy, he should ideally head to Fishman Island. However, to ascertain this, a confirmation with the Whitebeard pirates would suffice, as Fishman Island currently lies within Whitebeard's territory, making it relatively easy to discern the circumstances there. Thus, a visit to the Whitebeard pirates was in order. With this thought, Jiang Zhe retrieved a piece of Din Din Mushi from his pocket. This was a gift from Marco, intended to assist him in locating the Whitebeard pirates should they find themselves evading the Navy. On the Moby Dick, old man, big news. Marco burst into the cabin of Whitebeard's ship, brimming with urgency. Ever since Jiang Zhe had healed Whitebeard, the latter had sequestered himself in his quarters, honoring his promise to Jiang Zhe to keep the successful treatment a secret. Consequently, Marco had been managing affairs aboard the ship. He was accustomed to handling such matters without incident. However, with Whitebeard's prolonged absence, rumors circulated within the crew that he was at death's door. Thankfully, Marco's credibility was sufficient to quell any unrest among the crew. Whitebeard spent his days in his room, indulging in wine and meat while listening to Marco relay news from the outside world. While he found this existence rather pleasant, he was beginning to grow weary of it. Despite being free of ailments and having ample food and drink, he felt a disquieting restlessness from not engaging in battle. Remaining cooped up in his quarters was increasingly intolerable. He was anxious for Jiang Zhe and the others to commence their plans against the Navy. Observing Marco's demeanor, Whitebeard sensed that there was good news from Jiang Zhe. "What is the matter, Marco?" "Old man, Jiang Zhe infiltrated the world government's scientific research facility to steal explosive rocks. Moreover, he successfully evaded Kizaru." Gururara. Whitebeard erupted in hearty laughter. It appeared that Jiang Zhe and his crew were preparing to take action. When he had previously heard Jiang Zhe express the intention to destroy Marineford, he had deemed it somewhat audacious. After all, the Navy possessed a vast number of personnel, and even with his tremor fruit, it would be implausible to sink Marineford. Furthermore, the Revolutionary Army lacked any high-powered devil fruits. Even a united front from the entire Revolutionary Army would not suffice to sink Marineford. He had some understanding of explosive rocks, and had heard they were quite powerful. If there were enough of them, perhaps they could indeed bring Marineford to its knees. It appears that Jiang Zhe and the Revolutionary Army are diligently striving towards their objectives. It is time for us to initiate some actions on our end as well. Marco, let us commence our plan. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco gazed intently at him and nodded emphatically. "Very well, Pops. I shall promptly mobilize them and ensure that the Navy comprehends the consequences of capturing us." Knock, knock. A series of knocks resonated at the door. "What is it?" "Captain Marco, trouble is brewing. The individual who injured the great whirlpool spider has returned." Upon hearing the words from outside, both Whitebeard and Marco were taken aback. A smile spread across Whitebeard's face. It was unexpected that they had just received news about Jiang Zhe, and now he was arriving at their pirate crew, seemingly seeking collaboration. Whitebeard exchanged a knowing glance with Marco, who instantly understood and exited the room, preparing to escort Jiang Zhe to Whitebeard's quarters. Chapter 51. Seeking Fishman Island Mariehua, Panga City. Hall of Authority. Satan's Saint. Why have you returned in such a furious state? An elderly man, bald with a map-like birthmark on his forehead and sporting a pair of mustaches, sat on the sofa, gazing at Satan Saint as he entered through the door of the Hall of Authority, dressed in a deep green suit. Vachely Saint? Normally, the other four elders would be present upon his return, yet this time, only Vachely Saint remained in the Hall of Authority. Satan Saint glanced at Vachely Saint, momentarily taken aback. The others had been summoned by Lord Im. Upon hearing Vachely Saint's words, Satan Saint's confusion deepened, for they were traditionally united in such summons from Lord Im. Why was one left behind today? Let us set aside that matter for now. Were you not meant to pressure Vegapunk regarding the pacifists? Why have you returned in such a huff? Finally snapping back to reality at Vachely's inquiry, Satan Saint responded, Are you unaware? That Vegapunk fellow. And there has been an invasion at the research facility where they stole the explosive rocks. What does it matter? It's merely explosive rocks. There's no effective way to control them, and they hold little value for us. Vachely felt a sense of relief, for the loss seemed trivial. The world government possessed dominion over the entire world. They could acquire whatever they desired with a mere request. We can always retrieve the explosive rocks. Vachely intended to offer some words of comfort to Satan Saint, but was interrupted as Satan Saint continued. The thief is Jiang Zhe. His strength has increased significantly, and I fear further troubles may arise. Jiang Zhe? Vachely Saint found the name peculiar, as it stirred faint recollections, though nothing substantial. Noticing Vachely's nonchalant demeanor, Satan Saint felt a chill in his heart. Despite his constant emphasis on Jiang Zhe's perilous nature, it seemed no one paid heed. He's the civilian who escaped from Impel Down. Oh, the one who threatened to eliminate the celestial dragons. Did you not apprehend him? Vachely regarded Satan Saint with curiosity. He is no weakling. He managed to evade Kizaru. Satan Saint retorted, somewhat irked. Vachely, seemingly unfazed by Satan Saint's assertion, suddenly slapped his forehead. I forgot to mention something crucial. Sengoku has just requested the expedited execution of Ace, the son of the Pirate King. I suspect Lord Im summoned the three of them for this matter. Satan Saint's eyes widened in disbelief as he slammed his cane onto the ground. Such an important matter, and you did not mention it sooner? With that, Satan Saint hurriedly dashed toward the floral corridor. Whole Cake Island, Tato Land. Big Mom lay languidly upon her throne, her hands continuously shoveling desserts from the table into her mouth. Beneath the throne, a tall man with crimson short hair, his cheeks marred by stitched scars, and his mouth obscured by a scarf, donned in a black metallic leather jacket and dark jeans, was presenting a document to Big Mom. Is that all? Katakuri. Yes, Mama. Mama. It appears this Jiang Zhe is also restless, provoking the world government once more. I am increasingly inclined toward an alliance with him. The explosive rock could serve as his dowry. Have you managed to acquire his contact information? Not at the moment. Upon hearing Katakuri's words, Big Mom's expression shifted dramatically. She fixed a piercing gaze upon Katakuri, yet her countenance soon transformed again as a thought crossed her mind. Never mind, let us not rush this. First, we must address the issue of Fishman Island. You shall go with Perispero. Katakuri bowed respectfully and departed the palace. Since the assassination of the celestial dragon, the entire new world has descended into chaos. Not only has Big Mom's pirate crew been expanding its territory, but even the Beast pirates have been on the move, while the Whitebeard pirates remain stagnant. Speculations abound regarding potential troubles for Whitebeard, especially given his prior ailments. They intend to seize this opportunity to strike Fishman Island, long regarded as the domain of the Whitebeard pirates, a crucial passage from the Grand Line into the New World. Both the Beast pirates and Big Mom's crew have coveted it for ages, yet previously they hesitated to encroach upon it while Whitebeard was still capable of battle. Now, having received news of Whitebeard's severe illness, they see a chance to test the waters. Should the Whitebeard pirates remain inactive, it would indicate dire circumstances for Whitebeard. If they do mobilize, they will simply withdraw. Yet, I wonder what Mama's intent is in sending me. Has she foreseen that Marco and the others might take action? In Ueno, Onigashima, is everything you said true? Jin? Kaido, with tears streaming down his face, looked at Jin standing beside him. Indeed, Captain Kaido. Haha, I never expected Whitebeard to be aging. Kaido took a swig from his flask, pouring a generous amount down his throat, causing liquor to spill from the corners of his mouth and stain his attire. Send Jack. After all, he is a fishman, even though he has consumed a devil fruit. He can survive in the sea. Understood. Jin responded, promptly exiting Kaido's lair. Moments ago, he had reported 2 matters to Captain Kaido, only to find the captain solely fixated on Whitebeard's condition. The first time he heard of Jiang Zhe was when he escaped from Impel Down, a time when the captain had shown great interest in him. Yet, mere days have passed, and the captain has seemingly forgotten him entirely. Nonetheless, Jiang Zhe is certainly worth noting. After all, the strength of Kinnaman is not to be underestimated. It would indeed be advantageous to incorporate Jiang Zhe into the Beast Pirates. After all, the more formidable the Beast Pirates become, the greater the opportunity for vengeance against the world government. However, he must first address matters concerning Fishman Island. The Admiral's intentions are quite clear. He seeks to gauge the limits of the Whitebeard pirates and assess Whitebeard's physical condition. Should Jack be dispatched, his impulsive nature would undoubtedly lead him to engage in combat. Jack possesses formidable defensive capabilities and remarkable regenerative powers. Even if Whitebeard himself were to strike, he could not vanquish Jack, especially considering the formidable presence of the Beast Pirates backing him. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that Jack is a fishman. Should Whitebeard truly wish for Jack's demise, he could simply retreat into the sea, awaiting the Admiral's rescue. Thus, Jack is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this mission. He must have a serious discussion with Jack regarding the task at hand. Chapter 52, Luffy's Perseverance, Journey to Fishman Island, Dragon Palace. Has that Straw Hat Boy not given up yet? Upon the throne sat a robust merman adorned with a crown, his luxuriant orange-red hair and beard flowing like flames. His body covered in dense hair, arms decorated with fiery tattoos, and a fishtail behind him, as he rubbed his forehead in a display of distress. Below the throne, another merman, characterized by wavy sky-blue hair, a circular mark on his forehead, sharp shark-like teeth, and a spotted shark tail, gazed up at the throne with a pained expression. Yes, father. Let him be, Sharkstar. But father, that Straw Hat Boy. The prince, Sharkstar, was abruptly silenced by a wave of Neptune's hand. Observing his father's demeanor, Sharkstar felt reluctant to press further. Deep down, he harbored a desire for his sister, Shirahoshi, to escape the confines of the Hardshell Tower. Yet, the ever-looming threat posed by Vanderdecken was a constant concern. Once Shirahoshi emerged from her sanctuary, she would be vulnerable to Vanderdecken's fruit powers. Why must such a remarkable target be exploited by Vanderdecken to coerce Shirahoshi into marriage? Curse him! Their family felt utterly powerless, reduced to relying on Shirahoshi's seclusion for protection. In truth, he yearned for the Straw Hat Boy to succeed in rescuing Shirahoshi. After all, they had been unable to locate Vanderdecken, leaving them with no means to confront him. Thus, their hopes rested on the shoulders of others, wishing for someone to save Shirahoshi. However, this Straw Hat Boy hardly seemed capable of such a feat aside from his unwavering passion. He possessed little else. If even the Whitebeard pirates could not succeed, what chance did he have? Perhaps it would be wise to persuade the Straw Hat Boy to retreat. He did not wish to see a genuinely benevolent soul harmed. Additionally, there was an inexplicable warmth he felt towards this young man. Fishman Island, Hardshell Tower. Woo, woo, woo. How annoying, coward star. Don't I have anything to do? One day, I will reclaim all these weapons. Then I'll take you out to play. A young man, sporting a straw hat and short hair, a scar across his left eye, a somewhat foolish expression on his face, clad in a red vest and blue shorts, and wearing open-toed sandals, beamed as he gazed at the interior of the Hardshell Tower, oblivious to the blood streaming from his right hand. But, another cry echoed from within the Hardshell Tower. A magnificent merman adorned with a fish-shaped hairpiece, flowing pink hair, sparkling eyes, and a beautiful visage. Her pink and white fish tail glimmering, wiped the tears from her cheeks, gazing at the young man outside with deep emotion. Master Luffy, your hand is bleeding? Ha ha ha. Fear not, my dear Shirahoshi. These are but trifles, badges of honor for a true man. Rest assured, next time I shall undoubtedly catch it. Did I not shield myself with my hand this time? Luffy's expression shifted from fierce to bashful as he scratched his head sheepishly. However, Shirahoshi hesitated to voice her thoughts. But upon seeing Luffy's unwavering determination, she swallowed her words, biting her lower lip and gazing at him with glistening eyes. In the shadows, Prince Shark observed this scene with a shake of his head. The Straw Hat Kid could scarcely withstand a mere axe from Vanderdecken, having already sustained injuries. There was no way he could defeat Vanderdecken. Perhaps it was best to counsel him to leave sooner rather than later. Just as Shark was about to step out to dissuade the Straw Hat Kid, he caught sight of the smile gracing his sister's face. It had been ages since he had seen such joy on Shirahoshi's countenance. Perhaps it was best to let her revel in happiness for a few more days. Although the Straw Hat Kid could not rescue Shirahoshi, he could certainly bring her joy. With this thought, Prince Shark turned away. Whoosh! Another axe flew straight toward the hard-shell tower. Mo Dybbuk, ha ha ha, your speed is truly remarkable. Jiang Zhe. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Jiang Zhe immediately comprehended that the Whitebeard pirates had learned of his pilfering of explosive rocks from the scientific research facility. Indeed, the prowess of the Yonko crew in gathering intelligence was formidable. Were they preparing to take action? Did you intend to restore me to my prime state? As Whitebeard uttered these words, his breath became noticeably heavier. After all, he had long coveted a return to his peak, and it was Jiang Zhe who had hinted at the possibility of such restoration. Marco, hearing Whitebeard's remarks, also tensed up, turning swiftly to fix his ardent gaze upon Jiang Zhe. I have come primarily to inquire about matters concerning Fishman Island. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's statement, Whitebeard's demeanor shifted to one of disappointment. So, he had not come to aid in his revival. Yet, what could Jiang Zhe possibly want to know about Fishman Island? Did the Revolutionary Army harbor intentions regarding it? Under Neptune's governance, Fishman Island had been faring well. Surely, the Revolutionary Army had no need to intervene. Noting the puzzled expression on Whitebeard's face, Jiang Zhe understood that he was likely overthinking. After all, Whitebeard had consistently been engaged in the extermination of celestial dragons and the sinking of Marineford. It was no wonder he would have such concerns. I merely wish to inquire about one individual. Is the Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy, present on Fishman Island? Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's question, Whitebeard sighed in relief. He had feared the Revolutionary Army might take an interest in Fishman Island, which would compel him to oppose them. After all, he could not bear to see Jinbei disheartened. Though Jinbei was not his son, he was a dear friend. Now, that is a relief. So, you seek that information. Marco, do you have Neptune's transponder snail? Let us inquire. Yes, father. Receiving Whitebeard's command, Marco promptly ventured outside in search of Neptune's contact information. Whitebeard turned his gaze, curiosity evident as he regarded Jiang Zhe. What business do you have with the Straw Hat lad? Are you unaware that he is Ace's brother? Furthermore, he is the son of Dragon and the grandson of Garp. I require him to have some dealings with Garp. What? Whitebeard exclaimed, astonished by Jiang Zhe's revelation. He had long been aware of Ace's brother, as Ace often spoke of him aboard the ship, a veritable brotherly devotee. However, Ace had never divulged that his brother was the son of Dragon and the grandson of Garp. This implies that Ace's survival to this day was entirely contingent upon Garp's existence. After a considerable time, Marco re-entered the room. Indeed, the Straw Hat lad is currently at Fishman Island. Neptune informed us that they arrived just half a day ago. By the way, father, there is one more matter. Marco cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Zhe as he spoke. Comprehending, Jiang Zhe exited the room. Father, Neptune also mentioned that Big Mom and Kaido may have intentions regarding Fishman Island. Gururara, it seems that Lin Lin and Kaido believe I have grown old. Chapter 53. Arrival at Fishman Island, Fishman Street. Vanderdecken 9. Have you yet captured Shirahoshi? In the shadows, a fishman donned in a pink flat cap, with long black curls, a shark-like visage, sharp teeth, a wolf fur scarf around his neck, a red short-sleeve, open jacket, and blue shorts, was seated on a chair behind a bar. Ha ha ha, Shirahoshi will eventually be mine. But you, Hody Jones, how is your new fishman pirate crew coming along? A fishman wearing a small top hat, with hair styled upwards, adorned with multiple strands of necklaces around his neck. red gloves on his right hand, webbed fingers for legs, and draped in a yellow cloak, smiled as he looked toward Toady Jones. Ha ha ha. So, what do you say? Care to join us? We are not like that useless Arlong. I have no desire to work under anyone else. Did you know? A brat has appeared beside Shirahoshi. At Toady Jones's words, Vanderdecken IX's face flushed with anger. Damn it, Straw Hat Kid. Shirahoshi is meant to be mine. With that, Vanderdecken 9 removed the red glove from his right hand, seized a sword beside him, and hurled it outward. Strangely, despite the minimal effort he exerted, the sword soared high into the sky, seemingly without a landing point. While your abilities are commendable, you have lost the most essential power of a fishman. This is merely a curse that has been passed down through generations. At the port of Fishman Island. Welcome, Lord Marco, to Fishman Island. Jiang Zhe and Marco had just disembarked from their ship when Neptune, accompanied by a throng of fishmen, approached them, beaming with joy. Upon witnessing this, Marco scratched his head, but quickly engaged in conversation with Neptune. Lord Marco, who is this? King Neptune was relatively familiar with the Whitebeard pirates, as they had been safeguarding Fishman Island for the past few years. However, he had never met Jiang Zhe. Seeing Marco treat Jiang Zhe with such caution piqued his curiosity. Marco's arrival at Fishman Island was unexpected. Typically, the Whitebeard pirates would send a division commander to assert Fishman Island sovereignty. It was highly likely that Whitebeard himself was unable to cope any longer. With this thought, everything began to make much more sense. Big Mom and Kaido suddenly seeking to exert control over Fishman Island and sending someone over was alarming. Jiang Zhe might very well be the secret weapon of the Whitebeard pirates. This is Jiang Zhe, our guest from the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing Marco's words, Neptune was taken aback. He had initially assumed Jiang Zhe would be the secret weapon that the Whitebeard pirates would employ against Big Mom and Kaido. It was surprising to learn he was merely a guest. Yet, Neptune was left wondering what Jiang Zhe's purpose was in accompanying Marco to Fishman Island. He couldn't help but recall the earlier inquiry Marco made regarding the Straw Hat crew. What business did this Mr. Jiang Zhe have with the Straw Hat crew? In recent days, the unwavering efforts of the Straw Hat boy have indeed stirred some emotions within him. After all, it is difficult not to be moved by someone who, despite having no prior connection, strives desperately for the sake of his daughter. If Mr. Jiang Zhe were to come seeking trouble with the Straw Hat crew, that would pose a significant problem. No, I must ascertain the true purpose of Jiang Zhe's visit. Greetings, Mr. Jiang Zhe. As Neptune approached him, Jiang Zhe initially intended to evade the encounter. However, Neptune's beaming smile caused him to hesitate. One ought not to strike a smiling face, and moreover, as the king of Fishman Island, Neptune, despite his lackluster portrayal in the original narrative, possesses a certain acumen for gathering intelligence within his domain, to discern Luffy's whereabouts. Leveraging their network of information would be the optimal choice. Jiang Zhe nodded slightly at Neptune in a gesture of acknowledgement. Observing Jiang Zhe's demeanor, Neptune retracted his outstretched hand and returned the greeting. After all, as the king of Fishman Island, he embodies its dignity and would not stoop to impose warmth upon a cold reception. Neptune exchanged a glance with his son, Shark Star, upon noticing the arrival of Marco. Shark Star felt a surge of excitement. Marco is widely recognized as the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, distinctly different from the other commanders. Perhaps he could assist them in rescuing Shirahoshi. Yet, seeing his father seemingly engaged in a conversation with Marco, he reluctantly postponed his own request for assistance. Observing his father's expression, Sharkstar understood that his father wished him to entertain Jiang Zhe, ideally extracting information from him. Anyone deemed a guest of the Whitebeard pirates, treated with caution by Marco, must possess formidable strength. While he currently could not solicit Marco's help, he could escort Jiang Zhe directly to the Sabati archipelago and then seek his assistance. Should he agree to help rescue Shirahoshi, it would indeed be a fortuitous outcome. If the rescue were unsuccessful, he could still leverage the situation to trouble Marco. It was a win-win scenario. Lord Jiang Zhe, allow me to guide you on a tour of Fishman Island. Upon hearing Sharkstar's words, Jiang Zhe emerged from his reverie. He had already contemplated several potential locations where Luffy might be. The most probable site was the Sabati archipelago. Shirahoshi is a sea king. Luffy is the child of destiny. Their encounter is inevitable. Just moments ago, he was pondering the whereabouts of the Sabedi archipelago, and unexpectedly, a guide had presented himself. Jiang Zhe glanced at Prince Sharkstar. The Sabedi archipelago. Another sword flew through the air, and Luffy leapt high, closing his eyes to sense the trajectory of the blade. Suddenly, he extended his right hand, which whipped through the air like a lash. Luffy's right hand ensnared the sword's hilt, and a faint black aura enveloped his hand, firmly grasping the incoming blade. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? Coward Star, I told you I could catch it. As she gazed at Luffy, who was leaping about with a sword in hand, his body marred by countless wounds, Shirahoshi felt a wave of emotion surge within her, stinging her eyes. She bit down hard on her lower lip, squinting fiercely to hold back her tears. Luffy, Cowardly Star, I am destined to become the Pirate King. I shall fulfill my promise, Luffy declared, casting his sword to the ground without a second thought, resting his hand on his head, oblivious to the myriad of wounds seeping blood along his arms. He adjusted his hat and flashed a radiant smile, revealing his gleaming teeth. In that moment, Shirahoshi could no longer contain herself, and tears streamed down her face. Wah! Luffy is truly wonderful. Enough! Cowardly Star, you've turned into a crybaby again. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't cry anymore? At Luffy's words, Shirahoshi sniffled and fought to suppress her tears. After visiting several sites, Sharkstar finally led Jiang Zhe close to the hardshell tower. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to approach the tower, a confident voice reached his ears. Indeed, upon rounding a corner, he caught sight of Luffy in the distance, his body covered in blood, preparing to catch a sword hurtling through the air. Sharkstar felt a pang of emotion at the sight. He had initially intended to rush forward, stop Luffy, and urge him to tend to his wounds, especially since Luffy had been wielding weapons for 2 days straight. However, Jiang Zhe grasped his arm firmly. Confused, Sharkstar looked at Jiang Zhe. As Luffy jumped and closed his eyes, Jiang Zhe realized that Luffy would undoubtedly catch the sword flawlessly. He had observed that Luffy had mastered both observation haki and armament haki. Truly, as the protagonist, even without Rayleigh's 2 years of guidance, he had managed to acquire the necessary skills. Yet, what exactly had Rayleigh imparted during those 2 years? Let us go. Yes, Master Jiang Zhe. Just moments ago, Sharkstar had wondered why Jiang Zhe restrained him. It was only when Luffy successfully caught the sword that Sharkstar understood Jiang Zhe had been confident all along that Luffy would intercept it. This keen insight, combined with Jiang Zhe's earlier demeanor, marked him as a formidable presence. Unbeknownst to him, Sharkstar had begun to alter his address for Jiang Zhe. It seemed he would soon devise a way to request his assistance in rescuing Shirahoshi. With this thought, Sharkstar's attitude shifted to one of eager enthusiasm. Chapter 54. The Anxious Luffy and the Cost of Action. Who are you? As Jiang Zhe and Sharkstar emerged from the shadows, Luffy immediately turned to face Jiang Zhe, his demeanor reflecting a sense of impending danger. In Luffy's perception, Jiang Zhe exuded an aura that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Crocodile, a foe he had previously encountered at great peril. The memory of almost losing his life in that encounter made Jiang Zhe's presence feel ominous to Luffy. What keen perception! Truly, you are the chosen one, Luffy thought, impressed that Jiang Zhe could evoke such awareness so soon after mastering observation haki. Despite Luffy's efforts to conceal his own aura, he could not escape Jiang Zhe's scrutiny. However, this was fortuitous. The stronger Luffy grew, the larger the commotion he would create, drawing more of Garp's attention and rendering it less likely that Garp could thwart his plans. Luffy-san, that is my older brother. Upon hearing Sharkstar's words, Luffy immediately relaxed, scratching his head sheepishly. It turned out Jiang Zhe was a relative of the timid star. Ha! Sharkstar, what brings you here? Sharkstar, as he approached, explained. Captain Marco and Jiang Zhe are visiting our Fishman Island, and I'm showing Jiang Zhe around. He gestured toward Jiang Zhe. Luffy's curiosity piqued. He scrutinized Jiang Zhe. Having sensed Jiang Zhe's formidable strength earlier, Luffy had assumed he was also a sibling of Sharkstar. After all, if Sharkstar's brother were indeed that powerful, Shiwun-Ti had been confined in the hardshell tower. While Luffy was assessing Jiang Zhe, the latter was also observing Luffy. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? It seems you have something on your mind, Jiang Zhe inquired. With a beaming smile, Luffy replied, Is it about Ace? Indeed, it pertains to Ace, Jiang Zhe stated matter-of-factly, prompting Luffy to leap to his feet in surprise. Are you a good friend of Ace's? Sort of. Ace sent you to find me, didn't he? Would you like to join my pirate crew? No, thank you. Luffy's face fell momentarily, but he quickly regained his carefree demeanor. I thought you might join. Our crew would be much stronger with you. I am here solely to inform you that Ace has been captured by the Marines and is facing execution. If you wish to save him, you must act swiftly. At this revelation, Luffy's expression froze before shifting to one of grave seriousness. You're not deceiving me, are you? The entire world will know soon enough, Jiang Zhe replied, meeting Luffy's gaze with quiet intensity. After a long pause, Luffy seemed to accept this grim reality. He glanced over at Sharkstar, who remained imprisoned in the Hardshell Tower. Luffy-san, if you have matters to attend to, you should go. I've already been here for quite some time. Sharkstar recognized the determination in Luffy's eyes immediately. Dear Shirahoshi, I am truly sorry that I cannot rescue you as swiftly as I wish. Luffy's gaze turned sorrowful. If he chose to save Shirahoshi at this moment, Ace would likely face execution. Yet, if he opted to save Ace, he would violate the promise he made to Shirahoshi. After all, he had vowed that before leaving Fishman Island, he would ensure Shirahoshi's safety. It's truly all right, Master Luffy. Upon hearing Shirahoshi's words, Luffy removed his hat and took out a piece of paper representing his life, handing both items to her. Shirahoshi, this is my most cherished possession, along with my life paper. Please keep these safe until I can return to rescue you. With that, Luffy turned and ran away. Watching his retreating figure, Shirahoshi shed tears, delicately pinching Luffy's hat and the life paper with her fingers and placing them reverently in a chest by her bedside. She then retrieved a lock to secure the chest. Master Luffy, sobi. Jiang Zhe stood nearby, observing the scene with an impassive expression. His original intention had merely been to inform Luffy about Ace's impending execution, enabling him to hasten to Marineford and create a ruckus during the Summit War. After all, Luffy had already arrived at Fishman Island. According to the original narrative, the Navy notified of Ace's execution only 3 days prior to the event. If Luffy were to leave Fishman Island now, he might not return in time for the Summit War. Thus, Jiang Zhe had come to deliver the message. After informing Luffy, he could have departed immediately. However, upon seeing Shirahoshi, he changed his mind. As the Sea King, she could communicate with the formidable Sea Kings. For his future endeavors in the Beast Path, he required a multitude of spirit beasts, and what could be better than the Sea Kings? If he were to rescue Shirahoshi, forming a contract with the Sea Kings would become significantly simpler. With his current strength, he could easily eliminate Vander Decken 9 and restore Shirahoshi's freedom. Earlier, while observing Luffy acquire weapons, Jiang Zhe had discerned certain patterns in Vander Decken's throwing. Should Vander Decken throw again, Jiang Zhe was confident he could locate him. Yet, he could not disclose this information just yet. From the earlier interactions, it was evident that Prince Shark was eager for his assistance in resolving the matter concerning Shirahoshi. Initially, Prince Shark had subtly guided him toward the Hardshell Tower. After all, Jiang Zhe had noticed several instances where they could have proceeded to other attractions. Yet Prince Shark had chosen to divert, leading him from an alternate route. After meandering, they arrived at the Hardshell Tower, witnessing the earlier scene. Prince Shark glanced at his tearful sister and then at the contemplative Jiang Zhe, decisively slapping his thigh as if reaching a significant conclusion, and approached Jiang Zhe directly. Master Jiang Zhe, I have an earnest request. Sharkstar approached Jiang Zhe and bowed deeply before him. Upon hearing Sharkstar's words, Jiang Zhe emerged from his reverie and turned to face him. This is my sister, White Star. She has drawn the attention of nefarious individuals, and I earnestly hope you can assist her. Sharkstar did not lift his head, but maintained his bowing position, determined not to rise until Jiang Zhe acquiesced. Brother Sharkstar, White Star, witnessing Sharkstar's behavior, murmured his name, her eyes beginning to glisten with tears. I can offer assistance, but you must present something that stirs my heart. Jiang Zhe had been anticipating such a request from Sharkstar and was intrigued by his directness in seeking help. After all, if he were to propose his assistance on his own, he would lose the initiative, making it difficult to express even the simplest of requests. However, when another seeks your aid, the dynamics shift entirely. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Sharkstar immediately straightened up, his eyes filled with emotion as he gazed at Jiang Zhe. Is everything you said true? Do you truly possess a means to rescue White Star? That is wonderful, Lord Jiang Zhe. We are willing to give you everything we have, as long as you free White Star. Sharkstar's words flowed forth in rapid succession, as if fearing Jiang Zhe might retract his offer. At that moment, White Star could no longer hold back her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks as she looked up at Jiang Zhe with hopeful anticipation. Chapter 55. Jiang Zhe's Plan. The hope of King Neptune. Very well. I shall have her. With that, Jiang Zhe's finger pointed resolutely at Shirahoshi. The words left Prince Shark stunned, as if he had unwittingly lured a wolf into his home. Initially, he believed that with Vanderdecken 9, Shirahoshi would be safe merely by hiding within the hard-shell tower, for Vanderdecken was utterly incapable of defeating them and seizing Shirahoshi. However, Jiang Zhe was different. A guest of the Whitebeard pirates, he commanded great respect for Marco and possessed formidable strength. Should he decide to forcibly take her, they would surely be helpless to stop him. Shirahoshi's gaze shifted from one filled with hope to one of fear. Lord Jiang Zhe, please no. Shirahoshi is still so young. Prince Shark exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. Observing the expressions of both Shark and Shirahoshi, Jiang Zhe realized they had misconstrued his intentions. He merely wished to discuss a future contract with Shirahoshi. Fear not. I shall not harm Shirahoshi. I only require her assistance later, he reassured them. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Shark felt as though he had heard the most melodious sound in the world. He had nearly succumbed to guilt moments earlier. What sort of assistance does Lord Jiang Zhe require? Shirahoshi inquired, her fear dissipating, replaced by curiosity. This is not urgent. It is neither morally reprehensible nor coercive, Jiang Zhe stated, prompting Shark to exhale a sigh of relief. His eyes filled with regret as he apologized to Jiang Zhe for his earlier misapprehensions. So, what shall we do next, Lord Jiang Zhe? After tidying up the chaos caused by Luffy, Shark looked at Jiang Zhe with eager anticipation. Wait, Jiang Zhe replied nonchalantly. Vanderdecken's attacks followed a pattern, launching a weapon approximately every 10 minutes, with the direction of the weapon's trajectory varying. This meant that after throwing a weapon from one position, he would relocate and begin again after about 10 minutes. Jiang Zhe had deduced this while observing Luffy catching the weapons. Furthermore, Shark had informed him that Vanderdecken would throw weapons in 2 rounds daily, one in the morning, coinciding with Luffy's earlier encounter, lasting roughly an hour and comprising 6 weapons, and another in the evening, occurring about 2 hours later. The evening round presented Jiang Zhe's opportunity. By dispatching his clones in various directions, he could calculate the diminishing range of Vanderdecken's position with each subsequent attack, ultimately pinpointing his location to defeat him and rescue Shirahoshi. Jiang Zhe summoned 8 clones, providing each with a transponder snail. He sensed Clone 1's presence, unsure whether it was due to fear of being dispelled by Jiang Zhe or shyness from the presence of others. The first doppelganger exhibited a demeanor as composed as its counterparts. Upon learning the purpose behind Jiang Zhe's summoning, the 8 doppelgangers swiftly dispersed in 8 different directions, quickly vanishing from Jiang Zhe's view. Observing Jiang Zhe conjure 8 replicas of himself, Sharkstar and White Star displayed expressions of curiosity, eager to inquire about this remarkable ability. However, upon noticing Jiang Zhe's serious countenance, they abandoned their inclination to question him. Sharkstar approached Jiang Zhe from behind, while White Star grasped the railing with both hands, her eyes curiously gazing towards the distant sky. She had long harbored a fear of looking up, terrified that a weapon might descend upon her from above. Although she was safe within the hard-shell tower, the sound of weapons striking it would startle her. Over time, this had cultivated a dread of the sky itself. Yet, this time felt different. She eagerly anticipated the arrival of a weapon. Unbeknownst to her, there was an undeniable sense of assurance emanating from Jiang Zhe, instilling in her the belief that he could indeed rescue her. Meanwhile, at Fishman Island, in the Dragon Palace, Neptune and Marco exchanged toasts, sharing light-hearted banter. Suddenly, a voice broke through the jovial atmosphere. King Neptune, A soldier rushed in, clearly agitated. Observing the soldier's urgency, Marco sensed that something was amiss. While Fishman Island was undoubtedly under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, it was only due to Jiang Zhe's request that they provided a safe haven, treating Fishman Island as a friend rather than a subordinate. They had never interfered in the island's internal affairs. As the soldier burst in, Marco instinctively stepped aside, allowing King Neptune to address the matter. Noticing the soldier's distress, Neptune understood that trouble was brewing. "Speak up. What has happened?" "Report to King Neptune. Lord Jiang Zhe and the Crown Prince are preparing to rescue Princess White Star in front of the Hardshell Tower." "What?" Upon hearing this news, King Neptune initially feared that something had gone awry with Luffy. However, reflecting on the soldier's report, he concluded that if the soldier had not mentioned the straw hat, it meant that the boy was unharmed. This suggested that Mr. Jiang Zhe was not there to cause trouble for the straw hat, but rather was likely an acquaintance come to assist him. Now, with Jiang Zhe taking action to rescue White Star, regardless of the outcome, Marco would undoubtedly lend his support. With this thought, a smile graced Neptune's face. Marco had also heard about the predicament regarding the princess's forced marriage. Previously, Jinbei had sought help from their father concerning this matter, and several division commanders had come to aid him, yet they had ultimately returned empty-handed. The reason was clear. Vanderdecken 9 was exceedingly elusive. Whenever the Whitebeard pirates approached, he would vanish, only to reappear at a distance to utilize his powers. He would switch positions with each object he hurled, making it nearly impossible for the Whitebeard pirates to locate him. Yet, once they departed, he would emerge to commit his misdeeds once more. In the end, with no other recourse, Jinbei had no choice but to relinquish his plea for assistance. Now Jiang Zhe claimed he would rescue Princess White Star. To be candid, he held little faith in this endeavor. After all, if the Whitebeard pirates, with their multitude of members, could not resolve the issue, how could one solitary individual accomplish it? He suspected that Jiang Zhe would soon encounter setbacks and ultimately withdraw. Jinbei felt compelled to counsel Neptune against harboring excessive hope, as Jiang Zhe was a friend of their father, and any failure would, in essence, reflect poorly on their father as well. Furthermore, Jiang Zhe's approach was often excessively radical, and there was a genuine concern that, after being toyed with by Vanderdecken, he might resort to drastic actions. Should that happen, it would be difficult to provide an explanation to Jinbei. After the soldiers took their leave, Marco spoke softly. "Neptune, I advise you to temper your expectations. After all, our Whitebeard pirates have faced repeated failures." At Marco's words, Neptune was momentarily taken aback, his initially hopeful gaze shattering as he turned to Marco. "Is it possible that Lord Jiang Zhe's abilities are subpar?" "Not at all. His strength is on par with mine. However, you must understand that Vanderdecken's powers are exceedingly peculiar, and he is inherently cautious in his actions. Hence, capturing him and rescuing White Star remains a formidable challenge." Upon finishing, Marco regarded Neptune with a look of regret. A flicker of anxiety crossed King Neptune's eyes. It seemed that Marco harbored doubts regarding Jiang Zhe's prospects of rescuing White Star. Moreover, Neptune could discern Marco's lack of confidence in confronting Vanderdecken as well. "Thank you for your counsel, Lord Marco. Yet we must place our faith in Lord Jiang Zhe." With that, Neptune lifted his goblet from the table, toasting Marco with a gesture of camaraderie. Seeing Neptune's actions and demeanor, Marco understood that a glimmer of hope still resided within Neptune's heart. With a sigh, he could only wish for Jiang Zhe's success in this endeavor. Chapter 56. Finding Vanderdecken 9, Fishman Island, Hardshell Tower. "Here it comes," exclaimed White Star. Jiang Zhe slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. "It has begun." Whoosh! A sound of air being sliced filled the space as Jiang Zhe vanished from his location. Shark Star and White Star exchanged glances, their faces illuminated with joy. Swiftly moving towards the trajectory of the flying axe, Jiang Zhe retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket. "Clone 2, have you calculated the position from which that axe was thrown?" "Clone 2, it is precisely along the path of the axe's flight. I have calculated it to be approximately 50 to 65 kilometers east of Hardshell Tower." Upon hearing Clone 2's words, all the clones began to converge towards the eastern direction. 10 minutes passed swiftly. Sharkstar and White Star spotted another weapon in the sky. Clone 2. What is the status now? Approximately 15 degrees southeast, about 58 kilometers from Hardshell Tower. Jiang Zhe understood that they were on the right track. He had previously devised a plan with all his clones to observe the direction of the weapon's flight, calculate the known landing point, and its altitude to determine the starting point of the projectile motion. Initially, he had harbored concerns that the target fruit might possess a conceptual level of power, one that defied the laws of physics, whereby any thrown object could disregard physical rules and fly straight to its target. However, after observing Luffy receive 2 weapons, Jiang Zhe concluded that the target fruit adhered to the laws of physics. This realization emboldened him to assure White Star and Sharkstar of his ability to assist them. Now it seemed his assessment was correct. The target fruit indeed followed physical principles. Clone 2, could you be mistaken? A cheeky voice piped up from the transponder snail. Without a doubt, Jiang Zhe recognized it to be Clone 1, who was always the exception among his clones, mischievous and lively, akin to a troublesome adolescent. He could counter any statement and just about anything. Despite several attempts to deactivate him early, Clone 1 remained incorrigible. Clone 1, are you once again seeking an early deactivation? Clone 2 remarked coolly. Don't, brother. I'm merely questioning rationally. You can't deactivate me now. I've only just come out. He whimpered. Silence. Jiang Zhe retorted, imagining Clone 1 making a crying face that mirrored his own. The thought was nauseating. Clone 2, how far are you from the initial point? Approximately 5 kilometers. As soon as he throws the weapon again, I will be able to lock onto it. Hearing Clone 2's response, Jiang Zhe quickened his pace. He is now approximately 25 kilometers away from the previously calculated starting point. 18 minutes have elapsed since he set out, and the next weapon is approaching swiftly, the hard-shelled tower. Sharkstar and White Star have once again witnessed an axe being hurled toward the hard-shelled tower. Main body, I have spotted the target. Upon hearing the words of Clone 2, Jiang Zhe exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that his plan had succeeded halfway. Transform and pursue. Received, came a response. What about me? The mischievous voice of Clone 1 chimed in again. How should I? Before Clone 1 could finish his sentence, Jiang Zhe promptly dismissed him. Approximately 5 minutes later, attuned to the position of Clone 2, Jiang Zhe arrived before a bar. Upon pushing open the door, the once boisterous establishment fell into silence. Humans? Get out. We do not welcome humans here. Kill him. Let him know that the fish people are the greatest race in this world. Ignoring the clamorous shouts of the fish people within the bar, Jiang Zhe focused intently on the location of Clone 2. Sensing Jiang Zhe's gaze, Clone 2 turned in a specific direction. Following suit, Jiang Zhe's eyes quickly landed on a 4-legged figure, which perfectly matched his recollection of Vanderdecken. Just as Jiang Zhe scrutinized Vanderdecken, the latter produced a weapon from his side and launched it effortlessly into the air. Remarkably, despite the minimal force exerted, the weapon soared in an arc toward the heavens. Ha ha ha. It seems, Hody, your grasp over Fishman Street is rather weak, allowing even humans to enter. Vanderdecken jested after discarding the axe. Ha ha ha. Vanderdecken, why aren't you scurrying away like a rat this time? Upon hearing Hody Jones's remark, Vanderdecken realized he was being mocked. After all, since the Whitebeard pirates had come to capture him, he had been incessantly tossing weapons and changing locations. All informed fish people deemed him cowardly, yet they understood nothing. This was mere caution. It was this very prudence that had allowed him to survive to this day. Otherwise, he would have long been captured by the Whitebeard pirates. However, this no longer mattered. The Whitebeard pirates were now preoccupied with their own troubles. He recalled the information he had just gleaned from a human pirate crew. Ha ha, now that the Whitebeard pirates are too busy to care, who has time to bother with that coward Neptune? Hody Jones, upon hearing Vanderdecken's words, felt a surge of excitement. He had long desired to dethrone Neptune, but the thought of Whitebeard, the world's strongest pirate, supporting Neptune had kept him from acting rashly. Yet now, if Vanderdecken's claims were indeed true, an opportunity had presented itself. Hody Jones abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes blazing red as he gazed intently at Vanderdecken. What is it? You should first attend to this intruding human in the bar. Ha ha! Upon hearing Vanderdecken's words, Hody Jones snapped back to reality, turning to gaze at Jiang Zhe, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. Foolish human, have you contemplated how I shall rend you to pieces? As Hody Jones uttered these words, the atmosphere within the bar grew fervent. Tear him apart, Hody. Let the humans witness the might of our aquatic kin. We are the greatest race in this world. Hearing the raucous cheers around him, Vander Deacon smirked. From the moment this human entered, he sensed something amiss in the way he was regarded. Thus, he had repeatedly urged Hody Jones to provoke this human. Truly wise individuals engage in cerebral pursuits. Bang! Just as Vander Deacon reveled in his cunning, a thunderous sound erupted, plunging the bar into an eerie silence. Sensing the shift in the tavern's atmosphere, Vander Deacon turned to look behind him, only to find Hody Jones embedded in the wall. How could this be? Vander Deacon gasped in astonishment. Chapter 57. The deadly drug. Hody Jones, having been struck and embedded into the wall by Jiang Zhe, slowly slid down to the floor, one hand bracing himself against the ground while the other pressed against his chest, coughing up several pools of blood. He glared fiercely at Jiang Zhe as he gradually rose to his feet. Damn human, do you think this makes you powerful? You are utterly oblivious to what true strength entails. With that, Hody produced a red and white capsule from his bosom, bringing it to his lips and biting down with ferocity. The fisherman in the tavern gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Hody brandish the capsule. Incredible, Hody! Who would have thought you possessed the deadly drug? Eliminate him. The entire bar erupted in fervor. Vander Deacon, who had already been agape, widened his mouth even further. If Hody's previous humiliation at the hands of a human had stunned him to a degree of one, the revelation of Hody consuming the capsule elevated his shock to a level of 10. This was a lethal substance, a legacy passed down through generations of their kind, reserved for times of desperate need. Upon ingestion, it would amplify one's strength tenfold, yet it came at a dire cost, the sacrifice of one's lifespan. This drug had been securely hidden within a treasure chest in the royal palace, accessible only to Queen Odoheim and Neptune. The fact that Hody had acquired it implied that the theft from the palace 7 years prior had indeed been orchestrated by him. If memory served, Hody had been a guard at the palace back then, clearly betraying his post. No wonder he had the audacity to proclaim his intention to establish the new Fishman pirate crew, inheriting Arlong's legacy. It was the drug that had emboldened him. Vander Deacon was further astonished that Hody dared to unveil the drug before everyone and consume it, even after 7 years. Neptune had been relentlessly pursuing the whereabouts of this lethal substance. The emergence of the drug would swiftly attract the scrutiny of the royal army. This was hardly the time to provoke them. It seemed that the human had enraged Hody, and the recent troubles facing Whitebeard had granted Hody the confidence he now displayed. With the drug coursing through his veins, Hody would likely dispose of the human swiftly. Although the reason behind the human's unsettling gaze upon him remained a mystery, Vander Deacon felt that such a person ought to perish to assuage his unease. A sly smile curled at the corners of Vander Deacon's mouth as he leisurely turned, lifting a glass from the bar and bringing it to his lips. He felt remarkably refined in that moment. This was strategy. Indeed, he was born to be clever. In the midst of banter, foes would be reduced to ashes. In the arena, Hody, having consumed the deadly drug, widened his eyes as saliva began to drip from the corners of his mouth. His once rounded belly now revealed the contours of abdominal muscles, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. He raised his hand before his eyes. Is this the sensation of power? He looked up at Jiang Zhe. You, young man, are fortunate enough to become the first soul in my grasp after consuming this deadly potion. With that, Hody Jones exerted force beneath him, causing his calves to swell dramatically, muscles bursting forth in defined layers, resembling a marble statue meticulously sculpted. Crack! The sound of splintering wood echoed. Following this, countless wood shavings and dust were propelled into the air from beneath his feet. Hody Jones vanished from his original position, leaving only a depression in the ground, with fissures radiating outward. Above the depression, the airborne debris appeared to float, suspended in the air. The surrounding atmosphere, disrupted by Hody's rapid movement, spread outward like a wave, stirring up gusts of wind that rustled the tablecloths in the tavern and the garments of the onlooking merfolk. The fishmen shielded their eyes. as the wind carried with it fragments of wood and dust that could sting their eyes if they were not cautious. Yet, this did not deter them from cheering for Hody. A chorus of shouts and excited cries reverberated throughout the tavern, as Hody, in motion, observed Jiang Zhe remaining stationary. A cruel smile widened across his face. In his perception, Jiang Zhe had managed to strike him down merely because he had underestimated his opponent and had not been adequately prepared. He also believed that this despicable human had resorted to a sneak attack. He entirely disregarded the fact that he had charged at Jiang Zhe moments earlier. Jiang Zhe, observing the swiftly approaching Hody Jones, remained expressionless, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes. He had chosen to stay still and watch Hody consume the deadly potion, eager to witness its effects. After all, the original account described this potion as capable of endowing a single individual with the strength of hundreds. To his surprise, the enhancement was minimal. If Hody earlier had the prowess of a naval colonel, after consuming the potion, he barely qualified as a brigadier general. This so-called deadly potion was merely a name without substance. Jiang Zhe slowly lifted his hand, gently pushing forward, making contact with Hody's abdomen as he rushed forward. A resounding slap echoed through the air. Hody, hurtling toward Jiang Zhe, appeared to freeze mid-air, his eyes wide with shock. As if his eyeballs were about to pop from their sockets, blood vessels stark against the whites of his eyes, his mouth agape. A torrent of blood mixed with saliva bursting forth. Hody Jones bent at his abdomen, arching backward toward Jiang Zhe like a cooked shrimp. Subsequently, he was propelled away in a contorted posture. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. This was followed by the clattering of numerous glassware and wooden platters crashing to the floor. After the cacophony subsided, the entire tavern seemed to be frozen in time, hushed and still, devoid of any sound or movement. Jiang Zhe shook his hand, feeling as though something peculiar and viscous had adhered to it, presumably from Hody Jones. Jiang Zhe could sense an unpleasant fishy odor clinging to his hands, and despite his attempts to shake it off, the sticky residue remained stubbornly in place. It seemed that henceforth, fishermen should refrain from barehanded endeavors. The only sound echoing through the bar was the rhythmic thud of Jiang Zhe's shoes striking the wooden floor. Vander Deacon. Jiang Zhe approached Vander Deacon and wiped his hands on the latter's cloak, as though attempting to erase the fishy scent that lingered. The moment Jiang Zhe uttered his name, Vander Deacon, seated at the bar, was drenched in cold sweat. The perspiration soaked his forehead, causing his once stylish hair and beard to droop dishearteningly. He frantically searched his memories, questioning whether he had ever provoked a formidable individual like Jiang Zhe. Yet, no recollection of Jiang Zhe surfaced in his mind. "What brings you to seek me, my lord?" Vander Deacon stammered, trembling. Meanwhile, the fisherman, who had initially stood frozen in shock, finally reacted, erupting into frantic cries as they rushed toward the bar's exit. Chapter 58. The joyful Shirahoshi, the astonished Neptune, and Marco in the depths of the sea, 100 kilometers from Fishman Island. An imposing figure adorned with 2 golden braids and a golden ponytail, clad in a fur coat and a belt emblazoned with the Beast Pirate's insignia, spoke to another vessel. "Ha ha ha, is it you, Katakuri? I never imagined the Big Mom Pirates would take an interest in Fishman Island," he exclaimed. "Jack, it seems you two have designs on Fishman Island." Katakuri turned towards the source of the voice. He had anticipated that the Beast Pirates would harbor an interest in the island, considering their current situation was quite akin to that of the Big Mom Pirates. Both had reached a point of saturation in expansion. With the recent news of Whitebeard's decline, it was only natural that Kaido would be unable to remain idle. However, he was taken aback by the fact that the Beast Pirates had dispatched Jack, a notorious madman known for his audacity to provoke anyone, even the likes of Whitebeard. Yet, contemplating the objective of this mission, Katakuri suddenly perceived a fortuitous opportunity. He could utilize Jack to gauge the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. After all, facing them alongside Snack was somewhat inadequate. But with Jack in the mix, the situation transformed entirely. They would be backed by 2 Yonko crews, necessitating even Whitebeard to weigh the consequences of his actions. "Jack, let's collaborate." Meanwhile, at Fishman Island's hard shell tower, Shirahoshi wept uncontrollably as she watched Jiang Zhe discard the unconscious Vanderdecken 9 before the tower. Her hands futilely attempted to wipe away her tears, but they flowed unabated. Eventually, she relinquished the effort and allowed herself to weep freely. Sharkstar, upon witnessing Jiang Zhe's arrival with a captive, felt a surge of disbelief. He pondered whether Jiang Zhe had failed to capture Vanderdecken 9 and had instead seized an unfortunate soul along the way. After all, the trajectory of the two weapons had been directed towards Fishman Street, a place notorious for its hostility towards humanity. The palace was well aware of this sentiment. However, the majority of Fishman pirates originated from Fishman Street, making it difficult for them to impose order there. Once Jiang Zhe entered Fishman Street, he would undoubtedly attract the ire of some foolhardy fishmen. Only when Sharkstar discerned the identity of the fishman in Jiang Zhe's grasp did he stand frozen in shock. Vanderdecken's visage was seared into his memory. A single tear escaped the corner of his eye. At long last, Shirahoshi's 7-year ordeal had come to an end. As he regained his composure, Sharkstar noticed his sister in tears and hurried to comfort her. After Jiang Zhe had cast Vanderdecken before the hardshell tower, he quietly observed Shirahoshi and Sharkstar, understanding their need to express their emotions. After all, this burden has weighed heavily upon them for 7 long years. Now, having been lifted by their own hands, tears of joy are indeed warranted. It is essential for me to remain vigilant here, awaiting the moment when their elation subsides so that they may fulfill their promises. Jiang Zhe contemplated the contract he had drafted prior to his arrival, now nestled within his embrace. Fishman Island, the royal palace. A grave situation has arisen. A soldier rushed into the palace in a flurry, interrupting the conversation between Neptune and Marco. Upon witnessing the soldier's distress, an ominous thought crossed Marco's mind. Just as he had anticipated, Jiang Zhe was not someone to be trifled with. Could it be that he failed to capture Vanderdecken and, in a fit of rage, instigated a catastrophic event? If that were the case, he would be deeply remiss towards Jinbei. Do not rush. Speak slowly. Neptune, noticing the soldier's demeanor, felt a flicker of irritation. Was he not entertaining Marco? What pressing matter warranted such alarm? Was this not an embarrassment before Marco? Hearing Neptune's words, the soldier managed to regain a measure of composure. Lord Jiang Zhe, brought by Lord Marco, has breached Fishman Street. Moreover, he has captured Vanderdecken. He also severely injured Hody Jones, who had consumed the deadly drug. The soldier's rapid-fire revelations left Neptune momentarily speechless. Upon hearing that Jiang Zhe had breached Fishman Street, Neptune felt a pang of sorrow. After all, Fishman Street was a crucial bargaining chip in their alliance with Jinbei. Now that it had been compromised by Jiang Zhe, explaining the situation to Jinbei would be challenging. However, upon learning that Jiang Zhe had captured Vanderdecken 9, a surge of elation coursed through him. Did this not signify the liberation of Shirahoshi? What splendid news! Even if Jiang Zhe had breached Fishman Street, it was a small price to pay. They would accept any repercussions from Jinbei. Furthermore, upon hearing that Hody Jones had consumed the deadly drug and was subsequently incapacitated by Jiang Zhe, Neptune's understanding deepened. He was well aware of the lethal nature of that drug. To his astonishment, the stolen drug had found its way into Hody Jones's possession. It seemed he had been complicit in a theft 7 years prior. Yet, Jiang Zhe's ability to subdue Hody Jones, who had ingested the drug, indicated formidable strength. It appeared prudent to cultivate a relationship with Jiang Zhe. However, he pondered what terms Sharkstar had offered to persuade Jiang Zhe to intervene. During their previous meeting at the port, Jiang Zhe had been rather aloof. It would take more than ordinary conditions to sway him. Nonetheless, this was indeed a momentous occasion. How could it be deemed a grave matter? With these thoughts in mind, Neptune turned to Marco. Marco, emerging from his earlier astonishment, was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Zhe would resolve an issue that had long plagued the Whitebeard pirates with such efficiency. However, how had Jiang Zhe accomplished this? After all, Vanderdecken was notoriously cunning. Numerous attempts by Vista, Zhou, and others had yielded no results. Yet Jiang Zhe had managed to resolve the situation in less than half a day. Could it be that Jiang Zhe possesses an ability unknown to them, one that allows him to directly pinpoint Vanderdecken's location? Moreover, there is another matter. The soldier, After uttering 3 consecutive statements, paused briefly before continuing. Upon hearing his words, Neptune and Marco retracted their astonished gazes and turned their attention to the soldier. Initially, they had intended to inquire about the specifics of Jiang Zhe's capture of Vander Deacon and Knife. However, with the soldier holding other critical information yet to be conveyed, they decided to postpone their questions. What is it? Speak. The envoys from the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirate have arrived. They are causing a commotion at the port. Such significant news, and you didn't mention it sooner. Upon hearing the soldier's announcement, Neptune leapt from his seat. He then looked at Marco with a face full of urgency. Marco nodded in response. Instantly, Neptune felt invigorated, rallying a contingent of his forces and hastening towards the port. The soldier, watching Neptune and Marco's departing figures, scratched his head. Was it not you who instructed me to prioritize reporting on Jiang Zhe's intelligence? Chapter 59, Chaos at Jack's Port. Negotiations begin. Fisherman Island, the port. What is happening? Where is your king? Was it not stated that I would be coming? Upon uttering these words, Jack raised his enormous hand and struck towards the fisherman's soldier standing before him. The surrounding soldiers and the onlookers shut their eyes, fearing the sight of a gruesome scene. The soldier before Jack trembled, closing his eyes in terror. From a distance, King Neptune and Marco heard Jack's loud, gruff voice before they reached the port. Marco looked up to witness Jack's sweeping hand. Jack, do not unleash your wrath upon ordinary soldiers. Marco bellowed, as his arms and legs transformed into wings entwined with azure flames and talons engulfed in fire, glistening ominously. In an instant, Marco vanished from his spot, reappearing between Jack and the soldier, firmly catching Jack's hand. Marco, feeling his hand intercepted, Jack's narrowed eyes gleamed with a savage red light as he turned to face Marco. A trunk-like appendage emerged from Jack's visage, swinging down towards Marco. Bang! Another resounding crash. Marco's right hand morphed into a wing, ablaze with azure flames, adeptly blocking Jack's trunk. The impact of Jack's assault against Marco's hand created a dent due to the immense force, yet the elasticity of Jack's appendage rebounded, sending it back. The tremendous collision caused Jack to stagger, simultaneously dislodging some flames from Marco's right hand. The flames scattered upon the ground, quickly extinguishing, but leaving behind a charred black pit. Witnessing Jack stagger from the force, Marco swiftly pulled back the fisherman's soldier who had just been attacked. He then squinted at Jack and Katakuri. What brings you to Fisherman Island? Ha ha ha. Marco, are you feigning ignorance? Your arrival signifies that the Whitebeard pirates were already aware of our intentions to seize Fisherman Island. Why ask so many questions? Let us engage in battle. Is Whitebeard too afraid to come? Has he grown old? Ha ha ha. Once Jack regained his balance, he retracted his trunk, glaring menacingly at Marco, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What are you saying? Marco's voice darkened. He initially intended to refute Jack's claim, for their father had been restored to health by Jiang Zhe, free from any ailments. Yet, he recalled his promise to Jiang Zhe to maintain secrecy before engaging the Marines. Furthermore, prior to arriving at Fisherman Island, their father had discreetly advised him to keep his condition hidden from Big Mom and Kaido. He wished to surprise them. The words he had almost spoken were swallowed back, leaving Marco with a grim expression, though inwardly he was elated. Katakuri had been silently observing Marco's expressions and actions. The recent provocation by Jack was instigated by him, as he sought to glean information about Whitebeard's condition through Marco's reactions. Although Whitebeard had aged, he remained the strongest man in the world. It was prudent to avoid provoking him if he still had the strength to retaliate. Should he seek a scapegoat before his demise, the Big Mom pirates would not fare well. However, judging by Marco's demeanor, it appeared that the rumors of Whitebeard's severe injuries and bedridden state were indeed true. They could afford to act brazenly at Fishman Island, even to the extent of seizing it outright. A scheming smile crept across Katakuri's lips. Well then, Lord Marco and Lord Jack, as you are guests on our Fishman Island, let us refrain from quarrels. Would you grant this old man a favor? Let us converse in the palace. Seeing the tension escalate, King Neptune hastily intervened, signaling Marco with frantic gestures. Understanding Neptune's intentions, Marco realized his concerns stemmed from the fear of losing to the alliance of Katakuri and Jack. Without testing his strength, How could he be certain of defeat? Yet, considering his father's concealed strength strategy, Marco chose to exercise restraint, giving Neptune the respect he deserved. Jack, upon hearing Neptune's words, felt a surge of anger, his beady eyes glaring at the king. I am one of the 3 disasters of the beast pirates. Why should I show you any respect? Neptune's expression darkened at Jack's retort. Enough, Jack. We shall extend this courtesy to Neptune, as we will need to deal with him in the future. Jack huffed. Since Katakuri has spoken, I shall concede to him. With that, Jack reined in his fierce gaze. In the palace, Marco, Katakuri, Jack, and King Neptune gathered around a table. Ha ha ha. So, Marco, have you made up your mind? Will you face us both alone, or will you summon another from the Whitebeard pirates? Jack raised his cup and took a hearty swig, grinning triumphantly at Marco. Katakuri sat nearby, fixated on Marco and Neptune, observing Jack's aggressive demeanor and Marco's unyielding composure. Neptune grew anxious. It was clear that Katakuri and Jack had formed a coalition. Even if Marco were strong, he could not contend with 2 opponents simultaneously. He could only hope that Jiang Zhe was strong enough to assist Marco against one of them, though it felt like a slim chance. After all, one of the adversaries was Katakuri, the foremost of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, the pinnacle of the Charlotte family, and the undisputed vice-captain of the crew. Undoubtedly, he was the second strongest within the Big Mom Pirates, destined to inherit the crew's legacy. Another individual is Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, who serves as the second in command. He, along with Kaido, is primarily responsible for the external battles of the Beast Pirates. Here, only Marco's identity and strength can be compared to his. As for Jiang Zhe, while he indeed possesses considerable strength by defeating Hody, who had consumed the deadly drug, this prowess pales in comparison to the formidable forces of the 3 renowned Yonko pirate crews. Is it truly the case that Fishman Island is destined to fall into the hands of either the Big Mom Pirates or the Beast Pirates? These 2 lack the reputation and might of the Whitebeard Pirates. Under the governance of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fishman Island scarcely had to offer anything in tribute. Occasionally, Jinbe would bring a few local specialties to Whitebeard. Falling under the dominion of the Big Mom Pirates might be somewhat preferable, as they are known for their fondness for sweets. We could simply shift to producing confections exclusively. However, the Beast Pirates present a starkly different scenario. They have plunged Wano into chaos, perpetually consumed by thoughts of battle. Should they come to rule, Fishman Island would likely remain in a state of perpetual warfare. Furthermore, judging by Jack's demeanor, it is evident that he would afford them little respect. Chapter 60. The battle commences, father. A melodious voice resonated from outside the palace, shattering the oppressive atmosphere within. Upon hearing Hashiheim's words, Neptune's expression swiftly transformed from one of concern to sheer delight as he turned to gaze towards the palace entrance. When he beheld Hashiheim appearing at the doorway, a wave of joy enveloped his countenance, causing his fluffy orange beard to quiver with the curve of his smile. Father, this is Lord Jiang Zhe, the one who saved me. Hashiheim exclaimed as she dashed into the palace, swiftly making her way to Neptune's side. After sharing a tender moment, she pointed towards Jiang Zhe. Lord Jiang Zhe, I am immensely grateful to you. Neptune rose from his throne and approached Jiang Zhe, extending his hand in gratitude. However, Jiang Zhe deftly avoided Neptune's gesture, replying nonchalantly, "No need for thanks. This is merely a transaction." Neptune stood momentarily stunned, his expression oscillating between shades of confusion. Soon, though, he regained his composure, scratching the back of his head. Jiang Zhe, unfazed by Neptune's awkwardness, sat down beside Marco. Upon Jiang Zhe's arrival, Marco's previously furrowed brow relaxed. With Jiang Zhe present, he was eager to observe how Katakuri and Jack would attempt to besiege him. In Marco's estimation, Jiang Zhe's prowess was formidable. He had not only triumphed over Magellan, but had also managed to escape from Kizuru's grasp. However, Marco recalled that Jiang Zhe's previous victories were largely attributed to the puppets at his side. Now that those puppets were absent, it was uncertain how much strength Jiang Zhe truly possessed. Suddenly, Marco recalled their earlier disembarkation when Jiang Zhe had chosen not to bring his puppets along, and he had curiously inquired about the reason. Jiang Zhe had mentioned wanting to adapt to the sensation of not controlling his puppets. At the time, Marco had dismissed it, recognizing it as a sign of trust in his capabilities. Yet now, the situation had escalated to one of urgency. Without his puppets, Jiang Zhe might struggle against either Jack or Katakuri. The prospect of being besieged by both loomed ominously. Should he caution Jiang Zhe about retrieving his puppets? As this thought crossed his mind, Marco's brow furrowed once again as he glanced at Jiang Zhe beside him. Jiang Zhe? Upon hearing this name, Katakuri instantly recalled who Jiang Zhe was. When Jiang Zhe had entered earlier, Katakuri had felt a sense of familiarity with his visage, as though he had encountered him before. Although Jiang Zhe had yet to have a bounty placed upon him, he had seen his likeness due to Big Mom's desire to recruit Jiang Zhe into her pirate crew. He was taken aback to discover that the elusive Jiang Zhe was somehow linked to the Whitebeard pirates. However, what could a seemingly insignificant figure like Jiang Zhe possibly achieve? In Katakuri's mind, Jiang Zhe's escape from Impel Down was primarily due to his unique abilities. But what is his true strength? Previously, my mother sought a union with Jiang Zhe, yet from his perspective, this was not a favorable choice. He held little opposition to his mother's strategy of forming alliances to enhance the family's power. After all, that was how the Wanhua family had gradually expanded. However, a person whose abilities stemmed from an enigmatic devil fruit was not an ideal candidate for the Charlotte family. Hence, he was merely feigning compliance while seeking Jiang Zhe's contact information. Now that Jiang Zhe stood before him, it presented an opportune moment to assess whether he was worthy of joining the Charlotte family. A spark of battle intent flickered within Katakuri. Jack, standing nearby, could clearly sense Katakuri's fighting spirit. Katakuri, shall we engage directly? Jack glanced at Katakuri, then turned his gaze to Jiang Zhe and Marco, his eyes brimming with battle fervor. Hold on, Jack. We must first express our intentions. Courtesy before conflict. What is there to discuss? It's merely about seizing territory. Disappointment flashed in Jack's eyes as he muttered under his breath. If it weren't for Brother Jean urging me to heed your words, I would have already charged in and taken them all down. Upon hearing Jack's complaints, Katakuri remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned towards Neptune. King Neptune, we have come to discuss the matter of Fishman Island's sovereignty. Whitebeard has grown old and can no longer protect your domain. As the saying goes, a good bird selects the tree in which to perch. You might consider aligning with either our Big Mom pirates or the Beast pirates. Of course, this is not up for negotiation. After speaking, Katakuri turned his gaze to Marco. The moment Marco met Katakuri's eyes, he could no longer contain himself. Katakuri, you need not say such things. Let's act accordingly. The Whitebeard pirates do not fear you. Good. That is precisely what I wanted to hear. After all, we are pirates, and it is strength that determines territory. Those who stand will claim Fishman Island. Those who lie down shall relinquish it. Upon hearing Katakuri's words, a look of disdain crossed Jack's face. Isn't it still about fighting? His voice was barely audible, yet resonated clearly within the palace. Katakuri's expression shifted, but he chose to remain silent. After all, he understood Jack's nature. Yet, his actions were entirely driven by a concern for their pirate crew's reputation, which was the customary style of the Big Mom pirates. Courtesy before conflict. This approach attracted more pirates to their crew, avoiding resistance from others, unlike the brutish Beast pirates. All right. With that, Marco abruptly rose from his seat. However, as if recalling something, he sat back down and leaned closer to Jiang Zhe. Little Jiang, how about lending a hand to our Whitebeard pirates? Upon hearing Marco's words, Jiang Zhe turned to him. Not a chance. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Marco's face briefly displayed a flicker of disappointment, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, the Whitebeard pirates and Jiang Zhe shared merely a relationship of mutual benefit. They were not at a point where a single kind word could prompt Jiang Zhe to assist them immediately. However, since Jiang Zhe had not outright declined, there remained a glimmer of hope. Thus, they resolved to sway Jiang Zhe through the allure of mutual advantage. What if they offered him a favor for the Whitebeard pirates? Upon hearing Marco's suggestion, Jiang Zhe pondered for a moment. Jiang Zhe held up 2 fingers. He understood what Marco sought his assistance for. Additionally, he intended to engage with Katakuri and the others, especially since he had recently delegated the control of the puppets to his avatar, liberating himself from that particular burden. Furthermore, having acquired the formidable technique known as the Dai Ba Tian Xing, he was aware of his enhanced prowess, yet remained uncertain of the extent of his improvement. The recent encounters with Hody and Vanderdecken had proven too trivial to accurately gauge his capabilities. However, Jack and Katakuri would certainly provide a sufficient challenge. Nevertheless, given that Marco sought his aid, it seemed rather unreasonable not to secure some advantage for himself. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Marco's expression brightened with joy. It was a deal. After stating this, Marco turned to head towards the palace exit to join Jack and Katakuri, but suddenly paused and turned back to look at Jiang Zhe. Do you not wish to retrieve your puppets? After all, Katakuri and Jack are no weaklings. No need. I can manage on my own, Jiang Zhe replied coolly, then strode past Marco, continuing onward. Chapter 61. The Charge of Jack. Jack soaring outside the palace in the square outside the palace. Katakuri and Jack stood on one side, while Marco and Jiang Zhe occupied the opposite side. Neptune and his children, along with the ministers, stood at the edge of the square, their expressions betraying deep concern as they observed the standoff. They understood that the outcome of this battle was crucial to the fate of Fishman Island, an issue of paramount importance to them. Yet, the disparity in strength on the battlefield was glaringly evident. Marco, Katakuri, and Jack were renowned figures, pillars of the Yonko pirate crew, while Jiang Zhe remained an obscure individual, devoid of any notable achievements. Even though Marco had assured Neptune that Jiang Zhe's prowess was comparable to his own, Neptune remained skeptical. After all, if Jiang Zhe truly matched Marco in strength, he would not be shrouded in obscurity. Neptune surmised that Marco was merely trying to spare Jiang Zhe's dignity, perhaps to inspire a modicum of respect for him. However, respect was of little consequence in the face of raw power. All they could do was hope that Jiang Zhe indeed possessed the strength that Marco had claimed. Father, Lord Jiang Zhe will surely prevail. He defeated Vanderdecken. He is incredibly formidable. Upon hearing Shirahoshi's words, a faint smile appeared on Neptune's lips, yet his heart remained heavy with worry. How could Vanderdecken possibly compare to Katakuri and Jack? They were on entirely different planes of existence. With a sigh, Neptune reached out to gently pat Shirahoshi's head. Indeed, Lord Marco would surely triumph. In the arena, Jack's beady eyes scrutinized Jiang Zhe. Marco, is this the ally you sought? He appears so frail. Can he truly fight? I hope he doesn't get blown away by a gust of wind. Ha ha ha. After his laughter subsided, Jack turned to Katakuri. Katakuri, you take on Marco. I shall teach this little brat a lesson, so he understands the consequences of overestimating himself. Upon hearing Jack's words, Jiang Zhe remained unfazed. He had initially targeted Katakuri, as he sensed that Katakuri was slightly stronger and would provide a better test of his abilities. However, with Jack presenting himself, Jiang Zhe decided to confront Jack first. Jack glared at Jiang Zhe, attempting to discern any hint of fear on his face, but found none. Disappointed, Jack thought it was rather dull. Meanwhile, he began to harness his power, the ground beneath him cracking ominously. With a resounding crack, Jack's relatively slender calves appeared to swell to several times their size, the fabric of his trousers straining against the newfound bulk. Through the gaps in the stretched material, one could glimpse the well-defined muscles within, resembling a sculpture chiseled from marble, exuding a sense of powerful beauty. His eyes took on a savage gleam as an overwhelming aura of might began to materialize around him. Originally, the fragments of stone and dust that erupted from Jack's calf, propelled by an overwhelming force, ascended continuously, ultimately encircling him. A resounding crack echoed as a stone slab shattered, leaving the ground where Jack had stood completely obliterated, revealing a deep pit with fissures radiating outward. Jack, who once occupied that space, had vanished without a trace. In a swift motion, only a fleeting silhouette remained, hurtling towards Jiang Zhe, breaking through the air with a resounding whoosh. Witnessing Jack's sudden disappearance, Jiang Zhe gradually raised his right hand as the circular patterns of his Rinnegan began to constrict. In Jiang Zhe's perception, Jack's speed had diminished to an almost languid pace. This was the power of the Rinnegan, enhancing his dynamic vision. Jiang Zhe slowly clenched his fist, imbued with the power of hockey, drawing back in preparation. Observing Jiang Zhe's movements, Jack's lips curled into a cruel smile. Surely, no one would truly believe that a mere fist could halt his advance. After all, he was a user of the mammoth fruit, and aside from his immense strength, his physical resilience meant that if someone were to strike him, it would invariably be they who suffered the injury. Now, a nameless young man, wielding a poor imitation of hockey learned from who knows where, dared to impede him. Jack envisioned Jiang Zhe's arm fracturing, followed by his head severed by Jack's blade. A tremendous impact resounded as Jiang Zhe's fist collided with Jack's abdomen. Rather than making contact with Jack's well-defined abs, it was the air shield generated by the swift punch that first met Jack's skin. The shield momentarily distorted the surface of Jack's skin, but its elasticity allowed it to rebound instantly. Following this, Jiang Zhe's fist plunged into flesh, twisting the entire abdominal muscle as if caught in a spiraling vortex. At that moment, Jiang Zhe slightly tilted his head, narrowly evading Jack's descending blade. Initially, Jack was astonished that Jiang Zhe could evade his strike, but that expression swiftly morphed into one of agony. His once ferocious crimson eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape from the pain, blood frothing from his iron jaw as he contorted like a shrimp before being sent hurtling backward. As he flew through the air, disbelief etched across Jack's face. That last strike had been incredibly swift, combining the velocity of his swing with the momentum of his charge. It was virtually impossible to evade unless one possessed extraordinary reflexes or formidable observation hockey. Jiang Zhe had seemed unresponsive until the moment Jack's blade was about to cleave him. With a mere turn of his head, he had avoided the strike. Was it possible that he possessed an exceptional sense of observation, enabling him to predict Jack's movements? Furthermore, the punch to his abdomen felt akin to being struck by Kaido himself, a powerful blow that left him reeling. I fear that I possess at least half of Kaido's formidable power. Had I not forced myself to endure, I might have been compelled to retch. Boom! A resounding noise erupted. Jack, sent flying, crashed directly into a distant wall, sending countless clouds of dust into the air. Beside him, Shirahoshi, witnessing the scene unfold, felt an indescribable joy radiating from her two glistening eyes. She clasped her hands tightly over her mouth, striving to suppress her laughter and maintain her composure. Turning to gaze at her father, she exclaimed, "Father, look! Master Jiang Zhe has triumphed. I knew he would win. He is truly remarkable." Neptune, initially preoccupied with thoughts of what would happen if Jiang Zhe and Marco were to be defeated, was jolted back to reality by Shirahoshi's words. Upon realizing that Jiang Zhe stood victorious while Jack lay amidst the ruins, Neptune's mouth fell agape, his expression one of utter disbelief. How could this be possible? Chapter 62. Celestial Cataclysm. Marco, who was engaged in combat with Katakuri, turned to investigate the sound of the wall collapsing, mistakenly believing that Jiang Zhe had been hurled away by Jack. To his astonishment, upon turning, he beheld an unbelievable sight. Jiang Zhe stood steadfastly in place, while Jack was conspicuously absent. After a meticulous search, he finally spotted Jack amidst the rubble. Could it be that Jiang Zhe possessed some latent ability unknown to him? One must consider that Jack's charging attack, if met without evasion, would inevitably send anyone flying. Yet, Jiang Zhe, with his seemingly frail physique, had withstood it. Moreover, it appeared he had even sent Jack sprawling. Observing Marco's sudden shift in focus, Katakuri ceased his pursuit and mirrored Marco's gaze. To him, the disparity between Jiang Zhe and Jack was stark. The difference between himself and Marco was negligible. Thus, the outcome of the battle hinged not on their confrontation, but rather on that between Jiang Zhe and Jack. Should Jack swiftly eliminate Jiang Zhe, he could then join forces with Marco to overwhelm him, leading to Marco's imminent defeat. Hence, Katakuri maintained a laid-back demeanor in his skirmish with Marco, ensuring that Marco did not interfere with Jack. However, the scene that unfolded before him rendered Katakuri momentarily speechless, for it deviated entirely from his expectations. Jiang Zhe stood resolute, while Jack lay defeated. It appeared he had underestimated Jiang Zhe's prowess. Cough, cough. A series of coughs emanated from the debris. Jack managed to push away the heavy debris, pinning him down, and rose, his small eyes fixated intently on Jiang Zhe. In that moment of downfall, he had realized that it was not Jiang Zhe's prowess that had bested him, but rather his own hubris. He had neglected to defend himself, allowing Jiang Zhe to strike him down so easily. If he had fortified his defenses, Jiang Zhe would have been incapable of dislodging him. Resolute, he vowed that his next assault would invoke the powers of his devil fruit and observation hockey. He refused to believe that Jiang Zhe could withstand his true strength. Kid, I underestimated you before, but now let me show you my true power. With that declaration, Jack's visage transformed. A lengthy trunk sprouted from his face. Tusks emerged from his mouth, and his ears expanded. His limbs grew thick and muscular, adorned with coarse brown fur. A thunderous bellow reminiscent of a bull resonated through the arena as Jack fully morphed into a formidable mammoth. Father, is this the power of a devil fruit? Shirahoshi gasped in astonishment at Jack's sudden transformation into a mammoth, turning to her father with curiosity. Seeing his daughter's bewilderment, Neptune managed a wry smile. Indeed, Shirahoshi, you are confined within the hardshell tower, so you have not had the chance to witness it. This is the power of a devil fruit, and moreover, an ancient type. Does this mean that Lord Jiang Zhe is destined to lose? Shirahoshi gazed up at Neptune with wide, glistening eyes. Perhaps. Neptune's voice was deep, as if reluctant to reveal this truth to White Star. I am certain that Lord Jiang Zhe will emerge victorious. White Star suddenly bolstered her spirits and turned to the arena. Go, Lord Jiang Zhe. You will undoubtedly win. Upon hearing White Star's encouraging voice, Katakuri could not help but scoff inwardly. He recalled Jiang Zhe's earlier feeble display of hockey, and combined with Jack's previous remarks, clarity dawned upon him. It was not that Jiang Zhe possessed overwhelming strength. Rather, Jack had underestimated his opponent, which made perfect sense. As Jack, transformed into a mammoth, observed Jiang Zhe's astonished gaze. A glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes. He spread his legs and charged forward, a cloud of dust swirling around him. Jack resembled a tank clad in a mammoth's hide, barreling swiftly towards Jiang Zhe. The ground trembled beneath him, and the walls that had previously collapsed under Jack's assault crumbled once more, echoing with a resounding crash. Quick dodge! Lord Jiang Zhe! White Star cried out anxiously. Witnessing Jiang Zhe remain motionless in the face of the mammoth's onslaught. Earth Explosion Star! Jiang Zhe raised his right hand forward, uttering a gentle incantation. A small black appeared upon Jack's form. Observing Jiang Zhe's actions, Jack sneered within. This fool must be petrified, raising his hand and murmuring something. If he intended to surrender, shouldn't he raise both hands high above his head? Never mind. I shall simply charge him and demonstrate my true strength. Jack felt his body grow lighter, and his armor seemed to thicken. Could it be that he had achieved a breakthrough? Joy welled up within him. Suddenly, Jack felt his limbs lift off the ground, and then he could see nothing. What is happening? He tried to voice his confusion, but found himself unable to do so. On the arena floor, only Jiang Zhe remained, standing firm. Before him floated a massive earthen sphere, from which dust continued to cascade downwards. The ground bore a deep, circular indentation. Ah, Lord Jiang Zhe is incredible. I knew he would win. White Star exclaimed joyfully, witnessing Jack being enveloped by the surrounding earth and ascending into the sky. In an instant, she gasped in delight. Hearing White Star's voice, Neptune and Shark Star, still stunned into silence, gradually regained their composure. Their eyes met, and the light within them brightened. Upon looking back at the arena, they saw countless fragments of stone cascading from Jack's form. Dust billowed, enveloping the entire square. After a long while, as the dust settled, the unconscious form of Jack slowly became visible. It was only when the dust cleared and the incapacitated Jack was revealed that Marco finally came to his senses. Incredible. Jiang Zhe. He had initially thought that Jiang Zhe would at best hold his ground against Jack, perhaps even be overwhelmed by him. After all, Jiang Zhe did not bring his puppet with him. A significant portion of Jiang Zhe's combat prowess stemmed from his puppet. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Zhe delivered a remarkable surprise. Dispatching Jack in just 2 moves, this sudden turn of events shifted the balance of power dramatically. Initially, he feared being outnumbered 2-1. Now, it appeared that Katakuri should be the one concerned about such odds. As this thought crossed Marco's mind, a malicious smile crept across his lips as he gazed at Katakuri across from him. Katakuri, however, seemed oblivious to Marco's insinuations and instead turned his attention to Jiang Zhe. A glimmer of realization illuminated his eyes. It was evident that he had significantly underestimated Jiang Zhe's strength. The fact that Jiang Zhe's initial strike had sent Jack flying was no mere coincidence, nor was it a result of Jack's complacency. Jiang Zhe truly possessed formidable abilities. It seemed the plan to seize Fishman Island was destined for failure. Yet if they could entice Jiang Zhe to join the Big Mom Pirates, it might not be a loss after all. With this thought, a smile tugged at the corners of Katakuri's mouth. Chapter 63. Jiang Zhe. Would you care to visit our pirate crew? Katakuri, are you still up for fight? After a moment of astonishment, Marco turned to Katakuri, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. Katakuri cast a glance at Marco, scrutinizing him with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Marco, for now, you shall manage Fishman Island. Do you truly believe that Whitebeard can perpetually safeguard your crew? With that, Katakuri turned and strode toward the Dragon Palace. Marco paused, momentarily taken aback by Katakuri's words. Indeed, had this been some time ago, with the old man's declining health, he would not have endured for many more years, especially after the incident with Ace, leaving the Whitebeard pirates on the brink of collapse. Katakuri's assertion held no fault. However, the current situation was markedly different. Jiang Zhe had successfully healed the old man's ailments, ensuring he could live for a longer duration. Moreover, Jiang Zhe would aid in restoring the old man to his peak combat prowess. Others remained oblivious to this reality. Now, Marco comprehended the exhilaration the old man had felt upon hearing Jiang Zhe's intent to conceal his injuries during recovery. The sensation of being awake while others were inebriated was truly exhilarating. With this thought, Marco couldn't help but chuckle softly. Within the Dragon Palace, the recently awakened Jack fixed his beady eyes on Jiang Zhe, brimming with combat fervor. Upon regaining consciousness, he learned from his subordinates of the scene in which Jiang Zhe had defeated him. How utterly disgraceful his performance had been. Yet, Jiang Zhe's abilities piqued his interest. After all, he had never heard of such a fruit power. It was claimed to be a Logia-type ability, yet it bore no resemblance. He had not encountered anyone with such powers before. If he were indeed a Logia user, why engage in close combat? He could have simply unleashed a barrage of elemental attacks upon him. Furthermore, while ensnared, he had desperately employed Busashoka Haki to resist, yet to no avail. Even against the powers of Akiji and Kizaru, his Busashoku had proven effective. How could he not withstand an unknown fruit ability? Unless Jiang Zhe's powers surpassed those of Akiji and Kizaru, which seemed improbable. Thus, he yearned to battle Jiang Zhe once more, to unravel the mystery of his fruit ability. Katakuri Jack, return and inform Big Mom and Kaido that Fishman Island is under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. Should they desire Fishman Island, they need only seek out our father, Whitebeard, Marco declared with confidence. Upon hearing Marco's proclamation, Jack snapped back to reality, redirecting his gaze from Jiang Zhe to Marco. Katakuri, seated nearby, remained silent, occasionally glancing at Jiang Zhe, seemingly lost in thought, disregarding Marco entirely. Neptune observed Marco and the others with an inner turmoil. Although they had narrowly escaped calamity this time, what lay ahead? From the intelligence he possessed, Whitebeard had reached a state of utter exhaustion. The Whitebeard pirates lack a new successor, and should something happen to the esteemed Whitebeard, the entire crew may very well disintegrate. After all, the disparity between Captain Marco and the four emperors is rather significant. Captain Marco would undoubtedly struggle to protect such an extensive territory, and it is likely that all the territories of the Whitebeard pirates would come under siege. It is imperative that I secure a new ally swiftly. The Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates, both of which are fellow emperor crews, were initially his best options. Neptune pondered, casting his gaze toward Katakuri, who was deep in thought. He then turned his attention to Jiang Zhe. However, at this moment, he seemed to have found an even more promising choice. Jiang Zhe. Given his swift and decisive defeat of Jack in just 2 moves, his strength likely surpasses that of Marco by a considerable margin. Previously, he had thought Marco's assertion that Jiang Zhe was on par with him was merely for Jiang Zhe's sake. Now, it appears Marco was concerned for his own reputation. Moreover, he had hastily instructed his ministers to gather information regarding Jiang Zhe. Ultimately, it was discovered that Jiang Zhe had no notable background. This implies that once the fishmen of Fishman Island, pledge allegiance to Jiang Zhe, they would become his first faction. The value of this alliance is not insignificant. Most importantly, Shark Star had previously mentioned the cost of Jiang Zhe rescuing White Star, merely a contract signed by White Star, which contained references to Sea Kings. Shark Star was unsure of its meaning, but he was aware White Star is a Sea King, capable of commanding colossal Sea Kings. He recognized this fact from a very young age. However, for the sake of White Star's safety, he had kept this information from leaking. The mere fact that Jiang Zhe had brought it up suggested he was aware of this matter and intended to utilize White Star's abilities for some purpose. As a father, he was not fond of his daughter being exploited and wished for her to grow up healthy and safe. Unfortunately, the current state of the world does not permit such wishes. Furthermore, White Star had signed a contract with Jiang Zhe. Should they renege on their agreement, the consequences could be dire. Aligning with Jiang Zhe now seems to be the wisest choice. The only uncertainty is whether Jiang Zhe is a lone wolf, as he had previously exhibited an aloof demeanor. Suddenly, Katakuri rose from his seat, his expression shifting from one of struggle to one of resolve, as if he had made a decision. Jiang Zhe, would you care to visit us in Whole Cake Island? Mama is eager to meet you. Upon hearing Katakuri's words, Jiang Zhe looked up, his expression one of confusion. It seemed he had no prior connection to the Big Mom pirates. Why would Big Mom be interested in meeting him? He had considered visiting Whole Cake Island to seek Big Mom's assistance in sharing the burden of strength during the Marineford War. However, upon reflection, he realized he had nothing compelling enough to persuade Big Mom to risk her life in the battle against the Navy on his behalf. Thus, he abandoned the idea of seeking her out. Now, with Katakuri suggesting he meet Big Mom, he felt a flicker of intrigue. Yet, upon further contemplation, he concluded that there was no longer any necessity to pursue a meeting with Big Mom. One's capabilities are undoubtedly sufficient to contend with the majority of individuals in the Summit War. Aside from a select few formidable opponents, the rest pose no significant challenge. The Whitebeard pirates, alongside the Revolutionary Army, have already created considerable turmoil for the Navy. As long as one refrains from drawing excessive attention, utilizing transformation techniques will undoubtedly allow one to navigate the Summit War with ease, indulging in one's desires. No, I have matters to attend to at present. Perhaps another time. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Katakuri exhibited a knowing expression. The moment that statement was uttered, it was evident that it was somewhat out of place. After all, Jiang Zhe had no substantial ties to their Big Mom pirates. Any unsolicited invitation would likely be declined by anyone. With this in mind, Katakuri simply took a seat, choosing to say nothing further. Chapter 64. Returning to land deep in the ocean, aboard Marco's vessel, Jiang Zhe sat at the edge of his bed, flanked by Clone No. 2. The Hungry Ghost Path and the Hell Path. Previously, on Fishman Island, in order to acclimate himself to combat without puppets, Jiang Zhe had left the Hungry Ghost Path and the Hell Path aboard the ship. He had now adapted to battle without puppets and had proven himself not lacking in strength. Consequently, he transferred control directly to Clone Number 2. Activate the system panel. As Jiang Zhe's voice echoed, a translucent panel materialized before his eyes. 6 paths of Pain Fusion System Host. Jiang Zhe Fusion Degree. 46. The higher the host level of role-playing, the greater the fusion degree. Abilities. Hungry Ghost Path, able to absorb all energy. Hell Path, capable of repairing all damage. Azura Path, confuse all mechanical weapons. Shock Value, 660 lottery opportunities. 2. Shock Value automatically converted. Gazing at the panel, Jiang Zhe fell into contemplation. The fusion degree had increased by 5. Reflecting on his actions on Fishman Island, it seemed the only way to enhance the fusion degree was through the use of the planetary devastation technique in battle. After all, the suffering he had inflicted on Fishman Island was hardly worth mentioning. Thus, it appeared his previous approach may have been misguided. The Six Paths of Pain role-playing system was not about embodying Nagato, but rather about embodying the Deva path of pain. Should he have cloned No to act as Nagato, while he himself took on the role of the Deva path? That did not seem to be the case. However, having cloned No to control both the Hungry Ghost path and the Hell path in tandem with his own combat clearly aligned more closely with the image of the Deva path of pain in Naruto. It seemed that, through sheer serendipity, he had stumbled upon a method that better suited the system's application. In future battles, he should utilize the planetary devastation technique more frequently, minimizing the use of other combat styles whenever possible. The reason for his limited lottery opportunities lay in his earlier usage of them in the Dragon Palace. Defeating the Celestial Dragons and stealing the explosive rocks had collectively granted him 20 lottery chances through the subsequent shock values acquired from those encounters. With this in mind, Jiang Zhe retrieved a small scroll from his pocket, emblazoned with the character for storage. It was the storage scroll he had drawn in a previous lottery, akin to a storage pouch in Naruto, possessing a volume of approximately 20 cubic units, capable of containing any suitably sized item. This meant that in the future, if he did not wish to deploy his puppets, he need not place them anywhere specific. Instead, he could simply store them within the storage scroll. Whenever he desired to use them, he could retrieve them at will. Most importantly, it provided ample space for various items. Previously, Jiang Zhe had left the explosive rocks on an uncharted island, initially intending to transport them to Marineford before the onset of the war. Now, he could directly keep those explosive rocks at hand, alleviating any concerns regarding their safety. Moreover, he conducted experiments, discovering that within the storage scroll, it was as though time itself had come to a standstill. Whatever was stored inside remained precisely as it was upon retrieval. Even warm food, when placed within and taken out, retained its warmth. The sole limitation was that living creatures could not be contained. They could not even be introduced into the scroll. Alongside the storage scroll, he also acquired a summoning scroll and a spirit communication scroll. The spirit communication scroll resembles those used in the Naruto series to establish contracts. By inscribing their names and blood upon the scroll, both parties could communicate with one another, devoid of any hierarchical distinction. However, the summoned individual retains the right to choose whether or not to respond to the summoning. Upon obtaining the scroll, Jiang Zhe promptly forged a contract with Bai Xing. He also tested the capabilities of the spirit communication scroll, which enabled him to summon Bai Xing directly from one side of Fishman Island to his side. Conversely, Bai Xing could summon him as well. Unlike the chakra-consuming techniques depicted in Naruto, this scroll required physical stamina. Jiang Zhe's summoning of Bai Xing consumed his own stamina, while the reverse consumed Bai Xing's. Furthermore, since they existed within the same realm, once summoned, the summoner no longer needed to expend stamina, eliminating the possibility of the summoned being returned due to exhaustion. Thus, this scroll could effectively serve as a means of transportation, provided prior communication was established. To facilitate this, Jiang Zhe arranged for Bai Xing to possess a dedicated snail phone. In the event of any occurrences, Bai Xing could inform Jiang Zhe, summoning him for assistance. Likewise, should Jiang Zhe need to traverse long distances, he could utilize Fishman Island as a transit point for teleportation. If Jiang Zhe were to establish contracts with individuals from around the world, he would achieve seamless transportation throughout the realm of One Piece. Unfortunately, the spirit communication scroll existed as a singular entity, permitting only two individuals to form a contract. After Jiang Zhe and Bai Xing formalized their agreement, Neptune proposed that Fishman Island be registered under Jiang Zhe's name, thereby becoming part of his domain. Initially, Jiang Zhe contemplated a refusal, for his ambitions lay not in conquest, but in instilling suffering upon the world. However, reflecting on how he had relied on the Whitebeard pirates for information in recent endeavors, he began to entertain the notion of establishing a faction. With Neptune presenting the opportunity, it seemed fortuitous, especially considering his newly formed contract with Bai Xing. The prospect of frequent interactions with Fishman Island loomed large. Thus, it would be prudent to establish it as a stronghold for future developments. Moreover, a pivotal reason for his acceptance of Fishman Island lay in the summoning scroll. The system elucidated that this scroll could randomly summon characters from the Naruto universe. Recognizing the potential of the summoning scroll, Jiang Zhe contemplated the re-establishment of the Akatsuki organization. Would not the creation of such an entity accelerate his fusion rate? Without hesitation, he activated the scroll, summoning Kisame Hashigaki. The appearance of dry persimmon Jinchuriki closely resembles that of the denizens of Fishman Island, and he possesses the ability to breathe underwater. Upon witnessing dry persimmon Jinchuriki's arrival, Neptune mistakenly believed him to be one of the inhabitants of Fishman Island, were it not for their existence in two distinct realms. Jiang Zhe might have also assumed that dry persimmon Jinchuriki was a fishman. Dry persimmon Jinchuriki is a formidable figure within the realm of Naruto. At the level of a shadow, after engaging in battle with him, Jiang Zhe could ascertain that dry persimmon Jinchuriki's strength is above that of a mid-admiral, slightly surpassing that of Jack, albeit not by much. This evaluation pertains solely to dry persimmon Jinchuriki's prowess on land, without accounting for his capabilities in the ocean. However, it is evident that with dry persimmon Jinchuriki's presence, Fishman Island resembles Jiang Zhe's private garden. Neptune relinquished Fishman Island willingly, and it would have seemed rather foolish for Jiang Zhe to decline. Ultimately, Jiang Zhe reluctantly accepted Fishman Island, allowing dry persimmon Jinchuriki to assist Neptune in secretly amassing strength. Concurrently, Jiang Zhe utilized the favor previously granted to him by Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates. Upon learning that Neptune willingly intended to place Fishman Island under Jiang Zhe's name, Whitebeard readily consented. Thus, Fishman Island became a territory under Jiang Zhe's dominion. Chapter 65. The Art of Weight Manipulation. Assisting Whitebeard in regaining his pinnacle in addition to 3 scrolls, Jiang Zhe also drew the art of weight manipulation from the system. This ninjutsu, unique to the land of Earth in Naruto, allows the user to alter their own weight, enabling them to float in the air. Upon acquiring this technique, Jiang Zhe realized that it was not merely a simple adjustment of one's weight. Rather, it involved the mastery of the geomagnetic field in conjunction with modifying one's body mass to achieve levitation and even flight. The speed at which he could soar was notably swift. He had previously tested it, and when utilizing the art of weight manipulation in the air, his velocity exceeded that on the ground by nearly 50%. It is noteworthy that his ground speed was already comparable to that of Marco. Thus, if not confronted by Kizaru, he could effortlessly evade pursuit while airborne. Furthermore, the art of weight manipulation could be applied not only to oneself, but also to surrounding individuals and objects. By altering the weight and magnetic field of an item, Jiang Zhe could manipulate its movement at will. However, the energy consumed when applying this technique to external objects was tenfold that used on oneself. Moreover, lifting objects exceeding 10 times his body weight would require a staggering 100-fold increase in stamina, limiting him to just 1 minute of such exertion before succumbing to exhaustion. This limitation rendered the art of weight manipulation less than perfect. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinary skill. Initially, Neptune had intended for him and Marco to remain in Fishman Island for an extended period. However, Marco learned from Whitebeard that Ace was to be executed in 10 days at Marine Ford, with the event broadcasted live worldwide. Consequently, Marco departed Fishman Island without delay. He had meticulously devised a plan. The 3 admirals would be preoccupied with the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Revolutionary Army would also join the fray. Nevertheless, the Revolutionary Army was notoriously unpredictable. While he had ensured that Dragon and Sabo would participate, there was a risk they might abscond with Ace and Luffy once their mission was accomplished, as their objectives diverged from his, and they had not forged a pact akin to that with Whitebeard. Thus, it was imperative to provide them with a reason to fight to the death or to ensure they were occupied in holding off Garp and Sengoku. It appeared that a visit to the Revolutionary Army was necessary. During his previous visit to their headquarters, he had gleaned that they were in dire need of provisions. Perhaps he could leverage this shortage to persuade them to delay Sengoku. As for Garp, he had another potential ally in Luffy. However, Luffy was currently somewhat weak, and Jiang Zhe needed to devise a method to enhance his combat prowess. Only then could he ensure that Luffy would be capable of effectively restraining Garp. Coincidentally, he could use the promise of boosting Luffy's strength and securing Ace's rescue as bargaining chips to gain Luffy's willing assistance in holding Garp at bay. As the son of destiny, the most effective way to elevate Luffy's combat capability was through rigorous training. He resolved to have Luffy perform countless sit-ups, confident that he would eventually break through his limitations. Moreover, possessing the ability of the Hell Path, one need not fear incapacitating the Straw Hat crew, preventing them from participating in the impending war. The Moby Dick, ha ha ha. Young Jiang Zhe, I hear you have made quite an impression on Fishman Island. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe and Marco in his chamber, Whitebeard joyfully lifted his wine bowl from the table and took a hearty swig. However, while indulging in his drink, his peripheral gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Zhe, as if he had something to express, but felt a twinge of hesitation. The moment Jiang Zhe laid eyes on Whitebeard, he instantly comprehended his thoughts. He had previously promised Whitebeard that he would restore him to his peak power. With only 8 days remaining until Ace's execution, it was evident that Whitebeard was anxious for Jiang Zhe's assistance in regaining his full strength. Old man, you have no idea. Jiang Zhe defeated Jack using merely 2 moves, and even Katakuri surrendered outright, ultimately inviting Jiang Zhe to visit the Big Mom Pirates. Marco interjected gleefully, his face alight with pride. At Marco's words, Whitebeard shot him a bemused glance, as if to say, "Am I asking you to extol Jiang Zhe's prowess? I need you to remind Jiang Zhe." It seemed that Marco had lost some of his perceptiveness since their visit to Fishman Island. Previously, he would have directly inquired about Jiang Zhe assisting him in reclaiming his peak strength. Sighing internally, Whitebeard thought to himself, Jiang Zhe, the day of Ace's execution draws near. What about our earlier agreement? A hint of embarrassment crossed Whitebeard's features. After all, they had initially agreed upon this before the battle commenced. Yet he was now requesting Jiang Zhe to fulfill his promise prematurely. Observing Whitebeard's demeanor, Jiang Zhe understood and promptly summoned Clone 2 and the Hell Path. Earlier on Fishman Island, Clone 2 had absorbed a considerable amount of life energy from various plants using the Hell Path, making it perfectly apt for this moment. Regrettably, this life energy could only be stored for about 3 days, and the Hungry Ghost Path's capacity was rather limited, preventing it from being utilized as a reliable power bank. Nevertheless, this energy was more than sufficient to restore Whitebeard to his pinnacle, especially since Jiang Zhe had previously healed his injuries. Now, all that remained was to infuse the life energy into Whitebeard. Upon witnessing Jiang Zhe summon a figure that mirrored his own, Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback, though he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had grown accustomed to the peculiarities of Jiang Zhe's abilities, which were increasingly manifesting. Yet, the emergence of the Hungry Ghost Path did catch him off guard. After all, it was the Hell Path that had previously treated him, and now it appeared to have transformed into the Hungry Ghost Path. Moreover, the Hungry Ghost Path appeared robust and imposing, not resembling an entity capable of healing. Jiang Zhe, what is this? Whitebeard began to voice his confusion, but before he could finish, the Hungry Ghost Path placed a hand upon him. He felt a warm surge of energy flowing ceaselessly toward him. It was as if, after enduring several hours of the biting winter wind, one were to suddenly sip a bowl of steaming soup, a wave of warmth enveloping the entire being. Shortly thereafter, this warmth swiftly dissipated, transforming into a refreshing coolness. It was akin to spending hours basking under the summer sun before plunging into the sea, a delightful chill saturating the body from head to toe. Thus, the sensations of warmth and coolness alternated repeatedly across Whitebeard's form. He began to feel an invigorating youthfulness coursing through him, as if he had returned to the vigor of his 40s or 50s. Ah, so delightful. Just as the hungry specter withdrew its hands from Whitebeard, he sighed, emitting a sound of pure contentment. Marco, observing Whitebeard in this state, felt a spark of excitement in his eyes, his expression shifting to one of urgency. "Father, how do you feel?" Whitebeard, however, paid no heed to Marco's inquiry. He was immersed in the sensations of his rejuvenating body. He could feel his arms and legs regaining strength, the pervasive lethargy that had previously enveloped him vanishing. His skin, once lax from age, now appeared firm, and his white beard stood more proudly. Most importantly, he sensed the gnawing hunger in his belly. In the vast ocean, One's physical condition is often measured by appetite and food intake, and he had never felt hunger strike so swiftly before. Just less than an hour had passed since he had breakfast before Marco and Jiang Zhe entered, and here he was, feeling hungry, a clear indication that his body had truly regained its youthful state, rather than a mere illusion. "I have never felt better," Whitebeard declared loudly to Marco, turning eagerly to gaze at Jiang Zhe. Upon hearing Whitebeard's response, Marco too became animated, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Zhe. Chapter 66. The Reappearance at the Revolutionary Army Headquarters. News from CP0 Baldigo, Dracula's office. "Mr. Jiang Zhe, may I inquire the purpose of your visit?" Sabo stood before Jiang Zhe, bowing politely while his gaze remained intensely fixed upon him. His feelings toward Jiang Zhe were rather intricate. He felt immense gratitude for the restoration of his memories, which spared him from the regret of missing the chance to rescue Ace. Had he remained oblivious and failed to save Ace, leading to Ace's demise, the burden of guilt upon regaining his memories would have been unbearable. Yet, he also harbored a certain wariness towards Jiang Zhe, for it was evident that Jiang Zhe's assistance in restoring his memories was not entirely altruistic. He had uncovered that Jiang Zhe was not affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, the true motives of Jiang Zhe remained elusive. After all, sinking Marineford was a task fraught with peril and devoid of tangible rewards. An ambitious individual like Jiang Zhe would surely have ulterior motives. But what those motives were continued to elude his understanding, prompting his ongoing vigilance. "I have a collaboration I wish to discuss with you," Jiang Zhe stated in a measured tone, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Dracula, who had been lost in thought beside Sabo, lifted his gaze, intrigued by Jiang Zhe. Initially, he had presumed Jiang Zhe to be merely a member of the Whitebeard pirates, intent solely on rescuing Ace. However, following Sabo's explanation, Dracula realized that Jiang Zhe was far from ordinary. He undoubtedly harbored a grand scheme. Had it not been for Sabo's insistence, Dracula might have extended an invitation for Jiang Zhe to join their revolutionary efforts against the world government. Yet, he pondered what transaction Jiang Zhe sought this time. "What transaction?" Sabo inquired warily, his eyes scrutinizing Jiang Zhe. "You are aware of Ace's impending execution, correct?" Upon hearing this, both Sabo and Dracula nodded. "Then your revolutionary army will undoubtedly intervene. Am I right?" Sabo affirmed with a nod. "I need you to stall Sengoku for me. Just enough to delay him for a while," Jiang Zhe asserted. Sabo's expression deepened with confusion upon hearing Jiang Zhe's request. "Mr. Jiang Zhe, I fear we cannot acquiesce to your demand. No matter the conditions, I will not place my comrades in jeopardy for my own sake." His tone was resolute. At Sabo's declaration, a rare smile graced Jiang Zhe's lips. What if Luffy were to also head to Marineford? Dracula, who had previously worn a serious expression, now appeared flustered. "What did you say?" "Do not be hasty, Mr. Dracula. I can assure you of the safety of both Luffy and Ace, provided you assist me in delaying Sengoku for a brief moment." In response to Jiang Zhe's words, both Dracula and Sabo fell into a contemplative silence. How could Jiang Zhe guarantee the safety of Luffy and Ace? Even if their entire revolutionary army were to mobilize, they could not ensure the safety of the two amidst the full might of the Navy. Alone, Jiang Zhe confidently asserted his assurance. How could they possibly believe him? Observing the expressions of doubt in their eyes, he discerned that they were somewhat intrigued. "How can I guarantee it? I have my ways. You need only to decide whether you will agree. Moreover," he added, "I shall ensure that your efforts are rewarded with ample provisions." As soon as Jiang Zhe finished speaking, Dolag and Sabo exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "Very well. We agree. But you must guarantee the safety of Luffy and Ace. Rest assured, I am a man of my word." After departing from the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Jiang Zhe floated upon the sea, holding the life paper of Luffy that he had obtained from Shirahoshi. At Marineford, within the marshal's office, Sengoku declared, "Kazan, this time, we must annihilate the Whitebeard pirates at Marineford." He gazed at the intelligence report in his hand, excitement lighting up his face as he turned to Kazan, who expressed curiosity. After all, Sengoku had not previously exuded such confidence. He had been apprehensive about the possibility of being unable to defeat Whitebeard. The decision to execute Ace hastily had left many of their forces unable to mobilize. They had initially intended to summon all available power from the Four Seas and the New World. Kazan carefully scrutinized the intelligence report he received from Sengoku. To my astonishment, Whitebeard is gravely ill. Initially skeptical of the news, Kazan's doubts subsided upon realizing it had been conveyed by CP0, a direct department of the Celestial Dragons, whose credibility was beyond question. Furthermore, the report indicated that Whitebeard had not emerged onto the deck for many days, indirectly confirming the reliability of the information regarding his condition. Given their understanding of the Whitebeard pirates, it was clear that should they announce Ace's execution, the crew would stop at nothing to rescue him, even if Whitebeard was in poor health. However, this information still required verification. Sengoku, do not be overly excited. The authenticity of this news remains to be confirmed. With that, Kazan gently placed his hands on Sengoku's shoulders and activated his ability, calming Sengoku's anxious heart. Under Kazan's soothing powers, Sengoku quickly regained his composure. With a sharp clap to his forehead, Sengoku turned to Kazan. Thank goodness for you, Kazan. Otherwise, I might have let this intelligence cloud my judgment and lost my usual calm. It seems I truly am growing old. Hearing Sengoku's words, Kazan rolled her eyes. She was merely 3 years younger than him. How could he claim to be old? Yet, she quickly reined in her emotions as another thought crossed her mind, concerning Jiang Zhe. She had previously received word of Jiang Zhe's appearance on Fishman Island, where he had effortlessly defeated Jack in 2 moves. Jiang Zhe's rapid growth in strength was remarkable. She could not forget the look in his eyes when he escaped from Impel Down, a gaze far more terrifying than the hatred that occasionally flickered in Doflamingo's eyes. Previously, she had always perceived Jiang Zhe's strength as feeble and unremarkable. However, the situation has transformed. Not only did Jiang Zhe escape from the grasp of the Yellow Ape, but he also vanquished Jack in merely 2 moves. It has not been long since his escape from Impel Down, yet his power has burgeoned at an astonishing rate. If this growth continues unchecked, he is bound to become a formidable nuisance for the Navy in the future. Sengoku, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Upon hearing Crane's words, Sengoku shifted his gaze from the intelligence report detailing Whitebeard's critical condition and looked toward Crane. It pertains to Jiang Zhe. At the mention of this name, Sengoku paused momentarily. He had been monitoring Jiang Zhe's activities closely due to the considerable trouble he had caused him. However, with the impending tasks of executing Ace and eradicating the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku had ceased to focus on Jiang Zhe. Crane's earnest demeanor now raised his curiosity. Had Jiang Zhe accomplished something significant once more? I wish to caution you that Jiang Zhe's strength has escalated rapidly. He has just defeated Jack in 2 moves at Fishman Island. Upon hearing Crane's words, Sengoku was taken aback. If this news is indeed accurate, then Jiang Zhe's power has escalated alarmingly. Yet, this is not the time for such reflections. The priority must be to devise a strategy for the complete annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 67. A method to entice Jiang Zhe to join us in Wano country. Onigashima. Jack, why are you wrapped in bandages from head to toe? Jean was on his way to report to Kaido about the recent developments concerning the Beast pirates when he unexpectedly encountered Jack, who was entirely swathed in bandages. His eyes filled with curiosity. Could it be that Whitebeard had intervened? It was inconceivable that the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates had descended upon Fishman Island to ambush Jack. In a one-on-one confrontation, only Whitebeard himself could inflict such heavy injuries upon Jack. Upon hearing Jin's words, Jack initially displayed a look of dejection, which was soon replaced by a fierce fighting spirit. Brother Jean, I was defeated in just 2 moves. Could be Whitebeard's doing? It is fortunate that you survived. Do not blame yourself. Jean was somewhat taken aback by Jack's admission, but upon reflection, it was not surprising if Whitebeard was involved. He needed to console Jack properly. No. What? Jean had a certain understanding of Jack's prowess. There were no more than 10 individuals on the vast sea capable of defeating Jack in merely 2 moves. Had Jack encountered an exceptionally formidable opponent? Perhaps someone named Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe? Isn't he the one who defeated Sabaody and escaped from Kizaru? Yet how could he have bested Jack in just 2 moves? Suddenly, Jean recalled the purpose of his visit to Kaido and promptly pulled Jack along towards Kaido's cave. Inside the cave, Kaido sat upon a chair adorned with animal hides, a gourd of liquor in his right hand, continuously pouring it into his mouth. On the table before him lay a dark, menacing kanabo. Oil lamps flickered on either side of the cave, illuminating the space. A gust of wind swept through, causing the flames to dance, and Kaido's shadow on the cave walls seemed to morph into that of a colossal dragon. Jean, Jack, you arrived just in time. Come and drink with me. Upon hearing Kaido's words, both Jean and Jack wasted no time and hurried to his side, lifting the nearby jug to drink heartily. Speak. What brings you to me? Captain Kaido, take a look at this. Jean retrieved a newspaper from his bosom, its headlines dominating a substantial portion of the page. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates will be executed live in 10 days. Kaido was momentarily stunned by the news. If memory served him correctly, the last individual to receive such a worldwide live execution was the Pirate King, Roger. How could a mere division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates be deemed worthy of such an event? Based on his knowledge of Whitebeard, he would undoubtedly come to the aid of his captured family. Was the Navy truly seeking to engage the Whitebeard Pirates in a decisive battle? That would indeed be intriguing. Kaido placed his left hand over his eyes, tears streaming from beneath his palm, soaking the lower half of his face completely. He grasped his wine gourd from the table with his right hand and shoved it into his mouth. Simultaneously, he burst into laughter, and the wine poured from the gourd trickled down both corners of his mouth, drenching his attire. Ha ha ha! It seems the Navy can no longer contain themselves. He exclaimed, Jean, how much territory have we seized? Kaido set the gourd down, moved his hand away from his eyes, and gazed intently at Jean. Captain Kaido, here is the list of the territories we have claimed. Jean handed a piece of paper to Kaido. Excellent. Kaido placed the paper aside and began to transform into his dragon form. Captain Kaido, there is one more matter. Jean quickly called out to halt Kaido, knowing that once Kaido transformed and flew away, it would be several days before he returned, likely after engaging in sparring or drunken revelry. Jack encountered a formidable individual on Fishman Island, and I wish to recruit him into our beast pirates. You may handle it as you see fit. Kaido's expression darkened, and after transforming into a dragon, he vanished from Onigashima. Brother Jean, thank you. Jack gazed at Jean with gratitude, for had Kaido learned of his failure, he would have been subjected to rigorous training. With Jean skillfully downplaying the situation to Kaido, he was relieved from further reporting and training under Kaido's scrutiny. No need for thanks. Jean waved his hand dismissively, focusing instead on how to persuade Jiang Zhe to join the Beast Pirates. Wano, Cake Island. In the heart of the Pink Palace sat a pink throne. Big Mom reclined upon it, one hand shoving an array of confections into her mouth while the other perused a newspaper laid upon the table. Mama, it seems Whitebeard is truly aging. After setting the newspaper down, Big Mom paused her indulgence. Katakuri, I hear you have met with failure this time? Her expression darkened, her eyes wide and fixed intently on Katakuri below. Yes, mother. Observing Katakuri's unchanged demeanor, Big Mom's irritation began to surface. Katakuri, do you wish for me to punish you? No, mother. I bring you good news. Big Mom's expression shifted from somber to curious. What news could possibly embolden Katakuri to believe he would escape punishment? Speak. What news? On Fishman Island, I discovered Jiang Zhe, the very individual obstructing our acquisition of the island, which now falls under his influence. When Jiang Zhe was on Fishman Island, he defeated Jack with merely 2 moves. 2 moves? Indeed. Mama, splendid. Big Mom's expression transformed from shock to exhilaration. Did you not invite him to Wano? I did. But Jiang Zhe stated he is currently unavailable and will come a later time. Mama, since Fishman Island has already fallen under the dominion of Jiang Zhe, let it be his, for it is destined to belong to our Big Mom pirates eventually. Initially, Big Mom displayed an expression of understanding, before pausing as if recalling something significant. Katakuri, what is your perspective on the Navy's execution of Ace? Upon hearing Big Mom's inquiry, Katakuri contemplated briefly before turning his gaze towards her. I perceive this as a splendid opportunity. Moreover, during our time at Fishman Island, I subtly probed Marco. and his demeanor suggests that Whitebeard may indeed be nearing his end. Following the customary behavior of the Whitebeard pirates, they're certain to attempt a rescue for Ace, which could potentially lead to the complete downfall of the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing Katakuri's words, Big Mom erupted into hearty laughter. Mama, Whitebeard, I never anticipated you would reach such a juncture. I believe we can commence preparations to seize the territories of the Whitebeard pirates. As Big Mom's expression shifted from contemplation to delight upon Katakuri's words, she declared, Mama, Katakuri, proceed with unwavering confidence. Indeed. Chapter 68. The Straw Hat Pirates by Day. Upon the vast expanse of the sea, a small vessel adorned with a lion's head prowled through the waters. Luffy sat at the bow, gazing vacantly into the distance, his expression laden with unspoken thoughts. Nami, it's been nearly a day since Luffy last ate. Is something amiss? A skeleton clad in garments, holding a cup of coffee, remarked to a simple yet elegant young lady nearby. Sighing, Nami replied, Brook, I too am at a loss. Ever since Luffy hastily urged us to return from Fishman Island, he has been this way, scarcely consuming anything, and he refuses to answer any of my questions. This is not like him at all. At that moment, a poised young woman emerged from the cabin, holding a newspaper, which she silently pressed into Nami's hands. Nami rubbed her eyes in disbelief upon reading the paper. Once clarity returned, she stood frozen in place. Robin, where did you acquire this newspaper? I just found it. Nami glanced at the newspaper and then at Luffy, sensing his inner turmoil and anguish. Luffy, if there is anything you wish to express, please do so. It might ease your burden. She approached the bow, standing beside Luffy. Nami, wah. At the sound of her voice, Luffy burst into tears. Am I truly so powerless? I am too weak. I couldn't even save Ace. No, how could you say that? You are our captain. You are destined to become a formidable pirate. Nami's voice grew increasingly fervent, resonating across the entire ship. Soon, all members of the Straw Hat Pirates assembled on the deck. Watching as Luffy embraced Nami in tears, their expressions filled with comfort and understanding. After a considerable time, Luffy's sobs subsided. Let's go. We must rescue Ace. Nami gently patted Luffy's head, proclaiming with conviction. Yes. A smile crept upon the lips of all the crew members. Seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Just then, Jiang Zhe descended from the sky, landing on the deck. Upon hearing his arrival, all members of the Straw Hat crew adopted a defensive stance. Robin clasped her hands together. Zoro and Brook drew their swords. Sanji slightly raised his leg. Frankie aimed his right hand at Jiang Zhe, and Usopp hid behind Frankie, brandishing his slingshot. Chopper, peeking from behind Usopp, cautiously observed Jiang Zhe. Luffy lifted his head from Nami's embrace, his expression shifting from confusion to delight. It's Ace's friend. He released Nami and darted to Jiang Zhe's side. Have you come to help me rescue Ace? Upon hearing Luffy's words, a rare ripple of emotion stirred within Jiang Zhe. Indeed, with Jiang Zhe's affirmation, Luffy's eyes sparkled with hope, and the Straw Hat Pirates relaxed their defensive postures, reassured by the bond between Luffy and Jiang Zhe. Usopp, Frankie, and Chopper gathered closely around Jiang Zhe. Do you have a way to save Ace? Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's affirmative response, Luffy burst into a joyful smile. You are currently too weak. It's impossible to guarantee Ace's rescue. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Luffy's elation swiftly transformed into despondency, his head drooping in dismay. Damn it, what are you saying? Noticing Luffy's dejection, Nami immediately rolled up her sleeves, intending to approach Jiang Zhe, but was stopped by Robin. There's no need to rush. He means no harm. Upon hearing Robin's words, Nami relaxed her arms, fixing her gaze intently on Jiang Zhe. But I can help you grow stronger. Really? A spark of hope reignited in Luffy's eyes, growing ever brighter. But if you can't endure it, you might die. Receiving Jiang Zhe's affirmative answer, Luffy's mouth stretched into an exaggerated grin, his hands raised high. I am going to become the Pirate King. As Luffy proclaimed this, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but smile. Observing Luffy, Jiang Zhe felt a surge of emotion. As expected of Luffy, he bounces back so quickly. I hope he can endure my special training. Throughout their journey, Jiang Zhe pondered ways to enhance Luffy's strength. The gradual approach of Rayleigh, building a foundation step by step, was simply not feasible. Time was of the essence. Ace was to be executed in just 8 days. The only option left was to employ Kaido's method, tough love. Luffy, the child of destiny, could withstand rigorous training as long as he survived. Back on Fishman Island, Jiang Zhe had already observed the nascent forms of Luffy's armament haki and observation haki. Luffy's armament haki was faint but indeed present. He could gradually sense the trajectory of weapons, a precursor to the awakening of observation haki. And me, please train me as well. Zoro approached Jiang Zhe, bowing respectfully. Damn you, Mosshead. Why are you jumping in front of me? Sanji, seeing Zoro rush to Jiang Zhe's side, was unwilling to be outdone. He dashed over, pushing Zoro aside, and bowed to Jiang Zhe as well. Yo-ho-ho, don't forget about me. Brook unsheathed his sword and slowly approached Jiang Zhe, bowing as well. Can you let me see? Can you train me too? Super. Of course, you can't forget about me. And us. Usopp and Chopper gazed at Jiang Zhe with unwavering determination before bowing. Ha ha ha. Nami and Robin, watching from a distance, chuckled, their lips curling into smiles as they bowed to Jiang Zhe. Luffy, witnessing his bowing companions, felt a glimmer of tears welling in the corners of his eyes. As everyone bowed respectfully before him, Jiang Zhe felt a subtle smile bloom within. Truly, the Straw Hat Pirates exemplified unparalleled cohesion. However, instructing Luffy was one matter. Teaching the entire crew was another. Each member of the Straw Hat Pirates was undeniably fortunate. Had they not possessed such fortune, following the protagonist would have likely led them to their demise long ago. With that in mind, he resolved to train the entire Straw Hat crew. He earnestly hoped they would prove their worth during the impending war. Are you all prepared for death? Jiang Zhe's tone remained flat and devoid of inflection. Yet to the ears of the Straw Hat crew, it was chilling. They felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably. I am ready. Luffy was the first to respond, raising his hands high. Inspired by Luffy's enthusiasm, the other members of the crew soon echoed his readiness, their voices resonating throughout the sunny. Meanwhile, within the cabin, Nami pushed open the door and noticed Robin lost in thought. What occupies your mind, Robin? She inquired. I am contemplating Jiang Zhe's true intentions. Robin replied. Nami's words piqued Robin's interest, prompting her to turn and face Nami, who had approached her side. Jiang Zhe simply desires the Navy to experience suffering. Experience suffering? A captivating smile graced Robin's lips as memories of their previous life on the run flooded back to her. Chapter 69. The Sabaody Archipelago. Training commences on a nameless island along the coast of the Sabaody Archipelago. Robin surveyed her surroundings, perplexed. Mr. Jiang Zhe, why are we conducting our training here? In her view, a more sophisticated location with advanced equipment to monitor their vital signs and provide rescue when necessary would have been more appropriate. Yet, Jiang Zhe had chosen this remote isle, largely devoid of human presence, where the echoes of wild beasts could be heard. We have merely 7 days. After that, the Navy will commence the execution of Ace, so we must adopt an unconventional approach. That is why I instructed you to prepare for the worst. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Usopp's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. No way. I have a terminal illness that strikes as soon as I set foot on this island. Usopp, what's wrong? Chopper exclaimed, rushing to Usopp's side to examine him. Feigning illness 1T work. Jiang Zhe silently chanted the technique of heavy rock. He and the Straw Hat crew floated down from the Thousand Sunny to the shore. As they levitated, Luffy, Frankie, and Chopper displayed expressions of sheer excitement, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at Jiang Zhe. Once they reached the shore, Usopp begrudgingly got back on his feet. What? Usopp's illness hasn't flared up? Chopper, still astonished by his own levitation, grew increasingly concerned. He knew Usopp suffered from a condition that would lead to his demise upon arrival on the island. Yet Jiang Zhe had brought him here. What would happen if Usopp truly died? Upon hearing Chopper's words, Usopp sheepishly scratched his head. My illness has suddenly vanished. How peculiar. Chopper, upon hearing this, hurried to Usopp's side, determined to conduct a thorough examination. Iem me fine, truly. Usopp cried, panicking as he saw Chopper brandishing a massive syringe to draw his blood, prompting him to flee. Yo-ho-ho-ho! Brook laughed heartily as he watched Chopper chase after Usopp with the syringe in hand. Robin stifled a laugh behind her hand, while Nami, hands on her hips, burst into laughter. On Nine Snake Island, Rayleigh stood at the shore, shedding his clothes. Shachi, I intend to return to the Sabati archipelago to gather some funds. Is there anything you would like me to bring back? Upon learning that the world government had not obliterated the entire Sabati archipelago, Rayleigh longed to return to his former life there. However, Shachi expressed concerns about the current unstable situation and preferred to remain in a safe haven. Nine Snake Island provided them with security, ensuring both their safety and that of the island. Life on Nine Snake Island was idyllic, offering food and vibrant young women. Yet it lacked opportunities for gambling and making money. He had once contemplated teaching the young ladies of Nine Snake Island the art of gambling. But under the combined prowess of Xiachi and Hancock, he relinquished that notion. These days, apart from indulging in alcohol, he found himself devoid of any other forms of entertainment, which left him feeling quite suffocated. Thus, he yearned to return to the Shambati archipelago, to amass some money and engage in a proper gamble. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Xiachi felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. You old fool, are you planning to sell again? Xiachi, must you speak so harshly? If you have nothing to contribute, I shall take my leave. With that, Rayleigh hoisted his belongings high and slowly waded into the sea. 2 days later, on an obscure island within the Shambati archipelago. Brook, since your physique can no longer be enhanced, it is imperative that you now fully develop your devil fruit abilities. Remember, the Yomi Yomi no Mi is no trifling fruit. With that, I shall cast you into the ocean. Attempt to use your powers to extract your soul from your bones. Brook gazed at the figure before him, strikingly reminiscent of Jiang Zhe, at a loss for words. When they first arrived on this island, Jiang Zhe had promised to arrange special training for them, claiming he was overwhelmed and needed to appoint several additional coaches. To Brook's astonishment, Jiang Zhe conjured 8 identical duplicates of himself, startling him immensely. After clarifying with Jiang Zhe, he learned that these were clones produced by Jiang Zhe's duplication technique, destined to be their future instructors. For reasons unknown, he felt an immediate connection with clone number 1, who claimed to have experience in training bones. At that moment, Brook thought to himself that since these clones were all derived from Jiang Zhe, they must share similar characteristics. The fact that a clone chosen at first glance indicated a unique bond between them. He readily agreed to let clone number 1 train him. However, the past 2 days have been a series of painful memories. On the first day, he insisted that prior to training, one must adequately nourish oneself. The best sustenance for bones, he declared, was milk, rich in calcium. Brook found this reasoning quite sound, but faced a dilemma. This remote island had no place to procure milk. Clone number 1 reassured him that it need not be milk specifically. There were plenty of animals on the island, and surely one could find a lactating creature. Thus, the two of them scoured the island and finally stumbled upon a nursing female gorilla, believing that, given their combined strength, procuring some milk from a mere gorilla would be a simple task. However, the female gorillas summoned dozens of male gorillas, none of whom they could hope to defeat. They were pursued for an entire afternoon, nearly scattering Brook's skeletal frame. Last night, he posited that training bones was akin to blacksmithing. By burning away the impurities within the bones and then hammering them, the bones would grow increasingly formidable. Initially skeptical, given past experiences, Brook was persuaded by clone number 1's insistence that it would indeed be effective. He placed his hand bones in the fire for 2 hours, only to realize too late that he had overdone it, reducing his hand bones to mere powder. Had it not been for Jiang Zhe summoning an individual capable of healing injuries, he would have faced the grim prospect of disability. Today's events have escalated to an absurd level. Does he not realize that the powers of the devil fruit become ineffective in the sea? Should he venture into the ocean, and if he were to let his soul escape, he might truly be lost. How can one engage in such a perilous game? It is utterly unplayable. He must seek a new coach, otherwise he is doomed. With this thought in mind, Brook dashed away. Ha ha ha, you cannot escape. Although I possess only half of my original strength, I am still far swifter than you. Come back. As Brook took flight, A mocking voice echoed behind him. In an instant, he felt a grip on his shoulder, and he was lifted high into the air. Bubbles erupted on the surface of the sea. This is dire. Someone, please save me. I cannot breathe. What need does a mere skeleton have for breath? The taunting voice chimed in, and Brooks suddenly realized that aside from his immobilization and overall weakness, he was otherwise unharmed. Indeed, I am but bones. I do not require breath. Oh, enough laughter. Let us commence the training. Are you certain it will be effective? Rest assured, it is guaranteed to be beneficial. The first clone extended a thumb and smiled with a hint of mischief. Chapter 70. Special Training of the Straw Hat Crew on the other side of the island. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A colossal rock suddenly exploded, sending shards flying in all directions, while several small black holes appeared on the ground behind the rock, exuding wisps of black smoke. Staring at the aftermath of his own shot, Frankie stood frozen for a moment before regaining his senses. How amazing! Super! With his feet firmly in a stance, he raised his hands high above his head, flashing a broad grin. A gust of wind swept through, lifting his beach coat and revealing his bare lower half clad only in underpants. Not far from Frankie, on an open patch of sand, Usopp lay sprawled on the ground. His eyes covered with a bandage, his face battered and bruised. I can't take it anymore. I've caught the disease of needing to lie down, or I'll die if I get up. Really? The clone number 3 unleashed its aura, thickening the air around it. Countless small pebbles swirled around the clone. Usopp, lying on the ground, suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere, as if danger loomed. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet, twisting his body and darting erratically across the sandy terrain. Whoosh, bang, whoosh, bang, whoosh. 3 successive sounds of piercing air echoed, followed by the dull thud of solid objects striking flesh. The distant clone number 3 nodded in satisfaction. It hurts so much. Even after being hit, Usopp did not relent. Drawing from his past experiences, he knew that stopping would only invite more stones to rain down upon him. That clone was truly merciless. On the edge of the cliff, Zoro was slowly climbing the steep wall, pausing frequently to ensure the stability of his grip. Beside him floated a figure clad in a robe of crimson clouds. A breeze rustled the flowers and grass along the cliff, causing countless pebbles to tumble down. Startled, Zoro pressed his body against the wall, gripping the sandy earth with all his might. The soil he clung to threatened to give way, but after a flicker of black light, it firmly adhered to the cliff. Zoro breathed a sigh of relief, turning to glance at the figure hovering beside him. For the past 2 days, any gust of wind had nearly sent him plummeting off the cliff. Today, he finally managed to channel the power, as Clone No, for had instructed, ensuring he could cling steadfastly to the cliff without being blown away. Suddenly, a stronger wind surged, and Zoro felt the soil beneath his hands loosening again. He fell once more from the cliff. On the beach, Sanji occasionally glanced over his shoulder, his face displaying a look of horror, oblivious to the fact that he had lost his shoes. Behind him, countless bearded men in dresses were desperately chasing after him. The burly men with bushy beards called out for him to stop and join their games. Clone number 5 stood at the edge of the beach, observing Sanji as he frantically dashed around the sands, flames occasionally flickering beneath his feet, nodding in satisfaction. The method employed by Clone No 1 proved to be quite effective, efficient, and yielding results, without incurring the wrath of the original. In a clearing within the jungle, numerous blazing boilers were neatly arranged. At the center of this scene, Robin sat on a chair, perspiration streaming down her face, eyes closed and breathing heavily, her hands crossed over her lap. Surrounding her were countless giants formed from arms, each holding frying pans, diligently preparing meals atop the boilers. You need to do better and faster. Otherwise, if Luffy over there loses his food supply, he could easily be killed by the original in a moment of carelessness. Upon hearing this, Robin begrudgingly opened her eyes and shot a sideways glance at clone number 6, who wielded a whip. She knew Luffy would not meet his demise, for despite Jiang Zhe's words urging them to brace for death, she sensed he had no intention of actually killing them. However, clone number 6 was exceedingly troublesome. If her pace slowed, the whip would crack against her, accompanied by warnings of dire consequences for the Straw Hat Pirates if she faltered, compelling her to cook incessantly. On the other side of the jungle, beside an arena, several large crates were neatly arranged, imprisoning countless ferocious beasts. All the creatures gazed in terror at the man shouting towards the arena. "Chopper, you wouldn't want the Straw Hat crew to be torn apart in Marineford. Nor would you wish to witness Luffy's despair as he weeps helplessly for Ace, would you?" Clone number 7 bellowed from beneath the arena. Hearing clone number 7's voice, Chopper, now transformed into a colossal moose, felt a spark reignite in his previously dimmed eyes, and a surge of energy coursed through his weary body. "I refuse to," he exclaimed, and with that, he overturned the gorilla that had been pressing down on him. "Roar!" Chopper bellowed to the sky as he rose from the ground. In a pile of rubble, stones lay scattered, forming a tight stone formation with a narrow passageway barely wide enough for a person to pass through. The sharp edges of the stones were positioned toward the passage, stained with sporadic blood and torn fabric. Nami stood at the entrance of this stone arrangement, her wounds bleeding profusely, yet her eyes burned with fierce determination. Taking a deep breath, she charged into the stone formation. Meanwhile, clone number 8 nodded, surprised that Nami, typically appearing delicate and fearful of challenges, could endure so much in dire circumstances. Reflecting on Nami's past, clone number 8 began to understand. At the tender age of 10, she had set sail on her own to earn 100 million berries, continuously plundering the treasures of various pirate crews. It is indeed difficult to fathom how a mere 10-year-old child could survive upon the treacherous seas, navigating through the perils posed by ruthless pirate factions. Meanwhile, on the beach, a resounding crash echoed as a massive humanoid crater appeared in the sand. After a brief moment, Luffy emerged slowly from the depths of the pit, his head drooping, face smeared with dirt, and a trickle of blood cascading down from his crown, staining him crimson. Yet, within his eyes sparkled a gleam of exhilaration. He had begun to grasp the power that Jiang Zhe had spoken of, the energy surging from within, flowing throughout his entire being. "I can feel it, the Conqueror's haki," Luffy exclaimed, raising his head to meet Jiang Zhe's gaze, confidently placing his right thumb against his mouth. Gear forth. In an instant, Luffy transformed into a colossal balloon-like figure, his hair erupting in a wild fashion, and his eyes, limbs, and body adorned with faint black stripes. Upon witnessing Luffy's transformation, Jiang Zhe could not help but chuckle. Truly, he was the child of destiny. Having merely discussed the principles and power of haki with him and sparred for 2 days, Luffy had awakened Gear Forth. Now, Jiang Zhe was curious about what Rayleigh had imparted to him during those 2 years. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged towards Jiang Zhe. Boom! Jiang Zhe, gathering his strength, delivered a punch into the air before him. Luffy was sent hurtling back into the original pit. Chapter 71. The cataclysmic celestial bodies 3 days prior to Ace's execution. On the Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh ambled along the path, a wine jug in his left hand and a pouch of coins in his right, a satisfied expression adorning his face. To his surprise, he had been fortunate at gambling these past few days. Upon his arrival at the Sabaody archipelago, he had masqueraded as a slave, obtaining a sum of money from his purchaser. Initially, he intended to squander this newfound wealth and return to the Isle of Nine Snakes. However, contrary to his expectations, he found himself unable to deplete his funds. In fact, he had even managed to secure a small victory. Had it not been for the image of Shaggy flashing through his mind, he might have continued gambling until his purse was entirely emptied. The mere thought of Shaggy caused Rayleigh's hand, which had been tossing the pouch, to falter momentarily, resulting in the coins tumbling to the ground. What was he to do? He had promised Shaggy he would return within 3 days. If he returned now, he would surely face her wrath. Suddenly, a memory surfaced from the time Shaggy had struck him, a dull ache resonating in his waist. What did Shaggy fancy? The meat of the ferocious beast from that little island. With a clap of his hands, a satisfied smile returned to his face. On an unnamed isle within the Sabaody archipelago, amidst a dense thicket, a series of heavy thuds echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Ha ha, you can't knock me out now, can you? Luffy's upper body swelled, resembling an inflated balloon, hovering above the ground while emitting a series of steaming puffs. His hair stood erect, swaying like seaweed beneath the waves. A white cloud, akin to a slender scarf, draped from beneath his armpits, suspended behind his neck. His arms had also ballooned, the muscles sculpted like marble, radiating a dark sheen. This ebony brilliance extended from his arms to his chest, resembling intricate tattoos, while his legs remained unchanged in size. They too were cloaked in a dark luminescence. Observing Luffy's buoyant form before him, Jiang Zhe felt a smile tug at the corners of his lips. Indeed, he was the child of destiny. In just 7 days, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, unlocking the 4th gear. It is noteworthy that in the original tale, Luffy had trained under Rayleigh for 2 years before achieving the same feat. Jiang Zhe reflected on the experiences of the past week, recalling how Luffy had been knocked unconscious countless times. Yet, following treatment in the path of hell, he had sprung back to life with renewed vigor. Time and again he had fallen, only to rise once more. Ultimately, Luffy had attained a strength equivalent to that of a vice admiral, capable of contending with Jiang Zhe's 5% of power. Truly, he was deserving of the title Child of Fortune. However, Jiang Zhe's aura continued to ascend, as countless grains of sand began to coalesce around him, culminating in a swirling mass that floated in his vicinity. Impressive. You too possess the powers of the Sand fruit? Jiang Zhe did not respond, instead pointing towards Luffy with his right hand and then clenching it. An array of black specks emerged surrounding Luffy. Cataclysmic celestial bodies. Convergence. After Jiang Zhe's gentle whisper, the small black dots began to whirl frantically, drawing the surrounding sand and stones towards Luffy. In no time, countless gleaming black orbs took shape around Luffy, encircling him. This was a new technique created by Jiang Zhe, combining the techniques of ground explosion star and the heavy light rock art. First, he selected sufficiently sturdy objects from the surrounding environment using the heavy light rock art, saturating them with armament hockey. Then, through the gravitational pull of ground explosion star, they converged around the enemy. This was an ideal solution to compensate for his weakness in long-range attacks and lack of offensive power. Is this your new technique, Circle Eye? It doesn't seem particularly special, Luffy remarked, examining the black orbs swirling around him with curiosity. Since your armament hockey training is nearly complete, let us commence training in observation hockey. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Zhe closed his eyes. The black orbs surrounding Luffy began to stir restlessly. As he observed the agitated orbs, a subtle sense of danger washed over Luffy, causing his demeanor to shift from carefree to serious. Suddenly, one of the small orbs launched toward him with great speed. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, and Luffy was sent flying once more, crashing to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. The black orbs, undeterred, continued to hover above where he had fallen. As the dust settled, Luffy rose from the crater, his right arm hanging limply, crimson blood oozing from his palm. Feeling the pain in his hand, he raised it before his eyes. Disbelief etched on his face. Despite having enveloped his palm in armament hockey, he had not anticipated being pierced by Circle Eye. It seemed he had underestimated its power. A smile crept onto Luffy's lips, igniting a newfound determination within him. Come on, Circle Eye. As soon as Luffy's words left his lips, countless black orbs surged toward him. Before long, he lay on the ground, dazed, with numerous wounds adorning his body, blood flowing from him in rivulets, pooling beneath him like crimson streams. Observing the pitiful sight of Luffy sprawled on the ground, Jiang Zhe nodded in satisfaction, preparing to summon the Hell Path from his storage scroll when a voice interrupted him. What are you doing? The voice brimmed with uncontainable fury. Upon hearing it, Jiang Zhe abandoned the summoning and turned to face its source. Emerging from the eastern thicket was Rayleigh, his expression grave and filled with ire. Rayleigh, having missed his return time with Shucky due to gambling, feared her wrath and had intended to hunt some of her favorite beast meat on this island. Strangely, all the beasts on this island seem to possess some degree of armament hockey. Perhaps it is due to their mastery of Haushika hockey that their flesh is rendered more exquisite and delectable. Not only does Shaki relish this delicacy, but he too finds it quite enjoyable. It presents a perfect opportunity to both apologize to Shaki and indulge his own culinary cravings. Why not seize the moment? However, upon his arrival on the island, he immediately sensed a formidable presence emanating from its depths, compelling him to approach. To his dismay, he found Luffy, bloodied and defeated, lying on the ground. He could no longer contain himself. After all, Luffy is the chosen heir of Shanks, destined to fulfill the captain's dying wish. The scoundrel who assaulted Luffy is someone Rayleigh is all too familiar with, a fortunate escapee from Impel Down, yet who bestowed upon him the audacity to inflict such harm upon Luffy. The attire he donned is eerily reminiscent of that worn by the individual who previously murdered a celestial dragon. It appears he is also a restless spirit. Today, Rayleigh shall rid the seas of this menace and restore tranquility to the ocean. With this thought in mind, Rayleigh slowly unsheathed his sword from his waist, his aura steadily rising. Chapter 72. The thunderous Rayleigh in the heart of the jungle. Jiang Zhe gazed upon Rayleigh, a flicker of joy igniting within him. After all, during their encounter on Fishman Island, Jack's capabilities were insufficient to gauge his current prowess. Katakuri, too, had been rather timid, depriving him of any opportunity to further assess his strength. Now, with Rayleigh present, who could serve as a better benchmark for testing his abilities? Contemplating this, a rare smile graced Jiang Zhe's lips as he lifted his gaze, his eyes piercingly fixed on Rayleigh. An aura, almost tangible, surged forth, stirring the very winds around them, lifting dust and debris in swirling eddies that encircled Rayleigh. Rayleigh gradually widened his eyes, a glimmer of crimson light flashing within them. At the moment his eyes reached their fullest extent, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, as if struck by an unseen force. Suddenly, an invisible pressure erupted from Rayleigh, hurtling directly towards Jiang Zhe. The momentum surged forth, displacing the air and conjuring a tempest. In an instant, the surrounding grasses bowed low, trees swayed, and dust billowed, resembling the chaotic aftermath of a hurricane. Meanwhile, Luffy, who had been sprawled on the ground, sensed the disturbance and, groggy, opened his eyes. Yet almost immediately, he shut them again as the sand and debris whipped against his face, causing discomfort. Before long, the intangible pressure, laden with countless particles of dirt and debris, surged toward Jiang Zhe. As he beheld the apocalyptic scene before him, he remained unperturbed, his lips parting slightly. Earth Explosion Star, a minuscule black dot materialized between Jiang Zhe and Rayleigh, whirling fervently. The swirling mass of dirt and fragments, once caught in the pressure, was drawn towards the dot, leaving Jiang Zhe's vicinity astonishingly clear. From a distance, Rayleigh's lips curled into a smile. The essence of his attack was not merely the debris engulfed by the pressure, but rather the sheer dominance of his conqueror as haki. With a powerful surge, the invisible force collided with Jiang Zhe, ruffling his hair and the crimson cloak draping over him. Yet, Rayleigh's smile soon faltered. The scenario he had envisioned, Jiang Zhe collapsing under the weight of his haki, perhaps even losing consciousness, failed to unfold. Instead, Jiang Zhe stood unmoved, as if untouched by the tempest, while the aura infused with haki merely tousled his hair and cloak like a gentle breeze. Gradually, Rayleigh's expression normalized, and a smile reemerged. He had not anticipated such fortitude from this newcomer. Without delay, Rayleigh brandished his sword. A colossal white blade of light manifested along the edge, its formidable force warping the surrounding air, causing the blade's outline to bend and twist. With a whoosh, the blade of light erupted from Rayleigh's sword, shattering the air and generating a whirlwind that pressed the nearby flora to the ground. The piercing sound of the blade slicing through the air harmonized with the distant crashing of waves against the rocks, creating a symphony that resonated beautifully in the air. Boom! A tremendous collision reverberated through the air. Jiang Zhe's hands, now darkened, collided directly with Rayleigh's swordlight. To avoid being sent flying by the force of the strike, Jiang Zhe firmly rooted his feet to the ground. Nevertheless, the immense impact propelled him several paces back, leaving two elongated furrows etched into the earth, which extended until they finally ceased beneath his feet. Jiang Zhe felt a sharp pain in his arms and glanced down to inspect the injury. A deep gash marred his forearms, crimson droplets of blood cascading down towards the ground. It is worth noting that Jiang Zhe had cultivated his observation hockey to an advanced level, merely a step away from the highest echelon. Yet he had not anticipated that Rayleigh could inflict such a wound with a single strike. Indeed, the prowess of the seasoned masters is formidable. However, could this not serve as a better means to assess his own strength? A faint smile graced Jiang Zhe's lips as he gradually lowered his arms. The wounds on his forearms began to mend at a visible rate. In a short while, both arms appeared as good as new. Had it not been for the torn fabric of his robe, which served as a reminder of the previous injury, one might easily assume these were unscathed limbs. From a distance, Rayleigh noticed beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had not anticipated Jiang Zhe's formidable strength, capable of withstanding a 7/10 force of a slash. This was, after all, the maximum strength he could exert without aggravating his own injuries. Should he apply even more force, it might very well jeopardize his life. Moreover, Jiang Zhe possessed the ability to heal himself, making it a daunting task to secure victory through mere combat. However, Rayleigh turned his gaze towards the ground where Luffy lay. Luffy was the heir to the captain's will. He could not allow him to perish here. Captain Roger had entrusted him with his life to fight for this dream. It was a chance to repay the kindness shown to him. With this thought, Rayleigh's aura surged to its peak. Seeing Rayleigh's serious demeanor ignited excitement in Jiang Zhe. Countless grains of sand and debris whirled around him. Earth-exploding stars, group, he called out, as numerous small Earth-exploding stars formed around Rayleigh. Observing this scene, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Rayleigh's mouth. Young man, relying solely on your fruit abilities will not suffice. Physical prowess is the foundation of strength in this world. As soon as Rayleigh's words fell, his figure vanished amidst the swarm of Earth-exploding stars. How swift! Jiang Zhe's heart raced. In the blink of an eye, a flash of sword light appeared beside him. Heavy rock technique. Jiang Zhe soared directly into the sky, reappearing behind Rayleigh. Simultaneously, the previously formed Earth-exploding stars circled around Rayleigh once more. Gazing at Jiang Zhe ascending into the sky, along with the emergence of the Earth-exploding stars, Rayleigh's expression froze in astonishment. He had only witnessed such a technique once before. That was the Golden Lion. Could it be that the old lion has met his demise? Ha ha ha. Allow this vessel of the old world to carve a path for the ships of the new world. Upon uttering these words, Rayleigh's aura intensified with formidable intensity. In the distance, Jiang Zhe raised his right hand and gently clenched it. The celestial bodies that had once swirled around Rayleigh now surged toward him with relentless force. Observing the oncoming barrage, a disdainful smile crept upon Rayleigh's lips. With a thunderous roar, the entire forest was engulfed in a radiant display of sword light, dust swirling in every direction. As the haze settled, the sight revealed countless trees toppled, some cleaved in half, others severed at the waist. Except for the ground where Luffy lay and where Rayleigh stood, the earth was marred with a myriad of deep and shallow furrows, as if a child had recklessly plowed a field with a wayward ox. Jiang Zhe's snow-white robe was now tattered, his body marked with numerous wounds of varying severity. The celestial bodies that had encircled Rayleigh were now entirely obliterated. Meanwhile, Rayleigh's robe remained pristine, untouched by the chaos surrounding him. Were it not for the beads of sweat upon his brow and his slightly labored breaths, one might assume that the earlier display of sword light had no connection to him. He appeared merely as an old man, unremarkable and frail. Suddenly, Rayleigh's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated intently on Jiang Zhe's direction. He beheld the miraculous sight of Jiang Zhe's injuries gradually vanishing, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gazed back at Rayleigh. Chapter 73. Rayleigh, you wouldn't want to... After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Zhe gradually began to recover from his injuries. He had a rough understanding of the level of his current strength. While he could not compare to the robust Rayleigh of his youth, he felt capable of contending with the older version of him, and if he were a bit unscrupulous, he might even defeat them by exploiting their frailty. Drawing from the original text, where Rayleigh and Kizaru exchanged blows, Jiang Zhe realized he could likely hold his own against an admiral for a time. However, unlike Rayleigh, they were still in their prime. and a prolonged battle would inevitably lead to his defeat. Rayleigh, what are you doing? Just as Rayleigh and Jiang Zhe continued their standoff, a feeble voice emerged from the ground. Luffy? Both Jiang Zhe and Rayleigh turned their gazes toward Luffy, who was slowly coming to. During his unconscious state, he had a vague sensation urging him to awaken. It felt as if someone were whispering in his ear, "Wake up, wake up, otherwise you will perish." After much struggle, Luffy finally roused from his stupor. To his surprise, he found Rayleigh and Jiang Zhe locked in a fierce confrontation. At that moment, the normally oblivious Luffy suddenly became astute, quickly deducing that the scene before him was likely a result of his own actions. He hurriedly called out to Rayleigh and Jiang Zhe. Cough, cough, cough. After a series of coughs, Luffy expelled a mouthful of blood, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He promptly looked up at Rayleigh. Uncle Rayleigh, you've misunderstood. Jiang Zhe was just helping me train. I want to rescue Ace quickly. Rayleigh was taken aback by Luffy's words. He had assumed Luffy was being bullied, but it turned out to be a figment of his own imagination. Jiang Zhe was merely assisting Luffy in his training. For a moment, Rayleigh felt a twinge of embarrassment. Simultaneously, he cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Zhe, as if to say, "Why didn't you say something sooner?" Cough, cough, cough. After relaxing, Rayleigh could no longer suppress his coughing fit, using his sword for support. Uncle Rayleigh. Luffy strained to look at Rayleigh's condition. Upon witnessing Luffy's awakening and the revelation of the truth, Jiang Zhe recognized that the fight could not continue. He felt a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, there were more pressing matters at hand. He still needed to train Luffy in hockey. With a soft thud, the Hell Path was summoned by Jiang Zhe. In no time, under the healing powers of the Hell Path, Luffy regained his vitality and resumed training in hockey with Jiang Zhe. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, seated nearby, was astonished to see Luffy rejuvenated so quickly by the treatment. He had never witnessed such rapid healing abilities throughout his many years of seafaring. What kind of power is this? Rayleigh mused as he uncorked his flask and took a swig. Subsequently, Luffy directly unleashed his fourth gear, leaving Rayleigh so astonished that he failed to notice the wine spilling onto the ground. It had been less than a month since he last parted ways with Luffy. Previously, Luffy did not even possess the rudiments of hockey, relying solely on his fervent spirit to engage in battle. Rayleigh had initially intended to keep Luffy on Sabaody Archipelago for training, hoping to at least enable him to master the basics of armament hockey before venturing into the Grand Line. However, considering the arduous nature of awakening armament hockey, which could consume considerable time, Rayleigh abandoned this notion. After all, impeding a promising young man's journey was hardly a commendable act. Yet now, Luffy's mastery of armament hockey appeared to have reached an advanced level, as if he had trained for 2.5 years. How had he accomplished this? Turning to Jiang Zhe, Rayleigh's eyes brimmed with speculation. Jiang Zhe, observing Luffy being relentlessly bombarded by the celestial barrage, nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, he turned to Rayleigh. Wasn't Rayleigh the vice-captain of the Pirate King? And wasn't Ace the son of the Pirate King? What reason did Rayleigh have not to rescue Ace? Merely sending Luffy to stall Garp felt somewhat precarious. If Garp ultimately disregarded Luffy and sought to thwart him, all would be for naught. Now, with Rayleigh present, his safety net had materialized. With this thought in mind, Jiang Zhe approached Rayleigh directly. Mr. Rayleigh, are you aware of who Ace is? Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with bewilderment, even setting aside the bottle of wine he had brought to his lips. Ace. Wasn't he the captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division? Who else could it be? No, wait. The name Ace seemed rather familiar. Wasn't he at the name of Captain Roger S. Sword? He recalled Roger mentioning that his future son would be named Ace. Could it be? Rayleigh turned, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Jiang Zhe, his eyes wide with shock. Jiang Zhe, witnessing the transformation of Rayleigh's expression, understood that Rayleigh had deduced Ace's lineage. Indeed, it is exactly as you surmise. How can this be? The wine bottle slipped from Rayleigh's grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground, the liquid scattering across the floor. Yes, Uncle Rayleigh, Ace is indeed the son of the Pirate King. A faint voice resonated, followed by a cry of anguish. The figure of hell approached Luffy's side, tending to his injuries. Initially, Rayleigh had harbored doubts about Jiang Zhe's words, but now, hearing it from Luffy himself, he was convinced. Yet what did Jiang Zhe mean by his current statement? Rayleigh lifted his gaze to Jiang Zhe. Mr. Rayleigh, you surely would not wish for Roger to lose both his son and his successor, would you? Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Rayleigh's countenance darkened considerably, a familiar intensity returning to his demeanor. Jiang Zhe remained steadfast, unwavering in his resolve. Very well, you have prevailed. What exactly do you desire? Rayleigh's imposing presence diminished, and he addressed Jiang Zhe. Nothing much. I merely wish to propose a transaction. As long as you agree, I assure you that Ace and Luffy will remain safe and sound. Moreover, I can heal your wounds. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Rayleigh was taken aback. His injuries? How did Jiang Zhe come to know about them? If he could indeed cure his ailments, he would not be so cautious out of fear of exacerbating his condition. Speak. What is it that you desire? After pondering for a considerable time, Rayleigh looked up at Jiang Zhe. Nothing much. I merely need you to assist Luffy and the others in restraining Carp during the battle. What do you think? Quite simple, isn't it? Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's request, Rayleigh was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated a more arduous demand, yet this was all it entailed. It had been quite some time since his old bones had seen action. As for the agreement between Roger and the Navy, there was no need for adherence. Luffy and Ace were on the brink of demise. Rayleigh recalled the scene where Roger, in exchange for his surrender, secured a promise from the Navy to cease their pursuit of the other pirate crews. Ha ha! Very well. I accept your terms. However, you must uphold your promise, for if you fail to do so, I shall not hesitate to pursue you, even at the cost of my own life. But what is your true motive behind this? I simply wish to make the Navy feel pain. Feel pain? Rayleigh lifted his gaze to Jiang Zhe, curiosity shimmering in his eyes. Chapter 74. Before the execution, 6 hours remain until Ace's execution. Sabaody Archipelago. Yesterday, the world government had already established live communication with Din Din Mushi at Sabaody Archipelago. A grand screen was set up in the largest square, surrounded by naval soldiers on guard. Countless individuals gathered before the live broadcast, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the execution. Across the globe, similar scenes unfolded in countless squares. On an uncharted island of Sabaody Archipelago, Jiang Zhe, are you not leaving yet? Ace's execution is about to begin, Luffy exclaimed. Anxiety etched upon his face as he gazed at Jiang Zhe. When Rayleigh brought news that the live broadcast of Ace's execution was ready, Luffy could no longer remain still, persistently urging Jiang Zhe to hurry. Do not fret. Let us wait for Zoro and the others, Jiang Zhe replied calmly. Right? I shall go urge them. Luffy grinned foolishly, scratched his head, and vanished from Jiang Zhe's sight in an instant. Rayleigh, witnessing Luffy's antics, took a swig from his flask and burst into hearty laughter. On the Moby Dick, Dad, we are all prepared. Jozu stood at the forefront of the crowd, excitement radiating from him as he looked at Whitebeard, who was adorned with intravenous drips. Behind Jozu, Vista wore a worried expression, casting anxious glances at Whitebeard. Gururara, since we are ready, let's set forth. We shall bring Ace home, Whitebeard declared, and as his voice faded, 3 warships that had been monitoring the Moby Dick suddenly erupted in flames. The sky was illuminated by the fiery explosions, causing the sea to gleam with a ghostly glow. The successive blasts heightened the excitement among the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco, come with me. Whitebeard feigned weakness as he made his way to his cabin, with Marco closely following. Inside the room, Marco, have we established contact with Jiang Zhe? Whitebeard inquired. That we have. Jiang Zhe told me to proceed without concern. He will join us later. Our task is to keep the 3 admirals occupied. Marco replied. Hearing this, Whitebeard fell into contemplation, still unaware of Jiang Zhe's true plan. However, they had their own objective, to rescue Ace. Thus, regardless of Jiang Zhe's arrival, they had to press on. Gururara, let us not worry about Jiang Zhe. We shall follow our own plan. I refuse to believe that the Navy can impede me from rescuing Ace with my current strength. Whitebeard tightly gripped his naginata, exhilaration coursing through him. He could hardly contain his eagerness to unleash chaos. Having just regained his peak strength, he yearned to test his abilities. had promised Jiang Zhe not to reveal his recovery before the battle commenced. He had been holding back, daring only to experiment with his powers under the cover of night. Indeed, it felt just as it did in his youth. He was now eager to witness the expressions on the faces of his old friends, Garp and Sengoku, when they beheld his true strength. Gururara. In the office of Marshal Marineford, all generals of vice admiral rank and above sat with grave expressions, their attention fixed on Sengoku. Is this the final deployment plan? Do you have any objections? He inquired. None, came a unanimous reply. Very well. Everyone, return to your posts and prepare. This time, we must ensure that the Whitebeard pirates face utter defeat. With that, the generals rose from their seats and gradually exited the marshal's office. Oh dear, how terrifying! Exclaimed Kizuru, addressing the disheveled figure beside him, who sported a deep green eye patch and bore an appearance of perpetual drowsiness, clad in navy attire. Kizaru yawned widely, seemingly ignoring the conversation. Youngsters these days truly lack respect for their elders. Kizaru exaggeratedly lamented, choosing not to further disturb Kizaru. Kizaru, you must maintain a sense of seriousness, admonished Akainu, removing his cigar with a stern countenance. Relax, there's no need to be overly tense, Kizaru replied, though his expression shifted to one of gravity, his previously carefree stride becoming markedly more formal. Within the office, only Sengoku and Tsuru remained. What is the situation? Is Garp still unwilling to leave Ace's side? Tsuru sighed deeply at Sengoku's words. You are aware of Garp's character, but what can be done? The world government has issued orders, and most importantly, Ace is the offspring of that man. I cannot fathom Garp's audacity. We must trust in Garp's sense of justice. If I did not believe in him, I would not have allowed him to accompany Ace. After this exchange, both Sengoku and Tsuru fell into a contemplative silence, their gazes meeting without words. After a lengthy pause, Tsuru asked, have you verified the information from CP0? It should be accurate. The photographs we captured of the Whitebeard pirates from our 3 surveilling warships clearly show Whitebeard still connected to Forge Rips. You know, if Whitebeard were in good health, his temperament would not permit him to endure such indignities. He would have torn them off long ago. And what are the 3 destroyed warships? For the sake of justice. At Sengoku's words, Tsuru fell silent once more. Not far from Impel Down, on the surface of the sea, a massive raft floated. Upon it stood 5 individuals and a horse. Captain, I hadn't anticipated that we couldn't simply enter Impel Down now. What shall we do? Inquired a stout man wearing a top hat, adorned with large circular earrings, his deep red lips contrasting with his flowery attire and black suspenders. He held a cane and wore a broad grin while addressing a scruffy, toothless individual in a sailor's hat. Ha! Don't worry, Lafayette. This is merely a small part of the plan. We have other matters to attend to, which we can discuss later. Upon hearing Blackbeard's words, Lafitte offered a salute and then stood beside him with a broad smile. After comforting Lafitte, Blackbeard's expression darkened. Damn Jiang Zhe. If it weren't for him, Impel Down would not have fallen under the control of the world government, making it impossible for them to infiltrate the facility. He had originally intended to recruit some formidable allies in Impel Down, just like the infamous rocks he had often heard about, possessing the strongest companions in the world. To his dismay, after the world government took over Impel Down, the level of scrutiny was so stringent that even before they entered, they could sense eyes upon them. Damn it. However, they had other plans to pursue and would have to temporarily abandon the idea of recruiting allies. Let us move, lads. To Marineford. In the control room of Impel Down, an officer inquired, Sir, should we notify the Navy? What is there to notify? Isn't it perfectly normal for the warlords to go to Marineford to assist the Navy against the Whitebeard pirates? But there are no buts. Just focus on your duties. The world government has other arrangements. Chapter 75. Testing Strength Mary Geos, Panga City, Hall of Authority. Saint Satan, do we have any plans for the Divine Knights to assist the Navy in resisting the Whitebeard pirates? This time, we need not trouble ourselves. Lord M has decreed that we shall not intervene. Upon hearing Saint Satan's words, Saint Nasu Shuru fell into silence. Could it be that Lord M is dissatisfied with the Navy? The Navy has increasingly become disobedient, and their power continues to grow. This time, we must weaken their strength. Disobedient dogs only need a lesson and a few days of hunger. Agreed. Ha ha ha. Not far from Impel Down, on a small island, the leader, Drago, has pinpointed Luffy's whereabouts. They're on a small island in the Sabati archipelago, alongside members of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Pirate King Rayleigh, and Jiang Zhe. Should we go and bring him here? A cloaked figure gazed at Drago. No, we cannot impede the bonds of true men. Ha ha ha. However, Drago abruptly waved his hand, interrupting the cloaked figure's thoughts, and turned to his companion, Sabo. Sabo, what do you think of this matter? Sabo, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing Drago's voice, turning to him with eyes filled with gratitude. Leader Drago, I truly thank you. Seeing Sabo's expression, Drago understood what he wanted to say and promptly cut him off. At the same time, a flicker of disappointment crossed Drago's gaze. He had high hopes for Sabo, nurturing him as a successor. Even when compared to Luffy, Sabo held a slight edge. After all, one is his son, while the other is the inheritor of his will. For someone like him, who engages in monumental endeavors, the most crucial aspect is whether his will is being passed on. His inquiry into Sabo's thoughts was not to elicit gratitude, but to impart a lesson on how to relinquish unnecessary burdens in situations where loss is inevitable. Unexpectedly, Sabo still failed to grasp this. He still needed time to mature. Drago shook his head, no longer looking at Sabo, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of myriad, Sabati archipelago, on an unknown small island. Jiang Zhe, I have gathered everyone. A resounding voice echoed from afar. Soon after, the bushes before Jiang Zhe parted to reveal a gap. Luffy sprang out swiftly from the opening. Before long, the entire Straw Hat crew emerged one by one, each adorned with scars yet radiating exuberance. Rayleigh had paused, his hand holding the wine jug halted midair. He had initially thought Jiang Zhe was merely training Luffy. Little did he know that Jiang Zhe had trained all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates together. However, how did Jiang Zhe manage to train such a multitude of individuals single-handedly? Moreover, the aura emanating from each person clearly indicates remarkable progress. I recall my initial impression of them. Although they appeared spirited, they hardly resembled members of a billion-strong pirate crew. I found myself contemplating the unfortunate fate that might befall such promising juniors upon entering the new world, wishing to impart some guidance. Yet, considering the adventurous spirit of youth, I refrained from intervening. Now they seem transformed, as if reborn, and this change has occurred in merely a few days. Rayleigh turned a glance at Jiang Zhe, finally raising the flask in his hand to take a sip of wine. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, why are you laughing? Luffy asked, puzzled, as he observed Rayleigh's mirth. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit happy, Rayleigh replied with a twinkle in his eye. Shall we set off now? Upon hearing Rayleigh's response, Luffy turned to Jiang Zhe with eager anticipation. Jiang Zhe, however, paid no heed to Luffy. His aura surged forth, an invisible force seemingly transforming into tangible hands that lifted the earth and sand around him, forming a barrier of stones and grit. A gentle breeze arose, causing the surrounding grass and trees to sway. Let me test your progress. As soon as Jiang Zhe's voice faded, the Straw Hat crew swiftly dispersed, taking up various positions, each face alight with eager smiles. Let us go, they shouted in unison, their voices resonating powerfully enough to startle the birds and beasts hidden in the nearby thicket. Witnessing the Straw Hat's momentum, Jiang Zhe nodded silently in approval. It seemed that the memories of his avatars had not deceived him. All members of the Straw Hat Pirates had indeed made significant strides in strength. Rayleigh quietly distanced himself from the battlefield, standing beneath a nearby tree, a smile gracing his face as he observed the scene. Earth exploding stars, group, Jiang Zhe intoned softly, raising his right hand in a firm grip. Small points began to form around the Straw Hat crew. Just as the Earth exploding stars were about to take shape, a voice rang out from Jiang Zhe's left side. Super, Firebird exploding star. A bird made of flames shot towards Jiang Zhe. The attack was initiated by Usopp, who donned goggles. I can already predict your next move. All I need to do is interrupt your spell. A smug grin spread across Usopp's face, revealing his gleaming teeth. Unfortunately, While the thought was astute, it would prove ineffective against me. Jiang Zhe lifted his left hand, aiming at the incoming Firebird star, preparing to absorb it. Suddenly, countless arms sprouted from his left hand, attempting to suppress it. Yet, they were utterly futile. Jiang Zhe's immense strength effortlessly tore the arms apart. Yikes! A soft cry of pain escaped from Robin's lips. Utilizing the Hana no Mi allows one to sprout organs from any part of her body. But this ability is not without its consequences. The sensations and injuries inflicted upon those organs are burdens she must bear. Just moments ago, Robin attempted to forcibly interrupt Jiang Zhe's skill with her own strength, only to find herself utterly overmatched, resulting in her arm being torn asunder by him. The searing pain coursed through her, eliciting a cry of anguish. Upon hearing Robin's wail, Frankie felt a surge of urgency. He immediately raised his arm, aiming it at Jiang Zhe. In recent days, under the tutelage of Jiang Zhe's clone, he had absorbed a wealth of mechanical knowledge and upgraded all the weaponry at his disposal, which now predominantly comprised laser technology. With a swift motion, a laser beam shot forth from the palm of Frankie's left hand, hurtling directly towards Jiang Zhe. Observing Jiang Zhe's nonchalant demeanor, Frankie felt a pang of panic. After all, he had been rigorously testing the power of his lasers, capable of shattering even the largest boulders with a single strike. He feared that Jiang Zhe might sustain an injury from his laser. Quick dodge! Frankie exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 76. Satisfied Jiang Zhe before Frankie could complete his words. The laser struck first, targeting Jiang Zhe ahead of the Firebird. The anticipated scene of Jiang Zhe being injured did not materialize. The laser hit him as if water were merging into the vast ocean, creating not a single ripple. Following this, the Firebird, originally aimed at Jiang Zhe by Usopp, arrived before him. Jiang Zhe raised his left hand, and a small black vortex manifested before it, absorbing the entire Firebird. Both the Firebird and the laser required energy, a domain that Jiang Zhe's hungry ghost path could aptly consume. However, he could also sense the approximate attack power of Usopp and Frankie from the absorbed energy. Their strength seemed to align with that of a commander, sufficient for self-preservation in the upcoming war, provided they did not provoke someone vastly superior. Let's go all out. Upon witnessing Jiang Zhe absorb both the Firebird and the laser, Luffy recognized the depth of Jiang Zhe's power. His prior concern that they might injure Jiang Zhe by attacking together was now unfounded. Hearing Luffy's words, the Straw Hat crew exchanged glances and nodded, eager to witness the progress of their comrade. After all, they themselves had made significant strides over the past week, and they believed their ally had as well. Fourth gear, Luffy exclaimed, instantly transforming into his balloon form. Zoro silently drew his 3 swords, while Sanji lifted his right foot, which gleamed with radiant light. Usopp quickly found cover and retrieved a mechanical sphere from his backpack. Robin crossed her arms, and an angel formed of arms appeared behind her. Chopper roared, his fur thickening as his body gradually expanded. Yo-ho-ho! After his laughter, Brook slowly unsheathed his sword, for which an icy aura emanated. Frankie regained his combat stance from his previous pose, his chest opening to reveal a massive glow. Nami rushed to Usopp's side, extracting a multitude of mechanical creations from his backpack to tinker with. Onward, my comrades, Luffy declared, observing that his companions were prepared for the assault. With that, he propelled himself toward Jiang Zhe, his feet expelling air. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates followed suit, charging into the attack. Seeing the onslaught approaching from all directions, Jiang Zhe remained calm, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed his 7 days of effort had not gone in vain. He believed the Straw Hats would indeed astonish everyone during the war. Yet, he felt it was essential to demonstrate the disparity in their strengths, for they would require his assistance in the subsequent mission to sink myriad. Should they misjudge their own capabilities and perish in the war, his investment would be squandered. Feel the pain, Jiang Zhe muttered softly. Simultaneously, he activated the technique of light and heavy rock, gradually ascending into the air as the surrounding sand, stones, and withered leaves followed Jiang Zhe into the sky. At this moment, Jiang Zhe resembled the eye of a storm, drawing not only the gaze of all, but also the very essence of everything around him. The Earth exploding star, group, countless black orbs congregated in the vicinity. Boom, bang, crash. In an instant, a cacophony of collisions, explosions, and falls intertwined, with flames, smoke, debris, and remnants scattering in all directions. It took a considerable time for the chaos to subside. Jiang Zhe slowly descended from the sky. The ground was pockmarked with smoking black craters, irregularly scattered and varying in size. The surrounding flora and trees were ravaged beyond recognition. The once lush green grass had either turned to ashes or was shrouded in dust. Delicate flowers had lost their brilliance, missing petals here and there, with some even falling to the ground, buried beneath the soil. Trees nearby were severed at their trunks, collapsing onto the ground, lamenting their own destruction. In the distance, branches lay broken, and leaves had fallen, no longer the vibrant greenery of before. The members of the Straw Hat crew were all sprawled on the ground, bearing injuries of varying degrees. The triumphant expressions they had just moments ago had vanished, replaced by the stark realization of their disparity with Jiang Zhe. Despite their significant advancements, they found themselves utterly powerless. Jiang Zhe's attire remained pristine. Rayleigh observed Jiang Zhe and the fallen Straw Hat crew, a smile breaking across his face. He understood Jiang Zhe's mindset. After all, war is no jest, and without a proper attitude, one could easily perish in battle. However, he had slightly underestimated Jiang Zhe, for even he could not maintain such composure against the current Straw Hat pirates. It would undoubtedly require considerable effort to subdue them all. This also served as a testament to Jiang Zhe's formidable teaching prowess. After descending to the ground, Jiang Zhe, pleased with the expressions of the Straw Hat crew, nodded in satisfaction. He then summoned the Path of Hell to heal them. 3 hours before Ace's execution, aboard the Sunny. Rayleigh, are we utterly useless? Luffy leaned against the railing, gazing at the distant sea. He felt no joy from his recent power increase. Instead, he felt somewhat diminished. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Rayleigh understood the source of Luffy's distress. Jiang Zhe's strength had intimidated him. Ha ha ha. Luffy, your strength has improved significantly, but primarily, Jiang Zhe's power surpasses yours by a considerable margin. You will eventually catch up to him, so do not dwell on it too much. With that, Rayleigh took a swig from his flask, savoring the drink before a smile crept across his lips. Luffy, what is your dream? The moment Luffy heard Rayleigh's question, he perked up. Indeed, he was destined to become the Pirate King. How could he falter here? I'm going to be the Pirate King. Luffy raised his hands high and shouted towards the distant sea. The school of fish that had been trailing their ship scattered in response to his voice. Meanwhile, on the surface of the water, a cerulean shark fin slowly submerged. The Straw Hat crew, who had been lost in thought throughout the Sunny, smiled upon hearing Luffy's call. They had come to terms with their defeat at the hands of Jiang Zhe. After all, they were never truly a match for him. In just 7 short days, they had made significant progress, yet the notion of surpassing Jiang Zhe still seemed like a distant dream. Luffy, however, was different. He aspired to be the king of pirates and had always yearned to be the strongest. Thus, his defeat would undoubtedly weigh heavily on him. They had been concerned about Luffy's mental state, but it appeared that he remained true to himself. Thank you, Uncle Rayleigh, I understand now. Rayleigh lifted his flask once more, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the direction in which the Sunny was sailing, lost in his own contemplations. Chapter 77, Departure from Marineford, Marshal's Office. Xiaohe, how is it? Have our men managed to locate the Moby Dick again? Sengoku inquired with concern as he observed the crane-like figure entering the room. Xiaohe glanced at Sengoku and shook his head. The sight of Xiaohe's negative response brought a tinge of disappointment to Sengoku's demeanor. However, he soon regained his composure. Their navy had prepared for everything, and retreat was no longer an option. While it would be advantageous to discern the movements of the Whitebeard pirates, not knowing was also a reality they must accept. This battle was inevitable. He had consolidated the full might of the navy, and no other factions dared to intervene. Even if a couple of Whitebeard's men showed up, they would be swiftly dealt with by the navy. Moreover, Whitebeard appeared to be on the brink of death. Yet, during the battle, it was imperative to remind Aokiji and the others to exercise caution. After all, a dying tiger is the most fearsome of all. The concern lingered that Whitebeard might take a general down with him in his final moments, which would be a devastating blow to the Navy. A situation that could lead to more losses than gains. By the way, Xiaohe, what are the thoughts of the world government? Sengoku suddenly recalled the attitude of the Gorosei when he sought their assistance prior to this conflict. The execution of Ace and the live broadcast were their propositions. Yet when he requested aid, the Gorosei had evaded him with various excuses. He was still unwilling to give up and contemplated reaching out to the Gorosei through other channels. Or was it that the world government was too preoccupied to assist? Hearing Xiaohe's words, Sengoku let out a deep sigh. It seemed the Gorosei wished to diminish the Navy's strength. He recalled Xiaohe's previous speculations and looked up at him, understanding Sengoku's unspoken thoughts. Xiaohe nodded gravely. Sighing deeply, Sengoku sat in a daze on his chair. Observing this, Xiaohe approached and placed a reassuring hand on Sengoku's shoulder. Let's proceed to the square, Xiaohe. Under Xiaohe's encouragement, Sengoku regained his vigor. 1 hour before Ace's execution, Marineford Square, Sengoku stood atop a high platform, surveying the neatly arranged Navy soldiers below him, an aura of grandeur emanating from his being. Let the world witness our performance. After a moment of reflection, Sengoku grasped the din mushi nearby. Everyone, take your positions. The execution is about to commence. In an instant, all the soldiers began to mobilize, aligning themselves in their designated spots. Fufufu. Don Quixote da Flamingo, clad in his flamboyant pink attire, observed the disciplined formation of the Navy soldiers, bursting into laughter. Before arriving at Marineford, he had received word from his informants that the world government had not dispatched any forces to assist the Navy. One could easily foresee a significant decline in the Navy's strength following this battle. It was the perfect opportunity for him to expand his own influence. It remains uncertain whether the Whitebeard pirates will be vanquished here. If so, it would present the Don Quixote family with an unparalleled opportunity. Upon the elevated platform, a naval soldier rushed to the forefront, addressing Admiral Sengoku with urgency. Admiral, the Whitebeard Pirates' Grand Fleet is nearing Marineford. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's demeanor turned grave. Have you spotted the Moby Dick? No. It has seemingly vanished. Since the last monitoring vessel was destroyed, there's been no sign of it. Continue the observation. After the soldier departed, Sengoku sighed deeply and brought the transponder snail to his lips. Bring out Ace. He then took his seat upon the platform, an expression of solemnity etched upon his face. Observing Sengoku's countenance, Akainu extracted a cigar from his pocket, ignited it, and placed it between his lips as he approached the edge of the platform. Akiji lifted his eye patch to his forehead, stifling a deep yawn as he followed Akainu. Oh dear, how terrifying, Kizaru remarked with a sardonic twist of his lips, trailing behind them. Akainu, wait a moment, I have a task to assign to you. Just as Akainu was about to descend the platform, Sengoku rose from his seat, calling out to him. Akainu turned back, a look of confusion on his face. Sengoku glanced at Akiji and Kizaru beside Akainu. The two, understanding the unspoken cue, directly descended the platform, leaving only Sengoku, Tsu, and Akainu atop. Sengoku produced a piece of paper from his breast pocket and extended it towards Akainu. What is it that you require of me? After scrutinizing the intelligence on the paper, Akainu looked at Sengoku, puzzled. I need you to ensnare the great whirlpool spider, ideally ensuring it inflicts severe injury upon Whitebeard. Upon hearing Sengoku's orders, an indecipherable light flickered in Akainu's eyes as he saluted and descended the platform. Why not assign this task to Akiji? Tsuru stepped forward from behind Sengoku, her brow furrowed in confusion. Akainu is more suited for this mission, and a Marine admiral must maintain a commendable reputation. Sengoku sighed deeply, offering an explanation to Tsuru. Will this not lead to complications? Understanding her implication, Sengoku recognized the gravity of the situation. Originally, the successor to the admiralty was to be a joint decision made by them and the Gorosei. However, aiding Akiji in establishing a reputation while simultaneously tarnishing Akainu's was indeed a precarious maneuver. Tsuru, surely you cannot overlook the Gorosei's stance towards us. Tsuru sighed. choosing to remain silent thereafter. After a while, the prison gates leading to Marineford creaked open, revealing a cadre of soldiers escorting Ace. With graying hair, tears streaking his face, and a somber expression, Garp trailed closely behind Ace, drawing the attention of all present at Marineford. Little Tsuru, please bring Garp here. His current state is detrimental to our Marine's image. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Tsuru cast a disapproving glance at him. Why don't you go yourself? Do you not wish to confront Garp? Am I eager to do so? Crane's words left Sengoku visibly uncomfortable. After a bitter smile, he followed closely behind Crane. At the execution platform, Sengoku addressed Garp with a hint of embarrassment. Garp, please come with us. Your actions tarnish the image of our Navy. Sengoku's words prompted Garp to lift his gaze towards him, tears welling in his eyes, but he swiftly turned his head to suppress them. Is there anything wrong with a grandfather accompanying his grandson on his final journey? Garp's voice trembled, and his tears fell upon the execution platform. Kneeling there, Ace heard Garp's words and was overcome with emotion. His voice choked as he began to weep uncontrollably. We must believe in Garp's righteousness. Crane grasped Sengoku's hand and descended from the execution platform without hesitation. Chapter 78. The outbreak of the war at Marineford. The logistics office of Marineford buzzed with activity. Leader Jiang Zhe received word that the Straw Hat crew, led by the indomitable Monkey D. Luffy, had set sail and were now en route to Marineford. A man with short hair, fish-like gills adorning his cheeks, a face reminiscent of a shark, and draped in a crimson cloud robe, stood respectfully before Jiang Zhe, carrying a weapon wrapped in cloth on his back. Jiang Zhe gazed at Kisame Hashigaki with immense satisfaction, marveling at how the formidable shinobi could exert such influence in a world predominantly covered by ocean. Kisame was not merely adept at combat in the water. His ninjutsu allowed him to transform into a shark, facilitating the collection of intelligence and reconnaissance. Prior to embarking on his mission at Marineford, Jiang Zhe had instructed Kisame to accompany him and remain submerged, gathering information, to ensure the Straw Hat crew's safe arrival. He had intended for Kisame to monitor their progress closely while he planned a stealthy infiltration of Marineford. To his surprise, Kisame conjured several water sharks that trailed the Straw Hat pirates, revealing that Jiang Zhe had underestimated his capabilities. In the realm of Naruto, Kisame was akin to a high-ranking operative skilled not only in combat, but also in logistics and intelligence gathering. Thus, Jiang Zhe, initially intent on merely sinking Marineford, swiftly altered his strategy. He resolved not only to obliterate Marineford, but also to thoroughly loot it beforehand. After all, in establishing the Akatsuki, he required a substantial supply of resources, and he owed the Revolutionary Army a significant amount of provisions. Guided by the summoned sharks, they swiftly infiltrated Marineford's logistics office. Excellent. Kisame, empty the entire stockpile of Marineford and transport it back to Fishman Island. Understood. As for the rationale behind not deploying Kisame in battle, Jiang Zhe had not only restored Whitebeard to his peak, but had also recruited Monkey D., Dragon, and Silver's Rayleigh to Marineford. The high-level combatants available were more than sufficient. Moreover, Kisame was not yet suited to reveal his presence. He needed to gradually fortify Fishman Island into an impregnable fortress before unveiling Kisame to the world. The true strength of the world government remained shrouded in mystery. A kingdom that had thrived for 8 centuries undoubtedly possessed unfathomable depth. While Jiang Zhe could operate independently without issue, leading an organization with immense potential that could threaten the world government's dominion would not go unnoticed. Therefore, until Fishman Island was capable of withstanding the government's overt and covert maneuvers, Jiang Zhe would keep its existence concealed from the public eye. Lastly, another pivotal reason was that Jiang Zhe's prowess had now reached a level where he could contend with marine admirals. Even if he could not prevail, he could easily escape. It was unnecessary to invest excessive resources in Marineford at this juncture. As Kisame set out to gather supplies, Jiang Zhe had his own matters to attend to. Following the destruction of his previous Azura path, he had not made any replenishments. During this recent war atop the Red Line, the world government had enlisted the participation of pacifists, presenting him with a prime opportunity. Now, possessing newfound strength, He aimed to eliminate his target before the formidable Trafalgar D. Water Law could react. His intention was to create a puppet of the Azura path, complemented by some advanced weaponry. At Marineford Square, an urgent report reached Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The Whitebeard Pirates fleet has breached our first line of defense. Upon hearing this through the transponder snail, Sengoku's eyes glimmered as he swiftly removed the receiver. Good. Raise the colossal wall. However, the flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Moby Dick, had yet to be sighted. Proceed as planned, he commanded. Yes, sir. Sengoku hung up the call and resumed his position. The massive wall was designed as the first line of defense against the Whitebeard Pirates, constructed beneath the sea in front of Marineford's harbor, capable of being raised at will. Within this wall lay the world government's most advanced technological weaponry. The original intent was to inflict initial damage on the Whitebeard Pirates fleet through the wall and long-range weapons, thereby minimizing losses for the Navy. Yet, with the flagship's absence, it became evident that the Moby Dick would manifest in another manner before Marineford. The first line of defense was likely to be breached at any moment by the Moby Dick, thwarting Sengoku's strategy to inflict the initial blow on the Whitebeard Pirates. Nevertheless, the wall had already succeeded in obstructing the rest of the fleet. The question now remained, how would the Moby Dick enter the harbor of Marineford? From above or below? Sengoku glanced at the sky and then at the harbor beyond the wall, rubbing his temples in contemplation. Just as he was about to turn and asked Saru for an analysis, a messenger rushed up to him. Can we begin the live broadcast? Open all channels. Yes, sir. Moments later, the massive screen above Marineford flickered to life. Concurrently, live broadcast screens across squares worldwide were activated. The imagery displayed was that of the harbor before Marineford, where an endless fleet loomed ominously over the waters, instilling a chilling sense of dread. The commander positioned atop the wall issued a direct order. Commence the attack. In an instant, countless cannonballs and lasers were unleashed from the wall, enveloping the sky in a dense barrage of black projectiles. Amidst this dark onslaught, streaks of yellow light pierced through, resembling threads weaving together the black beads that filled the heavens. The air erupted with the thunderous sounds of explosions, mingled with flames, resonating continuously within the ranks of the Whitebeard Pirates. In Wano country, on Onigashima, Emma surveyed the unfolding scene on the screen, momentarily rendered speechless. He had underestimated the depth and resources of the world government and the Navy. The situation at sea was decidedly tumultuous. Since the demise of the celestial dragons, the world government has adopted a posture of tranquility, leading him to mistakenly believe that both the world government and the Navy have fallen behind, thus allowing them to instigate trouble. However, judging by the current circumstances, the might of the Navy remains formidable. This towering wall alone is sufficient to thwart the majority of their members. Aside from a few high-ranking officials, none can breach this formidable barrier. Moreover, in terms of elite combat strength, the Beast Pirates pale in comparison to the Navy. He recalled the 3 admirals and countless vice-admirals, and upon comparing them to the officers of the Beast Pirates, he shook his head in disappointment. Ha ha ha! The Navy remains as powerful as ever. It seems Whitebeard is beyond salvation this time, Kaido exclaimed, taking a hearty swig from his gourd and patting his right abdomen. He had originally intended to seek out Whitebeard, but unexpectedly, he was intercepted by Shanks. What was Shanks up to? Nevertheless, this mattered little to him. Kaido resumed his revelry with joy. Chapter 79. The arrival of the Whitebeard Pirates at Whole Cake Island. In front of a grand screen, Big Mom sat upon her pink throne. Her left hand poised near her mouth, her gaze fixated on the screen, her eyes brimming with longing. Mama, I yearn for the Navy's weapons. As if struck by a sudden thought, she turned to Katakuri. Katakuri, have all the preparations been made? Mother, everyone is stationed around the Whitebeard Pirates. However, some of Kaido's crew are also in the vicinity. Upon hearing Katakuri's words, Big Mom's expression shifted from joy to a dark scowl. Damn that brat Kaido. Never mind. I shall seek him out myself. With that, a billowing white cloud emerged from behind her, gradually expanding into a black storm cloud slightly larger than Big Mom herself. She leapt lightly onto Hera, one of the 3 homies created by her soul fruit ability, which Nami had once kidnapped in the original story. Big Mom typically utilized Hera as her steed, occasionally employing her for lightning attacks. Let's find Kaido. Yes, mother. Hera howled, and in no time, Big Mom and Hera vanished from Katakuri's sight. On the Red Force, the sounds of clanging echoed. You foolish Shanks, you have gone too far this time. How could you engage Kaido aboard the Red Force? Ben Beckman glanced at his comrades, fervently repairing the mast, and the inebriated Shanks, his irritation mounting. Ha ha ha. Relax, relax. Shanks feigned indifference. Ben Beckman, initially only slightly annoyed, was soon overwhelmed by anger. Smack! Beckman delivered a sharp smack to Shanks' head, producing a loud crack. Ha ha ha. The foolish captain has been struck again. All the crew members repairing the mast turned to witness the spectacle, and the ship was once again filled with laughter and mirth. Shanks, do you truly intend to engage in battle at Marineford? No. I merely wish to restore calm to these seas. Upon hearing Shanks' response, Beckman fell silent, raising his gaze to the distant horizon. Everyone pick up the pace. Do not delay Shanks in saving the world. Beckman turned back towards the mast repair area. Observing Beckman, Shanks smiled faintly. To be honest, he relished this current lifestyle, sharing laughter and camaraderie with his companions, embarking on adventures, and searching for treasures. Yet, his unique identity predetermined that a life of tranquility was beyond his reach. Sigh. Shanks let out a deep breath. In Myriad, at Pangaea Castle, in the Hall of Authority, a colossal screen dominated the center of the room. The 5 Elder Stars gazed calmly at the scenes of naval weaponry exploding on the screen. Saint Satan pondered whether the naval forces were perhaps excessively formidable. As he gazed upon the screen displaying the cannons of Marineford, continuously belching flames, he felt a tinge of concern. Fear not, for they are merely rudimentary weapons. They may prove effective in ground warfare, yet before top-tier powers, they are but toys. One cannot dismiss this lightly. Should the weapons become excessively powerful, the survival rate of young naval recruits will increase, thereby enhancing their chances of growth. We must take measures to reduce their survival rate. With these words, Saint Vacheli's statement ignited a flicker of intrigue in the eyes of the other 4 elders. Let us reduce the naval budget for the coming year, proposed Saint Nesudru. Agreed. However, we must ensure that the funding for the Scientific Research Institution remains intact. Just as Saint Nesudru uttered these words, Saint Satan felt compelled to counter, recalling Vegapunk's earlier demeanor towards him. This is the command of Lord M. Interrupted Saint Nesudru, silencing Saint Satan. Upon hearing M's name, Saint Satan reluctantly resumed his seat. Atop Marineford, Sengoku observed the port before him and the sky above, feeling a growing restlessness. He was unable to ascertain whether the Whitebeard pirates would emerge from the depths of the sea or descend from the heavens, or if they intended to exhaust the Navy's combat strength with their subordinate fleet first. Do not fret, Sengoku. Crane approached Sengoku and activated her powers, instantly calming him. Crane, your wash-wash fruit ability is indeed invaluable. Sengoku had often relied on Crane's powers to regain his composure, while the world recognized him as a strategic genius. Few understood that much of his prowess stemmed from Crane's wash-wash fruit. This ability had been refined to cleanse even conceptual burdens. Each time Crane employed her powers, aiding him in shedding unwanted emotions and thoughts, he was granted clarity of mind and purpose. Once again, with Crane's assistance, Sengoku regained his composure. Regardless of where the Whitebeard pirates chose to strike, it posed no significant challenge to the now well-prepared Navy. With Whitebeard gravely injured and on the brink of death, the Navy's combat strength was ample. The disparity between enemy and ally was immense. Sengoku found it perplexing how the Navy could possibly falter. By the docks of Marineford Square, a Navy soldier yawned. He had anticipated that his transfer from the branch to headquarters for this battle would entail considerable danger. However, nearly half an hour had passed since the onset of the conflict, and he had yet to see a trace of the Whitebeard pirates' fleet. The entire fleet was obstructed before the towering walls. Indeed, his prior decision to join the Navy rather than become a pirate had proven wise. The Navy was undeniably powerful. Suddenly, bubbles began to rise from the surface of the sea before him, accompanied by a resounding gurgling noise. What could this be? It is the Modibic. Quickly, alert the marshal. Just as the naval soldier attempted to flee, the colossal waves generated by the surfacing Modibic swept him off the shore, and in an instant, he was engulfed by the sea, accompanied by several other naval soldiers who stood perilously close. Soon, a gigantic vessel emerged from the depths of the ocean. It was enveloped in a delicate, transparent membrane that separated it from the surrounding environment. This membrane shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, radiating a spectrum of colors. At the prow stood a towering figure wielding a naginata. On the high platform, when Sengoku observed the commotion at the harbor within the towering walls, his anxious heart finally found solace. It appeared that the Whitebeard pirates had chosen the wrong path. However, another formidable wall still remained at the harbor. This inner wall possessed firepower far superior to that of the outer wall, capable of inflicting significant casualties upon the Whitebeard pirates. All personnel, change formation. Sengoku commanded loudly through the microphone at his side. Chapter 80. Farewell, Jean Tamaru on a distant warship anchored at the port of Marineford. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Old man Kizaru? Ah, how peculiar. Where on earth did I misplace my Den Mushi? Upon hearing the voice emanating from the Den Mushi, Jean Tamaru found himself momentarily speechless. He was all too familiar with Kizaru's peculiarities. It appeared that Kizaru had once again misplaced the device's location. Since Kizaru was unable to provide command, Jean Tamaru assumed the role of the highest authority of the Scientific Defense Squad. He was free to act at his discretion. After all, his purpose for coming here was to test the capabilities of the pacifistas, not to engage in combat. Jean Tamaru set the Den Mushi down and entered the ship's cabin. As the door swung open, countless pacifistas donned in barriered hats stood in neat formation within. The moment they spotted Jean Tamaru's entrance, their eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. The dimly lit cabin took on an eerie ambience. Suddenly, a whoosh pierced the air as Jiang Zhe landed gracefully on the warship. This vessel's location had been pinpointed by dried persimmon, who had swiftly discovered Jean Tamaru's warship while seeking a vessel for the Azura Path. Jiang Zhe recalled that Jean Tamaru had brought the pacifistas to participate in the Marineford War, though he was uncertain of Jean Tamaru's whereabouts before the battle commenced. To his surprise, dried persimmon, through a connection with the spiritual shark, quickly located Jean Tamaru's warship. Inside the cabin, the sound of the door creaking open heightened Jean Tamaru's alertness. He was the sole occupant aboard this warship. Without his command, the pacifistas would remain motionless. Upon turning around, he found Jiang Zhe standing within the cabin. You again. Jean Tamaru's demeanor shifted to one of anger at Jiang Zhe's appearance, his aura intensifying. Let us have another bout. This time I shall surely defeat you. Jean Tamaru lowered the axe from his shoulder, planted his feet firmly apart, and drew his hands back, assuming a combative stance. Observing Jean Tamaru's posture, Jiang Zhe remained unfazed. He was no longer the same individual as before. Moreover, his purpose for being here was not to engage Jean Tamaru in battle. Jean Tamaru, noticing Jiang Zhe's disinterest, became incensed. Feng Kong Du Xing. He unleashed a powerful gust of energy, creating a whirlwind that lifted the surrounding curtains. As he beheld the chaos caused by his own energy, a smirk crept onto Jean Tamaru's lips. Previously, he had fallen short against Jiang Zhe due to his own carelessness, compounded by the fact that Jiang Zhe had faced him with multiple opponents. But now, the circumstances were different. Jiang Zhe stood alone. Jean Tamaru had significantly improved his prowess. This time, he was determined to subdue Jiang Zhe and erase the humiliation of his prior defeat. He could hardly wait to see how Kizaru would mock him after this. Just as the energy was about to reach Jiang Zhe, a figure from the Hungry Ghost Path appeared before him, firmly blocking and absorbing the force. How is this possible? Jean Tamaru found himself momentarily bewildered. Had he not just seen Jiang Zhe alone moments ago? How had this puppet materialized? The second doppelganger slowly emerged from behind Jiang Zhe, declaring, "Allow me to entertain you, while the main body attends to other matters." As it stepped forth, it was accompanied by the Hell Path. Jiang Zhe paid little heed to Jean Tamaru. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the pacifists and the array of weapons strewn across the cabin floor. Without hesitation, he strode directly towards the pile of weaponry. Seeing Jiang Zhe approach the weapons, Jean Tamaru felt a surge of urgency. His original mission was not to engage in battle at Marineford, but rather to experiment with the pacifists and the latest weaponry developed by the doctor. If Jiang Zhe were to damage or abscond with even one of these weapons, his mission would be deemed a failure. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. Forgetting the earlier admonitions from Kizaru, Jean Tamaru commanded, "Pacifists, attack." At his command, the pacifists, who had previously closed their eyes, opened them once more, their mouths agape. A sharp, synchronized hum of energy resonated as countless luminous points illuminated the dim cabin, all directed towards Jiang Zhe, who was making his way to the weapons. Seeing Jiang Zhe's nonchalant approach to the pile, Jean Tamaru could not suppress a smile. The laser weaponry of these pacifists had been specially enhanced by Dr. Vegapunk. If Jiang Zhe believed their capabilities were akin to those he had encountered during his research on the small island, he was in for a rude awakening. It was vital to note that the pacifists' laser attacks could even overwhelm him. Zing! Beams of laser shot forth. However, the scene Jean Tamaru anticipated, one of Jiang Zhe being injured, did not unfold. The figure of the hungry ghost path appeared between Jiang Zhe and the pacifists, absorbing all the lasers. How could this be? Jean Tamaru exclaimed in disbelief. The speed of this puppet had evidently improved significantly since his last encounter at the scientific island. Given its previous pace, it would have been incapable of intercepting the lasers effectively. "I have already declared you my opponent," the second doppelganger remarked from the side. As soon as the words left its lips, the hell path surged forward, pressing menacingly towards Jean Tamaru. Clang! Jean Tamaru fortified his hand with armament color, steadfastly resisting the blade of the hell path. Meanwhile, the pacifists continued their relentless assault. The hungry ghost path embraced all incoming lasers without reservation. Indeed, Vegapunk's prowess was undeniable. After assimilating all the weapons scattered on the ground, Jiang Zhe could not help but marvel at their exquisite craftsmanship. The sophistication of these weapons had escalated significantly compared to those he had previously integrated on the scientific research island. If these were modifications made by Vegapunk after his departure from the research island, then Vegapunk's value in Jiang Zhe's eyes had undoubtedly risen to an entirely new echelon. Could one potentially persuade Vegapunk to lend his expertise in the development of advanced weaponry? He is undoubtedly a prodigious talent in the realm of high technology, capable of significantly enhancing the power of any faction. This would greatly assist in the establishment of the Akatsuki and in inflicting suffering upon the world. However, there is no need for haste. Other pressing matters demand attention. The immediate goal is to instill pain upon the Navy. Jiang Zhe approached the nearest pacifist. Hungry Ghost Path. Activate. He placed his hand upon the pacifist, silently invoking the power within. Before long, the individual was completely drained of energy, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Zhe swiftly transformed him into the Azura Path. "Master, how shall we deal with this one?" inquired Clone 2, gesturing towards the unconscious Wayno's Kinnaman. Ensnared by the Hungry Ghost Path, Jiang Zhe was somewhat taken aback by Clone 2's efficiency in subduing Kinnaman. After all, during his time on Science Island, he had expended considerably more time, alongside several puppets, to achieve a similar outcome. It seems that entrusting the puppets to Clone 2 was indeed a prudent decision. "Release him," Jiang Zhe commanded, recalling Kinnaman's connection to Vegapunk. In the original narrative, Kinnaman was known to betray Kizaru to protect Vegapunk. Thus, it stands to reason that Kinnaman must share a favorable relationship with Vegapunk. In the future, he must extend an invitation for Vegapunk to join the Akatsuki. Chapter 81. Whitebeard's intervention at Marineford under the command of Sengoku. The naval soldiers quickly adapted their formations to suit the close-quarters combat of the inner harbor. "Whitebeard, you have finally made your appearance," Sengoku exclaimed, gripping the transponder snail with fervent intensity as he gazed at Whitebeard. "Gururara, you intend to execute my beloved son. How could I possibly refrain from coming?" He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Your era has long since passed, Whitebeard." Sengoku's words prompted Ace, who had been kneeling on the execution platform with his head bowed, to lift his gaze. Tears glistened in his eyes, staining his face as he clenched his jaw tightly. "Old man, Kazan," seated beside Ace, silently shed tears of his own. There is no need for further words, Sengoku. If a battle is to commence, let begin. The fire in Whitebeard's eyes blazed with intensity. He yearned for a fierce confrontation, for he had regained his peak strength, and the lack of a proper fight left him restless. Were it not for the fear of delaying matters concerning Jiang Zhe, he would have charged straight into Marineford and unleashed a massacre. Old man, Marco suddenly burst forth from the cabin. Upon seeing Marco, Whitebeard's face lit up with anticipation. Marco whispered a few words into Whitebeard's ear, causing his eyes to shine brightly. Gururara, allow me to create a ruckus. With that, Whitebeard yanked out the 4 drip and oxygen tubes attached to him. Countless liquids cascaded from the needles, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Observing Whitebeard's urgency, Sengoku smirked inwardly. Whitebeard's desperation indicated that his body was indeed failing him. He was eager to conclude the battle swiftly. The reports from CP0 had proven accurate. Whitebeard's body was on the verge of collapse. After removing the 4 and oxygen tubes, Whitebeard clenched his fists, reaching out as if to grasp the air itself. A formidable aura radiated from him, lifting his white coat high. Suddenly, fine cracks appeared in the air where he reached, as if the atmosphere itself were fracturing. With a loud crack, Whitebeard stood tall once more, firmly grasping his naginata. Gururara, let me greet you all. The naval soldiers gazed at Whitebeard's actions with expressions of confusion. In the distance, Sengoku wore a knowing smile, fully convinced that Whitebeard was nearing his end. Just moments ago, Whitebeard had unleashed a blow that utilized the powers of the Tremor fruit, summoning a tsunami as an attack. He had witnessed this technique countless times before. Over the years, the potency of this move had steadily diminished. Yet now, this very strike possessed the might reminiscent of his prime. This indicated that Whitebeard was merely putting on a show, intending to intimidate the Navy with such theatrics. This indeed illustrates that Whitebeard has reached the brink of exhaustion. It further corroborates the veracity of the news regarding his grave illness. However, the desperate counterattack of a dying beast is undeniably terrifying. Fortunately, he had previously instructed the 3 admirals not to exert themselves too recklessly. If they were to fight fervently, it should be when Whitebeard is devoid of any resistance. Sengoku glanced at Aokiji beneath the execution platform. Initially yawning, Aokiji caught Sengoku's gaze and nodded in understanding, continuing to yawn. Seeing Aokiji's demeanor from the high platform, Sengoku could only shake his head. Were it not for the lack of suitable successors, he would not have chosen such a lethargic individual to inherit his position as commander. Sengoku looked at Akainu and Kizuru sitting beside Aokiji, shook his head again, and sighed deeply. The soldiers on Marineford Square were anxiously concerned about what cataclysmic move Whitebeard might unleash. After waiting for a considerable time without witnessing any change in their surroundings, they gradually lowered their guard. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of crashing waves echoed. Listen, is there something amiss? A naval soldier nudged his comrade. The prodded soldier, upon hearing this, perked up his ears, adopting a listening posture. Could it be? No, it sounds like the roar of a tsunami. Upon saying this, the soldier turned to the enormous screen suspended above Marineford Square, and his expression turned to one of shock. Oh my, look! His voice roused many soldiers who had been listening intently. All eyes turned toward the direction he indicated, where they beheld a deluge of monstrous waves surging toward Marineford. The scene resembled an apocalyptic vision. Is this the might of the strongest man at sea? It is utterly terrifying. Who could possibly withstand such a force? Before long, countless tsunamis surrounded Marineford from all directions, and the expressions of the naval soldiers turned to despair. Oh dear, this is truly horrifying. Kizura leisurely extracted a nail clipper from his pocket, methodically tending to his nails, his brow furrowing slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Aokiji, who sat beside him. Akainu, with a cigar clamped in his mouth, let out a grunt of annoyance, glaring at the seemingly oblivious Aokiji. Whether it was the tsunami that roused Aokiji or Akainu's grunt, Aokiji raised his eyemask to his forehead, yawned, and then vanished from sight. Ice Age. A voice resounded from the skies. Subsequently, the tsunami, which was about to engulf Marineford, began to freeze from the crest down. ultimately becoming encased in ice upon the sea surface. Marvelous. The admiral has made his move, witnessing Akiji freeze the tsunami. The previously despondent naval soldiers erupted into cheers of jubilation. In a whimsical tone, Whitebeard suddenly recalled his pact with Jiang Zhe to delay the two admirals. Given his current prowess, he believed this task to be well within his capabilities. With that thought, Whitebeard swung his right hand, striking the air before him, and a colossal fissure surged forth towards Akiji. Crack! As the rift reached Akiji, cracks began to manifest upon his form, gradually fracturing him into several pieces. Countless shards of ice cascaded from above. Akiji, the admiral, the soldiers on Marineford's square widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Akiji. Ah! Following Whitebeard's laughter, Akiji's figure slowly re-emerged from the ground. Phew! Upon witnessing Akiji's return, all the naval soldiers exhaled in relief, now recalling that he was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Chapter 82. The appearance of Jiang Zhe at Marineford Square. At last, Jiang Zhe has arrived. Upon unleashing a powerful strike that dispelled Akiji's elemental form, Whitebeard sensed the presence of another. So, has your plan commenced? I am eager to cause a ruckus. Patience. There are still a few others yet to arrive, Jiang Zhe replied, causing a frown to appear upon Whitebeard's face. He had anticipated that with Jiang Zhe's arrival, they could immediately engage in battle. Having regained his peak strength after a long period of restraint, he yearned to showcase his prowess and demonstrate to the world that he, Whitebeard, was far from his twilight years. He was still in his prime. He had promised Jiang Zhe previously, yet now he found himself stifling his impatience. However, he was curious about the intricacies of Jiang Zhe's plan. Where had he concealed the explosive rock? Were the others he mentioned members of the Revolutionary Army? Whitebeard had many questions he wished to pose to Jiang Zhe, but considering they were on the battlefield, he dismissed the thought. On the high platform of Marineford Square, Sengoku glanced curiously at Jiang Zhe upon his arrival. He wondered why Jiang Zhe's mere presence could calm Whitebeard. A composed Whitebeard was certainly advantageous for the Marines. As for Jiang Zhe, he was merely an elite rear admiral. How formidable could he truly be? Crane had previously asserted that Jiang Zhe could defeat Jack in 2 moves. The 3 admirals, along with himself and Garp, could accomplish the same. They wouldn't even require 2 moves. 1 would suffice. Jiang Zhe's appearance had little impact on the overall battle. Sengoku resolved to strategize on how to subdue the Whitebeard pirates while minimizing casualties. As Akiji witnessed Jiang Zhe's arrival and noted Whitebeard's sudden calmness, he merely scoffed and returned to his seat. Kizaru, upon seeing Jiang Zhe, momentarily paused his actions, an enigmatic glint flickering in his eyes. Ah, the youth of today is truly formidable. Akainu's eyes blazed with fury, his hands clenched into fists, emanating a crimson glow, his jaw muscles visibly tense. Indeed, an unruly individual, swiftly entangled with the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, on another front, Chief Dragon, Jiang Zhe, has appeared. Should we advance? Sabo inquired eagerly. Dragon shook his head. He anticipated that after the encounter with Ace, Sabo would become so impatient. While loyalty is a commendable virtue, being shackled by emotions and losing one's rationality does not make for a good leader. Calm down, Sabo. I understand your urgency, but hold your horses. Upon hearing Dragon's words, Sabo immediately regained his composure, a hint of embarrassment flushing his cheeks. Prior to their arrival, Dragon had advised him to remain calm in the face of adversity. Upon arriving at Marineford, the sight of Ace bound and kneeling on the execution platform sent me into a frenzy. I felt utterly ashamed of the teachings imparted by Leader Dragon. Noticing Sabo's expression, Dragon understood that Sabo had grasped his intent. Jiang Zhe merely requested that we delay Sengoku. There was no need for us to join the fray before the battle had even commenced. Once hostilities truly erupted, we could assist Jiang Zhe in holding off Sengoku. Moreover, do not foolishly rush in to rescue Ace. After speaking, Dragon turned to face Sabo. Hearing Dragon's words, Sabo appeared noticeably anxious, quickly turning to him, confusion written across his face. Sighing, Dragon reassured him, rest assured, with the Whitebeard pirates present, Ace will certainly be unharmed. When shall we take action? Sabo inquired. We will strike once Sengoku initiates his assault. In the waters not far from Marineford, a massive raft bobbed. Captain, shall we not proceed? Asked the disheveled man, weakly riding a sickly horse. Ha ha ha. Poison Q, do not fret. Even if old Dad is gravely ill, he cannot be easily defeated. The powers of the Tremor fruit are formidable. Blackbeard's face gleamed with longing as he continued. But soon it will be ours. Ha ha ha. The entire Blackbeard pirates burst into laughter at his words. It is almost time. Set sail. On the battlefield before the towering walls of Marineford, a small ship adorned with a lion's head swiftly approached through the chaos of massive vessels and cannon fire. What is that ship? Does our Whitebeard fleet possess such a vessel? It does not seem like it. Should we intercept it? Are you joking? Do you not see that man? He is the Dark King, Rayleigh. Has old Dad summoned Rayleigh for assistance? Brothers, attack. Our reinforcements have arrived. On the deck of the Thousand Sunny. Do not hold me back. I must break through this wall to save Ace. Are you mad? We must sneak in. Nami's fist struck Luffy's head, leaving a sizable bump. Standing at the bow of the ship, Rayleigh observed the playful antics of the Straw Hat crew, a smile gracing his lips. He unfastened the flask from his waist and took a hearty swig. Once he set the flask down, he caressed the sword at his side, feeling the power coursing through him. It has been long since I unleashed my full strength. You must feel lonely as well, my old friend. With that, Rayleigh slowly drew his rapier. As the blade emerged from its sheath, it gleamed with a sharp light, and his aura began to radiate. The invisible pressure manifested tangibly, stirring the very winds around him, causing his cloak to billow dramatically in a breeze. The Straw Hat Pirates, sensing the shift in momentum surrounding Rayleigh, ceased their playful antics and gazed at him in rapt attention. Whoosh! The sound of a sword slicing through the air resonated. A colossal white, crescent-shaped beam of sword light erupted from Rayleigh's blade. Boom! At the moment the sword light made contact with the towering wall, a massive fissure split open, just wide enough for the Thousand Sunny to pass through. Countless boulders and weapons cascaded from the wall, creating enormous splashes upon the sea's surface. Witnessing the spectacle before him, Luffy's jaw dropped in astonishment. Usopp, Chopper, and Frankie gazed on with eyes gleaming with admiration. Zoro gripped his sword tightly, while Nami let out a sigh of relief. Robin wore an expression of knowing expectation. Brook and Sanji exchanged enigmatic smiles. Observing the scene he had created, Rayleigh beamed with joy. His injuries had indeed healed. Previously, he had feared that Jiang Zhe might have deceived him, holding back his full strength in apprehension of aggravating old wounds. He still had Shaki to care for, and there was much more fun to be had. Let us proceed. Rayleigh turned to the Straw Hat crew, his demeanor calm, yet a flicker of barely discernible pride sparkled in his eyes. Rayleigh-san is truly remarkable, Luffy exclaimed loudly. Everyone, let us set sail. We're going to rescue Ace. Chapter 83. The Straw Hat Pirates arrive at Marineford. A colossal white sword light sliced through the high walls, cleaving the sea beneath it, revealing the depths below. The sword light pressed forward relentlessly, heading straight for the execution platform. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous sound echoed before the platform. Dust billowed into the air, enveloping the entire execution site. As the haze began to clear, the imposing figure of Carp emerged, his hands darkened. Before him lay a profound scar, stretching from the high wall to the execution platform, halting just before him. It resembled a molten blade gliding through cheese, leaving a smooth and deep mark in its wake. Rayleigh? Carp gazed intently in the direction from which the sword light had originated. He was all too familiar with the techniques of the Roger Pirates, having pursued them relentlessly during Roger's lifetime. The mouths of the naval soldiers gaped in astonishment before slowly closing, their faces lighting up with joy. The sword light had initially terrified them, but now, witnessing Carp intercept it, they erupted into jubilant celebrations. Wonderful! Vice Admiral Carp has made his move. Carp is a hero of the Navy. On the command platform, Sengoku furrowed his brow. He could hear Carp's voice clearly. How could Rayleigh have arrived? Has Ace's identity been revealed? He had only announced Ace's execution in the papers, concealing the fact that Ace was Roger's son. fearing that the remnants of the Roger pirates would rush to rescue him upon learning the truth. After all, the surviving members of the Roger pirates were not limited to old-timers like Rayleigh. There was also Shanks, who had ascended to the status of an emperor. Moreover, Rayleigh, despite his age, possessed formidable strength. If he were to fight desperately, it would certainly inflict significant losses on the Navy. The primary concern now was to ascertain whether Rayleigh had come alone or was accompanied by a group. Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi beside him and contacted the commander outside the walls. Report the situation. What has transpired? Marshal Sengoku. The Dark King Rayleigh has charged in with the Straw Hat crew. We could not intercept them. The previous attack was initiated by Rayleigh himself. Allow Rayleigh to pass. Secure the gaps and prevent anyone else from slipping through. Understood. After hanging up, Sengoku let out a sigh of relief. The arrival of only Rayleigh was indeed good news. With Whitebeard alongside Rayleigh, the Navy could manage adequately. As for the Straw Hats, they were merely small-time pirates, lacking in significant strength. Yet, it seemed the Straw Hat Kid was Carp's grandson. Reflecting on this, Sengoku cast a glance at Carp before the scar and sighed deeply. He could only hope that Akainu would go easy on him, at least sparing the Straw Hat Kid's life. Otherwise, he shuddered to think how Carp would react. As for Akiji and Kizaru, Sengoku harbored no concerns. After all, both had previously encountered the Straw Hat crew and knew precisely how to handle the situation. Ace, we have come to rescue you. Even before Luffy's presence graced Marineford, his voice resonated through the air. Luffy? Upon hearing the familiar call, both Ace and Garp lifted their heads to the source of the sound. Tears welled in Ace's eyes. I am truly useless. Not only do I burden Whitebeard with my rescue, but I also make Luffy come to my aid. With that, tears streamed down Ace's face. Why? Why do you both have to become pirates? Garp, his eyes brimming with tears, slowly approached Ace and sat beside him. If only you both had chosen to become Marines. I could have protected you. Garp's voice trembled with emotion. Old man, Ace couldn't bear to look at Garp. With a loud thud, Luffy leaped directly from the Thousand Sunny onto the plaza of Marineford. The tremendous force nearly capsized the ship, sending a spray of water into the air. In the plaza, upon seeing Luffy's arrival, the numerous Marine soldiers parted, creating a clear space around him. Gurura, so this is Ace's brother, Luffy? Whitebeard chuckled as he observed Luffy's landing. Indeed. Father, Ace is our family. We cannot allow Ace's brother to steal the spotlight. You lot, charge. No sooner had Whitebeard's command echoed than the entire Whitebeard pirates erupted in fervor. Leaping from the Moby Dick and charging across the icy terrain created by Akiji towards the Marines. Jiang Zhe, did you summon Rayleigh to come? Whitebeard noticed Rayleigh standing aboard Luffy's ship and turned to Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe, however, paid no heed to Whitebeard and continued to monitor Luffy's movements. Shall we commence? Whitebeard inquired. Absolutely. Gururara. With Jiang Zhe's affirmation, Whitebeard burst into laughter, brandishing his Bicento as he leaped from Moby Dick. Witnessing Whitebeard's descent, Sengoku felt a surge of urgency. He hadn't anticipated Whitebeard would join the fray so swiftly. He wondered how Akainu's preparations were faring, glancing at Akainu on the execution platform. Acknowledging Sengoku's gaze, Akainu nodded. Meanwhile, after dispatching a giant admiral attempting to impede him, Whitebeard was approached by the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo. Squardo, what brings you here? Whitebeard's heart raced at Doflamingo's arrival. Prior to the battle, Jiang Zhe had warned him about the potential defection of Doflamingo, advising him to remain vigilant. Yet, he could never fathom that his family would betray him. Father, I wish to inquire about Ace. Is he the son of Roger? Are you truly prepared to sacrifice all of us to the Navy in exchange for Ace? Upon hearing the words of the great WYRM Spider, Whitebeard displayed a countenance of perplexity. Wahaha, who informed you of such a notion? Do you perceive me as so unworthy in your eyes? We are, after all, a family. With that, Whitebeard embraced the great WYRM Spider tightly. Standing upon the Moby Dick, Jiang Zhe observed the tender interaction between Whitebeard and the great WYRM Spider. I shook his head. However, it was time to commence his plan, with Whitebeard and Rayleigh present. Only Dragon was yet to arrive. Surely, Dragon and his companions had not evaded them completely. They must be lurking somewhere. He needed to draw Dragon out into the open. Jiang Zhe turned his gaze toward Rayleigh, noticing him engaged in a spirited skirmish with Kizaru, while Luffy and Smoker were also embroiled in a lively exchange. This was not acceptable. Heavy and light rock technique. Jiang Zhe slowly raised his right hand and uttered the incantation. Before long, Luffy, who was enjoying his tussle with Smoker, began to ascend into the air. Circle eyes? Sensing a familiar sensation, Luffy glanced toward Jiang Zhe's direction. With a swift rush, he dashed towards Garp, the sound of air being sliced following closely behind. Upon seeing Ace beside him, Luffy immediately grasped Jiang Zhe's intent and turned to him. Thank you. Circle eyes. Jiang Zhe paid no heed to Luffy's words and, employing the same technique once more, bundled the entire Straw Hat Pirates and presented them before Garp. Chapter 84. The appearance of Sabo. What are you doing? Sengoku trembled upon witnessing the entire Straw Hat Pirates being brought to the execution platform. He was deeply convinced that no one could rescue Ace from Garp's side, but Luffy was different. Luffy was Garp's grandson. If Garp were to relent, Ace would surely be saved. No, he must take action. He could not allow Garp to commit a grave mistake. Smoker, Gecko Moria. Sengoku surveyed the battlefield, realizing that only Smoker and Gecko Moria were in a position to act. Just as he shouted these words, Smoker and Gecko Moria immediately understood and rushed toward the execution platform. Dragon Claw. A voice echoed from above, and with it came a massive phantom of a dragon's claw that crashed violently into the ground. Boom! A tremendous cloud of dust erupted before Smoker and Gecko Moria. As the dust gradually cleared, Sabo's figure emerged. You shall face me. Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Gecko Moria removed the cigar from his mouth, gazing at Sabo with a mix of uncertainty and concern. Smoker, seeing Gecko Moria's serious demeanor, felt puzzled. From a distance, Sengoku's heart sank at the sight of Sabo's arrival. He was familiar with Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. The Navy possessed ample intelligence on him. However, he had never heard of any connection between Sabo and Ace. Could it be that the Revolutionary Army was collaborating with the Whitebeard pirates? This was certainly not good news for the Navy. Sabo's presence raised the question of whether Dragon had also arrived. Sengoku began to scan the surroundings. You go ahead, Gecko Moria said as he drew 8 blades from his waist, regarding Sabo with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Gecko Moria's words, Smoker wasted no time and transformed into smoke, soaring over Sabo's head. I have already stated that you shall face me. As Sabo's words fell, he materialized beside Smoker. Boom! Smoker was struck to the ground by a single punch. Seeing Smoker downed, Gecko Moria's eyes flickered with disdain. With his long hair swirling, he wielded 6 long swords, combined with the 2 in his hands, forming the 8-sword style. With a swift motion, Gecko Moria created a deep fissure beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, his 8 blades descended upon Sabo. Though Gecko Moria's blades were executed with relentless precision, Sabo managed to deflect each strike with unwavering resolve. Observing this, Sengoku could only let out a sigh. Currently, only Aokiji and Akainu remained on the battlefield. Aokiji, you go. Upon hearing Sengoku's command, Aokiji rose from his seat. He was astonished to see Luffy, accompanied by Robin and the others, ascending Marineford. However, noticing Robin's demeanor, he realized they had fared well during these days. They had indeed found the right companions. Aokiji understood Sengoku's intention. He did not wish for Luffy and the Straw Hats to suffer too much harm. After all, Akainu is now poised for action. Aokiji turned to glance at Akainu. Sensing Akiji's gaze, Akainu curled his lip in disdain. Aokiji, aware of Akainu's mood, chose to remain silent and vanished from sight. Your opponent is me. A phoenix engulfed in cerulean flames materialized in Akiji's path. Upon the appearance of Marco, Aokiji furrowed his brow. He glanced at the execution platform. Seeing Aokiji being obstructed by Marco, Akainu could no longer remain seated. He tossed a cigar behind him and rose to his feet. You 2 incompetent fools. With that, Akainu strode directly toward the execution platform. Crack! A fissure brimming with destructive energy surged toward Akainu at an astonishing speed. Suddenly feeling a wave of danger, Akainu halted in his tracks. Whitebeard. Akainu uttered a cold huff. Turning to face Whitebeard, there stood Whitebeard, his right fist raised, poised to strike the air. Gurura, this is a battle for the young. You should refrain from intervening. Your opponent is me, Magma Brat. Akainu's countenance darkened. While Ace was indeed a formidable adversary, he did not forget the purpose of today's battle. Whitebeard, let me see how much strength you have left. Cerberus, Akainu bellowed. Instantly, his arms transformed into a fiery crimson, with molten lava visibly coursing along them. The lava dripped incessantly to the ground, hissing as it fell. In an instant, Akainu's fist elongated, resembling a volcanic eruption. The flowing, red-hot lava surged toward Whitebeard, taking the form of two massive dog-headed fists. The molten rock's heat warped the surrounding air. Gururara, Magma Brat, such a technique holds no power over me. With that, Whitebeard raised his Naginata, channeling strength through his arms, causing numerous veins to bulge as he expanded his forearms. A translucent white air shield formed before the blade's edge. Air slash. The ground beneath Whitebeard began to crack slowly as countless fragments of stone and sand were lifted by his imposing presence. Whoosh! As Whitebeard swung his Naginata, the surrounding air felt as if struck by immense force, coming to a standstill. Immediately, this suspended air, propelled by tremendous power, coalesced into a massive wind directed at the crimson dog head above. Bang! Following the thunderous sound, the airborne dog head erupted, scattering countless rocks glowing with a dark red hue. They crashed to the ground, stirring up plumes of black smoke, and upon striking the ice, a chorus of steam accompanied by hissing sounds erupted. The onlookers instinctively recoiled from the vicinity of their clash. The yellow monkey, engaged in battle with Rayleigh, swiftly transformed into particles of light, vanishing before Rayleigh's eyes, only to gradually reconstitute in midair. Observing the fierce clash between Whitebeard and Akainu, his brow furrowed, and a grimace twisted the left corner of his mouth, his entire visage contorted in concern. Oh dear, how frightening! Up on the high platform, Sengoku sensed that something was amiss. In his mind, Whitebeard was already at the end of his rope, necessitating the grand display of a colossal tsunami to bluff his opponents. Yet, as time passed, there were no signs of Whitebeard's strength waning. On the contrary, he seemed to grow more formidable with each passing moment. Sengoku had previously witnessed the power of that sky-splitting technique. Back then, Whitebeard was already on a downward trajectory. Now, despite being at what should be his last gasp, the potency of this move appeared even more formidable than before. Surely, bluster cannot be sustained indefinitely. Could it be that the intelligence from CP0 was fabricated? Chapter 85. The Straw Hat Pirates vs. Carp Grandfather. Step aside. Do not hinder my rescue of Ace, Luffy exclaimed, thrusting his right thumb into his mouth. Fourth gear. Upon uttering these words, Luffy's upper body inflated like a balloon, his hair standing upright, and dark circles forming around his eyes. His hands turned obsidian, with intricate black patterns spreading from his arms to his chest, creating an unusual design. Simultaneously, his feet retracted, propelling him into the air, where he floated, producing a series of popping sounds beneath him. Luffy, what is this? Carp, initially sorrowful, found himself momentarily stunned by Luffy's transformation. The degree of haki he exhibited rivaled that of most vice admirals in the Navy. It was only a short while ago in Water 7 that Luffy had been unable to wield armament haki. How much time had passed? Luffy's mastery had advanced to such a level. Could it be that Luffy truly possessed the potential of a Marine King? Indeed, he was my grandson. Although Carp was taken aback, a smile threatened to emerge, yet he quickly suppressed it, adopting a serious demeanor. To save Ace, you must first pass through me. With that, Carp discreetly assessed the strength of the Straw Hat crew, contemplating how much leeway he should afford them. To his astonishment, the disparity was staggering. This was an entirely different crew from the one he had encountered in Water 7. Their growth was astonishingly rapid. Luffy's companions were evidently a remarkable bunch. Carp recalled the young recruits, Kobe and Helmeppo, whom he had mentored. The comparison was unfathomable. He was determined to retain the entire Straw Hat crew and recruit them into the Navy. As for the dreams of boys, What were those? One ace had already faced execution. He could not bear the thought of losing another grandson. Luffy's companions. Would you consider joining the Navy? Carp's serious expression melted into a grin. I am a hero of the Navy. Your transgressions could easily be absolved by me. With anticipation, he gazed at the Straw Hat crew. Upon hearing Carp's words, Nami and Usopp beamed with joy, while Robin's expression darkened slightly. Zoro and Sanji regarded Carp with contemplative looks. Chopper, Brook, and Frankie exchanged worried glances with Robin. You old fool, attempting to abduct my comrades? You seek death. Luffy's face contorted with anger, steam billowing from it. With a whoosh, he vanished from his spot, reappearing before Carp. Ha ha ha. You've made significant progress, but it's still insufficient before me. Carp scooped his nose, sidestepping to evade Luffy's incoming strike. After dodging, Carp infused his hand with a faint layer of armament haki and struck Luffy's head. Bang! Luffy was sent flying, leaving a large impression in the ground beneath the execution platform. Luffy, the Straw Hat Pirates shouted in unison. What do you think? Following Luffy leads to no future. How about joining the Navy instead? Carp chuckled as he scratched his head, approaching the Straw Hat crew. Upon witnessing Carp's demeanor, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates took a defensive stance, eyeing him warily. On the platform, Sengoku observed as Carp sent Luffy flying with a single punch and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Carp upheld his sense of justice. As for Carp's suggestion of the Straw Hat Pirates joining the Navy, he deemed it inconsequential. However, dealing with Nico Robin, the Devil Child, posed a challenge. Yet, sacrificing Nico Robin could ensure the safety of the entire crew, perhaps even facilitate their enlistment in the Navy. It seemed the Straw Hat Pirates might willingly accept this arrangement. On the execution platform, they declared no. We refuse. All members, except for Robin, spoke in unison. Ah, you truly possess discernment. Carp began, only to realize he had received an unexpected response. What are you saying? We will never agree to join the Navy, not even if it costs us our lives. Upon finishing, all eyes turned to Robin. Seeing everyone gaze at her, Robin's eyes began to glisten with tears. Everyone. Carp understood the situation immediately. The Devil Child? Damn the world government. Though your loyalty moves me, I will not permit you to take Ace. With that, Carp assumed a battle-ready stance. Luffy crawled back up from below the platform and leaped onto it, his clothes slightly dirty but unscathed. Upon returning, he glared at Carp with indignation. You old man, you've truly angered me. This time, I will definitely take my revenge. He had overheard Carp's conversation with the Straw Hat members. That old man not only sought to undermine him, but also attempted to sow discord among them. Previously, he had tolerated Carp due to his inability to match his strength. However, after training, he felt confident he could now defeat Carp. Just like that last blow, which would have incapacitated him for an extended period in the past. He felt no pain this time, not even a hint of discomfort. This bolstered his confidence. He was determined to avenge the past humiliations inflicted by that old man. Luffy charged at Carp once more. With a resounding thud, Luffy was sent flying off the platform again. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates, witnessing Luffy return unscathed, realized that Carp was not using his full strength. They were acutely aware that Carp was a naval hero, a figure said to be several times more formidable than a marine admiral. They vividly recalled how Admiral Aokiji had effortlessly scattered their entire crew. The sense of oppression from that encounter was something they could not hope to combat at this moment. Let us not even mention the formidable Carp, for Luffy remains unscathed under his assault. The only plausible explanation is that Carp harbors no true desire to harm Luffy. Thus, they need not worry at all. Moreover, since Carp is Luffy's grandfather, he is also Ace's grandfather. Rescuing Ace is no trivial task. It presents an opportune moment to hone their abilities. After all, during their confrontation with Jiang Zhe, he employed lethal tactics that dulled their initial thrill of empowerment. Now, with Carp available to assist them in practice, the Straw Hat crew exchanged knowing smiles. Three-sword style, Demon Slash. Yo-ho-ho, Sword Song of the Underworld. Devil Wind Kick. Floral Chaos. Laser Cannon. Giantification. Firebird Star. Thunder Descends. In an instant, the execution platform erupted into a cacophony of clashing blades, impacts, and explosions, with flames, lightning, frigid air, and ghostly energy swirling amidst a flurry of petals. In the distance, after exchanging a blow with Rayleigh, the yellow ape soared into the sky once more, his gaze fixed intently on the straw hats and carp on the execution platform. Oh my, today's youth truly are formidable. Rayleigh too paused his swordplay, turning to observe the scene at the execution platform. He had not forgotten Jiang Zhe's directive to keep carp occupied. However, seeing the straw hats perform admirably, he relished the opportunity to take it easy, playfully sparring with the yellow ape. Rayleigh uncorked his flask, casting a glance at the yellow ape above, before taking a swig of his drink. "No need to mind me. Carry on," the yellow ape retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm upon noticing Rayleigh's gaze. Chapter 86. The transformations of Rayleigh and Whitebeard in the shadows. Doflamingo watched with amusement as the Straw Hat crew engaged in a fierce exchange with carp. It appeared that the old man still harbored a certain tenderness towards Luffy. Could it be that this was the essence of generational affection? Doflamingo suddenly recalled the grueling training he had endured at Carp's hands, a pang of discontent stirring within him. No, after this ordeal, he must bring Luffy back and provide him with the rigorous training he deserved, allowing Luffy to truly experience the essence of paternal love. Doflamingo absent-mindedly traced the tattoos on his face. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed unnecessary for him to intervene. Whitebeard was locked in a fierce battle with Akainu. Rayleigh was contending with Kizaru, and Marco was facing off against Akiji, while the old man was entangled with Luffy's pirate crew. His target was Sengoku, but the latter stood atop a high platform, showing no inclination to join the fray. Doflamingo pondered what plans Jiang Zhe might have, recalling his intention to sink Marineford. He had also prepared numerous explosive rocks, yet their presence remained elusive. What could Jiang Zhe be plotting? Doflamingo turned a glance at Jiang Zhe, who stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, his mind racing with speculation. At the execution platform, a series of resounding impacts echoed, sending the entire Straw Hat crew flying. "Ha ha, you all still seem somewhat weak. Allow me to eliminate you in one fell swoop." Carp unleashed his power, his muscles surging as he propelled himself forward, his calves bulging, stretching the fabric of his white trousers. With a powerful thrust of his legs, countless waves of white energy erupted beneath him, causing the execution platform to tremble, yet not a single crack marred its wooden surface. A small black dot in the sky diminished in size, trailed by an explosion of white energy, resembling a white tail. Moments later, the dot veered sharply, plummeting directly towards the execution platform. "Damn, Carp, what are you doing? Do you intend to sink the entire Marineford?" Sengoku shouted from the high platform, witnessing Carp's maneuver. Rayleigh, who had been spectating, suddenly became alert. What a reckless old man. Gripping his sword tightly, Rayleigh secured his flask back at his waist. "Old friend, let us engage in a thrilling battle." With that, Rayleigh swiftly made his way towards the execution platform. Hovering in the air, Kizaru observed Rayleigh's approach, a smirk crossing his lips. "Oh dear, how troublesome." Crossing his arms, he aligned his middle fingers, a brilliant light forming between them. "Yasakani no Magatama." Countless brilliant orbs cascaded from Kizaru's hands, showering the sky like rain, enveloping it in darkness. Below, Rayleigh sensed a looming danger, his form twisting and shifting as he evaded the descending rain of light. As the luminous orbs struck the ground, a series of explosive sounds erupted, accompanied by swirling clouds of dust. Oh dear, the elderly today are truly formidable. The yellow monkey in the sky ceased launching his 8-foot Kyanga Jade, curiously observing the rapidly advancing Rayleigh below, scratching his head in puzzlement. He had indeed clashed with Rayleigh before. The latter had always been injured, unable to fight for long before gasping for breath. What could possibly have caused Rayleigh to become so powerful today? With the yellow monkey no longer obstructing him, Rayleigh soon reached the execution platform. Gazing at the descending carp, a faint smile crept across Rayleigh's lips, with a glint of crimson flashing in his eyes. Boom! A tremendous sound resounded. Countless waves of wind pressure emanated from the collision between Rayleigh and carp, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. All the genuine fighters in the vicinity were swept off balance by this overwhelming force, halting their actions and directing their attention towards the execution platform. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, Rayleigh and Karp were revealed, their fists and swords locked in a fierce clash. At Rayleigh's feet, a vast pit had formed, its edges orderly and lined with countless fissures. Within the pit, dark red sparks of lightning flickered wildly, emitting a crackling sound. It seems you have not neglected your training. Karp's expression shifted to one of curiosity as he exerted force, pushing Rayleigh's sword aside and leaping to the side. If I recall correctly, your injuries are yet to heal. How dare you exert yourself with such vigor? Upon hearing Karp's words, a subtle smirk played on Rayleigh's lips, his face betraying an enigmatic expression. Guess. With that, Rayleigh raised his long sword and charged directly at Karp. Nearby, the execution platform had been reduced to ruins in the wake of their clash. Zoro emerged from the debris, excitement alight in his eyes as he beheld the fierce battle between Rayleigh and Karp. Is this the pinnacle of combat prowess? I was truly ignorant before. Zoro's hands trembled with anticipation. Oh no, why am I so drained? Hearing the sound, Zoro turned to see Luffy, utterly exhausted, collapsed beside Ace, his right hand gripping the shackles on Ace's wrists. A wave of exasperation washed over Zoro. Idiot Captain, those are sea stone shackles. A smirk formed on Zoro's lips as he approached Luffy and Ace. From the high platform, witnessing Luffy extricate Ace from the ruins, Sengoku could no longer contain himself. What are you doing? Yellow Monkey, you can't even stop an aging Rayleigh? At Sengoku's remark, the Yellow Monkey, hovering in the air, feigned innocence, spreading his hands to convey that he had done his utmost, but still flew towards the execution platform. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air. A deep tear appeared before the Yellow Monkey. Girarur, your opponent is me. The Yellow Monkey turned to face the source of the voice. Before them stood Akainu, his right hand hanging limply, blood staining his nose and the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with vigilance as he cast a defiant glance at Whitebeard. In contrast, Whitebeard maintained a poised stance, brandishing his blade toward Kizaru, a grin that refused to dissipate gracing his features. Kizaru, with a lewd expression, raised his hands high above his head, his gaze fixed on Whitebeard. "Oh dear, how terrifying!" he exclaimed, before sauntering towards Akainu and coming to a halt beside him. "Oh dear, Akainu, how did you find yourself in such a predicament?" "Umph." Akainu shot a resentful glare at Whitebeard before turning his attention to Kizaru. "This fellow seems to be behaving as if he has consumed something extraordinary today. He appears nothing like the gravely ill person he was before. Perhaps CP0's intelligence is flawed." Upon hearing Akainu's unexpected verbosity, Kizaru stared at him in astonishment. It seemed that Whitebeard was exerting considerable pressure on Akainu. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so extensively. Could it be that Akainu's words held truth? Was CP0's intelligence indeed erroneous? "Whitebeard, are you not on the brink of death?" he challenged. "Gururara, I could obliterate both of you without breaking a sweat." Whitebeard's declaration caused a palpable shift in the expressions of both Akainu and Kizaru, their faces darkening noticeably. Chapter 87. The Puzzling War, the appearance of Dorag upon the high platform. Sengoku observed the fierce battle between Rayleigh and Karp, while Whitebeard single-handedly confronted two admirals. A wave of confusion washed over Sengoku. What was transpiring? How had Rayleigh become so formidable? Had he not always been wounded? How could he possibly hold his ground against Karp? Moreover, from the spectacle of their clash, Karp appeared far from feigning his efforts. And as for Whitebeard, could the intelligence from CP0 have been erroneous? He did not seem to embody the frail condition they had described. Sengoku was acutely aware of Akainu's prowess, even against Karp. Akainu should not be so beleaguered. Was Whitebeard truly fighting with reckless abandon, aiming to take Akainu down with him in his final moments? Yet, such a notion seemed implausible. He had never witnessed a man, on the brink of exhaustion, maintain such composure and resounding voice as Whitebeard did. How long could Whitebeard have been fighting for his life? Was he not finished yet? Could it be due to Jiang Zhe's influence? Sengoku recalled Jiang Zhe's appearance beside Whitebeard before the battle commenced. Moreover, the Navy still lacked a comprehensive understanding of Jiang Zhe's fruit abilities. However, even if Jiang Zhe could bolster Whitebeard's health, it seemed unlikely he could sustain it for much longer. Enough. The situation could still be salvaged. Sengoku turned his gaze towards the aging Tsuru beside him and sighed. It seemed he must take matters into his own hands. Shaking his head, he removed the Navy's justice coat from his shoulders and tossed it aside. Sengoku, you intend to intervene directly? Tsuru called out as she noticed Sengoku's actions. There was no alternative. Ace must not be rescued. Otherwise, where would the Navy's reputation stand? Moreover, Ace's identity had yet to be disclosed. If we cannot eliminate Ace. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Tsuru fell silent, shaking her head as she let out a deep sigh. Simultaneously, she retrieved a transponder snail from her attire. This particular snail could communicate with all the commanders present. It was time for the fleet admiral to make his entrance. She needed to prepare for the escalation of the conflict. Great Buddha impact, Sengoku bellowed, his body beginning to enlarge. In a short span, a colossal figure radiating golden light emerged before the onlookers. The immense Buddha leapt high into the air, descending directly towards the execution platform. The surrounding air, as it rushed past the Buddha at high velocity, created a cacophony of wind. A transparent air shield materialized in front of the great Buddha. Boom! A brilliant golden light illuminated the execution platform, with countless rays extending outward, reminiscent of jellyfish gracefully unfurling their golden umbrellas in the sea. Accompanying this spectacle was a tremendous sound, as countless fragments of stone and dust were propelled into the air, enveloping the area struck by the great Buddha's descent. After a considerable time, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Luffy, Zoro, and Ace, who were all sprawled around a massive circular pit. The trio wore expressions of terror, gazing incredulously at the figure slowly rising within the pit. Inside, Sengoku stood up, brushing off his attire, shaking off the dust, and casting a disdainful glance at the three individuals by the pit's edge. What audacity possessed these youngsters to stir up trouble at Marineford? Were it not for his concern for Garp's feelings, he would have directed his previous attack straight at them rather than striking the ground beside them. Surrender without resistance. Do not make this difficult for me. After uttering these words, Sengoku glanced sideways at Garp, who was fiercely battling Rayleigh. Noticing that Garp was oblivious to his presence, he exhaled in relief. It further convinced him that Garp was not merely pretending. Garp's unwavering focus indicated that Rayleigh had truly regained his strength. This implied that an unforeseen change had transpired between Whitebeard and Rayleigh, restoring their powers. Reflecting on his earlier conjectures, Sengoku turned his gaze toward Jiang Zhe, who stood at the bow of the Moby Dick. Jiang Zhe, Uncle Golden Buddha, we are free pirates, and we shall not be subdued. Luffy, who had initially been intimidated by Sengoku's strike, had transformed into his fourth gear. The fear in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an indomitable fighting spirit. Ace and Zoro, standing beside him, also radiated an unwavering resolve. Ace glanced at Sengoku, then at Luffy soaring in the air, his face adorned with curiosity. Luffy, how have you become so powerful? Upon hearing Ace's words, Luffy, who had been glaring at Sengoku, now wore a proud expression. This is all thanks to the Circle Eyes. Not just me, but all my comrades have grown significantly stronger. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Zoro, standing nearby, eagerly summoned his armament haki. The three long swords in his hands, along with the one in his mouth, turned jet black. What? Ace stared incredulously at Zoro. If his memory served him correctly, Luffy and his crew were quite weak back in the Alabasta Kingdom. How could they have become so formidable in just about a month's time? This was inconceivable. Circle Eyes? Ace desperately racked his brain, trying to recall if he knew anyone by that name. He was well aware of Luffy's penchant for nicknaming others. If he referred to someone as Circle Eyes, then that individual must possess such features. What kind of Circle Eyes? When Jiang Zhe hears this, you'll surely get another beating, Zoro remarked. Momentarily speechless at Luffy's choice of nickname for Jiang Zhe, Luffy had a tendency to forget his past punishments. Every time he called Jiang Zhe Circle Eyes, he would invariably receive a lesson afterward. Jiang Zhe did not need to speak. His actions had already spoken volumes. Ha ha ha. Circle Eyes isn't that petty. Upon hearing Zoro's comment about Jiang Zhe, Luffy turned to Zoro with a disgruntled expression. Zoro shook his head in exasperation, choosing to disregard Luffy and instead focused on Sengoku. His face set with fierce determination. As Ace stood nearby and heard Zoro mention Jiang Zhe, he fell into deep contemplation. Initially, when he noticed that Luffy and the others were ignoring him and instead engaging in casual banter, Sengoku felt a twinge of irritation. However, upon hearing Jiang Zhe's name, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Everything was orchestrated by Jiang Zhe. Yet, how much could the Straw Hat Pirates, so feeble, possibly achieve? Unlike Garp, he would not show leniency. Jiang Zhe, you say? Once I deal with these three little miscreants, I shall seek you out. Sengoku cracked his knuckles, his spirits surging as he approached Luffy and his companions. Sensing the mounting pressure from Sengoku, the previously carefree trio instantly sobered, regarding him with the gravitas one would reserve for a formidable foe. At that moment, the sky began to darken, an ominous shroud of clouds gathering above Sengoku and his entourage. Sporadic raindrops fell from the heavens, landing upon Luffy's face. Huh, how peculiar. It's raining at a time like this, Luffy mused, curiously brushing his cool, damp cheek while gazing skyward. It seemed as though a fearsome entity had arrived. Just as Sengoku's murmurs faded, a howling wind swept through Marineford, causing every Justice cloak to flap ominously. Rayleigh, Whitebeard, Garp, and the three admirals sensed the shift, their gazes converging upon Sengoku. In the blink of an eye, a figure cloaked in black materialized beside Sengoku. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, and a bolt of lightning sliced through the clouds, illuminating the previously dim sky. Simultaneously, it revealed the face beneath the cloak, the grid-like tattoos appearing even more menacing in the flash. Dragon, what brings you here? Sengoku's expression darkened. His greatest fears had come to fruition.